Chapter 53. Listener. An ancient three-masted sailboat was navigating through a tumultuous storm in the sea. It was not fast and its displacement was lacking. With the weather and the sea looking like a cataclysmic scene, the sailboat was like a withered leaf separated from its tree. However, regardless of how the typhoons rampaged or how terrifying the waves were, it continued sailing peacefully without any signs of tilting. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck as he looked at the massive waves that resembled mountains. His thoughts were a mystery. "It's going to be Monday again," he muttered silently to himself. It was the day belonging to Mother Earth, the beginning of a series of waxing and waning. However, it meant something different to Alger. It belonged to a mysterious existence forever enveloped in grayish-white fog. "At least I haven't been reduced to a madman." He stopped looking around as he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. At this moment, one of the only few sailors he had leaned over and asked reverently, "Your Grace, where are we setting course for this time?" Alger surveyed his surroundings and said in calm voice, "Pursue the listener from the Aurora Order." The storm subsided as mist emanated. On a strange sailboat with cannons on board, an 8 or 9-year-old boy with soft yellow hair was looking at pirates around him in fear. They were disorderly, some enjoyed barrels of beer, some swung around with ropes, others mocked each other, and some even fought with their fists. He turned to look at a black-robed man standing in the shadows. He suppressed his voice and asked, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days ago was his first time seeing his father, a father who proclaimed to be an adventurer. If not for the oil painting his late mother left him that confirmed his father's identity and the fact that the orphanage had opened its doors to him, he was absolutely unwilling to leave his hometown and follow his only kin who was also nearly a stranger. The man in the shadows lowered his head and looked at his son. With an amiable expression, he answered, "Jack, I'm bringing you to a holy place, a holy residence where the Creator once lived. Is that the kingdom of God? We mortals can only enter by winning His grace." Jack had been well educated by his mother and knew this much. He was both surprised and fearful about the matter. Standing in the shadows, the man had an unforgettable jawline as though he was a sculpture chiseled by the best artisan. He placed his hand to his ear and made a listening pose. He replied in a tone that sounded like sleep-talking, "Jack, mortals are a wrong concept. The Creator created this world and He is everywhere. He exists in every living being. Therefore, all beings have godhood. Once the godhood attains a particular level, they can become an angel. The 7 fake gods at present are only powerful angels. Look, I can now hear the teachings of the Creator. Ah, how extraordinary is this revelation! Life is only a tour of the spirit. When the spirit is sufficiently potent and resilient, we can find our godhood and fuse with even more godhoods." Jack could not understand the complicated description. He shook his head and asked another question he previously did not have the chance to. "Father, I heard from Mother that after the Creator created this world, He split into all beings and does not exist in actuality. Then, why does His holy residence exist?" As a 7 to 8-year-old child, he was logical. The man with the chiseled face was taken aback. He turned his head away as though he was listening to more murmurings. Suddenly, he slumped down, knees on the deck. His exposed skin protruded black shards. He clenched his head with both hands as his expression warped and he shouted in extreme pain, "They are lying." After lunch, having had old Neil promise him that he would bring him to the underground market the next time he went, Klein slowly returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He chose the 2 options of reading the documents in the staff office and practicing his abilities or take the opportunity to go out and act as a seer in the divination club before Captain Dunn stopped him. However, before he could make the decision, he saw Dunn Smith walk in. He was dressed in the usual black windbreaker and half-top hat. "Captain, any updates?" Klein thought of the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook as he asked with concern. Without showing any signs of fatigue in his gray eyes, Dunn said, "The facts have corroborated that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has vanished completely. I have already informed the various Nighthawk teams of this matter through a telegram. They were requested to pay attention to the various piers and steam locomotive stations. The first batch of printed portraits was mailed out yesterday afternoon and will be printed in various major newspapers. How nice it would be if there were phones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. What a pity. I know how to use all of them and even understand a little of the logic behind it." Klein exhaled silently. "But regardless, we can consider ourselves as having found the notebook. And this is all thanks to you. Of course, it still needs another round of confirmations. I have already sent a telegram to the Backland Diocese, requesting them to escort sealed artifact 2049 here. It was once a dangerous item of the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. A grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous, they can be used with care and moderation. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the sealed artifact, its special abilities, and the danger it posed out of curiosity, but he instantly recalled that he lacked the necessary clearance. He had no choice but to give up. May Goddess bless us. Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest, forming the sign of the full moon. Dunn pushed open the door to his office and said with a slight nod, "The goddess has always been protecting us." Klein, if you had not chosen Seer, you would be a formal member after this matter is verified. You could have chosen Sleepless, but pity, to be frank, I'm still puzzled over your choice. Although Corpse Collector is quite off-putting, you have seen Daily as well. You should know that spirit mediums vary in strength. As for Mystery Priors, they're a good choice too. At the very least, you have old Neil as a role model, so he will make sure the risk of losing control is minimized. With regards to this question, Klein had prepared an answer from the beginning. He just never had a chance to use it since Dunn did not ask. He was only able to answer in passing. He organized his words and said, "My considerations stem from the fact that Seers and Mystery Priors are considered Beyonders with a support role. They do not need to always face enemies, for that's too dangerous. And both you and old Neil said that in the domain of mystery and Beyonders, curiosity and experimentation usually brings about terrifying outcomes. Describing Mystery Priors as prying mysteries made me worried, so, hey, as you know, I was only an ordinary graduate not long ago. A lack of guts is the only reason I made such a choice. I have to say that this is a very reasonable answer that goes beyond my expectations." Dunn massaged his temples and chuckled. He turned halfway as his gray eyes sized up Klein. "Continue going out for now. Do not limit yourself to the paths leading from Welch's Place to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you might sense the notebook and help us confirm Ray Bieber's location." "All right." Klein realized that he no longer need to be in a dilemma. He bade Dunn farewell and turned around, his heart beginning to count. 3, 2. "Hold on," shouted Dunn. Klein turned his head and smiled. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn coughed slightly and said, "Well, support Beyonders have to fight their enemies from time to time. Although Seers sound like they can avoid such battles, they are not to be ignored. You have to maintain your shooting skills and work on increasing your strength. This is what I'm working hard towards." Klein pointed outside. "I'll be leaving." "All right, wait a moment." Dunn shouted for him once more. As he pondered, he said, "Perhaps I have to consider hiring a combat trainer for you. Of course, this matter is under the premise that you become a formal member." Klein responded tersely before asking carefully, "Captain, is there anything else?" "No." Seeing Klein's unbelieving eyes, Dunn shook his head and smiled. He emphasized again, "Really, nothing." Only then did Klein walk past the partition divider. He bade farewell to Roseanne and Mrs. Oriana and headed to the shooting club for practice. With all of this done, he went to the divination club and saw the beautiful Angelica standing there reading newspapers leisurely. "Home," Klein silently read. With the cane in hand, he walked over and greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Madam Angelica." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." In no rush, Angelica put down her magazine. She stood up and said, "Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Glasses came. He just recovered from a major illness." Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled. "That sure is something worth celebrating." Upon hearing this, Angelica, who was secretly observing him, lowered her voice and asked out of curiosity. "Mr. Glasses said that you are a very, very, very magical doctor. Are you?" "What?" Klein looked at the lady in front of him, suspecting if he was hearing things. "What made him think I'm a doctor?" "Even I do not know." Chapter 54. The First Divination Requester. Upon seeing Klein's odd expression, Angelica immediately felt her beliefs waver. "Is that so? Mr. Glasses mentioned that you were able to tell of an ailment in his lungs simply from observation." Her voice softened until she finally shut up. "Observation? A dark glabella." Klein was instantly enlightened as he shook his head with a chortle. "I believe Mr. Glasses was mistaken. He was planning on being perfunctory, but after recalling that no one sought his divination services the entire afternoon yesterday, his mind whirled. It affected his goal of acting as a seer, so he explained, it's actually a form of divination." "Divination? But Mr. Glasses only mentioned that you observed his face. That's also considered divination? Asked Angelica in shock and doubt. Klein smiled, composed. As a member of the divination club, you should know about palm reading, right? Palm reading was not patented by the Futaholic Empire. Even on Earth, India and Old Europe had developed similar principles, much less in a world with beyonder powers. I know about it, but it seems you did not read his palm. Were you observing him in secret? Asked Angelica curiously. I was using face reading. Klein cooked up a lie. Its principles aren't very different from palm reading at a fundamental level. Really? Angelica's eyes were filled with disbelief. In order to develop his career as a seer, Klein chuckled. He pretended to be in thought as he tapped his glabella twice. He focused his eyes and Angelica's aura presented itself. Her head was purple, her limbs were red, her throat was blue, there was no problems with her health except for some colors being duller. However, that was a manifestation of ordinary fatigue. Klein then looked at her emotions. She saw orange mixed in with some red and blue. It also meant warmth coupled with some excitement and thought. Thankfully, after realizing that there was nothing abnormal about her, Klein planned on deactivating his spirit vision. But it was at that moment when he suddenly saw rich darkness hidden in the depths of her emotional colors. Furthermore, she is lacking a little of white, an eagerness to improve. Klein nodded while in thought. Mr. Moretti, were you reading my face? Seeing the young gentleman in black in front of her turn silent abruptly while seriously sizing her up, Angelica keenly noticed something. She asked in a half-curious and half-worried manner. Klein did not immediately reply. Instead, he tapped his glabella lightly as he wore a look of scrutiny. Just as Angelica was feeling unease, he said warmly, Madam Angelica, there are some sorrows and pains which you should not seal in your heart. Angelica's eyes widened as her mouth turned agape. However, she did not say a word. She looked at Klein in his half-top hat with an apparent scholarly bearing. He heard him use a deep, comforting and warm voice to say, you need to either go mountain climbing, a game of tennis, or perform a tragic play to exhaust your body due to exercising. Let your tears flow down uninhibited, then cry and scream. Express all those emotions. That will be very helpful to your health. The moment those words entered her ears, Angelica felt like she had transformed into a statue. She stood there motionless. She tried hard to blink as she lowered her head in a fluster, saying deeply, thank you for your suggestion. It seems like there are many members here today. Klein did not continue. As though he had not done any divinations prior, he turned to his side and looked to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice sounded a little hoarse. She only mentioned the key terms. She paused as her vocal pace gradually returned to normal. Do you want tea or coffee? Sib black tea. Klein nodded slightly. He politely took off his hat and slowly walked to the meeting room. Only when he vanished behind the door did Angelica exhale slowly. The divination club's meeting room was very large. It was nearly twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. In the past, only 5 or 6 members would be present, making it look extremely empty. Now, there were dozens of fortune tellers sitting in different spots. They filled up most of the room. Sunlight shone into the room through the few oriel windows. The members were either discussing softly among themselves or asking Hannes Vincent questions. Otherwise, they were practicing and attempting divination or drinking coffee and reading newspapers by themselves. Such a scene made Klein feel like he was back to his schooling days on Earth. The difference was that it was noisier and more rowdy back then, without the tranquility of the meeting room. He looked around, but he didn't see familiar faces like Glasses or Edward Steve. So, he casually picked up a divination textbook, found a corner, and started flipping through it leisurely. Very soon, Angelica came in with a cup of tea and left it on the table before Klein. As she was leaving quietly, she suddenly saw Mr. Moretti take out an exquisite-looking silver chain from his left sleeve. There was a chunk of pure topaz hanging on the silver chain. What is he doing? Angelica slowed down subconsciously and focused her gaze at Klein. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and allowed the topaz to hang above the sib black tea, just short of touching the surface of the liquid. With a serene expression, he half closed his eyes and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned quiet. The topaz started moving slightly, along with the special-looking silver chain, in a clockwise direction. Upon seeing this, Angelica found Mr. Moretti extremely mysterious. The black tea you provide is great, Klein said softly after he opened his eyes with a smile. His actions were intentionally done for Angelica to see. If he wanted people to select him for his divination services, Angelica's recommendation was a very crucial factor. Since he wanted to act as a seer, Klein no longer had any reservations. He completely personified the identity. Yes, Mr. Vannas is very picky about the quality of tea, Angelica said, stunned. Klein put away his spirit pendulum by winding it properly. Then, he raised the white porcelain cup with floral design. With a smile, he gestured politely at her with his cup. Angelica returned to the reception hall, but she no longer had the mood to read magazines. She sat there, gazing into the distance. It was a wonder what she was thinking about. This continued until there were knocks on the door. She jolted awake and hurriedly looked at the entrance, only to see a lady dressed in a light blue dress. The lady took off her veiled hat with a powder blue ribbon. She looked calm and melancholic. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Would you like to join the divination club, or are you looking for a divination?" Angelica asked like clockwork. "I want a divination." The lady had a beautiful pair of eyes hidden with sorrow, and she bit her lower lip as she spoke. Angelica guided her to the sofa and explained to her how the divination club worked in detail. She picked up an album and handed it over. "You can pick anyone." In her low spirits, the lady flipped through the album seriously. As there were too many club members there that day, there were too many choices. It left her quite upset. "Can you recommend one? From these few pages," she pointed at the middle section of the album, omitting the fortune tellers priced above 2 soldi and those below 4 pence. Angelica took the album and looked at it for a few minutes. She deliberated her words before saying, "I suggest this gentleman." The lady who looked uneasy took a glance and realized that it was a fortune teller named Klein Moretti. "Mr. Moretti just joined the club, is his divination reliable?" she asked worriedly. Angelica nodded with great affirmation. "Another member of the club and I are certain that Mr. Moretti is an outstanding fortune teller. If it wasn't for his just joining the club, he wouldn't take such low fees." "I understand." The depressed girl nodded. "I'll pick Mr. Moretti for a divination then." "All right, please hold on for a second." Angelica took the album and walked towards the meeting room. She came next to Klein and said with a suppressed voice, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to divine for them. Which room would you like to use?" That was effective. "My first business is here." Klein put down his teacup and nodded calmly as he said, "Topaz room." "All right." Angelica walked slowly ahead of him and led him to Topaz room before opening its wooden door. Klein sat behind the table that had various divination tools on it. He waited less than a minute before he saw a woman in a light blue dress walk in. She looked down and melancholic. Seizing the opportunity when she was closing the door, he tapped his glabella twice. The yellow color in her stomach seems a little dull. The dark color of her emotions is very heavy, mainly worry and anxiety. Klein looked her over carefully and leaned backwards. He then lifted his hand to cut off his spiritual vision. "Good day, Mr. Moretti." The woman in the light blue dress sat down. "Good afternoon, how may I address you?" Klein asked politely, not carrying much hope of getting an answer. As a keyboard warrior, he knew that many people were not willing to use their real names during divination. "You can call me Anna." The girl put her veiled cap aside. She looked at Klein with mixed anticipation and doubt, and said, "I would like to divine about my fiancé's situation. He traveled to the southern continent in March for a business deal. He sent me and his family a telegram last month on the 3rd, saying that he was going to set sail and return. But he did not return after 20 days. At first, I believed that his delay was due to the berserk ocean's weather, but as of today, it has been more than a month. The ship he took, the Alfalfa, still hasn't arrived at Enmat Harbor. The ocean that separated the northern and southern continent was called the Berserk Ocean. It was well known for natural calamities and its countless dangerous currents. If it was not for Emperor Russell, who sent men to discover a few safer sailing routes, countries in the northern continent would still have yet to enter the age of colonization, let alone lay an underwater cable to complete a transoceanic telegraph. Klein looked at his very first client of his career as a seer and asked carefully, "Which divination method do you wish to use?" Chapter 55. Revelation. Anna, with her beautiful eyes, hesitated for more than 10 seconds. "You can choose any type that you believe will be accurate. You are the fortune teller, while I'm not. Of course, apart from cards, including tarot, I have also attempted studying them at home. I always felt they were more like toys or a game." Klein thought for a moment, his wrists leaning on the edge of the table. He steepled his hands before his face, his gaze peaceful. He said softly, "Then we shall use the astrolabe." He pointed to a fountain pen and stack of white paper on the table and said, "Write down the name of your fiancé as well as his facial features, address, and date of birth. It would be even better if you can remember the specific time he was born." From her clothes, makeup, and demeanor, Klein did not believe that she was illiterate. Anna did not reply. She extended her hand and took a piece of paper. She lifted the pen and dipped it in some ink. She started writing, pausing occasionally to think. 2 minutes later, she pushed the paper toward Klein. Klein received it and turned it around. The information on the paper read, Joyce Meyer, the 15th of September 1323, 2 p.m. Tingen City, East Borough, 8 Stevens Street. Short blonde hair, aquiline nose. With just a short glance, Klein quickly calculated the person's spiritual number, 0.1 plus 5 equals 6. In the study of spirit numerology in mysticism, adding the numbers of the day the person was born was called their birthday path number, affecting the person's life before 27. Birth month path number calculated by adding the numbers in their birth month affected their life from 27 to 54 years old, while the birth year path number calculating the numbers in their birth year affected their life from 54 years old onward. It was July 1349, so Joyce was not yet 27. Thus, Klein immediately calculated the birthday path number. The number 6 represented a balanced and harmonious life, with a heart for giving and a decent marriage or engagement. Following this, he quickly calculated Joyce's year path number. The so-called year path number was calculated by replacing the birth year with the current year. The digits were then added with his birthday path number and birth month path number to get a general understanding of the person's luck for the year. 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 9 equals 17, 1 plus 7 equals 8, 8 plus 9 birth month path number plus 6 birthday path number equals 23, 2 plus 3 equals 5, his year path number is 5, signifying that he would meet with change and accident. He would be required to take certain risks. Klein made a silent judgment after consolidating the facts. He confirmed that the information Anna gave was correct. He retracted his gaze from the paper and turned it toward Anna. Mr. Meyer set off on his journey on the 3rd of June. If he did not lie, that is indeed the case. Anna bit her lips. All right. Klein took the fountain pen and made a note of that. He looked at Anna with his dark brown eyes and said gently, I will begin creating the astrolabe now. I will need some time and absolute silence. Do you mind waiting outside? Angelica will provide you with a cup of tea or coffee. All right. Anna knew that some fortune tellers had their eccentricities, so she stood up unsurprised. She took her hat with the light blue ribbon and left the topaz room. Klein locked the door and returned to the table. He followed the information and set up the astrolabe, including elements such as his horoscope and locations of the corresponding planets and stars. Throughout the entire process, he did not open the astromancy manual. He completed the setup based on his memory. Over the past few days of his mysticism studies, Klein realized that he could easily grasp and understand anything about divination, quickly turning it into instinct. Perhaps that is the ability of a seer. He completed the astrolabe and felt satisfied. He felt as though his body, heart, and soul had relaxed considerably. As he looked at the outcome, he followed the path of the horoscopes and planets, as well as other supporting details to roughly deduce that Joyce Meyer had met with an accident but would ultimately survive it. At this point, the divination was technically complete. But Klein wanted to pay much attention to his first business transaction. He hoped to build a reputation to aid in acquiring future jobs. He picked up the pen and wrote a sentence in Hermes, Joyce Meyer's current situation. He read the sentence silently and memorized the information on the piece of paper, repeating it again and again. After 7 times, Klein grabbed the piece of paper and leaned back into his chair. He imagined the sphere of light, and his eyes became darker, allowing him to quickly enter a state of cogitation. The surroundings took on an ethereal quality. A formless, boundless fog stretched above him. Klein recalled the contents of the piece of paper, then relaxed. He fell into a deep sleep in this state. He was using a dream divination technique. Repeating the question, remembering the details, and then allowing his astral projection to roam the spirit world in a dream would allow him to gain revelations. Ordinary people also had this sort of experience sometimes, but it was hard for them to recall, as the signs in their dreams were more complicated and garbled. A seer would not have such a problem, for they could see the images directly. The surroundings began to turn hazy as Klein turned half asleep. In the contorted fantasy, he saw a blond young man with an aquiline nose. He was swimming frantically in a sea of blood, nearly engulfed by the waves. But in the end, he managed to escape to shore. The image shattered and changed. Klein saw a blue house with a toy windmill at the door. That blonde young man was entering the house slowly, seemingly in joy. At this moment, the image changed once again. Klein realized that he was inside a magnificent palace. The walls were destroyed and damaged beyond repair. Moss and weeds grew in multiple areas. Through the holes in the walls, he could see a mountain peak and clouds clinging close to it outside. Atop the palace was a huge throne carved out of stone. It was adorned with dull gemstones and gold. It looked as though it was not prepared for a human. This giant throne was empty and mottled, as if it had been washed over by the ages. Klein looked around in confusion. He did not understand why he would be dreaming of such a scene. His turbid mind turned sharp as he subconsciously walked out of the palace in an attempt to ascertain where he was. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fall upon him. It was a gaze that came from behind. Klein suddenly turned around and stared towards the giant stone throne, only to see a scene of countless transparent maggots slowly twitching and growing. Klein gasped. He opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and the prepared astrolabe entered his vision. Reality quickly replaced fantasy. The initial dream was the result of the divination, but what was the later dream about? It seemed to be targeted at me. Klein put the piece of paper down. He rubbed his temples and contemplated. He could confirm that it wasn't his fear projecting itself in the form of a dream, for he was doing the divination himself. A palace not meant for humans on the peak of a mountain, the silent stare, the contorted and weird scene of the maggots. Klein silently guessed as he recalled. Has the luck enhancement ritual communicated with that existence? Or is it a result of the Antigonus family's notebook? Right, that notebook mentioned the nation of the Evernight in the Hornassus mountain range. The palace in the dream was on a mountain peak. He made a simple deduction and was relieved that he had picked seer. According to old Neil, mystery priors could also divine through dreams, but they weren't as effective as a seer. Sigh, it sure isn't letting me go. All I can hope for is the early capture of Ray Bieber. Klein collected himself and picked up the piece of paper with the diagram of the astrolabe. He slowly walked towards the door. He opened the door and headed to the reception area. He saw Anna looking out the window, completely ignoring her cup of black tea. Ah, Mr. Moretti, is there a result? She saw Klein in her peripheral vision and stood up in a hurry. Klein did not answer her immediately. Instead, he asked according to the revelation he received from the dream, does your house, or Mr. Meyer's house, have a toy windmill? Anna's eyes widened, shocked into silence. After a while, she muttered, that was a present he gave me. It is by the door at my house. How did you know that? See, can this be divined? Klein smiled and spoke with a gentle tone, congratulations Miss Anna, Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. If you rush back, you should still be able to meet him. He just experienced a calamity, an unimaginably painful journey. What he needs now are not questions, but consolation and a warm hug. Really? Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune tellers she knew would never speak with such certainty or give such firm conclusions. You will know if you go back immediately, Klein replied with a gentle tone and smile. Oh, Lord of Steam, is that true? Has my poor Joyce returned? Are you certain? No, I cannot believe it. Anna froze for a moment and said a few delirious words. She took out a one-solly note from her purse and did not wait for Klein to give her the change. She broke into a small jog as she left the divination club, taking a carriage back home. Does this include my tip? Klein looked at the note and shook his head with a laugh. A two-wheeled carriage steered quickly across the streets and entered East Borough. Anna watched the streets sweeping past her, feeling a mixture of unease, anticipation, and fear. It did not take long before the toy windmill entered her field of vision. She got off the carriage, showing no care for her bearing. She staggered quickly towards the door and rang the doorbell. The door creaked open, revealing a blond young man dressed in a black formal suit. He was haggard, but his eyes carried a glint of joy. He had an aquiline nose. I thought that I would miss you today, Joyce said, with a smile. Oh, exalted Steam, you really are back. Anna rubbed her eyes, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. What the fortune teller said was true. No, that was a real seer. It was simply fascinating. Thoughts welled in her mind as Anna pounced forward with tears in her eyes and gave her fiancé a warm hug. The two of them hugged silently outside the grayish-blue house. The toy windmill turned slowly, seemingly tossing all their difficulties far away. Chapter 56, Escape from the Sea. In a rather spacious living room, Anna and Joyce were seated on different sofas, separated by Anna's parents. Joyce sighed with a satisfied expression and said, "Exalted Steam, I am so lucky to come back alive, to be able to see Anna again." "My poor Joyce, what happened?" Anna couldn't help but ask with concern. Joyce took a glance at his fiancé, and his expression turned grave. "I still feel terrified to this day. I keep waking up from my dreams again and again. 5 days after the Alfalfa left Caesar Pier, we came across pirates, scary pirates. The only fortunate thing was that their leader's name was Nast, the pirate that calls himself the King of the Five Seas." Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, asked in shock. Although Joyce had already been there for half an hour, he did not volunteer details about his ordeal. He appeared to be fearful, perturbed, and uneasy. It was only after Anna returned and hugged him that he finally appeared to put it behind him. Yes, due to his declaration of being a descendant of the Solomon Empire, the King of the Five Seas, Nast didn't believe in killing captives. Hence, we were only robbed and didn't lose our lives. His subordinates even left us sufficient food, Joyce said as he recalled the ordeal. His body started to quiver, but he continued to describe his deepest and scariest nightmare. "I didn't lose much of my wealth. I believed that my misfortune was over, but as we continued towards our destination, a heated conflict erupted among the Alfalfa's passengers and crew. From disagreement, to fighting, to drawing revolvers, and raising swords to kill each other, I saw nothing but blood during that period. One after another, people beside me fell with eyes opened, never to be closed. Their limbs, hearts, and intestines were scattered across the floors. Those of us who were unwilling to turn into savage beasts, the rational group, had nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. We were surrounded by deep blue waves in the boundless ocean. Some wailed, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were hung from the mast either way. Anna, I reeled in despair back then. I thought I would never see you again. Fortunately, in such a nightmare, there was still a hero. The captain took us to hide in the sturdy keel of the ship, and we relied on the stored water and food there until the maniacs reached their limits. Mr. Triss encouraged us, courageously leading us in an assault against those murderers. After an unforgettable bloody battle, we survived. But the Alfalfa strayed off course, and only a third of the original sailors remained." When he depicted the most horrible and darkest side of the human psyche, Joyce couldn't help but recall the hero, the man that called himself Triss. He had a round and amiable face. He was shy like a girl and enjoyed staying in a corner. Only people whom he was familiar with knew that he was a very good conversationalist, but it was such an unremarkable boy who stood in front of everyone with determination in the worst of days. "Oh, Exalted Steam, my poor Joyce, you went through such a heartbreaking ordeal. Thank God, praise be to God, he prevented us from eternal separation." Tears welled up in Anna's eyes as she constantly dotted 3 points to form a triangle, the sacred emblem for steam and machinery. Joyce revealed a faint pale smile. "This is the reward for our faith." The Alfalfa then went through storms, lost its course, and after surmounting one challenge after another, arrived at Enmat Harbor. Due to the bloodbath that had taken place on the boat, those of us that survived were held captive by the police and questioned separately. We didn't have a chance to send telegrams home to update our loved ones. When they released us this morning, I immediately borrowed some money from my friend and took the steam locomotive back. Thank God for letting me set foot on the land of Tingen again, allowing me to see all of you again. Then, he looked towards his fiancée in confusion. "Anna, when you saw me, I could feel your happiness and surprise, but I couldn't understand why you rushed towards the door so excitedly right after you got off the carriage. Hey, I had planned on giving you a huge surprise." Anna thought about what had happened earlier, and continued in disbelief. "There's nothing to hide, Joyce. As I was worried about you, I went to the only divination club in Tingen City today for a divination. That fortune teller, no, the seer told me, he said, your fiancé has returned, he's in the house with a windmill." "What?" the Wayne couple and Joyce exclaimed simultaneously. Anna covered her face and shook her head. "I can barely believe it either, but it happened. Exalted Steam, perhaps there really are miracles in this world. Joyce, that seer asked me for your name, characteristics, address, and birth date. He told me he was going to do an astrolabe divination. Then, he asked me if the house with a toy windmill was yours or mine. When I confirmed it was mine, he said, 'Congratulations Miss Anna, Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. What he needs now are not questions, but consolation and a warm hug.'" God, Joyce found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Does he know me? Did someone send him a telegram? Could it be that he is familiar with the police in Enmat Harbor? No, that doesn't explain it. How did he know that I came to your place? How could he possibly know that you would seek a divination? Did you make an appointment? No, I made a selection at the last minute, Anna replied with a vacant-looking expression. Perhaps a good seer needs to be in control of vast amounts of information, even if it cannot be used any time soon. Perhaps, that is the fascinating aspect of divination. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne sighed and concluded, in the known history of more than 1,000 years and in the uncertain fourth epoch, divination has existed and has yet to disappear. I think there must be a reason for that. Joyce shook his head lightly and asked, what's that seer's name? Anna thought and said, Klein Moretti. In the reception lobby of the Divination Club. As Klein had spoken softly, Angelica knew not to go close. Therefore, she only saw Anna leave as though she had lost her soul, wearing shock and confusion on her face. Angelica briskly walked to the sofa and asked out of curiosity, was the result good? She did not dare ask the actual result, afraid of violating the unspoken rule of fortune tellers. Yeah, Klein nodded and took out 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of 1 soldi is 1.5 pennies, right? Yes. Angelica looked at the copper coins and realized that one of them was a penny and 2 of them were halfpence. She quickly held it out and said, there's an additional halfpence. Klein smiled faintly and said, thank you for taking care of my customer. She gave me a tip, so it's only right I give you one. It's also to thank you for recommending me, he added in his heart. All right. Angelica felt an unknown fear of Klein, but since the reason was appropriate, she didn't refuse the offer. Klein returned to the meeting room, believing that there would be more people requesting his divinations. However, he did not receive a second customer by 40 minutes past 5. It wasn't because the divination club's business was poor, but because most people had already chosen a fortune teller. They likely were recommended by others and had long determined whose services to hire. In short, I'm still lacking in reputation. Klein laughed at himself for using game terminology. He finished his 3rd cup of Sib black tea, grabbed his top hat and silver-edged walking stick, and walked leisurely out of the meeting room. Angelica suddenly recalled Glassis's instructions, and she quickly moved to intercept him. Mr. Moretti, when will you next visit the club? Mr. Glassis would like to thank you in person. I will come over whenever I'm free. If fate permits us, he will definitely meet me, Klein replied, using the tone of a psychic charlatan, as though he was in character. Then, he left the club before Angelica could respond and took the public carriage home. When he stepped through the door, Klein found Benson reading the newspaper and Melissa putting together bits and pieces of gears, bearings, and springs in the evening sunlight. Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shaw visit? Klein asked casually. Benson didn't put down his newspaper, instead, he lifted his head. Mrs. Shaw's visit lasted 15 minutes. She brought some gifts, and she was very happy with the muffins and lemon cake that we prepared. She also invited us over whenever we have the chance to. She is a friendly, well-mannered lady. She knows how to carry a conversation very well too. The only problem is their belief in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school, but should be homeschooled instead, Melissa complained. It was obvious that she was very upset about it. Don't mind that, as long as she doesn't disturb us, she will still be a good neighbor, Klein comforted his sister, smiling. The Loan Kingdom was a multi-religious nation, unlike the Frozak Empire in the north which only believed in the god of combat or the Fainapotter Kingdom in the south which only worshipped Mother Earth. It was inevitable that the congregations from the 3 major churches of the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery had conflicts in beliefs and customs. After 1,000 years of this, they restrained each other, making coexistence possible. Okay. Melissa pursed her lips and redirected her focus onto the pile of parts again. After dinner, Klein continued revising history. Only when Melissa and Benson showered and returned to their rooms did he wash up, enter his bedroom, and lock his door. He needed to organize and summarize what he had learned and the problems that he encountered to prevent himself from forgetting or missing out any critical points. Only by doing so would he be able to respond to subsequent developments in the future with a clear train of thought. Klein flipped open his notebook, took out his pen, and started writing in Mandarin. Why is the key to digesting potions acting? Chapter 57. Organization and Summary. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued writing. The essence to resolving the problems with potions is through digestion, not simply controlling it. This can be understood in a straightforward manner. Merely controlling it would be akin to using the power of potions as an external tool. A tamed beast, no matter how well controlled, would ultimately not be a part of a person. The risk of it turning on them would be ever present. As for digestion, it is to view the downed potion as a part of them. They can break it down, fuse with it, absorb it, and form an overall system. I am currently certain of this point. What is more important is how acting helps in digestion. According to my experience as a seer today, I can make two hypotheses. They can be verified in the future. 1. Acting based on the potion's name changes the state of one's body, heart, and soul, making them closer to the remnant headstrong psyche of the potion's core. This results in resonance, which allows gradual assimilation and absorption. 2. The remnant headstrong psyche spirit of the magic medicine might be like a computer with complete defensive mechanisms. If one wishes to attack it and break it down, they will need to find a bug, security hole, or key. The name of the potion provides a corresponding clue. Thus, we can disguise our body, heart, and soul as part of the system through acting, and so we deceive the system's defenses. This line of thought is similar to Emperor Russell's description. No matter which guess is right, there is no escaping the body, heart, and soul, for they are the only bridge between acting and the power of potions. Klein put down his pen and looked at the paragraph of text. For a moment, he even wanted to thank the education he received from the Futaholic Empire. No matter if he chose science or engineering for his further education, he was equipped with the basics of logical thought. Otherwise, there was no way he could have become a keyboard warrior, nor would he have been able to analyze his current situation. Acting might have an effect, but we'll have to wait and see for the specifics, Klein guessed. After that, he wrote down his second question. Why would a seer, being more well-learned and professional in the domain of mysticism, be lacking in means when it comes to direct combat? Wouldn't being more well-learned and professional make a seer even more powerful, giving them the ability to discover a way to defeat their enemies? The reasons could be, first, just like the web novels I've read in the past, I have transmigrated to a game world that has become reality. Thus, different jobs come with different specialties that have to be balanced against each other. But up to this point, there has been no sign of this world being a game, nor are there signs of mission-like developments. I'll put this reason on hold, but it's very unlikely. Second, the fundamental law of this world is balance. The creator made this world with the core idea of balance. Third, potions at the same sequence level would have the same level of power. It is the most optimal state based on what our forefathers found out and summarized. Exceeding this level of power would make it easier for one to collapse and lose control. Below this level of power would make it such that one would not obtain the desired beyonder powers. Thus, under the situation of a balanced power level, being stronger in one area would naturally mean that one is weaker in another area. Fourth, everything in this world originated from the same source, they were formed by the remnants of the creator. Thus, everything in this world is technically fragments of the creator, and the fact that they have to complement each other would mean that there are inherent shortcomings to an individual. I am leaning towards the third and fourth reasons, but the latter stems from an unconfirmed myth and can only serve as a guide. Thus, I shall use the third reason as a guide, and try to ascertain it using my current knowledge and future studies. At this point, Klein had already written 2 full pages but did not stop. Instead, he penned a new question. From what I learned today, my luck enhancement ritual is categorized as a classic ritualistic magic. Similar kinds of ritualistic magic can be split into 3 parts, the first being a sacrifice that sparks the interest of a corresponding existence. The second is comprised of incantations specifically describing the existence in question. The third is using simple formatting and symbols to convey what one is asking for. Using this as a benchmark to analyze the luck enhancement ritual, there's an obvious problem. There is no third part. It has the sacrifice aspect in the placement of staple foods and walking a square in a counterclockwise manner with 4 steps. There is also a clear indication who the incantation is for, such as the phrase, "Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth." But all I did after was close my eyes and wait. There was nothing in the ritual that described the goal of enhancing my luck. In other words, the corresponding existence has no way of knowing what the so-called luck enhancement ritual is asking for, and can only do as they see fit. What a troll! Isn't that darn quintessential divination and arcane arts of the Qin and Han dynasty too much of a troll? I must have had rocks in my head back then for trying. Klein stopped writing and took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. He spat out a foul breath and continued writing. I can consider redesigning the ritual, making it more complete. The motive of the ritual shall be to return to Earth, back to the world with my parents and friends. Then here comes the question, was the entity truly acting on a whim? Or is there a deeper meaning to it? Also, is the entity that the descriptive incantations point towards in this world the same one from Earth? If so, the difference in results between the first and second ritual could be explained as the entity doing as it wishes. But the results of me appearing above the gray fog during the second and third time, while being able to connect to justice and the hanged man has basically no differences. Why would that be so? If the fourth ritual tomorrow afternoon shows me the same stable results, that would mean that the effects are consistent. That would mean that the unknown entity has an agenda I do not know about. If that is the case, adding new descriptions and requests would not get me a clear response. In fact, it might complicate the ritual and result in adverse effects. Would the difference between the first ritual and the subsequent rituals, under the premise that the entity I called upon is the same one, mean that the results would be different depending on the world I'm in? It is like I am using a different interface. Then how can I design it to obtain my desired outcome? If I think that the entities behind the first and subsequent rituals are different, some of the questions can be perfectly answered. But similarly, the stability of the results in the second and third rituals would mean that the entity I am praying to has a certain agenda, and there is no way I can change that for the time being. The most important question is the identity of the entity that the ritual is directed. Where is he, and why doesn't he give me any clues or guidance? Could he be deep in the world of fog? Can I treat him as an entity in slumber, an entity that would give fixed responses if I give him a certain stimulus, but would not interfere with what I do other than that? Then I can introduce a different ritual as a stimulus and conclude whether the feedback I receive is regular. That way, I can find the correct method of returning. But the problem lies in the possibility that he is not asleep. In that case, such tests might result in terrifying outcomes. It might be really dangerous. The first attempt must be conducted with extreme caution. The design must not anger the being. What a headache. I need more knowledge. Klein sighed and gave a summary. Finally, he wrote down other miscellaneous items. There are always formless voices resonating in my ears, shouting, Hornassus and, was it saying Frigre or Figre? Hornassus is the mountain range dividing the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic. Its main peak is 6,000 meters above sea level. According to the records in the Antigonus family's diary, there existed a nation of the Evernight in the fourth epoch. Is the nation of the Evernight related to the Evernight goddess? Is there any connection between the two? Are they allies or enemies? Was the Antigonus family obliterated by the Church of the Evernight goddess due to nation of the Evernight? Did I hear murmurings coming from the diary, from the howls of the Antigonus family over 1 or 2,000 years? What then does Frigre, Flegre mean? An interesting question. To be able to leave behind such a diary, to leave behind sealed artifact 2049 implies that the Antigonus family had possession of a relatively powerful Beyonder power. If that is so, which sequence did they possess? Was it complete or not complete? My realization that the diary is in the hands of Ray Bieber was a bit of a coincidence, but without any indication of it being arranged, could my fate really be tied up with that diary's? His ideas were penned on the pieces of paper. Klein tried his best to write down the events he had experienced and his guesses about their meaning. He wrote a total of 4 pages on both sides of each page. Rip. Klein suddenly tore off the 4 pages and read them from top to bottom, sometimes marking certain sections with his pen, adding a few sentences at other times. Time flew quickly. The crimson moon was temporarily covered by dark clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch on the table, snapped it open, and looked at the time. He put down the watch and took out a box of matches from his drawer. He lit one and brought it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame ignited the edges of the paper and quickly spread. Klein placed the notes on top of the wooden dustbin and watched the ashes drop. He then released his fingers, allowing the papers to fall. In just 10 seconds, everything had disappeared. All that was left was the still swirling ash and the charred bottom of the dustbin. As there was Emperor Rassel's secret diary in this world, Klein did not dare leave behind any evidence that he knew how to write Chinese. If old Neil and the rest discovered the 4 pieces of paper he wrote, he would have no idea how to explain the matter. And while writing the confidential questions, Klein was worried that the one paying attention to his dreams would be able to see and decipher the contents no matter which language he used, be it Loan, Ancient Fasak, or Hermes. Therefore, He could only write notes in Chinese to organize and summarize. After he was done with the task, he burned the notes to leave no traces, and precisely because there was no way of saving, he set up a plan for himself. He would do this summary once a week just in case he forgot anything. As he watched the ashes fall, Klein pulled out a white piece of paper. He wrote the title, "To My Respected Mentor." He wanted to write to Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen, asking if he had any relevant historical information about the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Chapter 58, A Train of Thought. The next day, a Monday morning, Klein, who had the day off, didn't leave home. Instead, he gave Melissa his letter directed to mentor Cohen Quentin and more than enough money to buy stamps. He entrusted her with the job of mailing the letter at the post office near the Tingen Technical School where she studied. After breakfast, he slept in to make up for the lack of sleep caused by the previous night's work. He only woke up because of his stomach's grumblings close to noon. He heated up some leftovers from the night before and ate them with a loaf of rye bread. Klein grabbed a newspaper and entered the bathroom on the second floor. Whenever he did that, he couldn't help but sigh at the lack of a cell phone. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he left the toilet refreshed and washed his hands. He then returned to his bedroom and locked his door. Klein drew the curtains, lit up the gas lamp, and cogitated for half an hour. After practicing his spiritual vision, spirit dowsing, and dowsing rod for half an hour, he spent another hour mentally reviewing the mysticism knowledge he had gained recently. After doing that, he ripped up the old newspaper and crumpled them into a few balls. He wrote on them, "Moon flower candle," "full moon essence oil," and other names of materials. He followed the prescribed steps of ritualistic magic in his head in order to master every little detail. Until he was entirely familiar with it, he didn't intend to try ritualistic magic because it was both a waste of materials and also easily attracted danger. He repeated again and again until he picked up his silver pocket watch patterned with vine leaves and took a glance. He realized that it was 2:45. He considered for a few seconds and brought the scraps of old newspapers to the kitchen on the first floor to burn them. While doing so, he made sure he was in an optimal state of mind as he prepared for the tarot gathering. Locking his bedroom door once again, Klein didn't wait for the clock to strike 3. He planned to enter the area above the gray fog ahead of time. He wanted to seize the chance to explore the place thoroughly. As Klein stood in an empty spot in his room and started walking counterclockwise, he suddenly worried that Justice and the Hanged Man had yet to enter a suitable environment. He thought of a particular matter. Would they be disturbed or discovered? He had previously mentioned to allow Justice and the Hanged Man to apply for leave ahead of time if they needed to be absent from the gathering for some reason such as being unable to find time alone or unexpected circumstances. It would have been an almost unsolvable problem for Klein in the past. There was no way he could build an entire server-based internet by hand in a different world, right? Any technology beyond the telegram could expose him, but now, he had suddenly found inspiration from ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic borrows the powers of others by seeking the help of different existences. Similar incantations would make it clear who it is directed to in the beginning, such as the Evernight Goddess or the Lady of Crimson. It would be a description of the unknown and clandestine existences. Then, can I amend the chant and redirect the beginning of the chant towards myself? Directed at me. This way, even if Justice and the Hanged Man conduct the ritual in different locations, I would receive their messages. Klein suddenly felt fresh insight as he began analyzing the likelihood of the method working. There are 2 difficulties. First, I am not an incredibly strong high-level sequencer. Even if the description of the incantation was directed to me, I couldn't possibly receive the request. Second, how can I ensure that the description of the chant is directed at me accurately, and doesn't stray away and hit some other unknown existence that fits the description? That would be incredibly dangerous. Klein paced back and forth, deep in thought for a possible workable solution. He went in circles with silent footsteps. Then, he naturally linked the matter with the mysterious world of the gray fog. Even if I can't receive the message, that doesn't mean the gray fog can't. Its connection with the crimson stars can drag a person into the space directly, regardless of where they are in the physical world. I could consider tying myself to the mysterious space together during the directed description. In accordance with this train of thought, even though I might not immediately receive the request, when the other party is holding the ritual, I will still be able to see the corresponding messages whenever I enter the gray fog. To put it simply, it is the difference between being online and offline on an instant messaging system. Klein became more excited the more he thought. He felt that his idea was worth a try. What kind of description could be used to precisely direct a message to me into the gray fog world? He started thinking about the actual details. In fact, he had an incantation that would definitely work. It was none other than the Loan translation of, "Blessings stem from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth." But herein lies the problem. He would lose control of the gray fog and lose his leading role. He could only exclude it. Fool from an alternate world? No way. It is quite accurate, and there is almost no other existence that fits the criteria, but it would expose my biggest secret. Klein thought of one incantation after another, but he crossed off each one. After about 7 to 8 minutes, he finally decided on the description of the first paragraph that directed to him. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. It was obviously not accurate enough, therefore, Klein quickly added, "the mysterious ruler above the gray fog." The combination of the two lines practically limited it to him. Furthermore, he had tied the gray fog to him. It's still a little short. I cannot eliminate the possibility that there are multiple spaces and rulers above the gray fog. I cannot eliminate the fact that the description might be directed to the spirit world. Klein creased his eyebrows and planned on making it more certain. He thought for a full minute and finally decided on the last part of the description. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. It shared a similar meaning to, "Blessings stem from the exalted theurk of heaven and earth one." If the incantation purely depended on that part of the description, it might end up being directed away and provoking unknown dangerous existences. But with the first two lines as a limitation, and his experience of arriving above the fog through a similar incantation, he believed that the target's description could result in a perfect lock-on. Klein wasn't sure if casting the ritualistic magic with those three descriptions would be effective, but he was definite that it would not attract the attention of another existence, it wouldn't throw Justice and the Hanged Man into danger. Klein heaved out a long sigh and recited the incantation that he had decided upon. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." He nodded his head slightly and took out his pocket watch to confirm the time. "It's already 2:58. Without further thought, Klein put away his pocket and entered cogitation. Soon he chanted and took 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square. The most ferocious noises and heart-stirring roars were heard once again. He felt the headache that was even harder to deal with than the pain of consuming the seer potion. The pain was not a sharp pain that tore through his head. It was a throbbing pain that made him manic and irrational. It was a pain that left him in chaotic confusion. Klein controlled himself using cogitation and tried hard to ignore the voices. The muttering and murmurs receded like the tides. His body became ethereal, along with his spirituality. Everything seemed to float. The boundless gray fog appeared before his sight, the crimson stars at varying distances from him, just like pairs of eyes. Above the gray fog stood the palace, lofty and towering like the home of a giant. It was as though it had been there for millions of years. All Klein did was will it and he disappeared from where he was, reappearing at the seat of honor at the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs. "The effect of the ritual is definitely fixed," Klein muttered. He tapped his glabella gently and allowed the fog to engulf him, ones thicker than before. According to the description of the Hanged Man, if Justice had become a spectator, it would be best not to reveal any of his tics before her. Without any time for exploring, Klein extended his right hand and formed an invisible connection, connecting him to the 2 familiar crimson stars. On the roaring blue waves of the Sonia Sea, an ancient sailboat was sailing with the wind. Alger Wilson locked himself in the captain's cabin and made Ghost Ship provide him the best protection. He opened the pocket watch before him and laid it next to the brass sextant. The clock was ticking without joy as it exuded nervousness. When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand aligned, there was an explosion of crimson before Alger Wilson. It ignored the layers and layers of protection he had placed over himself. His sigh reverberated across the captain's room. Audrey Hall laid against a down feather pillow and glanced at the yellow paper in her hand. Her gem-like eyes looked like they had 2 souls spiraling slowly in them. Her gaze was calm and cool, as if she were waiting for a play to begin. As the crimson red erupted, she looked at herself being swallowed with complete detachment. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent palace, on the ancient and mottled long bronze table, Klein, who had already activated his spiritual vision, looked over when Audrey Hall's figure began to form. He was not surprised to see that the colors deep in her aura had blended together. It became pure and serene, like a lake that was clear and reflective. She really did become a Beander. Klein was just about to move his gaze away when he suddenly saw the chair belonging to Miss Justice change. The bright stars on the back of the chair moved swiftly, forming an illusory constellation that didn't belong to reality. That constellation was familiar to Klein because it was one of the symbols of mysticism. It was a symbol that represented giant dragon. Spectator, giant dragon. Klein restrained himself from shaking his head and looked over at the back of the hanged man's chair. Typically speaking, it was impossible for him to see the back of the chair from his angle, but this was where he was in control. Everything presented itself according to his will. The constellation on the back of the chair had not changed, but since Klein had grasped the basics of mysticism, he wasn't as ignorant as before. He could recognize that it was the symbol of windstorm. Sailor, keeper of the sea, windstorm, that's reasonable. The color deep in the hanged man's aura is much purer than it was. Has he leveled up? Oh yeah, what about the symbol behind my chair? Klein suppressed his impulse to look, rapped the edge of the long table thrice just like before, and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, Miss Justice, you are a Beander now." He can tell straight away. Audrey was stunned and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. That was much faster than I thought," Alger Wilson said honestly. Klein didn't continue the topic but tapped his glabella and said with a smile, "Lady, sir, have either of you found Russell's diary?" Chapter 59. Russell's Origins. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey did not immediately answer like in the past. Instead, she widened her crystalline eyes and glanced at the hanged man with a scrutinous attitude. Alger subconsciously subdued his body motions. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I found 2 pages of the Emperor Russell's diary and have memorized their contents." "I have 1 page," Audrey, whose vision was obscured by the fog, said as though she was removed from the conversation. "Pretty good." Klein did not allow his joy or his disappointment be noticed from his voice. He felt joy as there were 3 full pages, but disappointment also because there were only 3 pages. Their initial search for the diary was definitely easier, for all they had to do was ask through their connections and channels they were already familiar with. Collecting the pages would become more and more difficult as time went on, as it would involve more and more elements. "Should we express them now?" Audrey inquired with a calm tone. "Yes." Klein simply nodded. He maintained his posture without any change. He had to be cautious in front of a spectator. As he finished his sentence, pieces of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The 2 of them picked up their pens and started to recall the symbols they had seen. They also infused the emotions of expressing them out. Silently, lines of text appeared on the goatskin. Some of them appeared proper, some delicate, others slanted. In a mere minute, the contents that Alger and Audrey had forcibly memorized were all written. Klein willed the 3 pieces of parchment into his hands. He gave the pages a cursory glance and realized that some of the grammar was wrong. There were also missing and wrong words in the content, but experimentation had proved that incorrect sequencing of words to some extent did not affect the overall comprehension of Chinese. Klein was also not afraid of missing words since he often read web novels filled with censored asterisks. The 8th of April. I stood at the bow of Black King and stretched my arms, saying to Grimm and Edwards, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first." I left everything I own at the ends of the fog sea. They did not understand my humor at all and even asked if I really had other treasures. How boring. You can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse if you keep at that. April 11th. I discovered a nameless island that was not on a safe sea route. There are a good number of extraordinary animals there. No, I prefer calling them extraordinary beings, it feels more impressive that way. Other than that, there are several weird creatures on the island. I believe that if Darwin had been transmigrated there is no way he could have written his theory of evolution. April 15th. Grimm has suddenly become a little odd. Has he been infected by something? When did the Emperor Russell, who was born in the Intis Kingdom, set off on a voyage? The Fog Sea should be the sea west of the Intis Republic. Yay, I need to use historical information from the library to cross-reference this. Klein quickly finished reading a page, casting his gaze to the back of the piece of paper. At this point, he no longer hid the fact that he could decipher Emperor Russell's secret symbols since this ability fitted the persona and status of the fool. Audrey and Alger did not speak. They waited silently, as if unsurprised by such a revelation. In fact, they even believed that it was only right. October 2nd. They actually wanted me to marry Matilda from the Abel family without even consulting me first. Heavens, I have not even met her. No, I must decline. Even if I were to run away from home and survive on my own and suffer the vicissitudes of life, I must fight against this marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is really pretty. October 6th. Her personality and her demeanor is just my type. I am starting to look forward to the marriage. Hey, Emperor, where is your integrity? Klein leaned back into his seat, not allowing his emotions to pass through the fog. He realized that Gustav did not write in his diary every day early on. Most of the time, he would only write in the diary when there were certain events that he needed to lampoon, record, or to vent his emotions. He shifted his gaze downward. Klein looked at the last sentence of this page. October 9th. They actually called me the son of the steam. I like that very much. Klein was a little disappointed that the information in the first 2 pages was of little value, but he did not turn sullen. He moved the 3rd page to the top. This page had content written on both sides of the paper. May 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices, 2 beginning sequence pathways. One of them is the Savant. It is a complete sequence pathway they possess. The other is Mystery Prior, which they obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order, but it lacks the higher sequences. May 22nd. My choice was easy, Savant. The Savant has a complete sequence pathway. Although wielding more information on mysticism can aid my return home, the problem is that if I am not strong enough, there is a need to acquire external help for transmigration. And I do not know if this external entity would be good or bad, benevolent or malicious. I cannot control it, and thus it could be very dangerous. In that case, why not strengthen myself and return by relying on my own powers? Thus, the complete sequence was the most important factor in my considerations. May 23rd. I have become a savant. With the power of the potion, I actually recalled all the knowledge I had learned in the past, such as physics, chemistry, etc. I have not only recalled the knowledge, but I understand it more deeply, as well as its possible applications and implications. Haha, this is a job specially tailored for a transmigrator like me from an alternate realm. I will be able to express my advantage to the greatest extent. I have to say that if I were to return in my present state to the 3rd year of high school, I would definitely become top scholar. If I could further specialize in an area, it wouldn't even be too hard for me to become a scientist. May 26th. I am enjoying my status as a savant. Something odd worth mentioning. When I address myself as a savant, doing things that are in line with this role, the murmurings that drive me crazy become considerably softer. I have also been able to control my occasional temper outbursts. I have also recalled the matter regarding the diary. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zaratul mentioned? This could be key in resolving the side effects posed by potions. As Klein read the diary page, he had a deep realization that there was a fundamental difference between how he and the Emperor Russell did things. For example, regarding the matter of returning home, Klein considered grasping in-depth knowledge of mysticism to avoid risks and accomplish his goal, while Emperor Russell preferred to rely on himself and face the risk. I have to say, I envy people like that sometimes. Perhaps everyone yearns for something they do not possess. Of course, I also have to consider strengthening myself. Both of these are important, Klein thought, sighing a little. The description provided by Emperor Russell about acting instilled Klein with confidence that the conclusion he made about acting yesterday was more or less correct. He put the 3 diary pages down, looked up at Justice and the hanged man. He smiled and said, "My apologies, I was too absorbed in reading them." Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and smiled faintly. I can understand. I hope to one day be able to exchange information about the diary's contents. That will require a price. Klein smiled and glanced at Justice, then swept his gaze towards the silent hanged man. Audrey put her palms together and placed them in front of her. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, I have 3 questions to ask. If you think that the answers warrant a high price, tell me what you want, I will try my best to seek it. No problem, Alger answered succinctly. Klein nodded and leaned back further, making himself comfortable. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, "The first question is, what does acting really mean? I realize that the remnant psyche in the potion has minute effects on me. Is that because I've been acting as a spectator all this while?" Alger did not speak. Instead, he looked at the fool, as though waiting for him to give an answer. Klein rubbed his finger on the edge of the table and said in a relaxed tone, "Let me explain this with an analogy. Imagine the core powers of your potion as a tightly guarded castle. The remnants of the psyche that can cause a lash back resides within that castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. There are two ways we can do that. The first is to forcefully invade the castle. There is no guarantee that this will work, and you will most definitely injure yourself unless you can suppress it with absolute power. But of course, we are not equipped to do that. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to extend an invitation. This invitation can allow us to slide through the scrutiny of the guards and infiltrate the castle. We can then easily finish off the enemies. But the problem lies in the fact that this invitation specifies the facial features and characteristics of the guest. Thus, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the guest. Do you understand? Alger immediately asked, as if he had anticipated this reply. Then the aforementioned invitation is the name of the potion sequence. That's right, Klein answered with great affirmation. Audrey froze for a moment, having the sudden feeling that she completely understood what acting meant. She immediately exited her spectator state due to her excitement. She praised in joy, "What an exceptional method, I think it fits your title. Its style is very compatible with the Fool. I would never have believed that acting would have such an effect. Luckily, I have been acting as a spectator the past few days." She paused for a moment before saying, "I think that this is a very valuable answer. My heart is not at ease accepting it for nothing. Mr. Fool, what do you need in exchange? Of course, I still remember that I owe you a page of Emperor Rassel's diary." More pages of Rassel's diary? Klein paused for a moment. He had wanted to get information about the sequence regarding the seer but felt that such a low-level request would ruin the mystical image of the Fool. Thus, he chose to give up on it and planned to ask them discreetly some other day. "I just advanced recently and have yet to completely digest the seer potion," he consoled himself and added on without expression, "anything regarding the Antigonus family, even if I'm already aware of them myself." Alger remained silent for a few seconds. He looked at the top of the long bronze table for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. "Mr. Fool, I believe I can pay you back immediately with the information you requested just now." Chapter 60. Second Blasphemy Slate. "No problem." Klein tried to maintain his unchanging deep tone. He rested his left elbow on the armrest of his chair and supported his forehead slightly with his fingers. Posing as though he was listening calmly, Alger deliberated over his words and said, "The Antigonus is an ancient family. Their history can be traced back to the Cataclysm epic before the Fourth Epic and is related to the Second Blasphemy Slate." "The Second Blasphemy Slate? There's a Second Blasphemy Slate? How many are there?" Klein's pupils shrank, and he nearly changed his posture. According to what the Hanged Man and Justice have said previously, the Blasphemy Slate contained the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine. There are 2 of such important items, or even more. 22 paths of the divine, sequences and pathways. Could these 2 nouns mean the same thing? Every complete sequence pathway leads straight to the throne of the divine. At that instant, the description of the Second Blasphemy Slate gave Klein numerous thoughts. He believed that if not for the thick grayish-white fog concealing him, his emotional reaction would probably have been discovered by Miss Spectator. As for the words Cataclysm Epic, he was no stranger to that term as a historian. It was the name of the Third Epic. After his recent revision, Klein even knew that the Third Epic was separated into 2 eras, the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm Era. A Second Blasphemy Slate. Audrey plainly revealed her ignorance on the matter. Before she calmed her emotions, she returned to her spectator state. "Nice question." Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. It was a question inconvenient for him to ask as the Fool. Alger stole a glance at the Fool and noticed that his posture remained the same, nor did he make a sound. Hence, he thought and answered, "The first Blasphemy Slate appeared in the Dark Epic, which is the second epic where we humans struggled to survive under the protection of gods. The Second Blasphemy Slate appeared at the end of the Third Epic. It could even be said that its appearance symbolized the end of the Cataclysm Epic. The content of the 2 Blasphemy Slates is kept secret by the 7 major churches. I only know bits and pieces of it. I only know that they involve the pathways to godhood, but I am not sure of the differences between them." "Was the Blasphemy Slate that Emperor Rassel saw the first or the second?" Audrey asked curiously. Upon hearing that, Klein recalled what Alger said about the potion names during the first gathering. He said that the names of the sequence potions were derived from the Blasphemy Slate. Similarly, Captain had also mentioned that the formation and completion of the potion system was thanks to the birth of the Blasphemy Slate. That indirectly confirms that the pathways to godhood are the sequence pathway. Klein answered his earlier question silently. Then Alger simply replied, "The second one." The glint in Audrey's eyes diminished and she returned to her spectator state. She did not continue asking questions. Instead, all she did was focus her gaze on the hanged man. It was obvious that her scrutiny made Alger uncomfortable, but he suppressed the emotions within him. He lowered his voice and continued, "During the Solomon dynasty in the fourth epoch, although the Antigonus family was considered an illustrious part of the aristocracy, they didn't do anything very memorable until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. They then stood right in the middle of the stage of northern continent. In that period, Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, Jacob, and others were illustrious names of the human kingdom. However, after the War of the Four Sovereigns, the Blood Emperor from the Tudor Empire perished. They fell from the top of their pedestal and are now hunted by the seven gods. I am not sure about the actual process, but I do know that the Antigonus family was destroyed at the hands of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool, if you'd like to know more, I am afraid that you can only obtain the information from the Church of the Evernight Goddess or from the few ancient secret organizations. You know which few I am referring to. I don't." Klein nodded while feeling bitter inside. "Okay, the secret order is one. Captain and old Neil mentioned the Moses ascetic order. I wonder if the psychology alchemists count." While he mentally checked off the candidates, Alger provided him with the last bits of information. "I similarly have no idea which sequence pathways the Antigonus family held. There are only two adjectives that appear repetitively in the descriptions of the Antigonus family, and those are strange and terrifying. Strange and terrifying." Thinking back to the notebook, the original Klein and his classmates, and what happened to Ray Bieber's mother, it really is aptly worded. Klein continuously rapped the edge of the long table with the tip of his finger a couple of times. Then, he slowly began to speak. "Very well, I am satisfied with the payment." The reason he continuously rapped the long table lightly with his fingers was to emphasize the action, to make Justice and the hanged man believe that he had a habit of rapping in order to conceal the fact that the same motion was used to activate and deactivate his spirit vision. "It's my pleasure." Alger did not say anything else. Audrey took a look at the hanged man and then the fool. She smiled faintly and said, "Then, I shall ask the second question. What is the name of the subsequent potion for spectator? Where can I find the clues?" I'd also like to ask so straightforwardly, but different choices lead to different difficulties. Klein did not speak but cast his gaze towards the hanged man. Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll answer the question for free because I led you on this pathway. The subsequent sequence for spectator is sequence 8 telepathic. The ancient name of sequence 7 is psyche-analyst but is called psychiatrist now. This is what I found out from a member of the psychology alchemists. I think they should have quite a number of potion formulas for this pathway." Psychology alchemists, Spirit Medium Daily was rather approving of their theory, but Captain thought of them as evil and crazy. Klein listened while in deep thought. "Do you know the whereabouts of that particular psychology alchemists member?" asked Audrey as her eyes beamed with joy. Be it telepathic or psychiatrist, both names appealed to her aesthetics. Alger gave a rare laugh. "I do. He's immersed in the seas around Sonia Island. I sank him with my own hands. If you would like to look for the psychology alchemists, I have to apologize since I severed the clues." He was not worried that Justice would find his identity through his description because he did that on his own, out of the public eye. Sank. Audrey was at a loss how to reply or what expression to wear. She drew a deep breath and suddenly failed to maintain her spectator state. She asked bashfully, the third question. "If, and I'm saying if, a normal animal were to drink a sequence 9 potion, what would happen?" "What kind of a question is that?" Klein tapped his glabella unnoticeably with his finger that was supporting his forehead. Very quickly, he saw the changes in color and noticed that Audrey's emotions had turned frantic, nervous, and a little ashamed. Could she have done something that stupid? Klein was astounded, but didn't find it strange. After the past 2 gatherings, he was certain that Miss Justice was quite an airhead. The hanged man, Alger, was obviously dumbfounded as well. He took a while to reply. "Normal animals do not have the brains of humans. They wouldn't be able to learn cogitation in a timely manner. Therefore, it would most likely lead to immediate death or a breakdown into a monster. However, if they survived the initial ingestion of the potion, they should become an extraordinary creature. If the potion has the ability to enhance their intelligence, they can even become smarter." "All right." Audrey breathed out a silent sigh and nodded while saying with a relaxed tone, "I have no other questions." Alger considered for a moment and did not mention matters regarding the Aurora Order or the listener. Similarly, He shook his head and said, "Nor do I. I have something." Klein didn't change his posture but said with a smile, "It will require your cooperation." He had yet to turn off his spirit vision, and he immediately saw that the hanged man was showing signs of nervousness, while Miss Justice was too simple-minded to show fear or carefulness. Before they could reply, Klein comforted them, "Don't worry. It's trivial. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you, so I wouldn't be paying extra remuneration. Go ahead." Audrey instinctively entered the spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog engulfing the fool. "As you will," Alger replied, steadying himself. Klein moved his fingers and smiled when he said, "Previously, I said that we would do some experiments to enable you to ask for a leave of absence. That way, you do not have to worry if you have to be somewhere inappropriate on a Monday afternoon. That's our wish." Audrey loosened her tightly knitted eyebrows. Alger thought and said, "What do you need us to do?" "You could try a piece of ritualistic magic during your free time. It need not be too formal. As long as you are in an environment that won't be disturbed, put 4 brand new candles on an altar, placed on 4 corners respectively. It's best if they are candles with a sandalwood scent. Put a loaf of white bread near the candle on the top left corner, a bowl of fenipater noodles near the candle on the top right corner, paella by the candle on the bottom left corner, and a desi pie by the candle on the bottom right corner. Use a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment." Klein described his modified version of the luck enhancement ritual and taught Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment for free. To be frank, as the ritual was targeted at himself, Klein believed that the former part, which was intended to attract the interest of an entity, could be omitted completely. However, he still worked hard to make the procedure seem important. Of course, it didn't comply with what old Neil taught about gods being second and oneself being third. Mix moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together, then distill it. Extract it for its essential oil, then pour a drop onto each candle. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she recorded all that he said. When he was done, she asked, "What about the incantation?" "Mr. Fool, what's the corresponding incantation?" Alger stopped writing with the fountain pen in his hand as well. He turned his head to look at the fool. Klein, who was immersed in the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long table with his finger lightly and said calmly and monotonously in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 61, Strange Symbol. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Audrey Hall recited the 3 descriptions to herself silently. She suddenly felt a tumultuous wave of emotion go through her, preventing her from maintaining her spectator state. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had learned Hermes that was used in rituals and had tested out the rituals that fellow noble aficionados mentioned in private gatherings before she was pulled into the gray fog or made formal contact with Beyonder powers. None of those rituals had any effects, but they had given Audrey a basic understanding of the structure of incantations. Thus, she knew clearly what these 3 incantations described and signified. The descriptions usually described one of the 7 gods that looked over this world. Thus, the fool's incantation was claiming status equal to the Lady of Crimson, Mother of the Secrets, and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Is Mr. Fool the unknown, mysterious, powerful, godlike entity that Glaint spoke of the source of danger that we must avoid in rituals? Audrey quickly recalled the comments made during the strange rituals which she and her friends did not dare attempt back then. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood much more than Audrey, shivered from the bottom of his heart. If the ritualistic magic which Mr. Fool designed truly points to him to allow him to accept our requests, we would have to be addressing him with him. He is to be addressed in the 3rd person, which is reserved for gods. How lucky, how smart I was to act in concert with him and not do anything foolish. Even when I was testing him, I did not step beyond the boundaries of normalcy. Could he perhaps be an ancient, mysterious, horrifying existence, only that he does not appear before us in his true form and name, the primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator which many mysterious churches believe in? Alger understood that the fool he was looking at now might not be his true form. He might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. Klein propped his forehead up with one hand and tapped on the table with the other hand. He acutely noticed the changes happening to the hanged man and Justice, but he acted as though nothing happened, as if everything was within his expectations. He continued without any care. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. He finished describing the incantations that belong to another type of ritual. After he was done, he smiled. Lady, sir, have you memorized it? Ah. Audrey exhaled. She quickly covered her mouth and recalled seriously. With her improved memory as a spectator, she quickly processed the information and repeated the incantations as a form of confirmation. Alger acted more normally. His pen did not stop for a moment, no matter what he was thinking about. After Klein confirmed that Audrey was correct, he smiled and said, if this test is successful, then we shall modify the ritual next time to achieve what we want to do. I hope that you will have the time to complete the ritual no later than Wednesday. He intended to come in here again on Thursday night to ascertain if the ritualistic magic was successful. As for why he did not allow the hanged man in justice to directly request a leave of absence, Klein was worried that he would be unable to discern if the results were from them asking for leave or merely the outcome of an attempt of the ritualistic magic. Was he to pull them into the gathering if that happened? By your will, Audrey and Alger replied respectfully, collecting themselves. According to the hanged man's suggestion last week, we shall have a time for casual conversation after all official issues have been discussed. Who shall begin? Klein gave a hand gesture signaling for someone to start. Audrey sighed and said, Mr. Fool, the suggestion you made regarding the exam selection and the separation between civil and political matters has received the approval of many members of Parliament. Perhaps it could become a reality. Of course, with the efficiency of this government, the bill will only appear half a year from now at the earliest. She was not worried that the hanged man would track her down using this piece of information. She had intentionally and intermittently dropped hints and guided those proud wives to think that they had conceived the idea. Those ladies had rushed to tell their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment Audrey felt as though she was watching a flock of golden peacocks showcasing their tail feathers. She believed that those women would drill it in themselves that they came up with the idea to claim the glory for themselves. They would soon forget about what Audrey's role in the matter was, fighting among themselves to see who thought of the suggestion first. Using this remarkable way to change the system of a kingdom gave Audrey a weird sense of satisfaction, as if she had found a way for a spectator to influence the plot of a play. Let's hope so, Alger replied sarcastically. He paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the fool. He deliberated before saying, in recent decades, the amount of activities of the various secret organizations has seen an upward trend. In fact, there are even new secret organizations appearing, some of them having reached scale with a good number of beyonders. Are you trying to ask me for the reason? I have not even gained access to information about illegal organizations. Klein merely smiled without commenting on the hanged man's news. He changed the subject and said vaguely, an ancient power is about to wake from its slumber. For example, the power represented by the Antigonus family diary. Is that so? Alger muttered softly to himself, as though he recalled something. Klein swept his gaze toward the hanged man, then past Justice and said with a smile, if there is nothing else to share, then let's end today's gathering here. Klein moved his finger and severed his connection with the dark red stars. He watched as the two figures vanished from the magnificent palace. He stood up and turned toward his own chair, which was also the back of the seat of honor at the bronze table. He looked at its symbol. Radiant stars formed a strange symbol. It was not a symbol that fit anything in Klein's present understanding of mysticism. He observed it closely before identifying the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy. He also saw contorted lines that represented change. Each of the symbols were missing a portion and were overlapped with each other, creating a new symbol. An incomplete secret and an incomplete change, what do we get when we add them together? Klein creased his brows and muttered to himself, unable to come up with an answer. He retracted his gaze and walked along the ancient, magnificent palace. His eyes scanned every corner of the palace. Back when I casually imagined this place, it was merely a rough concept. I did not describe the shape of the palace, table, or chairs. Where does this design come from? The best choice, the first prototype, or are they a reflection of reality? Klein suddenly had a question he neglected previously as he looked at the palace. Sigh, I have to say that even though I am a keyboard warrior, I am lacking experience in many areas. I am also not observant enough, to the point of only realizing this question now. With such a self-reflection, Klein made a serious effort to examine every corner of the palace, but did not find any other living things or anything strange. Klein did not dare to venture deeper, which seemed to be an illusory land without boundaries. He was afraid that he would end up completely lost. Wow, this place is indeed filled with mysteries. Who knows if there will be any changes to this area when I become more powerful, Klein sighed. He unleashed his spirituality and enveloped himself within, causing him to feel the rapid rush of plummeting. Everything flew past quickly. All kinds of illusions shattered. He tore through the grayish-white fog and saw reality. He saw the table, curtains, and clothes rack in his room. Audrey saw the oil painting that hung on the wall. She felt the softness the down-feathered pillow under her head provided. She did not stand up immediately. Instead, she seriously recalled what had happened during the gathering, as if she was watching a play she had already watched. Mr. Fool had a certain confidence in his tone when he told us to try the ritual and gave us the descriptions of the mysterious ruler, the king of yellow and black. Confidence. Audrey exhaled as she was analyzing this silently, her body shuddering slightly. Forget it, since I cannot fight it, there's no need to think too much about it, Mr. Fool has always appeared friendly, he should be an entity that has a respect for order. Audrey's mood improved rapidly. She thought about her acting, and the weakening backlash of the potion. She hummed a merry tune and got off her bed. She walked toward the door and adjusted her state of mind, taking on her state as a spectator. As she opened the door of the room, she saw a maid walking past. She saw the old calluses on her hands, the marks on her face, and other similar details. She could deduce many things from these observations. At this point, Audrey had a strange feeling. She quickly turned to look at the shaded corner of the balcony. She saw her golden retriever Susie sitting there, silently observing her, just like how she observed the maid. My goddess, Audrey's lips twitched as she sighed. She wanted so much to hide her face. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily protected captain's quarters, Alger woke up and noticed that nothing had changed around him. It was as if nothing had happened. He sighed and thought to himself, an ancient existence. Klein, who had exited the ritual, pulled open the curtains. He took out his notebook and began writing once again. He recalled the contents of Emperor Rassel's diary, hoping to reinforce the memory through writing and prevent himself from forgetting it in the future. Klein reread the notes several times after he finished writing. Finally, he tore the notes up and incinerated them. I shouldn't forget the most salient points if I do this once a week. But with time and the increasing complexity of my missions, how unfortunate, I do not have better ideas for the time being. I have not learned any cryptography. Klein collected himself and stretched his neck. He planned on heading to the divination club. A seer was defined differently by different people. No one could say that another person's methods were wrong. So, Klein, who did not know which kind of seer fit the requirements of the potion, could only correct it as he experimented to ascertain which one was the best fit. Chapter 62. The Seer's Suggestion. Before Klein left home, he took the time to meticulously clean up his suit and top hat with a small brush and a handkerchief. Then, he washed his white shirt, changing into a similar linen shirt along with the only decent cheap coat he had. He then briskly walked out onto the street. First, Melissa's dress. Then, Benson's suit. Only then can I consider a second suit for myself. Money is never enough. Besides, we need to save money to buy porcelain tableware to receive our guests. Plus, I have to save money to buy a variety of materials related to mysticism. Klein sat on the public carriage and took note of the financial status at home. The more he did the math, the more he shook his head. He reckoned he needed at least a year to let himself, his brother, and his sister live as a middle-class family. Of course, that was without taking promotions and pay rises into consideration. The public carriage drove past the streets and stopped opposite to the Divination Club on Howe Street. Klein pressed down on his black top hat and hopped off the carriage. He walked along the familiar street and entered the club located on the second floor. He then saw the beautiful brunette, Angelica. There was a hint of swelled redness to her eyes, but she looked extremely relaxed. Klein raised his hand to tap his glabella lightly and carefully examined her. He found out that the grayness deep in Angelica's emotional colors had greatly dispersed. It had been replaced with sunlight-like whiteness. After taking it in, Klein walked over, took off his hat, and smiled. Madam Angelica, it's a lovely day today, isn't it? Angelica lifted her head and was briefly shocked. She then beamed and said, you are just like Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't make any sounds while walking, do you? You managed to tell. Hee hee, I forgot that you are a fortune teller skilled in face reading. She paused, Then she gently bit her lip before bowing. Thank you for your suggestion yesterday. I feel much better. I haven't been this relaxed, happy, and contented in a year. Upon hearing her show her sincere gratitude, Klein was infected with the joy and happiness she had. The corner of his lips lifted, and he said, "It's my pleasure." As he spoke, he could feel his spirituality relax and turn livelier. Is this what the seer potion wants? A seer that can really help the inquirer. Klein pinched his glabella as though he was thinking before secretly tapping twice. It had to be said that he found the action of activating and deactivating his spirit vision in practice insufficiently inconspicuous. However, the problem was that he hadn't thought of a better solution yet. As he had just become a seer recently, his spirituality had yet to reach its limit, and the same was applied to his mastery. Hence, there didn't seem to be many suitable locations for an activation switch for his spiritual vision. The glabella was the best option by far. When I become a true seer after fully digesting the potion, I should be able to design a more inconspicuous activation motion. Klein nodded unnoticeably and walked towards the half-opened meeting room. Coffee or tea? Angelica asked hurriedly. Daisy coffee, Klein answered. He planned on trying out all the drinks the divination club had to offer. Then, he saw that there were 6 or 7 members present, but not Hannes Vincent, who was almost always was. Mr. Vincent isn't here. Klein stopped in his tracks and asked a passing question. Angelica was taken aback as she said, Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture for a divination organization at Enmat Harbor. Are you looking for him? Not at all. I was just curious. After all, I've seen him every time I've come here. Klein shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, he realized that there was a familiar face among the 7 members present. Glasses, who had divined for him before, was present. Glasses was reading some information on the table with his monocle when he suddenly sensed someone looking at him. He lifted his head, cast his gaze. Obvious joy suffused his face as he propped himself up with both hands and stood up. He dashed towards Klein and stopped before him. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I have been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you are not a doctor, but a fortune teller who is good at face reading. Klein smiled. That's not the only thing I'm good at, Mr. Glasses. You no longer seem plagued by your ailment. He pinched his forehead and tapped his glabella twice. He noticed that Glasses's health colors had returned to normal. Yes, I was very regretful for not taking your suggestion back then. Luckily, there is a very amazing apothecary near my place. He gave my wife a magical medicine which brought me away from death, Glasses said emotionally. As a quasi-member of the Nighthawks, Klein asked out of occupational interest, very amazing apothecary. Very magical medicine. Magical? How magical? Is it within the range of Beyonders? He said that it was a kind of folk medicine from Lindbergh. In short, it helped with treating my illness a lot, Glasses answered, without noticing anything abnormal about the question. Folk medicine apothecary. Klein tapped his glabella as though he was thinking. What's his name? Where does he stay? As you know, even a fortune teller can't guarantee that they would remain in the pink of health all the time. Perhaps, I will need to go to purchase some medication from him in the future. Klein learned from his teacher and classmates that the current health system in the world was in a nascent state. There was almost no cure to many diseases, so the magical medications and miraculous apothecaries still controlled the market. There was no harm in knowing more, since it could one day serve useful. Glasses answered honestly, his name is Lawson Darkwaite. He has a tiny store at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough, named Lawson's Folk Herb Store. Thank you. Klein remembered it and spoke sincerely. Glasses turned around and invited him to sit beside him. At that moment, Angelica came over to serve the coffee she brewed. Compared to Southville coffee, Daisy coffee is more fragrant, but has quite an inferior taste. Klein took a sip and savored it for a moment. Glasses hurriedly deliberated his words when he saw Klein put down his white porcelain cup. Mr. Moretti, can I request a divination from you? I will pay according to a price you set. 8 pence is sufficient. I will not raise the price out of the blue. Klein was hoping that someone would request his divination services. Do you need a divination room? All right, Topaz. Glasses led the way with much more familiarity. After entering the divination room and locking the door, Klein sat behind the long table. He asked in a serious voice, Mr. Glasses, what would you like the divination to be about? I have an investment opportunity, but the amount of money it involves is huge. If it fails, my family and I will take a heavy hit. I wish to know if it will be a successful investment. Glasses volunteered the information. I have divined using tarot cards previously. A divination after purifying my soul. The result was pretty good. Yes, I did the interpretation myself, but I did not violate the principles of those symbols. Klein thought and asked curiously, it'd be great if you could describe the entire situation once more and give me your information again. It'd be best if you have the other party's information, too. We will do an astrolabe divination. All right. Glasses organized his words and said, when Mr. Lenevis examined the Hornassus mountain range, he discovered a gigantic mine rich in high-quality iron ore. He poured in all his savings to buy that land and hired a professional company to survey it. The result was a hardening one. He lacks funds needed for subsequent developments, so he formed a steelworks company and intends to apply for a loan from the bank using the project. At the same time, he will also issue a corresponding number of shares to raise its initial capital. The plan is still in its preparatory stage and promises fat returns. Klein, who had been reading the newspaper recently and also happened to be a history expert, knew that there were shares in this world. He also knew that the concept of shares was derived from Emperor Russell. Yeah, him again. During the colonization of the southern continent, he had set up the Siberin Company and solved the nation's fiduciary matters successfully by raising funds from the public through the issue of shares. As such, he had the first mover's advantage from colonization. Because the returns were great, this development continued on. For example, there were railway shares, mining shares, steam development shares, and so on and so forth. There were some that succeeded and there were some that failed. Hence, it catalyzed the formation of organizations like the Backland Stock Exchange. Besides that, the Emperor Russell had created national bonds, unit trusts, and other financial products. The former had become the most stable form investment, with a return of 4 to 6% interest. Klein remembered that Benson had once said that if he could inherit £3,000, there was no need to work hard any further. The stable annual interest of about 5% would result in an annual fixed income return of £150, roughly equivalent to Klein's annual income at present. This is known as rentier capitalism. Klein sighed and asked carefully, are you sure there's nothing wrong about this? Is Lenevis trustworthy? I've seen his property papers and the inspection report. There is the Civilos County government stamp and an endorsement of a professional company. Plus, inside Mr. Lenevis's office is a group photo of him with Sir Deweyville and the mayor. Glasses nodded in reply. Group photo? That doesn't mean anything. Klein, who was born in an era of information explosion, had seen too many similar incidents. He didn't buy the story because of that. However, it didn't matter if he believed it or not. He could only pick up a pen and draw a corresponding astrolabe according to the crucial time and information that Glasses had provided him with. After a long while, Klein pointed to the astrolabe and said, you should be able to tell that this will be a very unsuccessful endeavor. Below the flourishing surface is a cliff, a chasm. My divination suggestions going around it, to avoid it. Glasses fell into silence, his mouth turning agape a few times before he closed it. A few minutes later, he said with a rueful smile, I'll consider it carefully when I'm back. Upon hearing this answer, Klein could only shake his head with a silent sigh. He realized the helplessness of a seer. A seer could only give suggestions and not make the decision for others. Just as the two left the topaz room, Angelica walked over and said, Mr. Moretti, someone wishes for your divination. When she said that, she added with a whisper, he did not ask for my recommendations. Nor did he view the album. Has my reputation spread? Klein turned towards the reception hall in puzzlement. Chapter 63, Dream Interpretation. Klein proceeded a few steps forward and saw the client. He was dressed in a formal black suit and a half-top hat. He held a gold-inlaid wooden cane and his short blonde hair flared from the sides. His nose was aquiline like a hawk's beak. Anna's fiancé, the Joyce Meyer that went through a terrifying ordeal. Klein, who had seen him in his dream divination, immediately greeted with a smile, Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Joyce took off his hat and bowed in greeting. Thank you for the advice you gave Anna. She cannot stop praising how miraculous you are. Klein chortled and said, I did not change a thing. You should be thanking yourself. Without your determination and your hope for a better tomorrow, you wouldn't have been able to overcome such an ordeal. After the exchange of pleasantries, Klein could not help but lampoon inwardly. Does this count as mutual professional bootlicking? In all honesty, I still find my coming back alive a dream. I still cannot believe that I survived wave after wave of terrifying ordeals. Joyce shook his head wistfully. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he asked curiously, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me? Was that because of my unique nose, or because you divined that I would visit you?" "I had your detailed information. That is enough for a seer," Klein answered vaguely, behaving like how a charlatan would. Joyce was indeed stunned. More than 10 seconds later, he squeezed a smile. "Mr. Moretti, I wish to request a divination from you." The moment he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti had addressed himself as a seer, not a fortune teller. A seer. All right, let us head to Topaz. Klein gestured. At that moment, he felt as though he should have worn a long black robe. He tried to keep his words to a minimum to accentuate the mystique of a seer. Joyce Meyer locked the door behind him after entering the divination room. While he observed his surroundings, Klein seized the opportunity to tap his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. Joyce sat down and set his cane down beside him. He pulled on his black bow tie and said hoarsely, "Mr. Moretti, I wish for you to interpret my dream." Dream interpretation. Klein acted as though it was within his expectations, but was merely asking for confirmation. He saw that the colors representing Joyce's health were dull, but none of them signified an impending illness. The colors symbolizing his emotions were predominantly blue, and its darkness showed that he was obviously high-strung. Joyce nodded seriously. "I have had the same horrific dream every night ever since the Alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor. I know that this could be associated with the trauma of the ordeal and that I should go see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that this is no ordinary dream. A normal dream would definitely have some details that are different even if they recur every night, but this dream is, at the very least, constant in the parts which I can recall." To a seer, these kinds of dreams are seen as revelations given by the divine, Klein said, half consoling and half explaining. "Can you describe the dream to me?" Joyce clenched his fists and upped to his. He thought deep for a moment before saying, "I dreamed that I was falling from the Alfalfa into the ocean. The ocean was dark red, as if it was filled with rotting blood. As I fell, I was grabbed by a person on the boat. I could not identify him, but I know that he was very strong. And I was also holding onto a person in an attempt to save him from falling into the sea. I know that person. He was a passenger of the Alfalfa, Eunice Kim. Because of his weight and his struggling, I could not bear the weight and could only release my hands and watch him get devoured by the sea of blood. At that moment, the person above me also released his hand. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but there was nothing. I could only plummet rapidly. Then I wake up in horror, sweat covering my back and forehead." Klein held his forehead and gently rapped it as though he was thinking. He then organized his words and said, "Mr. Meyer, nightmares, similar nightmares, and repeated nightmares, these are all psychological problems and have a corresponding source. The same nightmare recurring time and time again is a reminder from your spirituality. It is also a revelation given to you by the divine." Upon seeing Joyce appearing confused, he elaborated, "Do not have any doubt, an ordinary person's spirituality is also capable of giving reminders. I do not know what exactly happened on the Alfalfa, but I can see that it was a tragedy of blood and steel. It has left a deep trauma in you." Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Klein continued, "You must have been very horrified, very fearful on the ship. It is easy for a person to lose their observational skills when overwhelmed by such intense emotions, thus missing signs that they should not have been missed. This does not mean that you have not seen those signs, but you have disregarded them, you understand? Disregarded. In your subconscious, in your spirituality, the details that you have missed are present all the same. If the thing that the detail is pointing toward is important enough, then your spirituality will remind you in the form of a dream. Previously, I had similar case of disregarding a feeling, only to later realize that the diary was with Ray Bieber, but I was more sensitive and had stronger spirituality. I was also more knowledgeable about mysticism and thus could make a deduction more quickly." Klein paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. "Did Mr. Eunice Kim, who you let fall into the sea of blood, requested you of something on the boat, but was ultimately unable to escape his fate?" Joyce fidgeted his body unnaturally. He opened his mouth several times before answering. "Yes, but I do not pity him. Perhaps a few days or a week from now, you will see in the newspapers how cruel and evil he was. He raped and murdered at least 3 ladies and tossed a baby into the raging sea. He also led a bunch of savages who had lost their rationality and brutally massacred the passengers and crew of the boat. He was scheming, strong, and evil. I did not dare, nor could I stop him. I would only have forfeited my life. I am not doubting what you did, Klein said, making clear his stand. Then he explained, but your dream is telling me that you are feeling regret and sorry. You believe that you should not have released your hand back then. Since you believe that killing him was an act of justice, then why are you feeling regret and sorry for it, so much so that you have recurring dreams about you releasing your hand? I don't know either. Joyce shook his head, confused. Klein crossed his hands and placed it under his chin. He attempted to analyze the situation. Incorporating what I just described, it seems you have missed certain details. For instance, anything that Eunice Kim mentioned, his contents of his plea, the way he presented himself, etc. I cannot recall the incident for you, so please think about it carefully. There's nothing. All he could say back then was, "Spare me, I surrender," Joyce muttered in puzzlement. Klein did not know exactly what happened, so he could only guide him based on what he understood from the dream. Perhaps you felt that Eunice Kim was more useful alive, that he could prove something or to explain something. Joyce knitted his brows. It was a while before he said, "Perhaps, I still find the conflict that arose on the alfalfa happened too suddenly and turned intense too quickly. It was as if the passive evil in everyone's heart just erupted uncontrollably. It was too abnormal, very abnormal. Perhaps I wished to interrogate Eunice Kim why he acted as though he was possessed by the devil in the first place." Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration after hearing Joyce's dreamy description. He spoke mysteriously with a tone unique to charlatans. "No, that's not the only reason." "What?" Joyce seemed shocked. Klein crossed his hands and held his chin up. He stared straight into Joyce's eyes and said with a slow, yet forceful tone, "Not only did you find the matter abnormal, but you also saw some things that you disregarded. And putting together these things that you disregarded results in a terrifying conclusion. Your spirituality is telling you that there is someone who should be under the highest suspicion. And that person is the one who had grabbed you but ultimately released his hand in the dream. You do not suspect him subconsciously, and thus you are unable to identify him. He is your partner. He once had control over your fate, or maybe, even saved you before." Joyce leaned back suddenly, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. His forehead slowly became laced with sweat, his eyes filled with confusion. I see it." Joyce suddenly stood up noisily, causing his chair to wobble and nearly fall. "Mr. Triss." He used all the energy in him to utter the name. He was a friendly and bashful little boy with a round face. He was the hero that saved the survivors. Klein did not interrupt Joyce's thoughts. He leaned back slightly and waited. Joyce's expression changed several times, finally returning to normal, a normal that had a little paleness. He revealed a rueful smile. "I understand now. Thank you for interpreting my dream. Perhaps it is time for me to make a trip to the police station." He took out his leather wallet and fished out a 1 soldi note. "I do not think that money can fully represent your worth, and I can only give you the price you asked for. This is for you." Joyce pushed the note toward Klein. "I wouldn't have minded if you gave me £10. 1 soldi, you sure are like your fiancé." Klein kept up his mysterious vibe as a charlatan and said nothing, smiling as he pressed on the note. Joyce took a deep breath, wore his hat, and turned to walk toward the door. As he was unlocking the door, he suddenly turned back and said with sincerity, "Thank you, Master Moretti." "Master." Klein laughed to himself. He watched as Joyce left the divination room and said silently to himself, "Whatever happened on the alfalfa seems extraordinary. If only the captain was here. He would be able to understand everything that happened in Joyce Mayer's dreams." Tuesday at dawn. Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey, who woke up earlier, beckoned her golden retriever Susie over. She said with a serious tone, "Susie, you are also a Beander now. We are the same kind." No, what I mean is that we have to help each other. Guard the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. I have to conduct a ritual." Susie looked at her mistress and shook her tail in exasperation. Chapter 64, Instigator. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced around, seemingly worried. She too was uncertain if the ritualistic magic would result in anything odd. "Let's do this." Her eyes turned calm as she used her state as a bystander to view the imagined process. Soon, she came to a new arrangement. Audrey unlocked the door to her bedroom and said to Susie, "Susie, sit here. If Annie and the rest try to barge their way in, immediately go to the bathroom to inform me." In order to prevent any accidents, Her personal maidservant had the key to unlock her door. Susie looked at her enigmatically and wagged her tail thrice. Very good. I will let you choose anything you want for lunch today. Audrey pumped her fist gently. After exhorting Susie, she entered the bathroom. The square bathtub was 3 to 4 meters on each side. There was clear water rippling gently in it with steam emitting from it. It was quite a dreamy sight. Audrey tidied up a rectangular table with many bottles placed on it. Then, she went back out and moved candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe over. Immediately after that, she closed the bathroom door. With everything done, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and picked up a translucent light blue bottle beside the 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered dreamily under the light. In it was the essence oils she had distilled from a mixture yesterday. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had no lack of research regarding such items. She had many different kinds of pure dew, flower essence, perfume, essential oils, and incense that she brewed herself at home. As such, she had already finished the initial preparations according to the fool's instructions. Moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose, what an odd concoction, Audrey mumbled softly. Oh, one has to cleanse one's body and calm their mind before engaging in ritualistic magic. This is a form of reverence to the divine, to the target. As she went through the entire process in her head, she placed the ritual's essential oil beside her bathtub. She reached out and began disrobing what she wore at home. Pieces of her silk clothing fell into the laundry basket one after another. Audrey coiled up her hair into a bun and tested the water's temperature with her hand. Then, she carefully stepped into the bathtub, allowing her body to slowly sink into the water's warm embrace. Phew, she exhaled comfortably, finding herself warm all over. She felt abnormally relaxed. I don't even want to move a single finger. Audrey forcefully pumped herself out as she grabbed the translucent light blue bottle beside her and dripped a few drops into the water. A waft of fragrance dispersed, filling the silence with a refreshing smell. Audrey breathed in a few times and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It smells really good. How relaxing. How comfortable. I don't want to move at all. All I wish is to lie here in silence. Silence. In silence. Silence. After losing her sense of time, Audrey suddenly heard barking. She opened her eyes in shock, looking to her sides in a daze. She had no idea when Susie had opened the door and entered. She was squatting outside the bathtub, looking at her with an exasperated look. As she rubbed the corners of her eyes, Audrey felt that the water had cooled down quite significantly. I fell asleep. She subconsciously asked herself. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. Haha, the effects of that bottle of ritual essential oil sure is great. Yeah, really great, Audrey chuckled dryly as she explained with a cheerful tone. She stood up, retrieved a towel, and as she wrapped and wiped her body, said to the golden retriever beside her, Susie, continue keeping watch. Do not let Annie and the rest enter. Only when the golden retriever left did she secretly stick out her tongue. She threw her towel aside and wore a clean white robe. After closing the door to the bathroom, Audrey recalled the ritual she had memorized. She picked up 4 candles and placed them on the 4 corners of the table. A loaf of white bread at the top left corner, a bowl of feinepotter noodles at the top right corner. Smells great, but it's a little cold. No, it's not time to think of this. Paella at the bottom left corner and daisy pie at the bottom right. Audrey set up the altar according to the fool's description seriously, shaking her head twice during the process. After she was done with the preparation, she left her 4 candles lit. She picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. After narrating the sacred incantation in Hermes, Audrey raised the knife with beautiful patterns and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. After focusing her mind, she pulled out the silver, sacred blade, cogitating her spirituality to spew out and spread from her blade. Invisible energy spewed out as Audrey held the knife and circled the altar once. When she felt that a spirituality wall was fully erected around her, she expelled all the uncleanliness and distractions outside. Maintaining her spectator state, she prevented her excitement and joy from affecting the ritual. She put down the silver knife and picked up the tiny light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop on each candle. A faint fragrance emanated as Audrey's body, heart, and soul seemed to attain tranquility. She drew a breath as she lowered her head in reverence and began chanting the incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Right after Audrey chanted the incantation and hoped to cogitate the contents of her plea, she felt there was a stir within the spirituality wall. She saw a dark red star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart leapt as she hurriedly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to plead sincerely. When everything was over, she surveyed her surroundings wondrously, but did not find anything odd. Is that all? Audrey knitted her eyebrows slightly as she whispered. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson in his windstorm robe was silently reciting the 3 lines of description he had heard in the afternoon. He seemed to be attempting to find clues of the person's identity through it. He shook his head and stood up in a clearly vexed manner, but ultimately did not do anything. Alger was not at ease inside the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship that was a relic from the Tudor dynasty. Although he was already in control of the ship, he had a gut feeling that there were still many hidden secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he planned on using the ship to test the fool's powers but did not wish to attempt the unknown ritualistic magic on the ship. Alger ruminated for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin and went on deck. He said to the few sailors, "We will be reaching the Rorstad archipelago soon. We will be anchoring there for a day." The sailors immediately cheered as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Grace." As the ghost ship did not need sailors, there were very few sailors on board. There was no need to worry about their supplies, being able to enjoy fresh food and clean water. However, day after day of voyaging at sea and the nearly unending vistas exhausted them both physically and mentally. It felt like they were always repressed and tolerating something until they lost control. As for the Rorstad archipelago, it was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. Their business was booming, and they had all kinds of industries. "I simply can't wait." A crew member gyrated his hips and sniggered a meaningful laugh that all men would understand. On the public carriage toward Zuiderland Street, Klein, who was reading the newspapers leisurely, suddenly jolted. He seemed to hear an ethereal voice calling out to him. Shapeless murmurs resounded in his mind as his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The contents of the calling that could not be heard left as fast as it came. In just 10 seconds, it was gone. Klein pinched his forehead and resisted the throbbing pain deep in his brain. Is this the murmurings of unknown existences that old Neil mentioned? A result of having enhanced spiritual perception? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he suddenly saw 4 black dots appear on the back of his right hand. They were like tiny inconspicuous moles. The 4 black dots that stemmed from the luck enhancement ritual quickly sank, dimmed, and vanished. Klein looked at it in surprise and had an additional guess about what had just happened. Justice or the hanged man has attempted the ritualistic magic I gave them. Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions have precisely pointed towards me through the mysterious space above the gray fog. But I'm far from powerful enough. I can't hear the contents of their requests. I wonder if the information is stored above the gray fog. Yes, I should confirm it by entering tonight. Klein felt a little perturbed and agitated. He quickly raised his newspaper and hid his face, preventing anyone from seeing the changes to his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zuiderland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roseanne, Klein saw Captain Dunsmith walk out. He held a piece of paper with a portrait on it. "Take a look at this internal warrant of arrest. A very cruel and vicious Beander has entered Tingen." Dressed in his black windbreaker, the hatless Dun swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper in passing. Klein received it and the first thing that entered his vision was a portrait sketch. The sketch was of a boy with a round face. He looked amiable with a tiny hint of bashfulness and was fairly young, probably about 18 or 19 years old. Triss, a suspected Beander. The initial estimate is that he's a Sequence 8 instigator and we are not eliminating the possibility that the Theosophy Order is behind it. The culprit behind the massacre of the Alfalfa, according to a witness testimony, he came to Tingen after leaving Enmat Harbor. His current whereabouts are unknown. Triss, Alfalfa, it's actually a crime committed by a Beander. Klein suddenly recalled the dream interpretation from yesterday afternoon and Joyce Meyer's description. He immediately said, "Captain, I know one of the witnesses. He might very well be an important witness." "I know, Joyce Meyer. My help was requested by the machinery hivemind last night. I saw you in Joyce's dream. Many details have led to the confirmation that the Alfalfa tragedy was a result of Triss." Dunn's gray eyes looked unperturbed as he chuckled. "How uninteresting. Captain, thankfully it was my rest day yesterday and not me acting as seer during working hours," Klein lampooned. He barely missed the horror of being caught skiving by his direct superior. He asked instead, which sequence pathway is instigator? What kind of organization is the Theosophy Order? Was instigating others to kill each other the method Triss used to eliminate the side effects of the potion, or was it a requirement needed to advance? Dunn thought for a few seconds and said, coincidentally, it's about time for you to learn the relevant information regarding Beyonders and the mysterious organizations. You shouldn't be ordered by old Neil to keep reading the historical documents all the time. Captain, wasn't the reason for recruiting me to be your history expert? Klein did not dare point out the problem as he nodded seriously. Chapter 65, Beyonder Information. With a document signed by Dunn, Klein went underground and turned into the armory. Dunn is right, it's time you understand the different Beyonders and the various secret organizations. Dressed in a black classic robe, old Neil read the note without finding it surprising. Instead, he supported the captain's decision. He then added immediately with a smile, after all, you will be heading to the underground market with me tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Klein did not conceal his pleasant surprise as he asked to confirm. Old Neil nodded and said with a sigh, I'm a person who can't sleep when in debt. I always wish to settle them as soon as I can. You did not seem to act so previously. You left it to the last moment before using ritualistic magic to resolve the problem, so, I'm not the only one suffering from procrastination. Wait, is there a need to euphemize, afraid to spend away the money to repay a loan? Klein did not expose old Neil and instead urged, Mr. Neil, I'll be troubling you to retrieve the corresponding information from Channy's Gate. There were mostly archaeological and historical documents in the armory. There were documents involving Beyonders and mysterious organizations, but few in number. Furthermore, they were mostly basic knowledge. Old Neil slowly took a sip from his hand-ground coffee and smacked his lips. He then walked out the armory with the signed and stamped document. Klein watched the place on his behalf. About 10 minutes later, old Neil returned with a huge stack of documents. They can only be read in here. They are not to be taken out, he warned as he placed the information on the desk. All right, Klein gave a firm nod. He extended his hands and quickly flipped through the pages and did a general read-through. Very detailed, as expected of the Nighthawks' internal documents, as expected of a church with 4,000 years history or even more. Klein sighed inwardly as he glanced through the documents. Not only did the documents introduce the various secret organizations, it also listed down many of the sequence pathways. It was very complete. Some of them only wrote the potion name of the corresponding sequence while others only described the Beyonder abilities of the corresponding sequence. Some were completely missing and left blank. While holding back his excitement, Klein found the sequence pathway that led from Seer. He ruffled through the pages and soon found a familiar word. Then, his delighted expression quickly froze because there was no corresponding potion name, sequences 7 and 8, after Seer. Thankfully, the abilities of the two following sequences are present. Klein silently exhaled as he calmed his mind and read the description seriously. Sequence 8. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder is good at fighting with artifice and very crafty. Good at fighting with artifice. This is the next advancement of Seer. Why does it feel odd? I'm not a hunter, am I going to become a melee mage? What does crafty mean? My intelligence is enhanced, making me good at fooling the enemy. Klein was stunned. He even suspected that the Nighthawks' information was wrong. There were corresponding case studies appended, but he could not find a reasonable explanation despite reading it repeatedly. He cast his gaze lower as the description of Sequence 7 entered his eyes. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder is good at many spells that can be quickly cast. Fuses one's body's skill and supernatural powers as one. That's more like it. This is what an advancement of a seer should sound like. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing the case studies of Sequence 7, he cast his eyes to the overall description of the pathway. This sequence pathway was first established by the Solomon Empire's Zeratul family. During the conflicts of the Fourth Epoch, the family was not fully destroyed. The family's name was occasionally heard in the history of the Fifth Epoch. It is suspected to be connected to the ancient organization, the Secret Order. Zeratul. Upon seeing this name, Klein's eyes constricted. He had just seen this name appear in the remnant diary pages of Emperor Russell yesterday afternoon. Russell's acting came from a reminder by the mysterious figure known as Zeratul. Because of that mysterious Zeratul, Emperor Russell regretted not choosing Seer. Therefore, I was indirectly influenced, turning me into a Seer. It makes acting return to the embrace of the Seer. It feels like it was all predestined. Klein knitted his brows and felt that things were somewhat different. just from the logical chain, he did not feel that there was anything wrong in any aspect. However, in the domain of mysticism, predestiny often manifested things and involved new problems. In addition, transmigration is quite a baffling matter, it's just confusing, and the guy I've possessed tried to commit suicide because of the lost notebook of the secret order. Klein thought for quite a while and had many guesses, but lacked the information needed to prove them. After repeatedly reading the information, he finally suppressed his ideas and read the other records. He first found the sailor's sequence and discovered that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. For an old opponent that they haven't faced for perhaps more than 2,000 to 3,000 years, the Nighthawks' internal records were rather detailed. Sequence 8. Folk of Rage. Ancient name, Guardian of the Windstorm. The corresponding Beyander can release several strikes that exceed ordinary thresholds when enraged. Their strength and speed are greatly enhanced, facing them is like facing a storm. Sequence 7. Seafarer. Ancient name, Windstorm Priest. The corresponding Beyander is also a scholar of astronomy and geography. They have an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind direction, and clouds. A boat with a seafarer will never get lost at sea. They are even more beloved by the oceans and gain enhancements in every aspect at sea. They are friends of water. They can act freely underwater for more than half an hour. They can cast a limited number of water-related spells. Some are a result of their own capabilities and some are a bestowment from the Lord of Storms, for example. A Sequence 7 seafarer is very powerful. Klein nodded while in deep thought. He suspected that the Hanged Man was a guardian of the windstorm, if not a seafarer. From how he has recently advanced, it was more likely he was the latter. This also indicated in a way that the Hanged Man was either a member of the mandated Punisher or a pirate who had been secretly absorbed by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Impressive. Impressive. Klein flipped back a few pages and found the advancement of Spectator. He discovered that the description was identical to what the Hanged Man had said. Sequence 9 Spectator was like a seer. They lacked direct combat means and could only observe a target to obtain information, gleaning the true thoughts of the target. By doing so, they could provide subtle influences and guidance to cause situations to develop in a way they wish. Sequence 8 Telepathic was the advancement of Spectator. Their observation was not only limited to superficial details, but deeper into one's aura, ether body, or other mysterious domains. The combination of the two allowed a telepathic to precisely understand a person's thoughts as though they could read their minds. In front of them, it was difficult to have any secrets. Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, which was also known as Psyche-Analyst, had further enhancements above the Sequence 8 foundations. They could begin directly influencing a target. For instance, they could treat a target's maniacal problems or alternatively, cause them to turn maniacal and lose their reason. A Beyander that is very difficult to be noticed. After reading the description, Klein made a reasoned judgment. After understanding the relevant information concerning the gathering members, he flipped to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This was because Emperor Russell had chosen their Savon sequence. Sequence 9. Savon. The corresponding Beyander believes that knowledge is power. They have a rough understanding of the supernatural, but are more knowledgeable about aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complicated bolts and gears. They seem to know everything. It is no wonder that the Emperor Russell said that this potion suited him perfectly, allowing for him to press his advantage to the fullest. Klein understood completely as he shifted his eyes down. After several case studies, the corresponding Sequence 8 finally appeared in Klein's vision. Archaeologist. They possess a good deal of knowledge about history and outdoor survival, as well as forbidden knowledge about ruins. They have a strong enough body and ability to face everything. Sequence 7. Appraiser. They can intuitively understand the powers and problems of most extraordinary items, and can use them while keeping danger at its lowest. As Klein's security clearance was insufficient, he only had access to sequence pathways up to 7. It left him a little frustrated, but there was no other way around it. He only wished that Backlund would quickly send over the sealed artifact 2049 to determine if Ray Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. That way, he would have a chance of becoming a formal member and obtain a higher security clearance. Collecting himself, Klein read the material seriously from cover to cover. He knew that the sequences following Corpse Collector were Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. He also knew that there was no information about the Sequence 8 of the Mystery Prior Path. Not only was there no name for the potion, but even the description had been left blank. There was a name for Sequence 7 of that path, Warlock. Sounds impressive. Klein slowly flipped the page and saw apprentice and marauder, which Emperor Russell had lingering thoughts for. Their records only reached sequence 8 and nothing more. Sequence 9, apprentice. Their abilities are rather strange. It can only be confirmed that this is the originating pathway of a mage. They are rarely trapped and very difficult to be stopped. They often are able to escape and pass through obstacles every time. Sequence 8, trickmaster. They wield all kinds of strange but impotent spells. Sequence 9, marauder. Difficult to separate these beyonders from ordinary bandits or thieves. Perhaps the means available to them are more impressive, but their goal of stealing riches is not for enjoyment or survival. It's more like answering a calling. Sequence 8, sequencers. We have also discovered traces of beyonders in fraud investigations. They gain enjoyment from swindling. Gain enjoyment from swindling, this is, acting, in a different form, isn't it? If I had the choice, I might have chosen apprentice, Klein silently said to himself. Suddenly, he discovered the corresponding sequence potion of the culprit of the Alfalfa tragedy, Triss, Instigator. Chapter 66, Demoness Sect. Sequence 8, Instigator. They are adept at triggering the evil desires deep in people's hearts, causing contradictions and inciting conflict, thus resulting in bloody massacres. The description isn't detailed enough. From the looks of it, the Nighthawks do not understand the capabilities of this potion well enough, but it does match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Klein cast his gaze up and read the corresponding sequence 9 for Instigator. Sequence 9, assassin. Can transform their bodies in a short period of time and become light as a feather. They can also utilize vision equal to that of an eagle. Every assassin is adept at hiding in the shadows. They have dexterous steps and have the ability to release all their strength in one blow. After reading the description, Klein was left completely confused. Assassin, the advancement from assassin is instigator. This advancement is just as odd as how a seer advances to a class that is good at fighting with artifice. Some sequence pathways advance in a very ordinary fashion, such as spectator. Yet, there are sequence pathways that seem to violate intuition and logic. Well, that might not be completely true. Perhaps I just haven't discovered some of the hidden common points. For instance, assassins and instigators can both bring catastrophe to others. But I can't figure out the advancement of seer. Hey, could it be of the Gandalf one lineage? After adding some supportive magic, the other attribute points are dumped into strength and techniques. As Klein lampooned in a speechless manner, he silently shook his head. He flipped to the section about the secret organization, the Theosophy Order that involved instigators. Theosophy Order, a secret organization that appeared in the 5th epic, which is the early era of the current epic. They believe that the mind is fundamental to a person, while the physical flesh is a cage that restrains the mind. The reason why humans do evil is a result of the physical body's influence. One has to use their spirituality to obtain knowledge, allowing the mind to gradually extricate from the body. Then, through the trials of the stars, they will eventually be separated from the material world, returning to the purest and truest self, obtaining eternal redemption. Therefore, many extremist members of the Theosophy Order will make destroying the bodies of others their goal, which has led to many bloody massacres. It is obvious that they possess two sequence pathways. The first is the more common apprentice and trickmaster potions among their members. The other sequence comprised of assassin and instigator rarely appear. There is currently no evidence that indicates that the Theosophy Order possesses sequence 7 or higher potions. It is unknown how the Theosophy Order established itself. Their possible origins can only be analyzed using the two sequence pathways. Firstly, the apprentice and trickmaster sequences easily remind people of the Abraham family of the Trickmaster dynasty in the 4th epic. The Tamara family, tied to the Abraham family through marriage for extended periods of time, cannot be eliminated as well. Secondly, assassin and instigator point towards the Demoness sect. The Abraham, Tamara, Antigonus and Zeratul families, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, the Tudor dynasty's Blood Emperor, the Truncest Empire, and the Jacob and Ammon families that the Hanged Man had mentioned. There are really lots of secrets buried in the history of the 4th epic. There might be a lot of facts too. Klein was astounded from what he read. He had a deep appreciation for how the history of the 4th epic was clouded in fog. The outline he could see through the fog left him shuddering involuntarily. It was as though he could imagine a thriving era of Beyonders, an epic with blood and strangeness in a concerted dance or horror and distortion in a symphony. Klein drew in a silent gasp and flipped through the book, but did not discover any corresponding descriptions of the Demoness sect. he looked up and saw old Neil wrestling with some filter paper with his hand-ground coffee. He asked sincerely, "Mr. Neil, what organization is the Demoness sect? I can't find any introduction about them in the documents." Old Neil was in no hurry to respond. After wrestling with his coffee, he chuckled and said, "Your security clearance isn't high enough. Even with Dunn's permission, you would not be able to read the relevant information. It can also be said that a lot of the information is only available in the Holy Cathedral and isn't stored behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. Perhaps wait till the day you become a captain of the Nighthawks. You would be sent to the Holy Cathedral for training and would then be able to access them. I do not understand much about the Demoness sect. All I know is that they worship the primordial Demoness. They believe that this secret existence is the true inheritor of the Creator. She was born out of the chaos and was the earliest to be born from the Creator's body. She is also the ultimate ender that ends everything. Their sequence pathways are related to this because to obtain the favor of the primordial Demoness and to approach this secret existence, the upper echelons are all female. This is also why they are called the Demoness sect. Anything else is not something a formal member like me will know. I've heard that the Demonesses make it their mission to spread catastrophes. Spread catastrophes, this does match the hidden commonality of assassin and instigator, but this Mr. Triss's future seems bleak. The subsequent potions seem to be more suited for females. Kleins nodded slightly before he continued reading the information. After he finished reading, he realized that the secret organizations were a lot more than he imagined. But on second thought, he found it very ordinary. After all, this world had so many years of history underlying it. There was once an era when Beyonder powers were extremely active. According to the provided information, Klein categorized the secret organizations into three based on era. First were the ancient organizations born in the Fourth Epoch. They included but were not limited to the Moses Ascetic Order, Secret Order, and the Blood Sanctify sect, which were followers of the devil. However, the information only mentioned the Demoness sect. The second was the secret organizations early in the Fifth Epoch, the present epoch. For instance, the Theosophy Order or the death-worshipping Numinous Episcopate. There is also the Life School of Thought, which employs a master-disciple heritage, and the Rose School of Thought, known among Beyonders for its bloody sacrifices. The third category were new organizations that appeared in the recent century or two. They include the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychology Alchemists, which Klein learned about much earlier. Apart from them, there were other organizations that did not do anything major. Benson and Melissa must have never imagined that the world is so dangerous. It's not only limited to wars. Klein shook his head with a wry smile. He stacked the classified documents neatly before pushing it to old Neil. Meanwhile, he added silently in his heart, "Please don't let my tarot club be on the list." Old Neil never suspected that a leader of a secret organization was sitting opposite to him. He chuckled and took the documents and headed to Chinese Gate. Klein sat there and wondered if he should divine the location of instigator Triss. But he abandoned the thought after less than 20 seconds. After all, he only had a vague idea of Triss's appearance and did not know if the name was genuine. If he could figure out his location with that, he would not be a seer, but a prophet. By the time old Neil returned, Klein had straightened his thought processes and continued his revision of mysticism studies to grasp even more forms of ritualistic magic. He spent the day studying and revising. He did not participate in the joint operation needed for capturing instigator Triss. He did hear that the delivery of sealed artifact 2049 from Backland had been delayed due to some reason or another. The actual time of arrival was still pending. As he had earned nearly 2 solely from yesterday's divination, Klein spent 10 pence to buy a 2-liter barrel of Enmat beer for Benson on the way home. He also bought some lemon cakes fresh out of the oven for Melissa. "Klein, I know you care for us deeply, but there's no need. There's no need to keep spending money on such matters," said Benson after he saw the tiny barrel of beer and deliberating over his words. Melissa stood beside him and nodded slightly. "This is probably how our consumerist habits differ," Klein sighed in amusement. "Benson, Melissa, don't worry. This was bought with my additional reimbursement. Yeah, I earn an additional 2 to 4 solely every week. I can't tell them that these are the earnings I got from doing divinations for others, right?" he added inwardly. "That job of yours is much better than I imagined." Benson was taken aback as he made an objective assessment. "That's right. I even learned divination from it." Klein mused silently before turning toward the kitchen. Under the combined efforts of the trio of siblings, a sumptuous dinner was ready for eating. After having their fill, Klein, Benson, and Melissa lay slumped in the living hall. It took them quite a while before they got up to clean up, chat, and study. When Benson and Melissa fall asleep, I'll head above the gray fog to see the effects of the ritual. As Klein revised his history textbooks, he shot a glance at his siblings. Westboro. Iron Cross Street, Lower Street. A 3-storied apartment was immersed in darkness. There were no street lamps or any additional light. Suddenly, a figure leapt out of a window from the 3rd floor. It landed gently on the ground like a feather without causing so much as a stir. His body crouched and suddenly vanished as though he had blended into the shadows. All that could be seen was the outline of his body. As he traveled quickly, the figure arrived at the harbor. He headed for a corner devoid of anything except for a pile of goods. He seriously observed for a moment, circling the area twice before leaving the darkness and entering the corner. One could see his round and amiable face. He was instigator Triss, who had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the alfalfa. How does it feel? A mysterious figure wearing a black hooded robe walked out of the shadows. The hoarse voice obviously belonged to a woman. Triss revealed a friendly and satisfied smile. Feels great. It was a scene I dreamed and yearned for. I think I have appropriately completed the mission and have taken the necessary preparations for the advancement. The black-robed woman nodded indiscernibly and said, "Very well. According to the promise, I'll hand you the Sequence 7 formula and the 3 main ingredients. You will have to gather the rest by yourself." "No problem," Triss answered, seemingly prepared. The mysterious woman raised her hand and handed a book-like object to Triss. The book had an ancient and mottled bronze exterior cover with a strange star-shaped lock on its side. Triss knew that inside the book was the formula and ingredients. He instantly became thrilled. He tried hard to compose himself as he looked curiously at the potion's name on the bronze outer cover. "Witch," Triss exclaimed. He found it unbelievable that the word written in ancient Hermes was witch. Witch. All advanced to become a witch. What a joke. The mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a chortle. It took her quite some time before she answered, "Weren't you always curious? Curious about why our upper echelons are all female?" That is the answer. Chapter 67. Response. The crimson moon high in the sky hung silently in the darkness. It illuminated Tingen City, the city of universities. As it gradually fell silent, Klein stood in front of his desk and looked through his oriel windows to see the empty Daffodil Street. He heard the sound of carriages quickly galloping far away without causing a din. He picked up his vine leaf-patterned silver pocket watch and snapped it open. He took a glance at it and drew the curtains, making the yellowish lights of the gas lamp reflect back into the bedroom. Klein turned around at an adequate speed, locked his room, and switched off the gas valve. The room was immediately covered in darkness. Only a sliver of red moonlight penetrated the curtains. It gave rise to an atmosphere perfect for many late-night folk tales. Klein took out the silver knife he had applied for. He imagined the spherical light and entered a half-cogitation state. He focused his mind according to his previous practice, allowing his spirituality to spew out from the tip of his blade. Then, he allowed their motion to miraculously fuse with his surroundings, sealing off the room. He was doing it to prevent any abnormal stirrings that could wake Benson and Melissa. Following that, Klein put down the knife and walked 4 steps in a counterclockwise manner. Every step was accompanied by the incantation from Earth. The unchanging roars and murmurs inundated him. With the same mania and pain inflicted on him, he did his best to control himself and withstood the most grueling and dangerous stage in his half-conscious state. The grayish-white fog was endless. The dark red stars were at varying distances from him. The towering divine palace stood erect like a dead giant. Nothing seemed to have changed. The silence and antiquity that had accumulated over thousands of years swarmed him. "No, there is a change," Klein silently muttered to himself. His gaze locked onto a dark red star near him. That was the star symbolizing justice. The star's deep redness began to pulse. It did so with average amplitude, but did not stop. Klein carefully spread out his spirituality towards the deep redness. The moment the two made contact, he felt a hum in his head. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard the illusory but stacked voice of prayers. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for you to give me a good dream." The female voice resounded constantly in an intermittent fashion. Klein's psyche turned more irritable and chaotic. It was akin to listening to someone upstairs pounding on the floor when he had just fallen asleep. He repressed his emotions and used cogitation to calm the urge. He carefully discerned the blurry scene that appeared before him. It was a girl dressed in white robes. She had a head of beautiful golden hair. She was standing before 4 flickering flames, her head lowered as she kept chanting. From the distorted image, Klein barely recognized her to be Miss Justice. At this point, he confirmed that the ritual incantation he had created could precisely point towards the gray fog, towards him. This gave him a huge sense of achievement, going from nothing to having something. I won't praise myself for being awesome. Klein's mood turned for the better. He felt that the pleading voice that echoed in his ears like a buzzing fly was now acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to create a response in his mind, transferring it through the intricate connection to the dark red star. I'm aware. The gray layer emanated before him. A distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. The spot where his eyes ought to be swirled with deep redness as his voice resounded repeatedly in the vast and empty world. Audrey Hall was jolted awake suddenly. She sat up with her blanket wrapped around her as her mind was fully occupied with the scenes she saw in her dream. She knew very well that she had dreamed of the Fool, the mysterious being that lived above the fog. Is this a response to my morning prayers? Audrey, who quickly entered her spectator state, calmed down and analyzed. Although she did not understand why the Fool did not respond on the spot and only did so at night, she was still shocked that the ritualistic magic was effective with the few lines of incantation. In the past, she had prayed to the Evernight goddess, but had never received any response. Even if Mr. Fool was not a god, he is likely not far from being one. Audrey slowly inhaled before slowly exhaling. Since he was a powerful existence that she had no means of resisting, she quickly threw aside her worries. She began considering what to do next. First, I have to completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is still pretty good. Second, I have to seek out the psychology alchemists. Third, I should try to obtain the telepathist potion formula from Mr. Fool or clues regarding the psychology alchemists elsewhere. However, every godlike existence should have a complete sequence pathway that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other sequence pathways. A new Beander organization like the psychology alchemists might not be able to garner Mr. Fool's attention. With the connection severed, Klein sat at the bronze table's seat of honor in a rather good mood. He was completely covered in gray fog. He leaned back and clenched his fist to cover his mouth. He recalled and analyzed the process. At that moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Apart from that, there was absolute silence. It seems I can only pass information over and am unable to use the powers in here. From the looks of it, my idea of manipulation would not work. Klein kept prodding his mouth as he silently made a conclusion. He had originally planned on attempting to bind his body with the world of the gray fog in the same manner if the incantation and ritual proved effective. As such, he could then leverage all the power of this mysterious space. If that happened, he could pray to himself, and through such a manipulative manner, he could go around the limitations, the mysteries, and the danger, allowing him to fully use the gray fog world. For example, he could first conduct a ritual and pray to himself for spells. Following that, he could come above the gray fog and answer his own request and bestow it. From the looks of it, I was being too idealistic. My understanding and control of the gray fog world has not reached that level. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and planned on leaving. At that moment, he saw the dark red star that represented the hanged man begin to pulse. He heard an ethereal and formless voice spread out. I coincidentally chanced upon the hanged man's ritual. Klein nodded in thought. He sat at the seat of honor of the long bronze table and extended his hand to tap on the star. His spirituality spread as it touched the pulsing deep redness. He heard the hanged man's heavy and repeated prayers along with a blurry scene. The hanged man was draped in a pure black robe in the scene. He stood in front of 4 plumes of fire. The surrounding spirituality had formed a wall, isolating him from any external influence. Klein did not immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen silently. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. After the hanged man finished his prayer, he waited for a while. Seeing that there was no response, he began dismantling the spirituality wall, extinguished the candles, and tidied up the altar. Finally, he swiped his extended hand as aqueous light spread out, making the altar table look brand new. Water-based spell, the bestowment of the storm. The hanged man is indeed at least a seafarer. Klein nodded slightly. Before the scene vanished, he responded via the method he imagined, transmitting it through the blob of dark redness. Alger Wilson was situated in the Rorstad Archipelago's city of generosity. He had not gone with the sailors to the famous Red Cabaret. Instead, He stayed inside the hotel and sealed the door and windows shut to attempt the ritual the fool had described. After familiarly finishing the prayer, Alger waited patiently for a moment, but did not receive any response. It seems this attempt isn't too successful, Mr. Fool needs to change methods. He was both overjoyed, but also a little disappointed. After everything was done, Alger planned on going downstairs for a bottle of Langsky proof, alcohol that could aid a folk of rage to unleash his powers. Mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms were rather fond of this sort of beverage. Pulling open the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw a gray fog billow in the corridor and a hazy human figure sitting in the deepest depths of the fog, as if on a high throne. "I'm aware." The familiar deep voice reverberated around Alger's ears, causing him to freeze where he stood as his head slightly throbbed in pain. Alger's eyes suddenly turned dark. He looked around but realized that nothing had changed. There was still the same squeaky floorboard, the same aged wall candle stands, and the same unclean corridor. "I'm aware," the voice was still resounding by Alger's ears. His expression sank as he hit his chest lightly with his fist but did not say any words of respect to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression was restored to normal, but his gaze seemed deeper. Klein did not spend too much time above the gray fog. When all the remnant voices returned to normal, he enveloped himself in his spirituality and plunged into the gray fog, plummeting into the material world. The lights before him flew by rapidly, like the scenes of a movie played back at a speed tens of times faster than normal. After Klein felt faint, he saw curtains that let crimson moonlight through along with the blurry outlines of the desk and bookshelf. He picked up the silver knife again and removed the spirituality wall in the room. Then, a sudden gust of wind opened the door and went through the corridor. He was completely relieved when he saw that there were no stirrings from Benson's or Melissa's room. This luck enhancement ritual is really indispensable for traveling. It's concealed and mystical. Klein silently murmured and closed the door again, walking towards his bed. His mission tomorrow was to head to the underground markets for Beander items with Old Neil. Chapter 68, Monster. At dusk, the setting sun cast long shadows of the carriages and horses. Having informed Benson and Melissa that he was having dinner at the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein headed to the harbor with Old Neil on a public carriage. He was dressed in cheap formal attire, afraid that conflict might break out in such a complicated location. If he damaged his tuxedo, which he took painstaking care of, he would probably cry his heart out. When the sunlight appeared to turn fiery, the carriage stopped. Old Neil, in his usual classic black robe and felt black hat with a rounded edge, ignored the gazes of others and walked diagonally to the Evil Dragon bar in ahead of them. Even though the bar was slightly far away and the heavy doors were tightly shut, Klein still heard wave after wave of rapturous shouts. They appeared to be cheering on a hero. When he came close, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head towards the warehouse opposite to the bar. He saw a stocky man dressed in a uniform standing at a hidden corner on the rooftop. The man carried a huge grayish-white mechanical box and held a thick rifle in his hand. The grayish-white mechanical box was obviously connected to the same colored rifle via piping. Steam-pressured rifle, Klein muttered in shock. He looked at Old Neil and said, "This bar can actually obtain such weapons." That was a military-controlled item. Although it used extracted phlogiston 1, the size and weight of the steam backpack were still shocking, something only a true warrior of blood and iron could withstand. The rifle had an extremely high muzzle velocity and shocking destructive power too. Matched with a suitable scope, it was nearly equivalent to an inferior sniper rifle. What? Old Neil squinted his eyes as he looked over, having a confused look too. Did something happen here? Something happened. Klein surveyed his surroundings and discovered a few more men holding repeating rifles who were searching for something. What happened? Old Neil approached the bar and asked the brawny man guarding its door outside. The brawny man obviously knew Old Neil and smiled wryly. The bar was nearly destroyed earlier. Apparently a wanted man was here trying to buy materials and was recognized. And this was what resulted from it. Oh Lord, what did he do, and how dangerous was he to receive such treatment? My legs went limp seeing all those firearms, limper than after spending an entire night with Ginger Sonny. He did not know the identity of the wanted man, much less know that the people who came to buy materials had Beyonders mixed in. Wanted man, do you know his name? Old Neil asked in interest. I think it was Triss or something. The brawny man answered uncertainly. Instigator Triss. Klein nodded in enlightenment, having understood what was happening. Triss did not know that Joyce Meyer had cast his suspicion on him, therefore, he had sauntered right into the market to purchase materials without heed. He was likely recognized by an informant of either the machinery hivemind or the Nighthawks, resulting in an intense clash. Was he caught? Klein tapped his silver-inlaid black cane. Based on the surrounding situation, likely not. The brawny man shook his head slightly and gestured with his chin to the rooftop of the warehouse opposite him. He rushed out before those terrifying guys arrived. Bloody hell, I've never seen a man run faster than he did. You haven't seen the true skills of an assassin, or you might be taken away to some indescribable place for further re-education, Klein thought. Is the market still open? Old Neil changed subjects and asked. It just restored operations, replied the brawny man affirmatively. That's great. Old Neil quickened his pace and extended his right hand, pushing open the heavy door. Klein followed closely in tow and walked in. He nearly fainted at the stuffiness and smell of alcohol that inundated him. In the middle of Evil Dragon Bar was a boxing ring. Two half-naked men were in an intense brawl, and surrounding them were dozens of customers shouting and cheering on the side they supported with no lack of vulgarities. Old Neil ignored them and led Klein around the boxing ring and walked into a billiard room at the back. In the billiard room, there were two people holding cue sticks, having a casual conversation. When they saw Old Neil enter, they instantly fell silent for a few seconds. After confirming the visitor's identity, they moved aside and let Old Neil and Klein pass through the secret door behind them. After passing through a few rooms, the sight before Klein's eyes opened up. He saw a place that was about the size of a lecture hall from his previous life. Some vendors had set up roadside stalls with bottles and cans all over. Passers-by strolled through them, either scrutinizing their goods, chatting, or comparing prices. They have to give 5% of their profits to Swain. Ah, he is the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, former captain of a mandated Punisher squad and older than I am. He's someone who wishes to drink himself to his death, Old Neil explained in a garrulous manner. Klein thought and gave an honest evaluation. A rather profitable business. After all, his only expense was providing the venue and protection. If any item catches your fancy but you lack the money, you can borrow from Swain. But of course, he charges a very high interest. Old Neil trailed off as he gnashed his teeth. As expected, it's like running a casino. They would provide usuries. Klein held his walking stick and looked around as he asked curiously, Mr. Swain is a seafarer. The captain of a mandated Punisher squad was likely a Sequence 7. No, he is only a folk of rage. Tingen is not a coastal city, so the Church of the Goddess is much more powerful than Lord of Storms here. Old Neil scoffed. Actually, Swain had the chance of becoming a seafarer, but was afraid that he would lose control, so he chose to give up. Just as Klein was about to ask if the boss of the bar had any experience of nearly losing control, he suddenly felt a strange phenomenon happen on his left. There appeared to be something hidden there. Muttering and recounting, Klein turned his head and saw a pale young man. He was wearing an old linen shirt and blue jeans that the working class normally wore. His eyes looked demoralized with a hint of craziness, and he was constantly mumbling. His spiritual perception is very high, or perhaps, distorted. Klein creased his eyebrows and muttered. It was the young man's spiritual perception that triggered his own spiritual perception. Generally speaking, spiritual perception sensing something causes some interaction. It was nearly impossible to conceal it from others, but others referred to spirit mediums who had cast their abilities, as well as powerful figures with similar special traits. A Beander like Klein would actually find it hard to detect, only detecting if one's spiritual perception reached a certain heightened level, or an abnormal distortion happened. They made eye contact and the pale young man with messy black hair walked towards him with an expression looking as though he was half sleepwalking and half insane. He stopped before Klein and stared at him. Suddenly, he guffawed. Ha ha, it's the smell of death, ah. Before he was done talking, he suddenly screamed tragically. His eyes shut tightly as liquid with the color of blood flowed out. Ah, darn it. The young man covered his eyes and hugged his head. He struggled on the ground and only calmed down after a while. He then lay there panting. During the entire process, not a single customer or stall vendor looked over. Klein pressed down his half-top hat and looked at Old Neil. Klein's mouth was hanging open in shock, using his actions to demonstrate his shock and to request for advice. Don't mind him, he's a Demonesses, an orphan, nicknamed Monster. He was born with high spiritual perception, and he has always been able to see things that he shouldn't, hear voices that he shouldn't. Hence, he is always raving and often getting hurt. Old Neil shook his head as he explained. He could tell that my body was once dead. Klein knitted his eyebrows and lowered his voice as he asked in doubt, haven't the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind ever thought of taking him in? No, we do not have the sequence potion that suits him, said old Neil with a sigh. Right, he was born with the starting point of half a sequence, Klein asked again curiously. What sequence pathway suits him? The sequence 9 that suits him is called Monster. His nickname came from there. It's a pity that only the life school of thought has control over the sequence pathway's beginning, old Neil replied softly. He tried to keep the conversation between him and Klein from the people around them to avoid leaking information to mysticism aficionados. Life school of thought. Klein recalled the information he had previously read. The secret organization appeared in the beginning of the current epoch. Its actual origins were unknown, but it was mainly passed down via master and disciple. Their theories and beliefs were hardly known. Klein only knew that they separated the world into 3 layers, the definite rational world, also known as the absolute truth world, the spirits world, and the material world. Rumor had it that the secret organization had once produced a soothsayer. Wasn't that a sequence pathway that corresponded to seer? Confusing, really confusing. Klein shook his head and saw a Demonesses struggle to get up and then wander off to another corner. He reorganized his thoughts and followed behind old Neil. They walked past one stall after another. There were plants like moonflower, fingered citron, night vanilla, and mineral resources like silver, topaz, ruby and so on. It's really very well equipped, Klein muttered softly. The mysticism aficionados of all ages and genders around him would be stopping, distinguishing, or talking at times. It gave the area a bustling vibe. Walk around on your own. I am going to settle my bill. Old Neil pointed at one of the 2 rooms at the end. All right, Klein nodded without thought. He strolled with his black cane and came before a stall which sold self-made amulets. He took a careful look at it for a while. Just when Klein prepared to speak with the seller, he suddenly heard someone asking the stall behind him, "Is this powder ground from cow teeth peonal?" Cow teeth peonal, isn't that one of the supplementary ingredients of the spectator potion? Klein thought, then turned around to look at the inquirer. Justice had repeated the formula for the potion several times, so Klein had been left with a remarkably clear impression of the ingredients. Chapter 69, Protection Amulet. Klein looked over and saw the person inquiring about the cow teeth peonal. The man was less than a meter away from him. He was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat of the same color. He had a cane adorned with silver in his hand and a pair of gold-framed spectacles on his face. He had a refined bearing. Yes, do you need it? This can here costs 3 soli. The owner of the stall was wearing a long black robe, one filled mysticism traits. The inquirer, whose sideburns were pale yellow, thought for a moment before saying, "Can it be cheaper? I still need to buy other ingredients too. For example, this bottle of white-edged sunflower petals." The stall owner considered for a few seconds before grudgingly replying, 2 soli and 6 pence. I don't think you can find a price cheaper than that. Klein immediately felt that he was overthinking things after seeing how the bespectacled man was buying ingredients other than the cow teeth peonal. However, he still tapped his glabella twice as an act of caution. He swept the man with his spirit vision. No problems. He looks very healthy. His emotions are all right too. Mister, you need to keep this up. Klein retracted his gaze, turned around, and looked at the stall selling homemade amulets once again. The amulets were placed neatly before him. Some of them were made of pure silver, some with steel, others forged from gold. But only a few of the amulets had a weak aura emanating from them, some crimson, some pale white, some golden. This meant that some of them had weak traces of spirituality and were definitely effective to a certain extent. Klein looked at the amulets carefully and confirmed that the stall owner making the amulets had some foundation in mysticism. The stall owner did not make any mistakes matching the different energy sources to the different incantations. He was also extremely accurate at choosing the materials that corresponded to the different energy sources. Of course, a mere mysticism aficionado would definitely make some mistakes. Klein noticed that the stall owner did not fully understand the incantations. One could not create an incantation simply by translating the content of the prayer into Hermes. The incantations had to follow a certain format that followed unique rules. The other problem was that the stall owner had made mistakes of varying degrees when he was choosing a suitable symbol for the energy sources. That explained why there were only 2 or 3 amulets releasing the faint light out of the dozens that were laid before him. As for how much of an effect the 2 to 3 amulets would have, Klein could only say that it was better than nothing. An amulet that was truly equipped with obvious effects needed the craftsman to release his spirituality from a blade while carving the incantations and symbols. If one wanted even better results, they would have to supplement it with ritualistic magic, and these two things were not something an ordinary person could achieve. Klein tapped his glabella twice, then pointed at the upper left corner of the stall with his black cane. How much for these two? He did not ask about the amulets that had a rudimentary colored aura, but half-completed items. Other than external shape, they had not been carved with incantations or symbols. To Klein, there was no reason to purchase the amulets that had weak effects. What he wanted to do was to transform the half-completed amulets into true amulets. I'll make amulets that can protect a person from danger, one each for Benson and Melissa. As for my own, I can ask the Nighthawks to supply me with the ingredients. Man, I must have been influenced by old Neil. I don't feel any guilt when doing something like that. Klein's mind wandered as he watched the stall owner pick up the half-completed silver amulets. The first silver amulet was elongated and had a cavity in the middle. Around it were patterns of angel-like feathers. The craftsmanship was intricate and was very beautiful. The other was simple, almost completely devoid of any additional decorations or carvings. It had a vertical line representing the night, and a circle representing the crimson moon. Klein, who paid much attention to appearances, took a liking to them immediately. This is 6 solely, the middle-aged stall owner said, pointing to the intricate amulet. He was a man of few words. After pausing for a while, he rubbed the simpler piece and said, "This is 5 solely 3 pence. That's too expensive. They are still far from being an amulet." Klein had slowly been influenced by Benson and Melissa, so he had begun cultivating the habit of haggling. After a battle of words, he bought the 2 silver accessories at 5 solely 6 pence and 4 solely 9 pence respectively. Yeah, they can only be considered silver accessories for the time being. Klein had that in mind. The 10 solely 3 pence was deducted from the reimbursement he received for his divination club membership. Klein received the 2 silver accessories and placed them into his pocket. He was about to head to another stall when he heard a gentle voice. "Sir, why are you not buying a completed amulet?" Klein turned his head over and found a teenage girl asking him the question. She was about 15 years of age and wore a lacy yellow dress while holding onto a veiled hat with a ribbon. "It's because I intend to make my own amulets. As you know, that is the wish of every aficionado of mysticism." Klein minced his words and answered. He did not wish to make the stall owner think that he was trying to snatch his business, even though he had considered using his skill to earn a quick buck. The teenage girl had naturally curly brown hair, and her face was adorable due to her baby fat. She looked at Klein with her light blue eyes and asked sincerely, "Can I seek your advice on choosing an amulet?" "Well, I was introduced here by a friend. I've been here several times and have a deep interest in mysticism. But I still do not know too much about it, and she, my friend, is going to turn 16 soon. I wish to select an amulet as a gift to her. I didn't bring her along as I want it to be a surprise. I had previously sought her advice, but I cannot remember a lot of the critical points." Klein gave a gentlemanly smile. "What kind of protection amulets are you looking for? Something to avert disasters? Something to avoid illnesses? Something that gives fortune?" Different requirements would require different energy sources, which means that they must point to different gods. Different gods would have different corresponding constellations, and the different constellations would mean that different materials have to be used. For example, the incantation for averting disasters would belong to the Empress of Disaster and Horror, who is the Evernight goddess. As mysticism aficionados, we all know that the symbol of the Evernight goddess is the moon. The corresponding metal would thus be pure silver. Therefore, if we hope to avert disasters, it is best that we choose an amulet that is made of pure silver and has the corresponding incantations. We would also have to make sure that the incantations are of the correct language and format. The corresponding symbol of the Empress of Disaster and Horror means the path number, the spell's characteristic, and the relative positions of the symbols, etc., must also be correct, but this is too complicated, and there's no need for me to explain this for you, Klein added inwardly. The girl's eyes sparkled. She asked with a little doubt, "Can a follower of the goddess wear an amulet belonging to another god?" "No problem. The gods do not mind such small matters," Klein consoled her. It was not a problem for the person wearing the amulet, but the person creating the amulet had to be careful. If a believer of the Lord of Storms were to craft an amulet of the eternal blazing sun, they would most likely receive something malicious. Of course, these referred to amulets requiring the aid of ritualistic magic. The craftsman need not pay much attention to this otherwise. The teenage girl heaved a sigh of relief. I hope to get her an amulet for good health. Which deity should I choose from? The eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or the god of knowledge and wisdom? There should be no problem with the eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth. The former is represented by the sun while the latter is represented by the brown star. Klein smiled as he said, the material of the sun is gold, while the metal that symbolizes the brown star is lead. I would suggest the sun, but I do not know if you brought enough money along with you. The reason for his suggestion was because he had noticed that among the 3 amulets with a rudimentary spiritual glow, one of them was a health amulet that came under the domain of the sun. Isn't this? Before the teenage girl finished her sentence, she stopped and warily looked at the stall owner who was waiting silently. She thought for a moment before asking, after I decide on the material, how should I distinguish the incantation and corresponding symbols? Do you know Hermes? Klein asked instead. I just started learning it, the teenage girl replied, a little embarrassed. Then let me choose it for you. Klein pointed at the health amulet made of gold and said, this one has no problems, be it in the incantations or the representing symbol. The teenage girl lifted the edges of her dress and squatted in front of the amulet. She picked up the health amulet with designs of the sun's rays around its edges. She felt as though the amulet was nourishing her, making her feel completely relaxed. Thank you, thank you. She stood up and curtsied in gratitude. Klein laughed and said, I'll leave the rest to you and the stall owner. I have other things to tend to. He looked at the stall owner as he spoke and noticed that the man had a weird look in his eyes, as if deciding if he had to give a cut of the profit to Klein. With a smile, Klein did not bother with the matter anymore. He continued touring the underground market, but he didn't notice any true extraordinary materials. At this point, old Neil had already paid off his debt. He was holding a dark-colored wooden box in his hands. He pointed to the other room behind and said after he noticed Klein's look of doubt, go there if you wish to buy or sell extraordinary materials. After all, no one wishes to let others know what extraordinary items they are purchasing. I understand. Klein nodded as though in thought. There was no need for him to go there for the time being. He headed toward the exit of the underground market together with old Neil. How much for these elf flowers? A query suddenly entered Klein's ears. Elf flowers, that's also an ingredient for the spectator potion, Klein thought as he glanced sideways. He once again saw the refined bespectacled man. What's the matter? Old Neil asked curiously. Nothing much. Klein retracted his gaze. Although he was a quasi-member of the Nighthawks, he did not feel that all Beyonders had to be absorbed by the churches or locked up. He believed that it had to depend on the situation. Spectators definitely posed little danger to society or the kingdom, and the chances of losing control as a Sequence 9 were very slim. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Klein and old Neil took a public carriage and left the harbor. They then split ways at the North Borough and headed back to their respective homes. The public transport steered into Daffodil Street and stopped by the side of the road. Klein was about to get off the carriage when he suddenly saw a young lady wearing a grayish-white dress about to board the carriage. This lady had smooth black hair, her face a little round. She had thin eyes and unassuming features. But paired together, she gave off the feeling that she was sweet and gentle. Klein noticed her not because of her beauty, but because he discovered that her body was shuddering slightly. It was an unnatural shudder. Miss, are you all right? Klein asked in concern. The young lady shook her head abruptly. No, I am just too tired. The people behind Klein were urging for him to get off, so Klein could only leave the carriage. When he found his footing, he paid attention to the situation from before again. He pinched his glabella twice, planning to determine if the lady was indeed all right. He had the intention of sending her to the hospital if she had a serious illness that was going to act up soon. Activating his spirit vision, the colors of the auras started to surface. Klein turned around and prepared to look at the sweet and gentle young lady. Chapter 70, 249's Arrival. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The horses widened their paces as the wheels began rolling in tow. Despite activating his spirit vision and turning around, hoping to observe the refined and sweet lady, Klein did not have his wishes fulfilled. All his eyes reflected were brown figures moving past him. Meanwhile, the passengers from the stop had already boarded the carriage. The carriage door was closed tightly as it gradually departed. Within the carriage, 20 to 30 people stood closely to each other, their energy fields overlapping and shielding each other. Hence, it was an explosion of colors in Klein's vision, making it difficult for him to differentiate. He shook his head quietly and raised his finger to tap his glabella to deactivate his spirit vision. To him, it was simply help he could provide if he happened to chance upon it. However, if he were to miss it, and the situation was not especially clear, there was no point taking it to heart and delaying his own matters. While bathing in the crimson moonlight, Klein strolled back home on the still bustling Daffodil Street. He returned to see Melissa sitting beside the dining table. She was busy doing her homework under a bright gas lamp. She bit at the fountain pen and frowned, appearing deep in thought. "Where's Benson?" Klein asked casually. "Ah." Melissa looked up. She blanked out for a few seconds before saying, "He said he went around a few boroughs today and was covered in sweat. He's taking a nice relaxing bath." "All right," Klein chuckled. Suddenly, he realized that she was wearing a dress he had never seen before. It was entirely beige in color. It had fashionable engagements. The collar and edges of her top had thin frills. Apart from that, it was a rather simple design, the type one wore as daily casual clothing. It fully accentuated the youth of a 16 or 17-year-old. "New dress?" Klein asked with a smile. It was a purchase that he and Benson had insisted upon. Melissa answered in the affirmative tersely. "I just took it back from Mrs. Rochelle. I was thinking that since I had to wash it later, I might as well try it on first." Klein was rather puzzled when he heard that. "Mrs. Rochelle, wasn't she our former neighbor?" Melissa nodded and explained in all seriousness, "Mrs. Rochelle is actually a seamstress, but she was quite unlucky. She had no choice but to sew and mend clothes for others at home. She leads a pretty tough life. I knew that she had pretty good skill and the price she quoted is cheaper than at a women's clothing store. Furthermore, it's very well tailored to my figure, so I ordered a new skirt from her. It only cost 9 soldi and 5 pence and took only a few days. A dress of a similar style would cost 3/2 of a pound at Harrods department store. What a frugal girl, sis. I know that at least half the reason is due to your pity of Mrs. Rochelle." Klein did not reproach Melissa for deciding things for herself. Instead, he said with a smile, "When did you go to Harrods?" "That was at Howe Street, near the Divination Club. It was somewhere where the middle class shopped." Melissa was momentarily at a loss for words. It took her a long while before she said, "It was Selina and Elizabeth. They insisted I accompany them. Actually, well, I actually prefer gears more. I like places with steam and machinery. Yeah, it's quite, well, nice for a girl to occasionally shop at a department store." Klein laughed as he comforted his sister. After some idle talk, he briskly walked to the second floor, hoping to wash away the repulsive mixed smells from the bar. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom to get a change of clothes, he suddenly heard sounds coming from the bathroom close to the balcony. A few seconds later, Benson stepped out while drying his gradually receding hairline. "How was it? Did you compliment Melissa's new dress?" He shot a glance at Klein and asked with a smile. "I guess I forgot. All I did was ask where it was done." Klein thought for a moment as he said. Benson immediately chortled and shook his head. How unbecoming of an elder brother. When Melissa received the dress, she couldn't bear putting it down. After rushing to cook and wash the dishes, she immediately wore the dress and has refused to take it off ever since. Wasn't she planning on changing after showering? She can wash and starch the clothes while doing so, Klein subconsciously refuted with the explanation that Melissa had given. Tisk. Benson sighed. It's been scorching the past few days. She was busy in the kitchen for a long time, so I believe she would feel much better doing her homework after a shower. That's right. Klein was suddenly enlightened as he gave his brother a knowing smile. So that's what kind of person you are, Melissa. There's nothing wrong with a girl caring for her appearance. There's no need to find excuses. The corners of his mouth curved up as he shook his head gently before walking into his bedroom. While he was showering, Klein faintly heard knocking downstairs. He immediately wondered. Doesn't the worker who's in charge of collecting coins for the gas meter come only once every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shod from next door? That can't be. It's said that this lady strictly abides by the etiquette of middle-class society. She would not visit at an inappropriate time. In his puzzlement, Klein wiped dry his body. Wearing old but comfortable shirt and trousers, he came down the stairs. He surveyed the area but did not notice any strangers. He asked, was someone at the door just now? Benson, who was reading the newspapers casually, said with a smile, it was Bitch Mountbatten, one of the policemen in charge of Iron Cross Street. He asked if we met an 18 or 19-year-old boy who has a rotund face. Hey, he even gave us a sketch to identify. Unfortunately, neither one of us have seen him, or we would have received a reward. What about you? Nope. Klein had a general idea what was happening. Instigator Triss had successfully escaped the evil dragon bar at the harbor. He had escaped somewhere close to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street, therefore, the police were making visits from door to door, and to go this far made it clear that the operation of nabbing the instigator had completely failed. Klein did not bother himself with the situation. He had yet to begin combat training. He only had basic mastery of shooting, so to consider dealing with a natural assassin was simply using his life as a joke. He did not sleep well that night. He kept worrying that the instigator would infiltrate their house to hide, causing another massacre. Thankfully, Daffodil Street was quiet the entire night, with the morning sun rays dispersing all the fog. The relaxed Klein changed into formal attire, wore his top hat, held his cane, and went all the way to Zudaland Street. He greeted Roseanne at the reception hall. "Good morning, Klein," replied Roseanne happily. She suppressed her voice and said, "I heard the huge operation last night failed." "The operation to nab instigator Triss?" Klein asked in curiosity. "Yeah," Roseanne nodded heavily. She shot a glance at the partition and said, "Apparently an informant of the mandated Punishers discovered the instigator at the harbor. They were planning on waiting for additional Beyonders and another special operations squad from the police to arrive before beginning the operation to do the deed instantly without alarming the commoners. Unfortunately, that instigator was extremely sharp. He charged out of the encirclement when he noticed something amiss, successfully escaping as a result. At such times, they need a Beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me." Klein made a joke. There was no lack of trackers back then. Dunn Smith's voice suddenly sounded. Roseanne turned her head abruptly and saw the captain wearing his black windbreaker. He was glaring right at her with his deep pair of gray eyes while leaning against the partition's frame. She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Then, she shook her head incessantly, expressing her futile innocence. Dunn turned his gaze to Klein and after some thought, he said, "There were a total of 6 Beyonders from the mandated Punishers, the Machinery Hivemind, and us Nighthawks. We traced the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street's lower street. We found his temporary residence, but the clues ended there. Be it Beyonder methods or ordinary investigations, nothing worked. It was as though he evaporated into thin air, disappearing completely." "Do you need my help with divination?" Klein asked probingly. Dunn shook his head gently. "The Machinery Hivemind had a Machinery Hivemind. He is a senior Beyonder as good as old Neil. I even suspect that he's already at Sequence 8. I'm just unaware what the name of the corresponding potion is. The Theosophy Order's heritage to this day must have something special about it," consoled Klein. For the rest of the morning, he continued his mysticism curriculum, read the historical information and documents, and practiced various techniques just like always. With lunchtime almost approaching, Klein's mind began to wander. Another few minutes later, he put away the documents, having heard the summoning of his stomach. At that moment, Dunn Smith came into the clerk office. He said in a deep but mild manner, "Klein, follow me to Channy's Gate. Sealed artifact 2049 has arrived. The subsequent operation might require your sensing of that notebook." "All right," Klein got up and replied. His thoughts became scrambled. He imagined how the sealed item would look or if the operation would be dangerous. While in this rather tense silence, he followed Dunn down the stairs and into the tunnel. After going straight at the intersection, Dunn suddenly stopped and turned his head, saying sternly, "Do this action together with me. Keep doing it and absolutely do not stop. Remember, absolutely do not stop. This is for your own safety." While speaking, Dunn bent his arm followed by extending it. He repeated this action without stopping. Klein looked at the captain demonstrate in a befuddled manner. Suddenly enlightened, he asked, "Has this got to do with the uniqueness of the sealed artifact?" "Yes." Dunn nodded with abnormal seriousness. "Repeating such an action will allow us to discover if anything happens to you immediately. Saving you in time will not result in any life-threatening dangers." "Okay." Klein did not hesitate further as he began the repeated action of bending and extending his arm. "If your arm is sore, use the other one," added Dunn. "Sealed artifact, 2049, sure is odd. What meaning does this action have? It seems very dangerous." These thoughts flashed past Klein's mind as he looked solemnly at the captain. He had too many questions on his mind, but since Channy's Gate was in sight, he had no choice but to bear with it. Besides, with my security clearance, I'll probably not learn of the details. I can only do as I'm ordered. Klein exhaled as he followed Captain Dunn to the keeper room outside Channy's Gate. Chapter 71, Sluggish Phenomenon. Klein repeatedly bent and extended his arm as he watched Dunn push open the keeper's room with his body sideways. The captain's carefulness and high alertness, as well as the ridiculous and laughable, protective actions, left him feeling abnormally tensed. The feeling was identical to what he felt when taking tests of courage that required him to walk through spooky cemeteries at night in his youth, a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. To be used with care and moderation, it is something even a formal Nighthawk member does not know the details to. It is unknown how dangerous it is. Amid his tense nerves, Klein found it impossible to curb himself from overthinking. At that moment, his brain suddenly turned numb as though a power switch had been flicked off. Everything in Klein's vision turned slow. Even his arm actions shared the same fate. He saw Captain Dunn stop in his tracks. He came close to him as though in slow motion, extending his palm out slowly before pushing him in the shoulder. Suddenly, Klein's thought processes and vision were restored to normal at the same time. It was as though everything from before was just an illusion. "What happened?" he whispered amid his fright and confusion. Dunn shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Observe carefully." The moment he finished his sentence, he turned around and walked into the keeper's room. Klein followed closely behind and saw 4 other people in the room. They were either seated or standing. One of them was the midnight poet, Leonard. The other 3 were people Klein had never met before. However, all of them shared a common trait. They were all doing the extending and bending arm exercise with utmost seriousness. Klein Moretti has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Then, he pointed to the other 3 strangers and said, "These lady and gentlemen are colleagues from the Backland Diocese. They escorted sealed artifact 2049 here. This is Madame Lorata, Sequence 8 Gravedigger. She is a master sharpshooter." At that moment, the black-haired woman who looked about 30 nodded at Klein in a friendly manner. She looked pretty good. She did not wear a hat and was dressed in what appeared like male attire, a black coat with a white shirt, tight black trousers and black leather boots. The corners of her mouth were slightly curved up. After Klein exchanged greetings, Dunn pointed to a man seated behind the desk. "Ire Harson, someone just like me." Before he finished his sentence, Klein saw Mr. Ire Harson in his gray windbreaker turn sluggish with his arm motion. It was as though a gear had lost its lubricant or a joint covered in rust. "What's wrong?" Amid Klein's daze, he saw Lorata push Ire Harson. Only then did the gentleman's actions return to normal. "Was I like that previously?" Klein was first taken aback before he came to the realization. This indicated the dangers that sealed artifact 0249 held. What would happen if one was not awoken in time? Would one become a zombie? Filled with questions, Klein greeted the charming middle-aged Ire Harson. "Borgia," Dunn said as he pointed to the last Nighthawk. Borgia was a cold man with a knife scar on the side of his face. His sharp brown eyes were like an eagle's. He was constantly observing everyone in the room. "Let's set off. The faster we end this, the faster we can seal 2049, the handsome Ire Harson said as he stood, his eyes revealing some wrinkles. "So, where is 2049? Klein surveyed his surroundings curiously but did not notice any traces of the sealed artifact. Of course, he could not see the areas obscured by the table without activating his spirit vision. "All right," Dunn turned and looked at Leonard Mitchell. "You'll be in charge of driving. It is best not to involve Cesare with matters like this." Cesare was the clerk in charge of procuring and collecting supplies for the Tingen Nighthawks while standing in as a carriage driver. He was the one who drove Klein to Welch's home to meet the spirit medium daily. "No problem." Leonard stopped acting frivolous and nodded seriously. At that moment, Klein saw Ire Harson bending over. He picked up a black metal chest which had been obscured by the table. The chest was carved with resplendent stars and the crimson full moon. It was as though there was a formless barrier around the chest. The sealed artifact should be inside there. "I wonder what 2049 looks like," Klein observed the chest curiously. Thump. Thump, thump. Violent knocking sounds suddenly erupted from the black chest. Even the surface of the chest bulged time and time again. Thump. Thump, thump. It was as though something horrifying had awakened within the chest and was pounding wildly. The sound of the knocking was beaten into the hearts of everyone present. "It's alive." Just as Klein had a thought, he saw Captain Dunn's arm exercises turning sluggish, as if his joints were layered with glue. Borgia, the Nighthawk from Backland, pushed Dunn's shoulder, allowing him to recover. "It's like doing the robot dance when one is affected by 2049. If all of us are under its influence, wouldn't we be some awkward dance squad?" Luckily, 2049 seems capable of only influencing one person at a time, Klein lampooned to relax his tense nerves. He did not dare halt his arm exercises. He followed Dun's lead and left his cane behind. He then followed behind the 5 Nighthawks through the tunnel and up the stairs to the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard had gone ahead and notified everyone in the front of the buildings, so Roseanne and the rest had all made their way to the 3rd level. These incidents rarely involved them, but they were not completely alien to them. Another Nighthawk, Kenley, had replaced Dunn in his watch over Channy's gate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he reached the carriage. He looked suspiciously out the window and said, "Won't 2049 affect the ordinary people on the streets?" From their journey underground to the carriage, sealed artifact 2049 had already caused 6 sluggish incidents, 2 of which were targeted at him. He had been jolted awake by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell respectively. The rate of the sluggish effect was rather alarming. No worries, 2049 will target humanoid creatures within 5 meters of it first. The closer you are to it, the easier it is for you to be chosen. As long as there are 3 people surrounding it, people who happen to be around when the carriage steers past will not be affected, the beautiful, black-haired Lady Lorata explained with a lazy tone. What a weird sealed artifact, Klein thought as he continued his arm exercises. Dunn and the rest of the Nighthawks did not speak on the journey to Ray Bieber's house. They were paying close attention to each other's condition. Only Lorata wore a nonchalant look. At times, she took in the sights of Tingen's not-so-clean streets, and at other times, she praised Backland's underground water system. Soon after, the familiar building finally entered Klein's line of sight. The group of 6 made their way to the 3rd level while observing each other. The door to Ray Bieber's house was labeled with the Tingen Police Department's symbol, indicating that entry was forbidden to unauthorized personnel. As Dunn did his stretching exercises, he took out a key. He opened the newly changed lock, then turned around, allowing Ira Harson, who was carrying the black chest, to enter first. The sealed artifact in the black chest knocked violently once again, even more violent than before. This made Ira Harson's arm waver from side to side uncontrollably. It even made Klein suspect that the chest would be pounded open in time. Klein quickly noticed that Captain Dunn's movements were becoming sluggish. He was about to wake him up when a buzz sounded in his brain. His brain became numb, the scenes before his eyes played as though they were in slow motion. Didn't they say that it only affects one person at a time? Klein's thoughts quickly became sluggish. At this moment, the prepared Lorata and Borgia woke each of them up respectively by pushing them. Having his thought processes and vision restored, Klein looked around with lingering fear. He nearly blurted out, "Didn't you say that 2049 can only affect one person at a time?" Thankfully, I did not stop my stretches. When sealed artifact 2049 enters its berserk mode, it can affect up to 2 people at once. We can confirm that Ray Bieber is indeed a descendant of the Antigonus family, Ira Harson said with a mechanical tone. Lorota let out a faint laugh. She looked at Klein and said, 2049 becomes very agitated when it meets a descendant of the Antigonus family, even if only their scent remains. Its abilities would also increase considerably. I believe you would be able to understand its feelings. Well, I don't, Klein asked curiously. So, is it a living creature? Lorata smiled but did not reply him directly. You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped Tingen, 2049 will lead us to him. Klein could only put his other questions on hold as he walked around the room with the Nighthawks. Amid the loud and violent thumping from the chest, they locked the door, walked down the stairs, and returned to the carriage. Ira Harson looked out the window several times and confirmed that there were no pedestrians within a 5-meter radius of them. He then placed the black chest on the ground and twisted the mechanical switch to release its spiritual restraints. The violent thumping stopped suddenly, slipping the entire carriage into silence. Not even the breaths of the Nighthawks could be heard. Klein held his breath as the black chest opened slowly. A sharp creak that hurt his ears could be heard. Creak. The chest fell as a slender brown arm extended out of the chest. It was about the length of a child's finger. 2 arms pressed forward one after another as an object about the size a normal human being's palm appeared bit by bit in front of Klein and company. It had clear elbow, finger, and knee joints. Covered in an oil-stained brown cloth, its face was painted with the colors of a clown, red and yellow. It was a wooden puppet with a weird appearance. .2049 lifted its head and looked at Klein with its pure black eyes. Its rigid mouth slowly parted to reveal a clown-like smile. Chapter 72, Tracking. The wooden puppet's face was painted in red and yellow like the common clown. The corners of its mouth were upturned high, revealing an abnormally comical smile. Its lips parted to reveal a dark and deep mouth. Klein, who had locked his gaze with it, felt his hair stand as intense horror leapt out of his heart in an uncontrollable manner. Everything before his eyes grew dull, as though he was looking at the world through a piece of thick brown glass. Klein's thoughts slowed down gradually, and he instinctively wanted to ask for help, but his neck seemed to be held tight by rope. He couldn't make a single sound, and the single word was trapped in silence. Just then, Dunn noticed his arm exercises becoming sluggish and pushed him heavily. The brown glass before Klein's eyes shattered in an instant. He blurted out the word, "Help," which had remained dormant in his throat. It reverberated within the carriage, with sharp panic. "It's getting stronger," Klein spoke in a very certain tone. Being next to a strange sealed artifact like 2049 really placed on in terrifying peril if they were not careful. No, it was totally impossible to guard against it. It could only be avoided through other methods. "It's normal," Ire Harson said steadily, nodding. Lorata chuckled. "It seems to like you. Don't worry, it is a relatively less dangerous grade 2 sealed artifact." In her naturally languid voice, the puppet whose joints clearly reflected a human stood up. It began tottering towards its left. Its action was incomprehensible, just like a steam engine that someone had rusted due to a lack of lubricating oil. "Robot dance," Klein suddenly had the few Chinese words pop into his head. He had a new guess of the danger 2049 posed. It assimilates the living things that it seizes control of. If I am not woken up in time by the others, would I have become a human-sized puppet, a real-life Barbie doll? Just as thoughts flooded Klein, Ire Harson was awoken by Dunn. He extended and bent his arms as he pointed in the direction that the puppet was walking slowly towards. He said to Leonard, who was driving the carriage, "Over there." Leonard couldn't make the carriage pass through the building, so he had to detour. During the detour, 2049 constantly adjusted the direction that it was facing. It acted like a compass that pointed towards the Antigonus family. Upon seeing the scene, Klein, who was constantly exercising his arms, nearly burst out laughing under the tension. "I heard that 2049 was created by the Antigonus family. Is this an act of loyalty or the perfect example of screwing things up?" Leonard drove the carriage according to Ire Harson's occasional instructions. Whenever the strange puppet 2049 walked to the edge of the carriage, Ire Harson would pull it back and start it all over again. Every time that happened, its mouth would open and two people would be under its influence simultaneously. Klein's taut feelings gradually began to relax. He realized that sealed artifact 2049 was not as scary anymore. As long as there were more than 3 people present and they constantly maintained their arm motions, if they made sure to wake their partners in time, 2049 was merely a puppet with slightly unique characteristics. The carriage traveled at high speed, and quickly arrived at the harbor, where warehouses were clustered. After circling a few times, they confirmed that 2049 intended to enter the innermost grayish-white warehouse. Ire Harson's expression turned solemn. He grabbed the puppet carefully and stuffed it back into the black chest. Under constant ferocious knocking, Ire woke up again and again with the help of Borgia and Lorata as he activated the mechanism with great effort. He then injected his spirituality and activated the star and crimson symbols on the chest. At the reappearance of the formless seal, Ire Harson let out a long heavy breath. "Let's get down," Dunn Smith said with a low and mild voice. "Leonard, tying the horse here will do." Dressed in windbreakers, suits, or shirts, the 6 left the carriage and walked into the innermost warehouse. As they walked, they uniformly stretched and bent their arms. This added a comical and ridiculous vibe to the rather tense situation. The Nighthawk awkward dance squad, Klein could only complain inwardly to ease such a feeling. However, there was no other way around it. According to his observations, 2049 first affected the upper body. Therefore, to detect it in time to prevent a more dangerous situation from developing, they only had the choice of extending and bending their arms, shake their necks or bodies. However, the latter only made one look like a hooligan. As for actions like blinking eyes and striking one's eyebrows, they were either too easily ignored or the action was too big. Neither was a good option. This awkward dance squad is better than Causeway Bay 1 Triad members. Klein sighed in resignation and followed Captain Dunn Smith and company. As they approached the warehouse's door, the deeper his anxiety and worry became. No one knew what kind of effect the notebook had on Ray Bieber. If something dire happened, Klein did not dare pin his hopes on transmigrating again. Furthermore, he discovered that he could still be injured and bleed while chopping ingredients for dinner. The speed at which he recovered it was normal too. He wasn't some kind of monster that was impervious to combat or death. As they walked, Dunn suddenly lowered his non-moving hand and made a pressing gesture to beckon everyone to stop 10 meters away from the warehouse's door. Klein, divine if there is any danger in the warehouse. It'd be better if you could tell the level of danger, Dunn said as he turned his head to Klein. His gray eyes looked deep as usual, there was no fear. Klein gave an unnoticeable nod and stopped the hand exercise. He extended his right hand to his left cuff and removed the silver chain that had a hanging piece of topaz. As he was still moving his arms, Dunn realized his sluggish actions in time and woke him up. With a nudge, Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and allowed the topaz to hang down naturally. Simultaneously, he moved his right arm, but with a much smaller range of motion. When the topaz stabilized, he half closed his eyes, outlined the spherical light, and entered cogitation. He then mumbled, "There's danger in the warehouse. There's danger in the warehouse." After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the hanging topaz slowly going in clockwise circles. It turned faster and faster, and in the end, Klein felt like it was pulling his left hand. "There's danger, great danger," Klein replied honestly. Clockwise meant affirmation to the chanted statement, while counterclockwise meant denial. To other Beyonders, even a mystery prior, using spirit dowsing could only determine if there was danger, but it was unable to obtain information regarding the level of danger. However, Klein discovered that when he used spirit dowsing, the pendulum would spin at different speeds, revealing the degree of the answer. Although it was not very accurate and extremely vague, it allowed one to have a rough assessment of the actual situation. As expected of a seer potion, Klein was rather happy with the outcome. Just as he was about to put away the topaz pendulum, Leonard Mitchell, who had maintained his silence, suddenly spoke. "Divine if there is danger around us also." Dunn nodded in agreement. "Yes, I am worried that the secret order will not give up and that it has placed Ray Bieber's house under constant surveillance. They could have followed us here and could cause trouble at a critical moment." Klein took a deep breath and entered a calm, ethereal state once again. When the silver chain turned stable once again, he recited in his heart, "There is danger surrounding us. There is danger surrounding us." After repeating the statement, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. In his dark brown eyes, the topaz pendulum first moved counterclockwise with difficulty. Then, it suddenly paused and started moving clockwise. "There is danger surrounding us." Klein felt a tug on his heartstrings as he spoke carefully. Furthermore, someone had tried to intercept his divination, but had lost to him in the invisible fight. Just as he spoke, an orange-yellow fireball the size of a fist flew towards them. It came crashing towards the middle of the group with its blazing speed. Dunn Smith, who had already drawn his long-barreled revolver before Klein did his divination, immediately raised his hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The fireball didn't seem to be affected by the gunshot but continued its original trajectory, as though it was forcing everyone to scatter from dodging. Klein originally thought nothing of the troublemaker who was following them. After all, there were 6 Beyonders present. They were not even short of Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 experts. It was a lineup that was practically unstoppable in a small city like Tingen. But when the fireball smashed down, he came to a sudden realization. To them, the most dangerous enemy was not the tracker nor the troublemaker. It wasn't even Ray Bieber who was in the warehouse in an unknown state, but the sealed artifact 2049. Once they dispersed and the battle began, they wouldn't be able to wake each other in time. Then, they would turn into real-life puppets one after another. As these chaotic thoughts bombarded him, Klein was pulled by Leonard aside to dodge the fireball. Without the time to feel anguish for his clothing, he saw the Nighthawks split off into 2 groups while dodging. It was done very orderly. Poof! The orange-yellow fireball landed on the ground but didn't stir one bit of dust. It disappeared as though nothing had happened. An illusion. Just as this thought came to him, Klein saw Ire Harson lift the black chest and threw at least 10 meters away. "Stay away from it. Watch it," Ire shouted. Before he finished his shout, Leonard and Borgia had separately approached it. They stood at least 7 meters from the chest to prevent anyone from approaching. As for Dunn and Lorata, they each held guns. They stood beside Ire Harson who had drawn a thin silver sword. They took up a formation resembling a crescent as they rushed towards the origins of the fireball, while taking note of the peripheral regions. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who needed to do the arm exercises without his cane, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He realized he had overlooked an important matter. 2049 had a limited range of influence. As long as they were at a sufficient distance from it, they did not need to worry about the danger. Klein rolled over and stood up. He stuffed his topaz pendulum into his pocket with one hand while he reached into his holster for his revolver with the other. Chapter 73, First Battle. Under the illumination of the afternoon sun, Klein in his dust-coated clothes quickly twisted his revolver's barrel to remove his self-imposed safety. He went into a shooting stance, allowing the light to reflect from the bronze body of the revolver. He held the revolver with one hand, and moved his other arm, cautiously paying attention to anything that could happen around him. At the same time, he was a little worried for Captain Dunn and Mr. Eyre Harson. After all, both were nightmare beyonders who specialized in influencing the enemy from the shadows. He did not know if they were adept at direct combat. Just as Klein was having these considerations, Eyre Harson slowed down, his expression becoming serene and peaceful. He opened his mouth and recited a peaceful poem, one that seemed to place a person into the night. When once the sun sinks in the west, and dewdrops pearl the evening's breast, almost as pale as moonbeams are, or its companionable star, the evening primrose opens anew its delicate blossoms to the dew, and, hermit-like, shunning the light 1 inch. The recital reverberated around them. Klein nearly lost his tense feelings and completely relaxed. He was lucky that he had experienced something similar before and was not facing Eyre Harson. Thus, he quickly collected himself and entered a half-cogitative state to combat the influence of the poem. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts about Dunn's and Eyre's direct combat abilities. As he had only advanced recently and still did not have a deep understanding of sequence potions, Klein had forgotten that the Sequence 7 Nightmare was the advancement of Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. They could keep whatever abilities they had before and, in fact, enjoy a small increase in their abilities. The impression Klein had of Midnight Poets all came from Leonard Mitchell. He knew that this job inherited the unique traits of a sleepless. They were good at combat, shooting, climbing, and sensing. They were also adept in influencing the living creatures around them through the use of various poems. In simpler terms, they were violent poets. While Eyre was reciting his poem, the large wooden crates stacked up around them seemed to suddenly ripple like water. A man wearing a black tuxedo and half-top hat appeared, but this man's face was painted in 3 pastel colors, red, yellow, and white. The sides of his lips were arched high like a clown, forming a ridiculous contrast with his formal wear that was suitable for joining an evening banquet. Thud. Thud, thud. The black-haired Lorata who had been introduced as a sharpshooter charged forward quickly. She had a gun in one hand and had clenched the other into a fist. She made it within inches of the suited clown in a few steps. The suited clown seemed to be affected by Eyre Harson's poem. His body was swaying, and he had a peaceful expression in his eyes. He did not have any desire to retaliate. Lorata tilted her body with a boxing maneuver as she pulled back her fist, then punched toward the suited clown's face. The air crackled as the suited clown shattered suddenly like a mirror, pieces quickly evaporating and vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the suited clown quickly appeared once again in the shadows of the wooden crates a few steps away. The suited clown's figure outline quickly appeared again. The person under the influence of the poem was only an illusion. It was a performance. The suited clown grinned again. It had a comical look as he pressed down on his half-top hat with one hand and pointed a finger gun with the other. The sound of a shot rang from the finger gun. Lorata fell to the left and rolled on the floor, dodging the attack, but nothing had happened, except for the fake gunshot. Dunn and Eyre each lifted their guns and fired steadily. The suited clown dodged adeptly, sometimes to the right and left, sometimes rolling on the ground. It was as if he was an acrobat act in a circus. Suddenly, Lorata surprisingly charged forward again. Despite being called a sharpshooter, she was still using her fists. The suited clown could not dodge the attack in time and could only lift his left arm to block the fist. Seeing the clown stop, Dunn and Eyre did not hesitate to each take aim and pulled the trigger. At this moment, the arm that the suited clown used to block Lorata's fist ignited with an orange-yellow flame. In an instant, the flame enveloped the suited clown and spread towards Lorata. Bang! Bang! Dunn and Eyre fired their revolvers, hitting the ball of flame. The flames burned rapidly and soon, all that was left were black ashes floating in the sky. But the suited clown once again appeared behind the stack of wooden crates close by. He lifted his right hand and pointed a finger gun once again. Amid the illusory gunshot, Lorata suddenly stopped in her tracks. She did not charge forward. Mud was splattering in front of her as a bullet appeared. The suited clown was no longer delivering an illusion with this strike. It was hard to discern real from fake, reality from illusion. The suited clown shot at Dunn and Ire repeatedly while hiding away and appearing at random times. Upon seeing this, Loretta squinted and lifted the dull gold revolver in her left hand. The suited clown suddenly squatted down, avoiding the fatal shot. His halved-top hat was sent flying backward, falling to the ground. The bullet had left a visible scorch mark on the hat. After rolling a few times on the floor, the suited clown scaled the stacks of wooden crates with the agility of a monkey. He shot air bullets out of his finger gun from the high ground. Ire Hansen took a few steps back and lowered his gun. He began his recital once again. Wastes its fair bloom upon the night, who, blindfold to its fond caresses, knows not the beauty it possesses. The suited clown jumped repeatedly between the crates. He suddenly raised his hand to scratch his ears and looked at Ire with a comical smile. Could he have stuffed his ears? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses sure is weird. Klein observed the fight from far away as he made silent guesses. Just as his thoughts flashed through him, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the top of a warehouse beside him. Furthermore, it was running straight inside where Ray Bieber was hiding. That figure was dressed in a grayish-white uniform, one which workers at the docks wore. His face also appeared to be painted red, yellow, and white. The suited clown is responsible for distracting Captain and the rest while the other person retrieved the diary. Klein instinctively raised his right hand and shot at the figure on the roof. He had just taken aim when the figure suddenly squatted, switching from running to rolling on the ground. Klein did not stop pulling the trigger. He saw the figure suddenly pause, blood blooming in a spurt. The figure looked at him in shock. While bearing the pain, he continued charging into the warehouse. That felt like a lucky shot. Klein twitched his lips and pulled the trigger once again. This time, the bullet hit the wooden roof beside the figure. Leonard and Borgia also shot but did not hit the figure. Klein wanted to criticize how terrible their shooting skills were as compared to his when he suddenly stopped pulling the trigger. That's right. Why must we stop him? Didn't I divine that there is grave danger in the warehouse just now? Wouldn't it be great if we let that guy be the vanguard and step on the landmine for us? Leonard and that Mr. Borgia must have had the same idea. With this thought, Klein lifted the barrel of his revolver and shot at the sky. As the gunshots rang, the figure managed to reach the innermost region of the warehouse unobstructed. He lunged downwards, slamming into the roof as he fell down with the collapsing roof. Immediately following the commotion, the black-haired Loretta's eyes suddenly turned black. Her left hand began making a strange pulling action. The suited clown's jumping action suddenly came to a pause as his ankle seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Dunn did not shoot immediately and instead pointed his revolver downward. He opened his mouth and by simply using his spirituality to resonate the air around him, he produced a strange, faint and ethereal voice without the use of his throat. Thus it blooms on while night is by. When day looks out with open eye, bashed at the gaze it cannot shun, it faints and withers and is gone. The suited clown suddenly became limp, as if he had lost the desire to live. Ire Hansen lifted his handgun and took aim, his finger pulling the trigger immediately. In that split second, there was an abnormal and tragic wail that came from the warehouse. Ah! The cry contained immense fear as though he had encountered an unimaginably terrifying matter. The hair on Klein's body stood on end. The tragic cries came to a sudden stop as silence was restored in the deepest parts of the warehouse. It was a skin-crawling silence. Affected by the cry, Ire only managed to shoot the suited clown in the belly. Ha! 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 The silence was once again broken from the deepest depths of the warehouse. What should have been soft panting sounded. It reached a crescendo that tightened everyone's nerves. Thump! 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 Inside the black chest, 2049 had reached a frenzied state. Chapter 74, Ray Bieber. Ha! 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 The loud panting and the intense knocking alternated first before they resounded together. It made Klein and company extremely nervous, as though they were hearing some evil murmur. Taking advantage of the moment Ire, Dunn and Loretta had their attention redirected, the suited clown suddenly pulled out a long piece of paper from his pocket. Ha! He threw it with his right hand as the slip of paper ignited into a black fiery whip. Then, he lashed it towards the side of his ankle. A fleeting but tragic scream sounded as the suited clown escaped the invisible shackles and did a backflip. Dunn, Ire, and Loretta shot but their bullets only ended up hitting the wooden crates. The suited clown did not stay any longer as he pressed down on his wound with his right hand while escaping in a direction opposite the warehouse. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, all that was left was a hint of his back. And before he vanished, his right hand which pressed down on his abdomen moved towards his left arm. The wound on his stomach had already vanished, looking completely fine. The location on his left arm which he touched with his right hand suddenly became badly mangled, and a silver bullet appeared in the torn flesh. Dunn and the rest didn't chase after him because the panting from the innermost warehouse was so loud that it was making them nervous and insecure. The door of the innermost warehouse suddenly exploded and flew in all directions. Then, something wrapped with a torn cloth flew out and landed not far from Klein. When Klein cast his gaze over, he realized that it was an arm. Its bloody flesh had been chewed on and its white bones were cracked in an irregular fashion as they jutted out. Pa! 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 One item after another flew out. First it was a spray of blood, followed by a dilated eye and an ear which had been ripped out brutally. Finally, half a beating heart and intestines filled with yellowish-brown objects came out. If Klein had not seen the more gruesome giant cadaver at Ray Bieber's place, he would have probably vomited there and then. His nerves were on the brink of a breakdown. After a great deal of effort to hold back his urge to shoot into the pitch-black entrance, he ejected the empty shells from his revolver and reloaded with new demon-hunting bullets. Dunn drew close as he stably shot into the warehouse. However, his bullet was like a shot into the sea. There was no audible response. The loud panting sped up as grayish-white colors filled the open door. With another 2 loud shots, Harson's and Borgia's bullets tore through the whiteness, but failed to prevent the color from spilling outwards. It did not leave any wounds or cause liquid to seep out. Klein held his breath and kept himself from shooting blindly. He watched as the whiteness slowly revealed a complete outline. It was a humanoid creature more than 2 meters tall. Its limb joints were all unnaturally twisted. It was as though they had been snapped by someone forcefully. White bones poked out from under its skin as the entire grayish-white surface was filled with gullies, like a human brain that had been stripped from its shell. The monster had grayish-white, rotting, sticky liquid flowing all over it. Its head looked relatively normal, with deep wrinkles and pale skin. As it opened and closed its mouth, Klein could see a porcelain false tooth that looked close to falling out, a few strands of bloody saliva, and bone and flesh that had been minced. Was Ray Bieber still even fucking human? Klein drew a silent gasp as he felt his heart pound rapidly. Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Ray Bieber's forehead and tore right through it, leaving behind a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out and dripped onto the ground. The liquid wriggled and turned into fat cream-colored maggots, but the monster appeared completely unaffected. It was neither fast nor slow when it pounced at Borgia, who was closest to it. Its actual target appeared to be the black chest that contained sealed artifact 2049. Loss of control of Beyonder powers, Dunn shouted in a deep voice. Lorata, it looks like a dead soul, so quickly look for its weakness. All right. Lorata did not speak further as she raised her hands to press down on her eyes. Her pupils turned gray then colorless, as though she had entered the world of spirits in a kingdom of dead souls. She looked down at the enemy from a higher vantage point as she searched for a node. Klein saw that a normal gunshot was ineffective, so he did not bother wasting more of his bullets. He lifted his hand to tap at his glabella to activate his spirit vision. He planned on helping gravedigger Lorata. From his vision, Monster Bieber only had one kind of spiritual glow left. It was purely grayish-white, a whiteness filled with craziness. Apart from that, Klein saw nothing else. At that moment, Harson and Leonard Mitchell sang simultaneously. The power that allowed one to enter a peaceful slumber emanated. The twisted grayish-white monster gradually slowed down as though it could not fight against the charm of the poem. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry that ordinary people were deaf to. Bang! Klein felt a sharp pain in his head as he automatically exited his spirit vision state. He felt warm liquid flowing out of his nose, and when he subconsciously wiped it with his hand, he discovered the back of his hand covered in blood. And Leonard fell back to the ground at the same time. They had blood stains lining the corners of their lips, noses, and eyes. Borgia, Dunn, and Lorata each took a step or two back, the color in their face draining. That monster only screamed once, but it appeared to exceed what the 6 Beyonders could withstand. They instantly turned extremely weak. It closed in on Borgia and suddenly swung its twisted joint. Bang! 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 Borgia and Dunn shot twice each, but they didn't cause any damage to Monster Bieber. Bang! A blow sent Borgia flying out as his long-barreled revolver fell to the ground. He tried to stand up a few times, but failed to do so. The corner of Monster Bieber's mouth had stringy liquid oozing out as it leapt towards the black chest. At that crucial moment, Harson shot a bullet at the box to knock it some distance away, preventing Monster Bieber from grabbing it. Its momentum brought it forward by more than 10 meters. The black chest cracked, and as the thumping within turned more intense, it grew more obvious. Found it. The black-haired Lorata finally spoke. I need you to control it for at least 3 seconds. All right. Dunn didn't delay any further. He extended his hand to tap his glabella and closed his eyes. He seemed to fall asleep as shapeless waves slowly rippled out one after another. In that instant, Monster Bieber paused and the craziness in its eyes quickly receded. Its thin transparent eyelids began to close uncontrollably as well. Dunn's body started quivering, and something popped up under his clothing and wriggled on the spot. It was as though he hid slippery scaleless snakes within. Lorata rushed over and with a roll, arrived under Monster Bieber. She supported herself with one hand while raising a clenched fist, bombarding Monster Bieber's crotch like artillery. She ignored the corrosive pain but supported herself against the ground and directed more strength once again. She went higher a little as her fist drilled deeper in. Rip. Lorata pulled out her forearm as she dragged out an intestine filled with brownish-yellow blood stains. In the intestine, there was an ancient notebook. Monster Bieber let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body suddenly lit up as though it was melting. Get down. Just as Ire Harson's hurried shout ended, Klein saw Monster Bieber suddenly swell up. Amid a loud explosion, the distant Klein was tossed into the air by the shockwave and landed heavily. He struggled to stand against a swirling headache, and he saw Monster Bieber turn into a pile of disgusting, rotting flesh. Then he saw Dunn and Lorata, who were a dozen meters away, looking like they had been knocked out. Ire Harson, Borgia, and Leonard Mitchell were on the ground too. Some groaning in pain, some struggling to stand up but failing. Klein was just about to relax when he suddenly saw a familiar object about 2 or 3 meters away from him. The black chest had stopped rolling, and cracked surface was facing the sky. A skinny brown arm extended out. Sealed artifact, 2049, fuck. Klein's heart tensed up as he immediately leapt in the opposite direction in a bid to escape 249's effective range. The blast from before had thrown the black chest near him. And at that moment, Klein's head suddenly buzzed as his thoughts turned sluggish. Chapter 75, Saving Himself. Oh no. I've been controlled by the puppet. Captain and company are either unconscious, or have yet to recover. They can't even get up. They will not be able to wake me up in time. No, I have to save myself. Everything before Klein's eyes was happening in slow motion. All his joints and his brain seemed to have been coated with an ever-thickening layer of glue. He had no interest in becoming a human version puppet, so he seized the opportunity of not being fully controlled by trying his best to seek a way to save himself. I definitely can't hit myself. There must be an external force. External force? I'll give it a try. There's no time for hesitation. Without the luxury of time to think through things, Klein came to an idea in less than 3 seconds. He moved his rusty knee joint and took a counterclockwise step. At the same time, he did not try to escape the invisible rope that hung around his throat. All he did was recite inwardly, blessing stem, from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the mysterious world above the gray fog to awaken him and escape sealed artifact 249's assimilation. Creak, creak, creak. Klein's knees and ankles let out an involved ear-piercing sound. With a slow contorted step, he took another step counterclockwise. Blessing stem, from the Sky Lord, of heaven and earth. Klein's thoughts turned increasingly sluggish as he felt as though he was a computer that had all sorts of bloatware and every antivirus software installed. He lifted his left foot in a jerky manner as he took another step in the required spot. Blessing stem, from the exalted Thirk. Klein's thought processes turned more and more rigid and sluggish. He took the final step purely out of instinct. At that point, he knew he was almost fully under the puppet's control. Even if Ire Harson could get up in time to save him, he would probably be unable to be awakened. But his strong desire to live made him chant the final line of the incantation. Blessings, stem, from the celestial, worthy. Just as he finished his incantation, the extremely chaotic and hysterical shouts and murmurs sounded. They quickly took over every corner of Klein's sluggish thoughts, shattering them in the process and reducing them to thoughts he had no control over. Klein's brain became a boiling pot of potpourri as his stiff body turned light while his spirituality lifted. Endless grayish-white fog and the dark red stars of varying distances appeared once again before his eyes. It was vast, mysterious, vague, and blurry. Klein's confused mind quickly settled down as he finally regained his ability to think, only to see the magnificent palace. Phew, thankfully, it worked. He whispered with a lingering fear. According to his previous observations, He knew that once someone fell under the control of sealed artifact 2049, it was equivalent to death. Normally, there was no medicine that could save the victim. Luckily, his luck enhancement ritual in the mysterious world above the gray fog was not considered normal at all. After pacing a few times, Klein began considering the situation he was in. I can't just stay here the entire time, right? By the time Captain and company wakes up and gather over, I won't be able to explain the situation. As things are right now, I only have the shell of my body, nothing more zombie-like than a zombie. But if I were to take the risk and return, there's no way to guarantee my safety. What if I get controlled by 2049 again? While suffering from his dilemma, Klein suddenly smacked himself in the forehead and could not help but chuckle softly. It looks like I haven't gotten used to my status as a seer. Before he finished his sentence, he appeared at the seat of honor in front of the long bronze table, sitting on the high back chair with the strange symbol. Klein extended his hand as a fountain pen appeared out of thin air. He scribbled a sentence on an illusory piece of paper. Returning to the real world is very safe. Immediately following that, Klein pulled out a projection of a spirit pendulum from his packet. After a few gatherings, he discovered that the items he brought on him were projected above the gray fog, but they were relatively illusory. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand as he allowed the topaz to nearly touch the paper. He calmed his breathing and half-closed his eyes. He calmly repeated the words on the piece of paper. After repeating it 7 times, Klein completed the divination with spirit dowsing. He opened his eyes and saw the topaz slowly oscillating, guiding the silver chain in a clockwise spin. Clockwise is an affirmation while counterclockwise is negative. Returning to the real world is very safe. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he habitually stored the chain away. Then, he released his spirituality and wrapped his body as he simulated a plummeting state. The hazy fog and deep red stars turned ethereal and charged upward. Klein soon saw himself still in a daze in his original position. He saw the brown puppet, halfway out of the chest. He also noticed that the sealed artifact had apparently stopped all motion. His physical senses reached to his brain, and just as he was about to try to move his arm to determine his condition, he suddenly heard a voice concealed within the wind. Do you wish to be awakened? You can be saved as long as you promise me one thing. This one thing is to help me take that Antigonus family notebook. Nod if you agree. I know you are still capable of completing that action. Who is it? Yes, 2049 doesn't seem like it's attempting to control me, that's right. It will not repeatedly influence the same person. There will be a break. Klein was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. At that moment, the voice added quickly, you can obtain additional rewards if you complete this matter. I know you are a seer. I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess does not have sequence 8 that succeeds sequence 9. But our secret order can give it to you. Hey, to be honest, I was a seer before. If not, I wouldn't have dared return. To show you my sincerity, I can now tell you that the corresponding sequence 8 of seer is clown. Clown, secret order. Klein nearly did not maintain his puppet state. He never made the connection between seer and clown. Were they about to become the head honchos of a circus? Alright, make your choice. Believe me, you no longer have much time left to waste. The voice sounded with the wind again. The distant Dunn and Lorata were still unconscious. Borgia seemed heavily injured as he moaned without moving. Ire Harson and Leonard Mitchell were in relatively good shape as they attempted to sit up. Why me? The secret order, is it that suited clown from before? After he escaped, he secretly returned in a bid to fish in troubled waters. Upon hearing the voice, all sorts of doubts instantly flashed through Klein's mind. Since the person said that he was a seer, Klein attempted using the thought processes of a seer to analyze the situation. He dared return because he divined hope. He believed that Monster Bieber would be destroyed and that we would suffer a heavy setback. He did not take the notebook by himself or deal with us directly because he likely divined that it would contain immense risk. Therefore, he is suspecting Captain and Madame Lorata are feigning their unconsciousness, or that this is a trap laid out for him. He did not make further divinations to determine my present state, partially because firstly, he might not have the time. If he waited any longer, Mr. Ire Harson and company would have regained some of their combat strength. Secondly, he belittles me and thinks it unnecessary. He understands a seer very well and is confident that I'm unable to escape the puppet's control. He is using me as cannon fodder to probe for any traps. From another angle, this also means that the luck enhancement ritual does not cause any abnormal appearances. With his brain no longer sluggish, Klein felt that his line of reasoning was clear. He was quite confident of the thoughts and goals of the suited clown. As for the clown's promise, he believed not one bit of it. Cannon fodder did not have any human rights. As the thoughts flashed through his head, Klein controlled his neck and difficulty nodded. As he did this action, he confirmed that he had escaped the control of sealed artifact 2049. Just after he nodded, a transparent curtain stirred 2 to 3 meters to his side. It revealed the suited clown who had his face painted with a clown's pastel colors. It was none other than the Secret Order member who had fled previously. At that moment, as Klein had previously turned around in an attempt to leap out of 249's effective range, his back was facing the black chest and the puppet. The suited clown was in front of him to his side. First, it was to stay away from the sealed artifact, and second, to avoid his revolver's barrel. It was clear that he was very careful. The suited clown pulled out a long paper slip from his pocket and shook it vigorously until it turned straight like a wooden pole. He held the wooden pole in at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. He gave Klein's shoulder a prod in an attempt to wake him. This fellow knows 2049 very well. He knows that if the scent of an Antigonus family descendant is present, the puppet would go ballistic and control 2 at a time. He also knows that throwing a rock doesn't seem effective. At the very least, I've seen Captain and company attempt similar means. Although Klein did not know why 2049 had stopped assimilating him again, he did not dare stay within 5 meters of it any longer. Therefore, he waited as he held his breath. Just as the wooden pole was about to touch his shoulder, Klein suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed the edge of the pole and yanked it backwards. The suited clown was caught by surprise as his body was pulled forward. He staggered a few steps forward as the gap between him and Klein contracted once again. He was now less than 2 meters away. At the same time, the prepared Klein squeezed his right finger on the revolver's trigger. Bang! Bang! He shot twice but did not aim at the suited clown. Instead, he had aimed behind him, shooting to the side of sealed artifact 2049. Before the gunshot rang, the suited clown had taken the initiative to roll from his staggering state. He had instinctively backed off. Klein released his hand which had grabbed the wooden pole as he took several steps away rapidly and rushed out the danger zone. Just as the suited clown rolled twice and was about to jump backwards, his head went abuzz as his thoughts rapidly turned sluggish. No good. He forced me to dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. I'm within 5 meters. How could he not be controlled by the Antigonus puppet? The suited clown stopped from his rolling as he attempted to crawl out with his seemingly rusty joints. At that moment, Klein had already turned around. He held his revolver with both hands as he aimed at the slowly moving target. To him, that was equivalent to shooting a fixed target. Having seen the suited clown's battle with Dunn, Iyer, and Larata, Klein knew that he was agile and good at rolling. Therefore, even when they were just a meter or two apart, he had carefully given up on shooting directly. Instead, he forced the clown to dodge to the kill zone, he imagined, where sealed artifact 2049 was. If the puppet had been ineffective, the suited clown would have determined that he had fallen into a trap. He would then escape by leaping backwards and not pose any significant threat. Reflected into the indescribable eyes of the suited clown, the black-suited Klein pulled the trigger calmly. Chapter 76, Dealing with the Aftermath. The silver bullet traversed the short distance of a few meters and accurately bore into the suited clown's neck. Large amounts of blood spewed out, dyeing his skin and bow tie red. The suited clown was unable to let out a cry as his throat seemed to produce sounds of him gasping for breath. He wished to raise his arm to divert the fatal wound, but his joints appeared to be filled with glue. His motions were slow and jerky. Having entered a half-cogitation state, Klein was not stunned by the appearance of blood. He pulled the trigger once again calmly, as though it was his usual daily practice. A grisly hole appeared on the suited clown's forehead as crimson red spewed out. The luster in his eyes dimmed as the intricate revolver's might was far higher than what Klein had imagined to be. As his knees buckled and his arms hung down, the suited clown gradually fell to the ground. His eyes were frozen with a dazed look. His body convulsed a few times before it slowly relaxed and stopped moving. Having delivered a headshot, Klein turned around in a cool manner. He spun his revolver and allowed the empty shells to fall down. Then, dressed in his black formal suit and halved-top hat, he walked towards Iyer Harson. He pulled out the final silver demon hunting bullet in his pocket and inserted it into the revolver's chamber. The reason why he did not turn back to look at the suited clown's tragic fate was solely because of his discomfort with his first kill. However, it was necessary. He did not know what would happen if the suited clown was under the full control of the puppet. Furthermore, he did not dare risk entering sealed artifact 249's effective range. After all, no one knew if something odd would happen that prevented his self-rescuing luck enhancement ritual to fail. As for the items on the suited clown, Klein only cared if there was the so-called clown potion formula or the relevant clues. However, this was not something he was in a hurry to carry out. In a while, he could do it together with Dunn, Eyre, and company. If the Nighthawks had it, it also practically meant that he had it. There was no way that they would be unwilling to share the potion formula of Sequence 8. At most, he would be required to accumulate his contributions over time. After all, he had only become a seer recently. It would still be a long time until he fully digested it. As his thoughts churned, Klein quickly walked next to Eyre Harson. The gentleman in his gray windbreaker struggled to sit up but failed at every try. He was covered in dust and mud from the fall. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" he asked, squatting down. He pointed the revolver in his hand at the ground in case of a misfire. Eyre gasped for air inside. The monster was too strong, if not for its weakness. Then, he pointed at a sky-blue metal bottle beside him and said in a self-deprecating laugh, "I was trying to consume some medicine, but my hand shook." The sky-blue bottle was about the size of Klein's finger. It was not longer than 5 centimeters long and a cap that hid spiral patterns had fallen to the side. The liquid had completely spilled. Klein reached out to pick up the bottle. As he looked at it with narrowed eyes, he answered helplessly, "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left in the bottle. Go to Borgia and search his body. In his inner pockets," Eyre said as he gasped for breath. "All right." Klein stood up and casually asked, "Is this restorative medicine an item from mysticism?" "No, it only has certain restorative effects. The main goal is to stimulate our minds and squeeze out the potential of our bodies. It allows to maintain a decent state for a short period of time until we return, where we can receive treatment." Eyre attempted to sit up only to fail again. "Its name is the Goddess's Gaze. Remember to let Borgia drink half a bottle." Klein did not delay any further as he turned around. He briskly arrived at Borgia, who was groaning in pain. He found the uniform sky-blue metal bottle from the Nighthawk's pocket. After removing the cap, he carefully held the bottle to Borgia's mouth. Having sensed it, Borgia tried hard to open his lips. The bottle was held up as dark red liquid flowed in Borgia's mouth. Klein estimated the quantity and stopped just in time. He then screwed the cap back on. The medicine was rather effective. It only took Borgia a few seconds after drinking to regain the spirit in his eyes. Furthermore, he whispered, "Thank you." With that said, he pressed down on the ground as he slowly sat up. He first dealt with his wounds before walking to the unconscious Lorata and Dunn. Then, he retrieved the Goddess's Gaze from the latter's inner pocket. Klein returned to Eyre's side and fed him the remaining half bottle. After Eyre panted a few times, his actions suddenly became nimbler. He stood up as though he had never been injured. "I'll help Borgia. Help that partner of yours." The gentleman with the charm of a middle-aged man pointed at Leonard Mitchell. Klein had no objections to it. He turned around and jogged to the poet, Leonard. "There's no need. I can drink it by myself." Leonard, with his disheveled hair, smiled as he raised the sky-blue bottle. Upon seeing Leonard agilely get up by pushing up with one hand, Klein, who wanted to lampoon, was suddenly stunned. "Leonard's injuries are lighter than I expected. He had the ability to consume the medicine from the very beginning. That also means that he could see me walk counterclockwise as I did the luck enhancement ritual. No, that's still all right. I had chanted inwardly and the luck enhancement ritual does not appear odd in any way, or the suited clown would not have fallen for it." But even so, Leonard, who had long recovered but chose to watch by the sidelines, had seen quite a lot. Things like me not being affected by 2049 and my sneak attack on the suited clown. Just as Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, Leonard, who was walking in his direction, stopped beside him and chuckled softly. "I actually wanted to save you but discovered that you didn't need it. Don't mind it. There are many special people in this world that can always do things others can't, such as you and me." Leonard smiled as he went past Klein and walked to the awakening Dunn and Lorata. Narcissist, Klein thought silently as he felt a lot more relaxed. From the looks of it, Leonard Mitchell hid quite a bit of secrets. As he regrouped with the rest while deep in thought, he saw Captain Dunn wear a cloth and pick up the Antigonus family notebook that was covered in yellowish-brown blood stains. The notebook's cover was completely made of thick black paper. It suffused an aura from an ancient and distant time without any signs of softening or rotting. It was nearly identical to the one he saw in his dream. He even suspected that flipping it open would only make him see the fool wearing splendid headgear. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking things since Dunn had flipped open the notebook to make a final confirmation. Klein was unable to discern the words on it due to his poor angle, but he was certain that there was no drawing of the fool with his gorgeous clothes and splendid headdress. Ahem, there's nothing wrong with it. Dunn closed the notebook and held it securely. Then, he looked at Iyer and company. Let's store this notebook and sealed artifact 2049 behind Tingen's Channy's gate. We can wait until all of you are recovered or Backlund sends someone over. Upon hearing that, Klein felt a little disappointed once again, but also felt happy. He wished to see the Antigonus family's notebook once more and figure out the reason for the death of the original Klein, Welch, and Naya. However, he also felt that the ancient item was filled with misfortune. It often brought catastrophe, so he did not dare touch it. Handing it to the church's headquarters and sealing it is considered the best choice. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right, Iyer Harson, Borgia, and Lorata nodded in unison. They then turned around and arrived beside sealed artifact 2049. They woke each other up and stuffed the puppet, which had resumed moving, into the black chest with an opening as they monitored it strictly. Everything is back to normal. Iyer sounded a little more relaxed. Inside the dimly lit black chest, the puppet wrapped in oil-stained cloth flipped over with its body creaking as it aligned its clown-painted face with the light source. On the creepy face, under the black pupil-less eyes, two hardly noticeable crimson cracks appeared. Meanwhile, Dunn, Leonard, and Klein, who had mustered his courage, began searching the suited clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, handkerchiefs, poker cards, glass pieces, and all sorts of strange items. However, apart from that, he did not seem to carry anything of worth or potential clues. Other than the wallet with 70 to 80 pounds and 10 plus solely, Klein secretly sighed. With money in mind, he immediately looked down and inspected himself. His face nearly fell literally. His formal suit that cost several pounds had torn in 5 to 6 spots which required mending due to his rolling on the ground. Furthermore, it was covered in dust and dirt stains. Dunn shot him a glance as the corner of his lips curved up. Losses during a mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed. Upon hearing the term, invented, by Emperor Russell, Klein instantly felt wonderful. Yeah. This suit just needs some proper cleaning and mending before it can be worn again. It will still be presentable. When the reimbursement comes, I can buy another set and I can take turns wearing them. I am not the kind of person that uses a reimbursement for something other than what it was intended for. However, I should consider getting a set of clothes for combat in the future, such as a black windbreaker-like captain. Clothes with slightly poorer material would be much cheaper than a tuxedo. Tisk has the reason why the bastard, Leonard, doesn't like wearing formal suits been due to him having such considerations. Let Fry take care of the dead body. We'll see if he can find what the man originally looked like or find any relevant clues. Dunn touched the suited clown's face paint with his gloves. Then, they searched the innermost warehouse and saw that there were splotches of bloody flesh that looked like they had been smashed by boulders. They also saw one white bone after another that had been strewn everywhere. Ray Bieber was absorbing the power in the notebook via an ancient ritual, just like how we would consume a higher-level sequence potion. A ritual like that is full of danger. It must be performed in an environment isolated from all disturbances, and the ritual would have required him to enter a deep sleep for a certain amount of time. That was probably why he had yet to leave Tingen. Dunn guessed at the possibilities after inspecting the warehouse. Upon hearing such a description, Lorata laughed. Her black hair contrasted sharply with her pale face. Such a pity, we awakened him ahead of time. His anger at being woken up truly left a deep impression on us. This is a kind of losing control. Dunn looked towards Klein and told him, as both an explanation and a lecture. Why didn't he just leave Tingen and try to absorb it elsewhere? Asked a perplexed Klein. Iyer laughed and pointed to his head. People influenced by ancient or sinister powers often are lacking in this department. At that moment, Dunn inhaled and said while hiding his pain, Leonard, you are still in good condition. Stay here and do not allow ordinary people to come close. The rest of us will immediately search for items among Ray Bieber's remains. We will return with them and the sealed artifact, as well as the Antigonus family's notebook. We will then get Fry, Royale, and the police to come here. Chapter 77, Remnant Items. All right, answered Leonard with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. Following that, everyone walked out of the warehouse and came close to where Monster Bieber had self-destructed. With him at the origin, they began searching outwards radially. "Captain, what are we looking for?" Klein looked at the rotting flesh and blood that was strewn everywhere. He held back his urge to retch as he looked at Dunn Smith beside him ponderingly. Dunn did not look up. Instead, he used his deep gray eyes to sweep the ground. Awakening ahead of time, losing control, and becoming a monster. This means that Ray Bieber did not fully absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. It also means that a part of his body is considered extraordinary, making it prime material. If you ever encounter something similar, make sure not to miss out on doing a search. It might be a relatively important item. So that's the case. Klein nodded slightly in enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, he thought of another matter. If the part where Monster Bieber had concentrated the Beyonder powers were some indescribable part, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be extremely disgusting to concoct it into a potion? Just as Klein's mind wandered, Borgia with his sharp eagle-like eyes suddenly shouted. "Found it." Ahem. Dunn and company immediately turned and closed in. Driven by his curiosity, Klein walked over to Borgia with a quickened pace. Soon, he saw the item before Borgia. It was a grayish-white item about the size of a fist. Its surface was filled with gullies and it looked soft but ductile. It looked like a brain that had been extracted out of a living being. Although Klein was unable to make out the extraordinariness of the blob of grayish-white, he was certain that Borgia had not made a mistake since it had remained intact despite the violent explosion it had undergone. Dunn carefully observed it and squatted down. As he extended and bent his right arm, he used his black-gloved left hand to carefully grab the grayish-white item. The moment it was touched, the blob of grayish-white immediately spread out into an extremely sticky liquid. At that moment, Ire Harson took out a tin-colored square case, removed the cigarettes from them and placed them into his pocket. Then, he handed the square case to Dunn and smiled. "I know, you only like pipes." Dunn chuckled and took the square case. Then, he poured the grayish-white sticky liquid into the case for temporary storage. After storing it away, everyone did a cursory sweep of the area. After confirming that they had not missed out anything, they left. When they came out, they saw the horses digging their hooves into the ground, clearly spooked and nervous. They had nearly escaped their reins. "I'll drive." Borgia covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. "I know you are good at placating animals," said Ire with a smiling nod. After boarding the carriage, Dunn, Lorata, Ire Harson, and Klein, who continued their arm exercises, temporarily had nothing to say as they fell into silence. When the trotting of the horses sounded while the carriage wheeled off, Dunn looked at Klein and deliberated over his words before saying, "I know you are filled with curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. You wish to understand what happened." "No, not at all," Klein subconsciously denied. It was an ancient relic filled with misfortune. Without giving him time to answer, Dunn continued and said, "However, I have to first report this to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they determine the confidentiality level of the notebook can we consider if this can be shown to you." "No problem," Klein gave a short and simple reply. Dunn continued his arm exercises as he thought before saying, "I once promised that you can be made a formal member of the Nighthawks when we confirm that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family clan. Now, not only have we determined Ray Bieber's identity, we have even eliminated the monster and spoiled the Secret Order's conspiracy. In this entire process, your performance was outstanding. You personally killed a member of an evil organization. Therefore, I will fulfill my promise and immediately make an application to the Holy Cathedral. We'll wait for their approval. Right, I forgot something important. I still need to ask if you are agreeable to it. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to formally join the Tingen Nighthawks as one of its members? Your salary will increase several-fold, reaching £6 a week. Furthermore, you will get a raise every subsequent year. Your salary will be paid by the church and Awa County's police department equally. You will also gain the identity of a probationary inspector. It will be very useful at times. As a support-type Beyonder, you do not always need to face enemies, but you will have to guard Channy's gate once a week. Without the squad's permission, you are not to leave Tingen without permission. Furthermore, you have to keep this a secret from your family." By the time Dunn finished listing the restrictions and benefits, Klein was already thinking deeply for more than 10 seconds. "I wish to become a formal Nighthawk. Only by doing so could he continue to gain more access to mystery, such as the situation regarding the Secret Order." After reading the gathered Russell diaries, Klein had some changes in thoughts about himself. Being skilled in mysticism knowledge to seek a way home was an immutable goal of his. Raising his strength further to more safely make the mysterious space above the gray fog do his bidding before using it to return home was a new addition to his goals. Just as Emperor Russell said, simply relying on external powers was very dangerous. Furthermore, after becoming a seer and obtaining Beyonder powers, Klein sensed that he had a better grasp of the mysterious space. For example, he could pull another person into the gathering. This forced him to consider what possibly beneficial changes would happen to the mysterious space above the gray fog when he reached Sequence 8, Sequence 7, or an even higher sequence. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was built on the premise that he completely resolved the side effects of the seer potion. He could not rush or be rash. Very well, once the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you will become one of us. Dunn's gray eyes were tinted with a hint of joy. At that moment, Ire Harson, who was listening in, interrupted. Klein, don't mind me calling you Klein. Your performance today was really excellent. You managed to kill a Beyonder from the secret order. I even suspect that he has reached Sequence 7. How did you do it? I really find it incredulous. The question has finally been raised. Having long prepared for it, Klein acted as though he was organizing his thoughts. He knew that it was indeed incredible and enigmatic that he had killed a Beyonder that ran rings around Dunn, Ire, and Lorata. Ire and company were not blind or dumb, so it was a matter of time before they inquired about the process. However, he never expected them to wait till this moment. That's right. Captain and Mr. Harson were previously injured and their situations could have worsened at any time. At that moment, any matter that could result in conflict had to be put on hold. It was to prevent me from acting desperately because of my exposed secret. Only after I expressed my attitude and showed that I was willing to be a Nighthawk were they at ease enough to ask, how crafty. They did not have any obvious communication between themselves, but they had made the same tacit decision. Klein answered as though in thought, it's an extremely lucky event. The clown in the tuxedo had made a fatal misjudgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2049 was thrown near me as a result of the explosion's blast. It looked about 5 to 6 meters from me, but it was only a crude observation. It was very easy to come to the conclusion that I was within the sealed artifact's area of influence. And back then, I was feeling faint because of the explosion. My actions turned sluggish and looked as though I was being controlled. It was unknown when that suited clown came close to me in an invisible state. He tried to entice me by offering to save me in the corresponding Sequence 8, clown, of the seer potion. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Right, he said that the secret order is in control of the seer potion's corresponding sequence pathway and that he was once a seer. Klein recounted the situation back then in detail. He even described the theories he had back then, including how he believed that the suited clown had divined that taking the notebook would be an extremely risky endeavor. Thus, he had changed his plans. Of course, all the truths were used to conceal the lie made in the beginning, that he had been controlled by sealed artifact 2049. Divined that it was extremely risky to retrieve the notebook. Yes, it's indeed highly risky. However, the risk was actually because of you, said Lorata with a chuckle as she covered her mouth. His divination was right, but it caused him to end up in a fatal situation. This sure is an interesting account. Klein was taken aback before he nodded seriously. Indeed, divination is never crystal clear. And that vagueness only means that an interpretation can be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. How did you finish him off after that? Asked Dunn while he did his arm exercises and leaned back. I pretended to agree to him and made him awaken me. However, he did not dare enter the effective range of the sealed artifact. He stayed 2 to 3 meters away and used a strange paper slip in an attempt to push me. I seized the opportunity and pulled at his paper slip, causing him to be thrown into 249's effective range. I then complemented it with repeated shots and completed my goal. Hey, it's quite an embarrassing matter for me. I didn't even have the confidence of hitting him despite being only 2 to 3 meters away from him. Ire nodded slightly. With his evasive abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 meters is not an absolute guarantee. You might be able to strike him, but fail to hit him in a vital spot. That would only make things worse. Your choice back then was impeccable. It can even be said to be outstanding. If I were in your shoes, I might not have been able to do it better than you. He did not ask further. After all, the suited clown's entry into the sealed artifact 249's area of influence basically sealed his fate. He became a living target. The subsequent sequence of seer as clown, How odd, Dunn suddenly said with a sigh. Chapter 78, Trauma. Harson added, exactly, it is hard to imagine that the subsequent sequence of seer would be clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. Is that strange? I remember that quite a number of sequence potions also seem to lack similarities between their different levels. Lorata covered her mouth as she yawned. It was obvious that her injuries were more severe. Not even Goddess's gaze could help her to maintain her vibrant energy. No, Lorata, this is completely different. Even if the other sequence potions are lacking a connection, we can also find common points if viewed from a different angle. However, I cannot comprehend it for seer and clown at all, said Harson as he shook his head and sighed. Klein listened to their discussion and laughed. No, there's still a common point. What? Asked curiously. Even Dunn's arm exercises clearly slowed down. Klein replied without hesitation, be it a seer or a clown, both of them can be found at the circus. Dunn, and Lorata were stunned. PFF'd. Quite a good answer. I like young man like you. Lorata was the first to return to her senses as she burst out laughing. Also smiled as he shook his head. In this era, the number of gentlemen who are equipped with the spirit of self-deprecation is decreasing. Thankfully, we have met one today. Do you think I like to engage in self-deprecation? It's not like I figured out any commonality between the two, Klein complained internally as he replied with a wry smile. I only wish that the potions of the sequence pathway would not have names like Beast Tamer, Acrobat, or Magician. That would really form a circus. Furthermore, it's a one-man circus. Ha ha. Dunn and company were immediately amused. It filled the carriage with a joyous atmosphere. The carriage proceeded straight for Zudaland Street. Klein, who was not injured, was the first to enter Blackthorn's security company. Goddess, what happened to you? Why are you like that? Roseanne exclaimed when she caught sight of him. Klein looked down at his dirty and tattered suit. He replied with his heart aching, there are always all kinds of accidents during a mission. Thankfully, the goddess blessed us and it ended beautifully. Praise the lady. Roseanne devoutly drew the crimson moon across her chest. Before waiting for Klein to continue, she asked, do you need us to hide in the third floor again? Is the sealed artifact really that dangerous? Trust me, it's far more dangerous than you can imagine, replied Klein with a lingering fear. If not for his even more mysterious luck enhancement ritual, he would have perished under the proverbial hands of 2049. Goddess, Roseanne's lips quivered as though she had still a million things to say or questions to ask, but in consideration of how the captain was waiting downstairs, she held back her compulsion. She informed Mrs. Oriana and company to head upstairs to the third floor. The neighbors of Blackthorn Security Company were either estates of the church, or devout clergymen who vaguely knew of the situation. When all the civilian staff dispersed, Klein did not rush to the entertainment room to inform the other Nighthawks. He immediately returned and helped the captain and the rest escort sealed artifact 2049, Monster Bieber's remnants, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Through the partition, Dunn pushed open the entertainment room's door and said to the two Nighthawks who were playing Gwent cards, Fry, Royale, both of you are to immediately head to the harbor's Tyrell warehouse and aid Leonard in dealing with the aftermath. All right, Royale with her raven black hair and cold expression was the first to stand up. Corpse Collector Fry, with his black hair, blue eyes, and pale skin stood up next. They put down their Gwent cards and walked out the entertainment room, and when they passed through the partition, they clearly paused. Wait, Dunn shouted, not letting down their expectations. What else is there? Sleepless Royale turned her head back and asked without an expression. Remember to inform the police. Let them seal off the road. Prevent anyone from coming close until you are done with the scene and move the corpse back, Dunn said, smacking his forehead. All right, Royale turned around and took 2 steps before pausing once again. She turned her head, blinked and confirmed coldly, Captain, is there nothing else? No, Dunn answered categorically. Royale nodded unnoticeably and walked towards the entrance. As for Corpse Collector Fry, who exuded coldness and darkness, he maintained his adequate pace. At that moment, Dunn added, remember to tell Rosanna, Mrs. Oriana, and company that they can come down. No problem, Fry calmly replied as though no emotion stirred in him. Klein watched as the two Nighthawks walked out the door and went upstairs before heaving a secret sigh of relief. He followed the captain and the rest underground. They proceeded straight to Channy's gate. As Dunn gestured for Sleepless Kenley to open Channy's gate, he instructed Klein, go to the armory and get old Neil here. We need his ritualistic magic to heal ourselves. As the effects of the medicine began to wear off, his mental state gradually waned. All right, Klein did not wait for the captain to continue, as he added, I will watch the armory in old Neil's place. I will also request for at least 20 demon hunting bullets and also wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval, curbing my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn was instantly at a loss for words. Captain, is there anything else? Asked Klein with a smile after beating Dunn to it. Dunn shook his head and remained speechless. He pulled out his cane and turned around. After walking a certain distance, Klein turned into the armory and recounted the happenings generally to old Neil, who was drinking plain water. He became a monster that lost control, you even killed a Beander. Old Neil quickly tidied up his desk. It's like I'm listening to the script of a play. He mumbled as he circled around the desk and walked straight towards the corridor without waiting for Klein's answer. Klein asked out of curiosity, Mr. Neil, doesn't the church have real restorative medicine? Why would ritualistic magic be needed? No medicine made with ordinary ingredients can provide the permanent restorative effects of a ritual. Extraordinary ingredients are very rare, and most of them are not suitable for restorative medicine, old Neil explained casually. You should know about goddess's gaze, right? When the medicine is first made via a ritual, it would be a standard, real restorative medicine. But every minute after its completion, its effect evaporates until little of its efficacy is left. I see, Klein nodded disappointedly. As a former, keyboard warrior, an avid gamer, it was a habit to yearn for a medicine with magical healing properties. He watched old Neil leave and sat down, taking in the tranquility that he had not had in a very long time. In the midst of his peace, he recalled the tragic death of the suited clown. He recalled himself shooting coldly, the gruesome wound and the spewing of fresh blood. Klein's body shivered as he felt discomfort. He first stood up, then sat down, then slowly repeated the process. He also did some pacing back and forth in between. Phew, he let out a breath and decided to occupy himself with something so that he could stop thinking of those negative images. Klein took off his silk hat and formal suit. He then took out a handkerchief and a brush to clean off the dirt and mud. After an uncertain amount of time, he heard old Neil's familiar footsteps. Old Neil's gait involved him walking on his heels, and it made a distinctive noise as he ambled down the hall. How tiring, old Neil complained as he walked into the room. Tell the rest that no one is to come here within the next hour. I need to rest, he instructed casually, glancing towards Klein. Why don't you rest upstairs, and I keep watch here? Klein suggested out of kindness. Old Neil shook his head. It's too noisy upstairs. Roseanne is a lady who just can't stop talking. All right, Klein did not insist. He put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and returned to the corridor. Then, he pulled the armory's door ajar. Tap, tap, tap. He slowly walked on the empty path when he suddenly saw many rooms he had never seen previously by the side. There is a secret door here. Klein stopped at a spot around a bend as he looked at the room. He discovered that corpse collector Fry had already returned. He was carefully examining a completely dissected corpse. Klein's heart stirred as he mustered his courage and approached the room. He knocked lightly on the open door. Fry stopped his actions and turned around, looking over with his blue but ice-cold eyes. Sorry for disturbing you. I just wish to know if this is a corpse of a Beander, asked Klein as he controlled his tone. Yes. Fry's lips opened and closed, but only spat out a single word. Klein's gaze reached beyond him and landed on the corpse. Indeed, he discovered the familiar gruesome wound on the forehead. It's that suited clown, Klein secretly exhaled and said, any discoveries? No, answered Fry in an abnormally simple manner. The mood instantly turned awkward. Just as Klein was about to bade farewell, Fry took the initiative to say, if you feel uncomfortable, you can come in to take a look. You will discover that it's only a corpse. Afraid that I'll be traumatized? Klein nodded in thought. He entered the room and came in front of the long white-clothed table as he looked at the corpse. The suited clown's red, yellow, and white paint had been cleaned off, revealing an unfamiliar face that did not look anything special. He was in his 30s and had black hair and a high nose bridge. At that moment, Fry went to a square table by the corner of the wall and picked up a pencil and piece of paper. He returned to the corpse and placed the paper down and began drawing with the pencil. Klein glanced at it in curiosity and found that Fry was sketching the suited clown's head. It did not take long before Fry stopped moving the pencil. On the piece of paper, there was a lifelike portrait. Compared to the corpse, the only difference was the lack of a wound with the addition of blue eyes. What a talented genius, Klein marveled in surprise. I never expected you to be that good at sketching. My dream was to become an artist before becoming a nighthawk. Fry's tone was completely placid. Then why don't you fulfill your dreams? Asked Klein curiously. Fry put down his pencil and said with the suited clown's portrait in hand, my father was a priest of the goddess. He wished that I become a priest. It's a presentable job. You became a priest? Klein asked in surprise. He found it unimaginable that Fry could become a priest with his personality and the vibes he exuded. Yeah, I did quite an okay job. Fry wore a cold expression as the corners of his mouth curled up a little as he replied. Later, I encountered and experienced some things and ended up a nighthawk. Klein did not plan on infringing on his privacy, so he asked, you were once a priest of the goddess, so why not choose to be a sleepless? A personal reason, answered Fry frankly. Furthermore, Madame Daly is a good role model. Klein nodded, and just as he was about to change the subject, he heard Fry say, help me watch this room. I have to immediately hand the sketch to Captain. Closing a secret door is very troublesome. All right. Although Klein was a little afraid facing a corpse alone, he braved his fear in agreement. With Fry gone, the room turned quiet. The corpse laid there as Klein's heart turned heavy. He took a few breaths and, in a bid to defeat his fears, approached the long table. The suited clown lay there silently with his pale face. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had lost all signs of breathing. Apart from the gruesome wound, he emitted the unique coldness of a dead man. Klein observed for a moment as his emotions gradually settled. As he was calming down, he swept his gaze and discovered a strange brand on the suited clown's wrist. Gathering his courage, he extended his hand to touch it, hoping to turn it around to see it more clearly. Just as the ice-cold touch reached from Klein's fingertips to his brain, the pale palm that had lost all vibrancy shot up suddenly, grabbing him by the wrist. It grabbed at his wrist tightly. Chapter 79. Another murmuring. Klein instantly felt his hair stand on end as the icy hand tightened around his wrist. He instinctively pulled his wrist back in a desperate attempt to escape. A heavy sensation bore down on him as Klein used every fiber of strength in his entire body to yank his arm back. The pale, naked corpse was yanked so forcefully to the side that it fell from the autopsy table. However, the white, ice-cold finger's grip remained firmly latched onto Klein's wrist. Klein momentarily lost the ability to think. The only thought that went through his mind was to draw his revolver and riddle the corpse in holes. However, as he could not retract his dominant hand, he threw his black cane and desperately tried to retrieve his revolver from his holster to no avail. At that moment, the corpse's eyes rose, revealing a pair of calm, blue eyes. His mouth moved as he muttered, Hornassus, Hornassus, Hornassus. After those 3 words were said, Klein was completely flustered as he felt that the fingers gripping onto his wrist began to loosen before dropping limp. The suited clown's eyes were shut once again, as though nothing had happened at all. If the pale corpse wasn't lying on the stone floor, Klein would have imagined that he had been struck by a hallucination spell. He staggered backwards a few steps and felt that most of his body was trembling as a result of the shock and fear. Phew, Klein gasped for air as he slowly regained control of his mental facilities. He looked at the corpse on the ground in alarm and fear. He drew his revolver and carefully retreated from the room, one step at a time. After confirming that the corpse was motionless, he took a glance at his wrist of the hand holding onto his revolver. There were 5 deep, red finger marks imprinted on his wrist. They silently described his encounter. Klein calmed down as vulgarities filled his mind. Fucking hell. I almost died from the shock. After panting for more than 10 seconds, he began assembling items in his mind to quickly compose himself. He carefully recalled everything that he encountered and pieced them together, although he did not understand the reason for the suited clown's resurrection. He acutely noticed an important point. The corpse had repeated the words, Hornassus. It's Hornassus again. Klein knitted his brows. The Antigonus family's notebook has records of a nation of the Evernight in the Hornassus mountain range. While in cogitation or spirit vision, I would hear sounds that I shouldn't be able to hear, and among those sounds is the word, Hornassus, is the answer to all these questions on the Hornassus mountain range. There might be massive danger lurking there. For example, an evil god might be sealed within and was using various forms of attraction to achieve freedom. While considering this, Klein carefully entered the room and touched the corpse a few times to verify that it was completely dead. He didn't want corpse collector Fry to see him mess up the place, so he mustered his courage to move the corpse back onto the autopsy table. Klein couldn't help but feel as though his heart was in his mouth throughout the process. The slightest movement could snap his tense nerves. Furthermore, The ice-cold feeling given out by the corpse felt particularly disgusting. After finishing the mission with great difficulty, he recalled the reason he approached the corpse. Therefore, he focused on the suited clown's wrist and looked at the strange brand. It was unknown when the brand had slipped off, shrinking into a spherical blob of blood which had tint of blue. The spherical blob of blood was the size of a thumb. It floated in midair silently in defiance of the laws of physics. "What is this?" Klein muttered, but he didn't dare to touch it rashly. He had no intention of hiding the strange blood sphere. Firstly, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Secondly, he was certain that Fry, who had examined the corpse, would have long discovered the brand on the wrist. It was even likely that he knew what the strange blood sphere was. And even if Fry doesn't know, reporting it to Captain and letting the Nighthawks research it is definitely better than me making random attempts. That was Klein's train of thought. Being in an organization meant he had to know how to make use of the organization's powers to its fullest. Klein waited nervously for a few minutes before he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed, and thin-lipped Fry return. He instantly noticed the strange blood sphere, and asked Klein a question he had previously asked himself. "What is this?" "No idea." Klein shook his head honestly. He recounted what had happened without hiding anything. The brand slipped off into a blood sphere. Fry nodded, seemingly deep in thought. The corpse of a Beander always tends to have some strange transformations. He looked up and said to Klein, "Bring the captain here. Inform him about the contents." That the corpse murmured as well. "All right." Klein was already itching to leave. "You don't have to return with the captain," Fry added. "I believe you won't like to see what happens next." As he spoke, he picked up a silver surgical knife beside him. Klein nodded with some lingering fear. "I was hoping you'd say that." He picked up his cane, wore his hat and hobbled over to the Chinese gate. At the keeper's room, he saw the no longer frail Captain Dunn. After Dunn heard his recollection of what happened, he nodded indiscernibly. "I'll report the matter to the higher-ups and let the Holy Cathedral deal with it. Maybe they'll send people to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range to take a look." Klein answered briefly in confirmation. Seeing that only Sleepless Kenley and the captain were in the keeper's room, he casually asked, "Are Mr. Eyre and the others resting?" Dunn nodded and said, "Eyre and Borgia are at St. Selena Cathedral. Lorata is probably looking for a coffee shop. Madame Lorata hasn't recovered from her injuries, right?" Klein asked in surprise. Dunn massaged his nose bridge and said with a laugh, "Lorata has 3 hobbies, coffee, dessert, and maidservants. She says she needs these 3 things to speed up her recovery." "Maidservants?" Klein asked, perplexed. "Does Madame Lorata have a particular fetish?" Dunn shook his head helplessly and said, "She likes maidservants." "Yeah, that's right. Furthermore, she likes ones with big breasts. She sure is weird." Klein had no idea what kind of expression he should show in response. Dunn didn't delay any further as he headed out the keeper's room. As Klein watched his back, he silently waited for him to turn. Meanwhile, he noticed at the corner of his eye that Sleepless Kenley had fished out his pocket watch and opened it. 3, 2, 1. The moment Klein finished counting down silently, Dunn stopped and turned around. "Another thing I forgot. Klein, you went through a lot today. Once you relax, you'll feel exhausted. There's no need for you to be here in the afternoon. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll submit the application listing the detailed losses. All right, don't worry too much about your killing of a Beander. Killing him was equivalent to saving more lives. As a matter of fact, I'm actually feeling much better." Klein silently exhaled. Dunn nodded slightly and just as he turned around, he smacked himself in the forehead. "I've also handed the Beander's sketch to Leonard. He and the police department are in charge of the follow-up investigations. I believe that the Beander must have rode on carriages, eaten food, and had somewhere to stay. Wherever he goes, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves behind, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him." Emperor Rassel's words are truly sensible. "Yes," Klein answered, stupefied. After the captain walked far away, he left the keeper's room and slowly walked to the 2nd floor. Along the way, he suddenly recalled something as he experienced an additional bout of fear. That suited clown claimed that the secret order controlled the corresponding sequence pathway of seers. Even if he was exaggerating and they didn't have the higher sequence potion formulas, they definitely have the lower sequence ones. It also means that they have a number of seers. Then, wouldn't they divine that I killed the suited clown and secretly exact revenge against me? If they can't deal with the Nighthawks, can't they deal with me, a seer without any direct measures against enemies? Klein stopped in the stairwell and began thinking about the problem seriously. Soon, he discovered that he was worrying over nothing. Firstly, the secret order doesn't know who are members of the Nighthawks. Secondly, even if they know one or two, they definitely wouldn't include a civilian staff member like me. Thirdly, under the present circumstances, unless they have a prophet, there's no way they can divine who the murderer is. He heaved a sigh of relief and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Even though he hadn't eaten lunch yet, he still lacked the appetite. After entering his bedroom, Klein removed his damaged suit first. Then, he took off his half-top hat, got into bed and tried to go to sleep. His mind remained active as though his entire existence couldn't relax. His mind wasn't repeating the scene of him shooting the suited clown to death, but of the scene of him moving the corpse, and that hair-raising experience. He no longer felt uncomfortable about killing for the first time, but more of a disgust when he thought about it. This was probably Fry's goal. He hoped that I would approach the corpse and face it directly to overcome my trauma, but even though the trauma from before is gone, I've been traumatized by something new. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he gradually felt his nerves calm down. He had no idea when he dozed off, but when he woke up, his stomach was groaning in protest. I feel like I can eat an entire horse, Klein muttered as he looked at the sun setting in the west as though the sky was alit. Changing into old but comfortable casual clothes, he briskly walked to the first floor. Before he could consider what to make for dinner, he heard the door open. Melissa, the corners of his mouth curled up at the thought. Ever since she began taking the public carriage, his sister no longer returned home late. The key twisted as the door opened. Melissa walked in with her bag that contained her books and stationery. She looked at the kitchen and said, "Klein, there's a letter for you." "It's from your mentor." "A letter from mentor, right. I wrote to him asking about the relevant historical situation of the Hornassus main peak." Klein was taken aback at first before he recalled the matter. Chapter 80, Banquet Invitation. After having dinner, a satiated Klein casually lounged on the living room sofa. He used a small letter opener to open the letter he received from his mentor. Melissa was sitting by the dining table at the time, working hard on a textbook problem, with the gas lamp for illumination. Benson was cradled in a single-seater, reading Accountancy for Beginners. Klein found 3 pages in the letter that he read with both fear and anticipation. "Very happy to receive your letter. It reminds me of the good old days over the past few years. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya have left us forever. I attended their burials separately and could feel their parents' anguish. The two of them were young adults who were supposed to have beautiful, bright futures ahead of them. Fate is always so unpredictable. No one can know what will happen to you next. I've experienced more as I've grown older, and I can increasingly sense the weakness and helplessness of humanity. Regarding the historical information revolving around the Hornassus main peak, I recall that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph detailing it. It includes his accounts of his time at the Hornassus main peak. He discovered a few ancient buildings that are more than 1,000 years old. What shames every historian and archaeologist is our inability to precisely date the era. We can only make a crude estimate based on the architecture style, the characteristics of the murals, and a few of the texts that we can decipher. It's quite unbelievable that such a tall mountain peak would have humans living there. Mr. Joseph has ample evidence to prove that those humans developed a civilization that they can call their own. As for the details, it is hard to fully describe them in this letter. I suggest you try borrowing this monograph from the Deweyville Library. Trust me, Sir Deweyville's donation to this library makes it have more books in its collection than the one built by the city government. The monograph's title is Research of the Hornassus Main Peak's Relics. It is published by the Lowen publishing firm. In addition, there are some papers that discuss something of relevance. They are published in the journals, New Archaeology, Archaeology Summary. The exact issue and journal volume is. Klein read every word, and repeated the names of the monograph and paper names silently. Immediately afterwards, he found some paper and an envelope, as well as a fountain pen before penning his gratitude. "Melissa, help me send this letter out. This is the money for the stamps." Klein placed the sealed envelope and more than enough money for the stamps on his sister's desk. Melissa took a glance and curled her lips. "Klein, stamps don't cost that much." "Yes, stamps don't, but a girl should have some allowance." Klein replied with a smile. "I believe Selena has mentioned this to you before." Noticing that Melissa was about to protest, he quickly added, "It can be used to buy the materials and tools you need." "Tools?" Melissa repeated softly again and again before casting her gaze back onto her books. All right, she said as she nodded imperceptibly. The corners of Klein's mouth immediately curved upwards as he briskly walked back to the sofa. Excellent persuasion skills. You precisely pinpointed Melissa's weakness. Benson gave a thumbs up as he said with a suppressed laugh. Klein cleared his throat and said in all seriousness. Then how shall I persuade you? Your self-study should emphasize language and ancient literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important. According to the curriculum of the public schools and grammar schools, as well as the material tested for in-college admissions, Klein was very confident about the general direction in which the upcoming civil servant examinations would focus on. Benson touched his hairline and said with a self-deprecating smile, I feel like a curly-haired baboon in front of those books. But they're really useful, Klein said with a determined smile. At that moment, Melissa put down her fountain pen, stood up, and walked to the sofa. Benson, Klein, this Sunday is Selina's birthday. She and her parents wish to invite all of us to their place for a banquet. Are both of you free? Should be fine for me, Klein said after some thought. He could take the opportunity to be acquainted with his sister's friends. It could prevent him from being utterly clueless whenever something happened to her. Me too, Benson said as he combed his hairs with his fingers. It looks like we'll have to think of a birthday present for Miss Selina. This should be left to Melissa. She knows Miss Selina better than us. Besides, what we need to do is what a gentleman ought to do, pay for it. This is the first time I've heard someone describe laziness in such a pleasant manner, Benson said as he shook his head and chuckled. Klein returned with a smile. This is the purpose of language and ancient literature. Benson never expected Klein to return to the subject at hand. It left him momentarily speechless. The next day, Klein wore his cheap formal suit and held his black inlaid silver cane as he climbed up the stairs and arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company's entrance. His tuxedo had already been sent to the tailor's. Klein was just about to greet Roseanne when he saw Captain Dunn walk out of the partition. Good morning, Klein. Did you have a good night's sleep? Dunn asked with concern. Klein answered honestly, better than I expected. I didn't even have nightmares. But I still feel heavy and a little disgusted when I recall it. Very good. I feel assured hearing that, Dunn said with a nodding smile. After chatting about the weather, he raised a matter. The Holy Cathedral has replied to my telegram. Antigonus, Larata, and company are to immediately escort sealed artifact 2049 and the Antigonus family's notebook back to Backland. They've also sent an additional Nighthawk yesterday afternoon via steam locomotive to help. I believe that they've already set off by now. Already set off by now? Does that mean I'm completely free from the traumatizing Antigonus family's notebook? Klein was taken aback. He found it surreal as though he was dreaming. This is more relaxing than I imagined. It's unlikely that there will be any follow-up, right? May the goddess bless them and that they will have a smooth journey. After a few seconds of silence, Klein made a gesture on his chest in the sign of the Crimson Moon. Dunn wore his hat and pointed out the door. I have to patrol the Raphael Cemetery garden. Hey, I forgot one thing. The investigations of Leonard and the police department has borne fruit. They found the carriage driver that drove them. We have confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City, but they are rather cautious. They didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Klein echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and turned to head to the door. He stopped 3 seconds later and turned his head. Also, the Holy Cathedral needs another 2 to 3 days before they notify us of your application to become an official member. Heh, this is dealt with by a different department, separate from the one that deals with the Antigonus family's notebook. They have different levels of efficiency. I understand, Klein replied sincerely. Meanwhile, he helped his captain add inwardly, remember to submit the compensation application today. Watching Dunn leave, Klein heard the brown-haired Roseanne exclaim, Goddess, Klein, are you becoming a formal member? You haven't even joined us for a month. After I consumed the seer potion, it was only a matter of time. That's reasonable. Roseanne fell into a daze for a few seconds before suddenly sighing. I was praying that you finished your mysticism lessons so that you could be added to the roster for watching the armory, but, Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my state of mind. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be very familiar to such a lifestyle? Before I joined, it has always been you, Brett, and old Neil who took turns, right? Klein asked, puzzled. Roseanne shook her head with a depressed look. No, There were 4 previously, 5 even earlier. Unfortunately, Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola did not choose to extend her contract last month and joined the Koi Noel Machinery Company. She's a gifted girl when it comes to creation. She only lacked the opportunity in money. 5 years as a civilian staff allowed her to have enough savings. Having said this, Roseanne suddenly glanced at Klein and laughed with her mouth covered. I've thought of a good solution. Klein, get married as soon as possible. Then, accidentally expose the secret of Beyonders to her. This is considered a very minor leak, so there won't be any particularly heavy penalties. After all, who can lie to a person who shares the same bed with you over prolonged periods of time? You can introduce her to us when that happens, make her a civilian staff member. What a perfect plan. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Miss Roseanne, you can also quickly find a husband. It should be even easier. I believe you have the adequate means to divulge the secret to him. Roseanne's eyes widened and her mouth turned agape when she heard him. How can I? Marriage is a very serious matter. I have to carefully pick and observe him over a period of time to ensure that he's all right. That's not what you said a second ago. Klein didn't bother engaging in sophistry with Roseanne. He smiled as he engaged in a little small talk before bidding farewell and heading underground. At the armory, he saw old Neil wrestling with the hand-ground coffee. So, he sat down and waited patiently. Soon you'll be an official member, right? Old Neil asked casually as he filtered the coffee. Captain said that another 2 to 3 days are needed. It's still a question of whether the Holy Cathedral will approve of it, Klein said frankly. Hee. Old Neil chortled. The Holy Cathedral won't deny cases like these, especially when you're already a Beander. With that said, he turned his head and faced Klein. He said with a chuckle, you must be mentally prepared. There's a ritual every official Nighthawk member has to undergo. They have to complete a mission independently. Of course, Dunn would definitely choose the easiest and simplest ones for a rookie. Besides, you're a support-type seer. Chapter 81, Finally Meeting. I have to complete a mission independently in order to become an official member. Klein was taken aback, but we might not even have a mission this week, and it might not be so simple. Wouldn't this mean that it'll take me 1 to 2 months to become an official Nighthawk? Only then will I get a pay rise. Old Neil sniffed at the coffee and shot a glance at him. It's only a ritual among Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the peak of Beander danger and don't want our teammates to act like children who require constant care. This won't affect the salary that you'll receive as an official member, or your privileges needed to fulfill your duty. So it's just a ritual to gain the recognition of the other Nighthawks, but, Mr. Neil, why did you emphasize that it would not affect my pay grade as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face and gave an embarrassed smile before asking, does it have to be a mission of the Beander variety? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was truly outstanding. You ingeniously killed a Beander that's at least at sequence 8. I believe Fry, Royale, and the rest have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you to an ordinary mission, Old Neil said before suddenly sighing. You'll have your salary increase several-fold. I'll never encounter something like that again in my lifetime. Klein chuckled as he raised the matter about his sequence pathway. Mr. Neil, do you think that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is clown? In fact, thinking back to the description from the confidential documents, it did seem to add up. A job good at fighting with artifice. I can't give you any guarantees, but I think it's highly likely. Firstly, it matches up with what's said on the documents. Their agile movement and deception-based battle style are key points. Next, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior? Old Neil asked with a chuckle. No, it's not written in the information provided by the church. Klein shook his head honestly. Old Neil chuckled briefly before saying, I'm close friends with 2 old guys from the machinery hivemind. They mentioned it in passing, as a joke. The corresponding sequence 8 potion of Mystery Prior is Melee Scholar. Did you hear that? Melee Scholar. Goddess, I don't like melee combat at all. This doesn't suit the image of a Mystery Prior at all. I can understand, Mystery Priors pursue the mysteries behind things. Melee combat is one of those mysteries, Klein said after some thought. Old Neil finished his hand-ground coffee. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's continue our mysticism studies. You still have a lot of ritualist magic that you need to grasp. You also need to learn how to create amulets and charms. Alright, Klein sat down and planned out his schedule for the day. In the morning I'll study mysticism and read through all sorts of historical records. I'll submit the compensation request. After lunch, I'll practice at the shooting club. Then, I'll head to the Deweyville Library at Golden Indus Borough and see if I can borrow the corresponding monograph and journal regarding the Hornassus main peak. After doing all that, if I have time, I'll spend some time at the divination club. I can't slack off on my acting. Once the compensation request is approved and I receive the money, I'll be able to buy a new suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and try to make a protective amulet to ward off danger for Melissa and Benson. In a dining hall adorned with a chandelier and elegant decorations, a few friends were congratulating Joyce Meyer on his escape from danger and his return to Tingen. We all read the news. Just the written description alone was enough to scare me, a man with a short stubble on his chin said wistfully. Joyce, I can't believe you went through such an ordeal. Cheers. The tragedy is over now, and the sunlight shines down upon us. Exalted as the steam, Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their cups and clinked them together with their friends. Then, they gulped down what little champagne they had left. Anna was extremely worried at the time. I suspect that she cried every night. Whenever I invited her for some afternoon tea, she was always absent-minded. Thankfully, you're finally back now. Otherwise, I reckon she would have passed away just like that. A young lady, with a cute small nose and coiled brown hair, said to Joyce as she glanced at Anna. If Anna were to experience something like that, I'd be the same. I might be in an even worse state. The aquiline-nosed Joyce gave his fiancé, who was sitting beside him, a gentle look. Anna wasn't used to expressing her emotions in front of others. She looked at the opposite end of the table and said, Bogda, why have you been keeping your head down this entire time? I can sense how terrible your mood is. The young lady with a petite nose answered in Bogda's place. Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's something seriously wrong with his liver. He can only use medicine to reduce the pain, but it doesn't treat his illness. He needs to undergo surgery. Lord, when did this happen? Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with short hair, but his face was sallow. His usually brilliant red eyes were replaced with a dim glow. It happened last week. Since Joyce wasn't back yet, I told Irene not to tell you, Bogda explained with a rueful smile. Joyce asked staidly, have you decided when you'll undergo surgery? Bogda's expression changed a few times as he said, no, I haven't decided yet. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The patient is like a piece of meat on a chopping block, allowing them to butcher people as they please. I've read a lot of reports. They'll even use an axe for amputation. Lord, I suspect I might very well die on the operating table. But if you delay it further, then surgery might not be able to save you, the man with a stubble said as he tried to persuade him. At that moment, Anna interjected, Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination indicates that everything will go smoothly, then proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. If the outcome of the divination is bad, seek other means. Seek it with the help of the fortune teller. I know of a real, mysterious fortune teller. No, I should address him as a seer. I believe he can definitely help you. For real? Bogda returned with a question, clearly looking doubtful. Their other friends shared the same attitude. Yes, Anna nodded without hesitation. I hired his divination services, and after divining Joyce's situation, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is at home waiting for you. Back then, I was like all of you, filled with doubt. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He was really back. I can testify on this point, Joyce echoed. He didn't mention that he had sought Klein's help in interpreting his dreams. This was because the police had informed him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep it a secret in order to prevent revenge from being exacted upon him. Lord, this is absolutely unbelievable. Is divination really that magical? Amidst the shouting, Bogda thought deeply for a moment before saying, perhaps I should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, could you tell me the seer's name and address? Anna heaved a sigh of relief and said, you made a very wise choice. That seer is at the divination club at Howe Street. His name is Klein Moretti. Golden Indus Borough, Deweyville Library. Klein used the introduction note from his mentor's letter to successfully apply for a borrowing pass. As he flipped the tiny card in his hand, he asked a few librarians, do you have the research of the Hornassus main peak's relics here? It was published by the Lowen publishing firm. A librarian immediately answered, please wait a moment. Let me check the records. He turned around and looked at the drawers. He pulled open the letter that matched Hornassus and flipped through a card that was filled with single words that followed a particular order. On careful inspection, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, sir. We do not have this book in our collection." "How regretful," Klein answered in clear disappointment. "From the looks of it, I need to write to the Lowen publishing firm or pay a visit to the Koya University." Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly at how dated the management of the libraries of this world was. "You people need a computer." "Unfortunately, I can't produce one." Klein made a silent, self-deprecating comment and turned to ask, "Then, do you have the journal issues of New Archaeology and Archaeology Summary?" "We do," the librarian confirmed. "A gentleman just returned them." He flipped out the corresponding card and pointed Klein in the direction of the bookshelf. Klein went over to the bookshelf, scanned the journal issues, and pulled out the ones his mentor mentioned. Then, he randomly found a spot by the window to sit down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the information in the library quietly. Ancient relics don't solely exist on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. They're also spread out across the surrounding forests, valleys, and gentle slopes around the main peak. These relics are formed from lofty domes and gigantic stone columns. Honestly, they can be described as magnificent. I'm curious as to how the original residents mine and process these rocks. Hypothetically, let's assume that they performed their mining operation on the spot without needing to send them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern where the relics become larger in size the closer you are to the mountain peak. But surprisingly, there are no ruins on the peak. According to our hypothesis, there should be palaces that don't resemble man-made buildings, divine halls used for sacrifices. Palaces that don't look like they were man-made, divine halls used for sacrifices. Could it be the one that I saw in my dream? While Klein ruminated, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching him from a distance. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared on the papers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a firm nose, short dark blonde hair, azure blue eyes, and tightly closed lips. All of these features belong to a certain famous person from Tingen City, a philanthropist, entrepreneur, and the owner of this library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler who Klein had met before. Klein watched them walk by from more than 10 meters away. Out of curiosity, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his glabella twice. Chapter 82, Herb Store. Various colors surfaced as auras and entered Klein's eyes. He casually studied Sir Deweyville's condition. He's very healthy. There are almost no hidden problems, his emotional state is horrendous. Amid the dullness, there's frailty, his mental state is frail. He has trouble sleeping well. But the purple aura at his head is completely fine. Klein muttered silently to himself as Sir Deweyville walked off and left the library. Retracting his gaze, Klein pinched his forehead and sighed inwardly. Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. He didn't pay much attention to the matter and returned his gaze onto the journal issues in front of him. Klein didn't find a lot of clues after reading each of them. He could only confirm a few things. Firstly, there existed an ancient kingdom on the Hornassus mountain range, as well as its surroundings. The ancient kingdom's history dated back to at least 1500 years. Secondly, their architectural style was primarily about being grand. They left behind all sorts of murals, and from those murals, it could be deduced that they believed that the Evernight would protect the loved ones of the departed. Finally, in the ruins, there were symbols that represented the Evernight everywhere, but they were clearly different from the Evernight sacred emblem. If I had a chance, no, even if I have a chance, I'll never go there. Klein muttered with clenched teeth. He vowed not to court death. After tidying the journal articles and returning them back to their original spots, he put on his hat, lifted his cane, and left the Deweyville Library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of receiving guests and said, "I'd like to have a divination." Angelica smiled politely and said, "Do you have a preferred fortune teller? Or would you like to flip through our introduction guide and choose the one that's most suitable for you?" Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and gasped silently for breath while saying, "I wish to have Mr. Klein Moretti divine for me." "But Mr. Moretti is not here today," Angelica answered with uncertainty. Bogda fell silent for a moment as he paced a few steps and asked, "When will Mr. Moretti be available?" "No one knows. He has his own matters to deal with. From what I've seen, he usually comes here on Monday afternoons," Angelica said as she pondered over the matter. "All right." Bogda's face darkened as he turned around, planning to leave. "Sir, you can choose other fortune tellers as well. For example, you can choose Mr. Hannes Vincent, who is famous in Tingen City. Angelica tried her best to prevent the loss of business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and considered it for a moment before saying, "No, I only trust Mr. Moretti." "Well, can I wait here for a moment? Perhaps he might come after he's done with his matters." "No problem," Angelica said with a warm smile. Bogda went to the sofa and sat down. Sometimes he stroked his cane, at other times he looked out the window, clearly looking rather impatient. Seconds turned to minutes. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should continue waiting or leave, he heard the beautiful lady exclaim in pleasant surprise, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Klein saw the familiar Angelica and was just about to ask why it was always her. Did she not need to rest or take any days off? However, he immediately took into consideration that he was a seer, so it was not appropriate for him to ask such questions. Instead, he had to use the tone of a charlatan and say something like, "How marvelous it is for fate to compel us to meet once again, Madame Angelica." Would this sound like I'm hitting on her? Klein's mind whirled as he finally replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, Madame Angelica. A customer wishes to hire you for a divination." Angelica pointed to Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Someone actually requested for me." Klein took off his half-top hat in pleasant surprise, pinching his glabella twice while doing so. "Good afternoon, sir." He looked over when his voice suddenly came to a pause. In his spirit vision, he saw the requester's liver looking dim. It was nearly black in color. It was making the rest of his body unbalanced as his aura was thin in various places. Klein deliberated over his words and he said in a serious expression, "Sir, you should see a doctor and not seek a divination." Bogda stood stunned on the spot as he immediately gave a pleasant look of surprise while muttering, "How fascinating. Anna wasn't lying to me." He hurriedly looked up at Klein in earnest. "Mr. Moretti, I've already seen a doctor and might have to undergo surgery. However, I'm frightened about the surgery. I would like to divine the outcome. The surgery of this era is really fraught with danger. Although Emperor Russell had given the impetus, this era still lacks most of the necessary technology." Klein didn't reject his request and nodded slightly. "My divination fee is 8 pence. Is that fine?" 8 pence? Bogda exclaimed in surprise. "You're only charging 8 pence. According to Anna's description, and the performance Mr. Moretti had just shown me, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small margins with large volume?" Klein was embarrassed for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, he calmly smiled and replied, "It is enough just being blessed with the ability to receive revelations from the divine and catch a glimpse of fate. Therefore, we must maintain our humility and suppress our greed. Only by doing so, can we continue being bestowed with our gifts. You are a true seer." Bogda held his chest and bowed, his tone filled with sincerity. Upon receiving Bogda's praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax. As for the description of his principles, it also gave him some new insight. "Miss Angelica, is Topaz available?" He turned to the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. After entering the divination room, Klein instructed Bogda to lock the door. Then, he sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. "Shall we use tarot cards for the divination?" he inquired with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable to determine matters related to him. As for drawing an astrolabe, it was too time-consuming. "I'll leave it up to you." Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein helped him shuffle and cut the deck before laying them out in an intis formation. Thanks to his uniqueness as a seer, Klein did not flip the other cards. Instead, he directly flipped the card that indicated the final result. A reversed wheel of fortune. "Things will develop badly," he said solemnly as he shot a glance. The color in Bogda's face drained instantly and his lips trembled. "Is it hopeless?" As Klein tried his best to think of a solution, he said, "Let me try a different divination method. Please leave your ring behind. Next, write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, please wait outside quietly." Influenced by his gentle and comforting tone, Bogda calmed down and followed the instructions by writing down the information and leaving his ring behind. As he watched Bogda leave, Klein wrote a sentence on the piece of paper. Outcome of Bogda Jones's surgery. He picked up the ring and paper slip and leaned back into his seat before using a dream divination technique. In a blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself, only to see the gentleman collapse with an ashen expression. He was covered in white cloth as he was pushed out of the quaking operating room. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange. He no longer felt the sense of being watched, so he quickly woke up. He knitted his brows tightly as he considered how he was going to inform Bogda about the outcome. The surgery may very well lead to death. I can try the restorative ritualistic magic I learned today, but that would expose the matter of Beyonders. Besides, I have to apply for Captain's approval first, yeah, and I might not be able to treat such a severe disease. Klein was racking his brains when he suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassis's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the medicine was extremely miraculous. What was it? Right, Lawson Darkwaid, 18 Vlad Street in East Borough. Lawson's folk herb store. As he tried his best to memorize the address back then, Klein quickly remembered the details. He rapped the corners of the table and quickly made a decision. After using spirit dowsing to quickly determine if it was a good or bad idea, Klein walked out the door. When he saw Bogda stand up in a fluster, he returned his ring to him and said warmly with a smile, "I found hope for you." "Really?" Bogda asked, pleasantly surprised. Klein did not reply him as he continued talking. "Your hope lies in the East Borough, on Vlad Street. It's related to the single-term Lawson. If you can't find it, come back here again on Monday at 4 in the afternoon." "Good, good." Bogda nodded as he repeated himself. He excitedly fished out his wallet and produced 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had done according to what Klein had said, without using tips to corrupt a true seer. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he received the money, but he smiled brilliantly. "I hope you will find hope as soon as possible." After Bogda left, he handed over the commission like the previous time and also gave Angelica tips, pretending as though he had collected a solely East Borough. Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other, repeating it 3 times until his liver started to ache. Finally, he determined that there was only one place that had anything to do with Lawson on the street. It was the Lawson's folk herb store, numbered 18 on the street. Mustering his courage, he walked in and caught the smell of the various herbs. He saw that the owner of the shop had black but very short hair. His face was round and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. The boss's formal attire resembled that of a village witch doctor. It was a deep black robe embroidered with all kinds of strange symbols. "Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my disease?" Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept his deep blue eyes across Bogda and smiled. "Your liver disease is very serious, but the premise of everything is whether you have the money. Do you have enough to pay for the medicine?" "He can tell." Bogda suddenly felt a lot more confident as he nodded frantically. "How much is your medicine?" £10. "It's a very fair price." The boss fished out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, "Add sufficient water and boil it into medicine. After boiling it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, then drink it down immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. You will be fine after 3 times." As he spoke, he opened the yellowish-brown paper and threw in all sorts of strange herbs. "It sounds extremely shady." Bogda gulped down his saliva and said, "That's it." The boss stared at him and immediately smiled. "Do you still want something else? What about this bag? Once you recover from your liver disease, I can give you a guarantee that your wife will be very satisfied." He chuckled as he took out a black papered bag of herbs and suppressed his voice. "There's mummy powder inside. Trust me, a lot of aristocrats consume this stuff. They put it in their tea or boil it as soup." Bogda's confidence in the boss wavered to the point of feeling disgusted. "I believe in Mr. Moretti." He took a deep breath, fished out his wallet, and pulled out the 2 biggest notes from what little was left of his gold pounds. Chapter 83, Carving. Holding onto the yellowish-brown paper bag full of herbs, Bogda staggered out of the Lawson's folk herb store. While waiting for a tracked carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. He had spent £10 to buy a bag of stuff. This was nearly a month's salary for him. If it wasn't for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought that much cash to the divination club. Could it be that the reason why Mr. Moretti only accepted 8 pence for his divination had something to do with his collusion with the boss of Lawson's folk herb store, so as to earn more? This was a classic scam written on the papers. When Bogda made this connection, he even began to suspect Klein a little. He even began suspecting Joyce and Anna. When a tracked carriage stopped in front of him, he looked at the herbs in his hand. Unable to bring himself to return, he entered the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store. As the boss watched Bogda leave, he suddenly turned his head and shouted at the door where there was a pile of herbs, "Charmaine, stop purchasing herbs from today." "Why, master?" A handsome-looking youth with disheveled hair walked out. The boss smiled and said, "This is the 16th customer that has come because of my fame. If this carries on, I believe the Nighthawks, the machinery hivemind, and the mandated punishers will notice me. When the time comes, I'll need to consider heading to other cities. Then, do we need to sublease this store?" Charmaine nodded in understanding as he asked with concern. The boss chuckled. "If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this store. You are already capable at identifying herbs and concocting medicine. Of course, remember to deposit half of your monthly profits into my anonymous Backland bank account." "But, I haven't learned what you are really good at." Charmaine was already sick of never staying in a city for more than a year, but he was unwilling to give up learning the magical formulas that his master was good at. The boss leisurely rocked himself in his seat. "That's not something you can learn just because you want to." A blackish-green bubbling liquid appeared in front of Bogda's eyes. It smelled of stinking socks, and the color that makes one want to puke made him deeply suspicious about everything he had done today. When the rooster blood was dropped into the medicine, Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly and said, "I think surgery is the best option." The few drops of rooster blood bubbled with the boiling liquid before vanishing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, "If this medicine is useless, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will watch over you." Bogda's father gestured a triangular sacred emblem across his chest. By the time the boiling liquid had cooled down, Bogda had no intention of wasting the 10 pounds. He raised his right hand and closed his eyes. Flicking his head back, he gulped down the medicine in one go. The pungent aroma that had the noxious smell of blood swished around in his mouth as he nearly spat out everything he had just drank. That night, Bogda had an upset stomach. He went to the bathroom 6 times, and by the time the crimson moon vanished, he fell asleep groggily. After an unknown period of time had passed, he jolted awake, having dreamed that he was being reprimanded by his boss at work. "Thankfully, I took 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to work." Bogda heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that he felt a lot more spirited. This was in stark contrast to the sluggish state he was in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out and pressed the right side of his abdomen. He noticed that the region which previously hurt when under slight pressure felt normal. He only felt the pain from ordinary pressure. "Don't tell me it was really effective. That apothecary was clearly just fooling me." Bogda was both surprised and doubtful as he got out of bed. He stretched himself and felt his health returning to him. He fell silent for a very long while as he muttered, "According to the apothecary, I still need to drink it twice. Once I'm done drinking, I'll go to the hospital to get a checkup from a doctor. That apothecary didn't tell me how many times I can drink a day. I still think he's a cheat." Inside the civilian staff office of the Blackthorn Security Company, from his prior request, Klein received a space where no one would disturb him. He held a carving knife and emitted his spirituality. He seriously carved the incantations and symbols onto 2 silver accessories. The incantation was a request to avoid disaster and was written in Hermes. The 2 mysticism symbols symbolized the Evernight goddess as well as the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Aside from that, Klein also added the path number that corresponded to the goddess, 7, and the magical characteristic. In addition to that, charms and amulets had to be engraved on both sides, and each side's symbols, incantations, and characteristics, their exact locations, or special formats was in the realm of mysticism. The ones that were spread amongst the ordinary populace were filled with mistakes. At that moment, Klein had a lot of damaged materials to his right. Through repeated practice, and only after he confirmed that he had enough practice, did he dare to begin creating the amulets for Benson and Melissa. As he calmed his mind, his spirituality spewed out from the tip of the carving knife. The number 7 appeared on the surface of the silver accessories. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the accessory. All that was left was to finish the remaining side. After putting down his knife, all his spirituality chained together as Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying energy surge throughout the room. The commotion quickly vanished as the incantations on both sides of the accessory became complete with Klein's spirit vision. It emitted a serene blackness. He put down his carving knife and gently polished the silver accessory that was formed from a circle and a vertical piece. He felt a tinge of coolness from the mild to the touch surface. "It's done." He happily placed the finished amulet and another one that he had previously finished into his pocket, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Benson and Melissa. Amulets created by Beyonders possessed a certain level of effectiveness. They allowed the wearer to unknowingly avoid disasters to a certain extent, but it was nothing too ridiculous. Furthermore, their spirituality would wane bit by bit. Unless one used a high-level ritualistic magic and created a prayer set, a year was the maximum one could use them for. As for high-level ritualistic magic, there was a terrifyingly high spirituality requirement. It wasn't something Klein could endure at the moment. When the time comes, I can use my spirituality to make another one, Klein thought, nodding as he began tidying up the messy table. He didn't make one for himself for the moment, because an amulet of that level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to gain a deeper understanding of incantations before trying to pair it with ritualistic magic. That way he could create a few defensive amulets that could be activated specifically with sound. After everything was finished, Klein walked out the office and prepared to hand over the damaged materials. That was when he saw Captain Dunn walk over in his black windbreaker. Dunn's deep and gray eyes swept across him as he smiled. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved it. You're now an official member." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his delight. Dunn nodded and said with a smile, "You can now receive a make-up pay of £3 for this week. You'll receive £4.50 every subsequent week until the advance payment is cleared. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to independently complete a mission. Only by doing so will you gain the recognition of your partners. In consideration of the outstanding performance you showed, I believe I can assign you an ordinary mission instead. When that happens, I'll formally introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingen City." Klein replied without hesitation, "All right. £3 plus his compensation of £7. Getting a new suit wasn't a problem anymore. Furthermore, he would still have plenty left over. Well, who knows when my mission will arrive." Klein waited all the way till Sunday, the day of Selina's birthday banquet. Changing into his formal suit and using a brush and handkerchief to tidy his half-top hat, Klein looked himself in the mirror before walking over to the first floor in satisfaction. At that moment, Melissa was sizing up Benson's clothes. "Is there a problem?" Benson raised his cane, feeling a little lacking due to his sister's gaze. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him when he inspected himself. He was already dressed quite decently. Melissa stopped staring at him and said with a serious expression, "Benson, that is a very old suit you're wearing. There will be a lot of excellent ladies and madams participating in today's birthday banquet. I believe that by wearing that, it'll be a form of disrespect to them." Klein was originally filled with questions. However, when he heard Melissa's emphasis, he immediately realized what was happening. He went over with a chuckle and said, "Benson and I share a similar build. He can wear my other tuxedo." He had already informed his siblings about buying a new suit. He explained it away by saying that his clothes had been torn while inspecting certain objects. Therefore, the company generously compensated him. Of course, he concealed the matter of him being promoted with a pay rise. He was afraid of scaring them and only planned to tell them after half a year. Such an explanation made Blackthorn Security Company and Melissa extremely envious. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an impeccable employer. "There's no need to, right?" Benson retorted, having not realized the gravity of the situation. "No, it's extremely important." Klein pushed Benson's shoulders up the stairs. "My tuxedo is hanging on the clothes rack." After watching Benson go up the stairs in a daze, Klein turned around and smiled at Melissa. "Are you hoping that Benson will use the opportunity provided by Selina's birthday banquet to begin a beautiful new romance?" He had been reading quite a fair amount of newspapers and magazines recently. He knew that aristocrats and middle-class banquets were typically grounds for blind dates. Melissa nodded solemnly. "Yes, Benson has missed out too much because of us. Sis, why are you like a mother?" Klein looked at Melissa as he suddenly shook his head with an exasperated laugh. Chapter 84, Elizabeth. Seeing the unconvinced look his sister's face, Klein suddenly felt like it was a good opportunity. He sized her up and said with a solemn expression, "Melissa, I think you aren't showing enough respect to today's banquet as well." "What?" Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. "As a lady, you are lacking a necklace that accentuates that area." Without waiting for his sister to say another word, he smiled as he fished out a silver amulet wrapped with angel wings from his pocket. "Thankfully, I prepared one for you." Melissa was taken aback at first before she asked, "How much was it?" "Sis, your concerns are really quite misplaced." Klein silently scoffed as he explained with a chuckle, "It's actually not very expensive. Since it was in an incomplete state, I imitated an item that I've seen before and engraved blessing incantations and beautiful patterns on them." "You engraved them?" Melissa was indeed distracted. "How is it? What do you think of my work?" Klein took the opportunity to hand over the amulet to his sister. Melissa studied it before gently biting down on her lip. I like the surrounding angel feathers. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, then just say so. There's no need to mince your words, an amulet's value is in its effects. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to urge his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa put on the necklace with a forced expression on her face. She then carefully adjusted the positioning of the amulet. Perfect. Klein sized her up and gave her exaggerated praise. Melissa shot him a glance and looked down at her amulet. She said listlessly, Klein, you were never like that before. Acting like that, perhaps it's because of my good job. With a decent income, I've become more confident. Klein interrupted his sister and gave a preemptive explanation. Sigh, even though I received the original Klein's memory fragments, making myself appear natural in most major aspects, certain fine details are still there. I'm still used to presenting my real personality, especially when I'm getting closer and more familiar with Benson and Melissa. He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to accept his explanation and pouted her lips. It's great that you're like that, really great. After the two engaged in a short conversation, Benson came down having changed his clothes. He wore a white shirt with a black vested tuxedo. His black bow tie and a pair of long, straight trousers made it seem like he had undergone a complete makeover. It was like he was a successful businessman after years of hard work. Same for the receding hairline, Klein chuckled inwardly. Excellent, Benson, it suits you very well, he said with a brilliant smile while throwing up his hands. Melissa also nodded in agreement on the sideline. The facts show that my clothing is more important than me. Benson gave a self-derisive comment. Klein took the opportunity to fish out the remaining amulet and repeated his explanation from earlier before saying, I also made one for you. Not bad, I'll bring it with me. Benson accepted it without a fuss as he quipped, Klein, I wouldn't find it odd, even if you were to suddenly know how to style your hair, make clothes, fix watches, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is just so full of surprises, Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings tidied themselves up before walking out the main door. They took a trackless public carriage and arrived at the North Borough's Fania Street where Selena's house was. The Wood family lived in a terrace house as well, but unlike Klein's place, they had a porch. They had a small lawn in the front which made it look very elegant. When they rung the doorbell, Klein, Benson, and Melissa only had to wait for around 10 seconds before they were able to see the star of the day, Selena Wood. With a head covered in wine-red hair, the girl gave Melissa a delighted hug. I like this dress of yours. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful. Standing beside Selena Wood was her father, Mr. Wood, senior employee of Backland Bank's Tingen branch. Welcome, our honorable elder brother. Welcome, our young historian. He deliberately addressed Benson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. Young historian, why doesn't he add the description of me having a conscience? Klein retorted as he took off his hat and replied with a smile, Mr. Wood, you look much more spirited and younger than I imagined. His style of flattery had unknowingly inclined himself to the foodaholic empire. Benson held out his hand and shook Wood's hand. I know a lot of bank employees, but they're all equally arrogant and stiff, as though they're the latest machines. None of them are as civilized as you. If you were to meet me at the bank, you might not say that about me. Wood laughed cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Selena, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside with a hop in her step. At times, she would mention in her usual tone that, Elizabeth is already here, and at other times, she would suppress her voice saying, Melissa, your brothers are more handsome than I imagined. Hey, I have good hearing, although you are flattering me. Klein helplessly looked at the two 16-year-old girls walking ahead of him. This isn't right. I'm still quite far from being considered handsome. Tisk, Miss Selena, how ugly did you imagine Benson and I to be? A balding, gloomy, fat man with a pale expression and lifeless eyes. Klein pinched his glabella in passing as he diligently practiced his spirit vision. Miss Selena Wood is healthy. She's excited and very happy, Mr. Wood's lungs are a little problematic. Right, I see his pipe. Klein swept his gaze across the crowd while in a good mood. Elizabeth, Melissa is here. At that moment, Selena introduced with a brisk tone. A girl dressed in a blue frilly dress walked over. She had naturally curled brown hair and adorable baby fat. Klein was stunned when he saw her because he knew the girl. He had helped her choose an amulet back at the underground market. Elizabeth greeted Melissa first before looking at Benson and Klein. She was stunned and her brows knitted slightly. as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and politely greeted them as though nothing had happened. Klein also pretended not to recognize her. Under Wood's lead, they came to the sofa in the living room where they were introduced to Chris, Selena Wood's brother, and the other guests. As Klein watched Benson chat with Chris and the other solicitors happily over the topic of their neighbor, Mr. Shod, he couldn't help but feel envious. I don't have such socializing skills. He picked up a cocktail from a table in the corner of the room as he listened quietly. At times, he would nod and echo with a smile. It didn't take long before all the guests arrived and the banquet officially began. As too many guests had been invited, the Wood family's dining table could not accommodate everyone. Therefore, the banquet was done in a buffet manner. The maidservant served the steak dishes, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, etc. and placed them on different tables. The male servants were responsible for carving the meat, allowing for guests to take what they wanted. Klein couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the elegant enamel plates and silver cutlery. He felt that the Woods were being too extravagant as a middle-class family. Since they're so rich, why would Chris need so many years to prepare for his wedding? When he thought of what his sister had previously mentioned, he was puzzled. Yeah, it was probably to save up money to buy this cutlery that would have taken them so many years to afford. To such families, they have to look respectable. Amidst his mixed emotions, Klein picked up a plate and walked in front of a dining table. He forked a piece of honey-glazed roasted meat. At that moment, Elizabeth with her adorable baby fat cheeks came over. As she looked at the food, she whispered, "So you are Melissa's brother, thank you. Selena likes the amulet I gave her a lot." She said that she felt healthier the moment she wore it. Selena, amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason for selecting an amulet for the girl beside him. It was to give to a friend who liked mysticism as a birthday gift. That friend was Selena. Selena liked items related to mysticism. Klein frowned slightly as he smiled politely. It might just be akin to a placebo effect. After saying that, he began waiting for her to praise Emperor Russell. However, Elizabeth's reaction was that of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It means it's completely psychological. At times, we believe that we will turn for the better and end up really becoming better, Klein explained crudely. No, she said, it's different from the amulets that she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She cocked her head and shot a glance at Klein and said curiously, I never expected Melissa's brother to be an expert at mysticism. As you know, I studied history, so it's common to encounter similar matters. Klein diverted the topic skillfully as he asked, are you also studying at the Tingen Technical School? No, Selena and I were Melissa's former schoolmates. Later, she went to a technical school. I study at the nearby Evo's public school, Elizabeth explained seriously. A public school wasn't established and maintained by the government. Instead, it was a school that accepted students from the public. It was an evolution of good grammar schools whose goal was to groom graduates so as to enter university. The schools were rather expensive and they would consider the student's family background. It could even be out the range of typical middle-class families. She didn't talk much. After choosing her food, she returned to Selena's side. After congratulating the star of the day on a happy birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Benson were invited to a game of Texas Hold'em. The small blind was half a penny, and the big blind was a penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selena, and their friends, they went upstairs. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing games. Klein's luck was pretty bad. He played about 20 rounds, but didn't receive a good hand at all. All he could do was fold and be a spectator. When he flipped the ends of his cards again, he found a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Shall I try a bluff once? Klein considered for a moment, but did not manage to muster the courage. He also resisted the urge to use divination to cheat. He covered his cards and rapped the table, indicating that he was not making a call. Then, he got up and left the table to head for the bathroom. Russell was also a person with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found an odd reason to name the place Style Texas. Klein shook his head as he proceeded forward. At that moment, he suddenly came to a halt as his pupils constricted. His spiritual perception told him that there was a strange fluctuation upstairs. Chapter 85. Urgency. The strange, twisted, and obscure fluctuation was short-lived. Shortly afterwards, Klein even suspected that he was hallucinating. If he wasn't considered rather skilled at spiritual perception, it was very likely that he would have written off the abnormality. Klein frowned as he thought of his sister upstairs. He tightly held onto his cane as he went around the bathroom and hobbled to the wood household staircase. He quickly went upstairs while following the traces with his spiritual perception before arriving at the living room beside the balcony. This should be it, Klein mumbled as he raised his hand and tapped twice on his glabella. Auras penetrated the walls and the large wooden door before entering his vision. Most of the colors were ordinary with a blurry outline. However, one of them in particular was rippling with a sinister dark green color over its surface that slowly corroded inwards. Just as I thought, something wasn't right. Klein wore an unusually stern expression as he reached out with his right hand and removed the silver chain which was wrapped around his left wrist. He held the silver chain in his left hand, allowing the topaz to dangle before him. When the topaz stopped swinging, he traced the spherical light and chanted inwardly, "The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural." Normally, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divining something that was related to him or the specific circumstances in a small region around him. As such, Klein described the chant in very specific manner. The danger could affect him and the room was right in front of him. The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural. After repeating the chant 7 times, Klein's eyes widened as he saw the topaz rotating in a clockwise motion rapidly. It was an indication that there was indeed danger caused by the supernatural inside the room, and it was of considerable danger. Selena is a mysticism enthusiast. Did something go extremely wrong when she was dabbling with some sort of ritual? What should I do? Klein massaged his brows and wrapped the chain around his wrist before knocking on the door. He knocked on the door 3 times rhythmically and wore an amiable smile on his face. The door opened with a creak. Melissa, who was wearing her new dress, appeared in front of Klein. "Klein, is something wrong?" The girl didn't expect her brother to be here, so she was momentarily surprised. Klein responded with a smile, without any sign of distress. "I was just curious since I heard you gals enjoying yourselves. Sorry for disturbing all of you." Melissa lowered her head in apology, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "We're playing with magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot and it's very fun." "Magic mirror divination? Sis, why don't you gals play Charlie Charlie Challenge 1 or Ouija boards too?" Klein shook his head, feeling both peeved and amused. He looked behind Melissa and into the living room. He saw Selena with her beaming smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the wine red-haired girl, who was holding a silver-coated mirror, was being encroached by the sinister dark green colors. As his mind whirled, Klein deliberated over his words and said, "Heh, I won't be interrupting your game." "Ah, right, where's Elizabeth? I had chatted with her over FASAC grammar. She mentioned that she wanted to ask me some questions." "Elizabeth?" Melissa sized her brother up and said in an eccentric tone to emphasize her words. "She's only 16. Hey, don't let your imagination go wild." Klein immediately explained, "It's a very normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages." Melissa took a deep look at her brother before saying, "She's inside. I'll inform her." "All right." Klein took a step back and moved away from the door. While watching his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't the best of reactions, he was thankful that the person in a danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 10 seconds before a puzzled Elizabeth walked out. She asked curiously, "Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said I was interested in history and ancient languages." At that moment, her sentence was halted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her nerves tightened as she seemed to sense that something wasn't right. Klein took a few steps diagonally as a gesture for Elizabeth to hide partially behind the door. The girl with the chubby baby fat was influenced by the sudden serious atmosphere, so she unknowingly followed. "As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein halted and turned around, speaking directly to the point. Elizabeth nodded and replied, "Yes, I even believe that you're an expert at mysticism." "No, I'm only an enthusiast, but this doesn't stop me from noticing that your magic mirror divination has turned into a problem," Klein said with a heavy tone. "A problem?" Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I know words alone will make it difficult for you to believe me. Return to the room and when Selena isn't paying attention, steal a glance at the front of the mirror which Selena has hidden away from all of you." "How do you know that she hid the front of the mirror from us?" Elizabeth blurted out. According to the information from the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the time, magic mirror divination cases which involve evil share such similarities. Klein smiled and said, "General knowledge." When the doubtful and frightened Elizabeth returned to the room, his composed smile vanished instantly. His face looked worried. Even though we're all in the North Borough, to go from Fania Street to Zudaland Street will take at least 15 minutes of travel by public carriage. By the time Captain arrives after making a round trip, the situation might have deteriorated to a hopeless state, if only Benson and Melissa wasn't here, but I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Do I have any means to contain it? Right, Selena is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room definitely has no lack of pure dew, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was racking his brains for a solution, Elizabeth sat next to Selena by using an excuse of discussing something with her. A girl opposite her sipped a mouthful of red wine, and under the teasing looks of everyone, despite her blushing, she mustered her courage to ask, "Can you help me divine when I'll meet a romantic and handsome gentleman?" Selena lightly coughed twice as she rubbed the mirror's back and said, "Mirror, mirror, tell me. When will the gentleman in Yonina's heart appear?" After repeating it 3 times, she picked up the mirror and raised it in front of her. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her body and stretched out her head to take a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selena's face and half her face. However, the only thing she saw was Selena. The tiny mirror only had Selena, and it was Selena's entire body. The mirror was completely pitch black, with Selena standing in the middle with a cold expression. Elizabeth trembled all over as she lunged backward and leaned against the sofa. She momentarily forgot to breathe. She involuntarily trembled and without giving an excuse, got up immediately, stumbling to the door. She didn't even dare to turn back to look at the beaming Selena. Yonina's gentleman will appear on the Sunday of the second week, half a year later. Amidst giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and left the room to see Klein, who was standing in the shadows of the wall lamps in his tuxedo and half-top hat. "Mr. Moretti, aye," she stammered in a daze. Klein calmly smiled. "Don't disturb the girls and ladies inside." Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down significantly. She extended her hand and closed the door as she quickly walked over to the wall lamp. "I saw it. I saw only Selena inside the mirror. A devil like Selena," she whispered hoarsely. "Indeed." Klein's expression turned serious as he asked in a deep voice. "Do you know which is Selena's bedroom? Do you know where her mysticism items are?" "There. The mysticism items are in there as well." Elizabeth didn't hesitate to point at a room diagonally across. Klein held his cane and walked over, opening the unlocked wooden door. Under the streetlights and the crimson moon's illumination, he turned a valve and lit a gas lamp. A pale yellow light glowed as he swept the area and found bottles of pure dew, flower essence, boxes of herbal powder, candles and amulets. These items were placed on tables or neatly arranged inside a rack. Their names were given on sticker labels. After confirming the items, Klein said to Elizabeth, who had followed behind him, "Do you want to save Selena?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, "Will it be dangerous?" "A certain amount. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein replied frankly. "A certain amount of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips tightly for a few seconds before saying, "Is there anything you need from me?" Klein smiled warmly as he comforted her, "Don't be nervous. Now, all you have to do is pretend to return as though nothing had happened. Return to Selena's side. 5 minutes later. Remember, 5 minutes later, tell Selena that you have a pleasant surprise and bring her to me. Knock on the door softly, 1 long knock and 2 short ones. Following that, well, leave it to me." Elizabeth thought over it silently before nodding seriously. Seeing her return to the living room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. He closed Selena's bedroom and quickly cleared the desk. Then, he picked the items needed and placed them on a chair. Immediately following that, he picked up 2 faint candles with a light aroma. He placed them on the upper left and right corners of the desk. They were symbols representing the Lady of Crimson and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Klein planned on holding a ritual here to borrow the Evernight goddess's powers to ward off the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selena. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't strong enough. In order to succeed, he needed Elizabeth to lure Selena into a sealing circle, right in the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he needed to consider situations in which Selena might notice and resist. Due to these reasons, Klein planned on using suspension-style ritualistic magic. Chapter 86, Prayer. Suspension-style ritualistic magic referred to the termination of a ritual according to the Beander's judgment. They could finish other matters first before returning to continue the ritual. Even by doing so, it was still possible to gain the desired effects. This was a technique produced over 1,000 years of ritualistic magic development. After all, many high-level ritualistic magic required multiple steps. The duration ranged from an hour to half a day before finishing. It was difficult to ensure that no one disturbed them during the entire process or that there wouldn't be any accidents. After gaining lessons from various predecessors through blood and tears, gaining feedback through each failure, being able to suspend ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels while it also indirectly affected the lower-level rituals. However, being able to suspend a ritual didn't mean that the ritual could be suspended at any time. One had to abide by mysticism theory and grasp the corresponding technique. If not, the failure of the ritual was unavoidable. It could even result in a terrifying backlash effect. Based on Klein's understanding, once one gained the attention of a particular divinity, and the divinity was waiting on the contents of the request, to suddenly say, "Wait, I need to use the bathroom," one can only be congratulated since they might never need to go to the bathroom ever again. Phew, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he composed himself. Even though he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had even designed a corresponding ritual that made an attempt at justice in the Hanged Man, this was his first actual ritualistic magic that abided by the rules. After looking at the silver inlaid cane by the side of the bed, Klein picked up the third candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to represent himself. He placed the silver bowl that Selena used for rituals in front of the third candle and replaced the axe with a sacred emblem. On the left were the pure dew and essential oils of the moon flower, slumber flower, and other plants. While on the right, he placed a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake goatskin, and a quill that was dipped in ink. Luckily, Selena had a complete inventory, otherwise, he wouldn't have had any way to complete the preparations. As for the moderately fast rituals that old Neil could perform, they were not something a seer could do. From the looks of it, Selena was quite an experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't experienced then she wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. She was only 16 and had been exposed to all of this for at least a year. Who had guided her? Ideas flashed through his mind as he picked up Selena's cup from the bed. He poured plain water into it and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch and popped it open. He didn't delay any further after taking a glance at it. He traced layers of the spherical light in his mind and quickly entered meditation. The room that was filled with floral fragrance was suddenly subject to a formless whirlwind. Klein put away his pocket watch and his eyes suddenly turned darker, from brown to black, as though he could see through one's soul. He extended his palm and laid it against the candle on the top right corner. He chanted inwardly, "Evernight Goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." As Klein chanted, he extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a couple of moments, the candle suddenly lit up, and there was a tranquil blue inside the dim yellow light. "Evernight Goddess, you are the Empress of Disaster and Horror." Just like he did before, Klein successfully lit up the second candle on the top left corner. "I am your loyal guard, the shield that fends against danger in the dark night, and the long spear that stabs at evil in the silence." The third candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. The flame was still. He picked up the small silver knife and mimicked old Neil's motions. He used incantations, coarse salt, and plain water to fulfill the purification. Then, he let his spirituality that he had gathered spewed out from the tip of the silver dagger, and naturally merged them as one. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom, kneeling when he came to the bed, and sealed the area with a formless barrier. The light from the street lamp outside the window suddenly disappeared, but the red light was still shining through quietly. Klein returned to the study desk and picked up the quill. With spirituality and ink, he drew incantations and symbols to ward off disaster. When all of that was finished, he put down the things he was holding. Then, he trickled a drop of pure dew, flower essence, and essential oils on each of the 3 candles. A faint fog filled the room which suddenly possessed an additional hint of mystery. Next, he burned a few types of herbs before taking a step back from the mixture of fragrances and began reciting the corresponding incantation in the suspension ritualistic magic. "Nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess. I pray for you to show your loving grace to a devout believer of yours. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the powers of disaster and horror. I pray that you will cleanse your devout believer, Selena Wood, from evil's corruption and be safe from danger. I pray that you would wait for a moment for that unfortunate girl. Moon flower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. After reciting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. He saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary at the altar. He then lifted the silver dagger again and took a few steps back to the door of Selina's bedroom. He tapped his chest in 4 spots, forming the shape of the crimson moon. He then turned around and raised his silver dagger. His spirituality spewed out from the tip once again and sliced open the shape of a door in the formless wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door at that very moment, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out his silver vine leaf pocket watch that had an intricate pattern. He checked the time and went through the process that was to happen in a few moments. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth's body was quivering as she lifted her head from time to time to check the wall clock. She was counting down in silence under the illumination of the 2 gas lamps. "It's almost time." As she spoke softly, she looked sideways at the lively girl with long wine-red hair. Her dimples were deep, her smile was bright, and she gossiped well with all the friends around her. But the more everything looked normal, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and horrifying Selina in the mirror seemed to be in her head, and she couldn't wipe the image away. "I can't wait anymore. I have to take action now." Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Before everyone's shocked gazes, she smiled and stuttered, "Selina, I have a surprise for you. Follow me out for a bit." "Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present already?" Selina flipped the mirror the other way around and stood up in surprise. "A surprise will not have any signs." Elizabeth felt that she had no talent in acting at all. Without saying another word, she walked toward the bedroom door first. Selina followed behind with a confused smile. Melissa looked at her 2 best friends leaving, and unconsciously knitted her eyebrows. Elizabeth is acting so strange today. She started acting even stranger after she met Klein. She suddenly ran out earlier and said that she needed to use the bathroom, but why did she look so anxious? Selina's bedroom entrance. Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, "Let's go to your room." "Elizabeth, you seem very nervous and afraid." "Why?" Selina looked puzzled at her good friend as she noticed her body trembling constantly. "Excitement." "Yes, excitement." Elizabeth shot a glance at the mirror in Selina's hand as she turned half her body around to knock on the door with a long knock followed by 2 short successive ones. "Why are you knocking on the door?" Selina was baffled even more. Creak. Her bedroom door opened. Dressed in his black tuxedo and half-top hat, Klein appeared in front of the 2 girls. "Pleasant surprise." "This is a pleasant surprise." Selina's mouth turned agape as she felt perplexed. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed her by the wrist. He pulled her into the room as Elizabeth stood rooted to the ground. Simultaneously, Klein's silver dagger struck forward as it spewed out his spirituality, which quickly mended the door-shaped passage. The invisible spirituality wall sealed off the room, insulating Selina's screams within. Klein suddenly closed the door and without even looking at Selina, he rushed to the desk. The wine-red-haired girl stopped screaming as she looked up and surveyed the room. Her gaze rapidly turned cold as her skin was mottled with paleness. Her fingers rapidly grew sharp. Fingernails. And at this moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. He trickled a drop of moonflower and essential oil onto each candle as he chanted loudly, "Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Disaster and Horror. I pray for you to bestow your loving grace. Show your loving grace to the lost lamb, Selina Wood." While chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin and pushed it onto the candle representing the requester. He felt a cold wind blow behind him as an immense energy assaulted his body. The goatskin was ignited and Klein threw it into a silver bowl. Then, he crouched downwards in accordance to his preparations to dodge the lethal strike. The wind howled ferociously, and Klein felt the uncontrolled outpour of his spirituality surging like the currents. He saw the goatskin burning in the tiny silver bowl, burning in silent darkness, and he heard heavy items landing on the ground behind him. Bam! Bang! The 2 sounds followed one after another with almost no breaks in between. Wisps of dark green gases plunged into the silver bowl and vanished into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side and got up. He drew his revolver from his armpit holster. However, he saw that the adorable red-haired girl Selina had fallen to the ground and the silver-coated mirror had shattered into countless broken pieces on the carpet. Those shattered pieces didn't reflect Selina, but showed the ceiling and Klein's silhouette. Then, through the spirit vision he had left active, Klein saw the wicked dark green in Selina's aura had vanished completely. Everything returned to normal, but she seemed more frail. Phew, he had just relaxed when he felt a sharp, throbbing pain in his glabella and head. The sharp pain spread all over his body and made him want to roll around on the floor. Klein held his fists tight, and the veins on the back of his hands popped and became black. They looked like moving worms. Simultaneously, he heard silent screams and the whispers that ripped at his mind. It took him nearly 20 seconds to survive the ordeal. His forehead and vest was soaked in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic I used sucked up all my spirituality and almost made my Beander powers lose control. Klein made a rough guess of the situation. That also made him notice that he had digested quite a bit of the remaining energy in the potion. Based on his calculations, if he had the strength at the time he consumed the potion, he believed that there was no way he could have survived the ordeal. He could have become a monster straightaway. Acting is quite effective after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped away his sweat. He turned towards the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said out loudly, "Praise the Lady." Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. Finally, he placed the items back into the desk and used his silver dagger to dispel the spirituality wall seal. The sound of the wind echoed before subsiding. Klein let out a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of lingering fear. If I hadn't walked through the process beforehand and successfully completed the ritual, then things would have become troublesome. Besides, I still don't know who my opponent or enemy is. Thankfully, yes, thankfully, the room was carpeted, so I didn't damage my clothes while rolling. He shook his head and reached out to open the wooden door to Selina's bedroom. How was it? Elizabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Klein looked at her terrified expression and took off his half-top hat before saying with a warm smile, "I've already corrected the mistake of her magic mirror divination. It's been resolved now." Chapter 87, Exhortation. Has it really been resolved? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded casually. It wasn't too hard. That last part was a lie, he added inwardly. Perhaps it was the fact that Klein had been calm and collected all this time, or perhaps he was her only ray of hope. Either way, Elizabeth didn't doubt him anymore. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you. You truly are a trustworthy gentleman. I was scared senseless just now. How is Selina? Is she fine now?" "She might remain unconscious for the next few minutes, but she's completely fine now." "Oh, 2 to 3 days of weakness is to be expected." Klein suddenly had a stern expression on his face as he asked, "Who taught her mysticism? Didn't he tell her about the basic taboos?" Elizabeth straightened up a little more like a student who had just been scolded by her teacher. She thought for a moment before saying, "Selina once mentioned that her teacher is Hannes Vincent. She met him a year ago at the Divination Club on Howe Street." Hannes Vincent. On the surface, he didn't seem to teach anything questionable about magic mirror divination, but he's secretly been teaching dark divination. If I knew about this earlier, then I would have reported it to Captain and have raided him earlier. Klein felt some regret as he asked in a deep voice, was he also the one who taught Selina magic mirror divination? Klein was left with a lingering sense of fear because this matter had nearly affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selina had tried magic mirror divination a few times without any success. "Oh, today she told me that she had a peek at her teacher's hidden incantations and that there would be no problems. She was basically an expert at courting death." Klein massaged his temples to alleviate his headache. "Do you still remember the incantations she recited?" Well, although Hannes Vincent had not voluntarily imparted the dangerous knowledge to Selina, it's obvious that he had been experimenting with it to extend an invitation to a mysterious, unknown entity. This would become a problem sooner or later. It has to be dealt with quickly before it gets worse and becomes a problem for someone else. "I remember a part of it," Elizabeth recalled. "She recited it in Hermes. As you know, I was only exposed to Hermes just recently. All I remember is her using the terms, revolve, spirit, creator, and grace. Creator. The true creator. Many underground mysticism enthusiasts believe in this ancient entity revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an entity that appeared 1,000 years ago during the early stages of the Fifth Epoch." Klein nodded amidst his thought and said, "Remember to ask Selina about the entire incantation after she wakes up, then find an opportunity to tell me." "All right," Elizabeth replied without any reservations. But she immediately asked, feeling a little confused, "Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her yourself? I don't want to let Melissa know I enjoy mysticism. Can you help me keep that a secret?" Klein asked in return. Elizabeth bit her lips, her eyes sparkling. "No problem. Melissa prefers machines to mystery. She likes logic over instinct." Klein placed his hat in front of his chest and bowed gentlemanly. Thank you for your understanding. As for Selina, you do know that she's not someone who can keep a secret. A more accurate description is that she likes to share secrets with others, Elizabeth agreed. Klein put on his hat and thought for a moment before saying, remember to tell Selina after she wakes up that she suddenly fainted and shattered her mirror. I think her memory probably stopped at the point when she began the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he put on a stern expression once again and said, remember, be it divinations or trying other mysticism rituals, do not pray to any other entities other than the 7 orthodox divinities. You should immediately burn those types of incantations and stay far away from anyone distributing those materials. If I hadn't noticed this in time, Selina would have turned into a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes, and everyone here would have been killed, myself included. Thinking about the ice-cold Selina in the mirror, Elizabeth had no doubts about what Klein had just said. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I understand and I'll remember. I'll also keep an eye on Selina. All right, go and take care of Selina. Klein raised his black cane and walked toward the stairway. As he walked, his eyes became darker. He took out a single penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. Selina is all right now. Selina is all right now. Klein quickly repeated the description, then caught the falling coin. He saw George III's face facing upward. This was not a simplification of spirit dowsing. Instead, it was a simplification of dream divination. At that moment, Klein had forced himself into a state of sleep with the aid of cogitation in order to take a tour through the spirit world. The heads and tails of the coin were a symbolic manifestation. Heads represented affirmation, while tails indicated descent. Great, everything is fine now. Klein twirled the bronze coin with his fingers happily. That was a simplification only a seer could accomplish. Elizabeth was staring at Klein's back and saw the flying coin before he caught it. Only when Klein vanished down the staircase did she turn to enter the bedroom. She saw Selina asleep on the floor with shattered pieces of the mirror beside her. She held her breath and tiptoed into the room as she looked at the fragments of the mirror. She made sure that the ice-cold Selina was no longer present. Instead, the fragments were reflecting the ceiling. Phew. Put completely at ease, Melissa heaved a long sigh of relief. But despite her efforts, she couldn't move Selina to the bed. Instead, she nudged her awake. Elizabeth, what happened to me? Did I get drunk? Selina asked weakly, the glow in her eyes having turned considerably dull while her eyes were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a moment and replied in a serious tone, no, Selina, something happened to you. Your magic mirror divination invited a malicious entity. Is that so? Selina weakly made her way to the bed with Elizabeth's help. She rubbed her temple as she said, all I remember is when I started the magic mirror divination. Elizabeth told a half-truth, you were a completely different person during the ritual. The you in the mirror was completely different from the you in real life. I was very scared. Using the excuse of giving you a surprise, I brought you into the bedroom before I snatched your mirror and shattered it onto the carpet. After that, you fainted. Blessed be the goddess, you're okay now. I don't remember anything, Selina muttered, her face pale. The more Selina tried to remember, the emptier her mind became, and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she glanced at her desk and noticed that the placement of items was clearly different. Just what happened exactly, Selina tried hard to remember, but she could only faintly remember a man in a black suit and hat. He was not strong or tall, but he had a straight back. Selina, Elizabeth said seriously, I met a mysticism expert when I went to the underground market to purchase the amulet. He said that we shouldn't pray to any entity other than the 7 orthodox divinities. Otherwise, we would be sure to invite disaster. Promise me, don't try this anymore. I didn't even know if what I did could save you just now. Selina was scared senseless. She nodded in a daze. No more, I'll never try this again. And, just what did the incantations of your mysticism mean? If I have the chance to meet the mysticism expert again, I will ask him for you, Elizabeth asked, feigning nonchalance. Selina rubbed her temple and said, Spirit that revolves this world, the grace of the true creator, the eyes that look at fate. Klein smoothed the creases and patted the dust off his clothes as he walked down the stairs. After that, he took off his hat and returned slowly to the long dining table. Where did you go? It has been nearly 10 minutes, Selina's brother, Chris, asked as he folded his hand. Klein smiled and replied, to the bathroom, then upstairs to acquaint myself with the ladies. I appreciate your honesty, Chris praised in laughter. He had the red hair and short build that ran in their family. He wore gold-framed glasses and had quite the personality. He was an exceptional lawyer. You wouldn't say that if you knew that I had knocked your sister unconscious upstairs, Klein replied humbly. We were merely engaging in academic discussion. In the area of mysticism. He put down his hat and returned to his seat. He received his 2 cards as the new round started. Flipping up the corner of his cards, he saw the king of spades and the ace of diamonds. Looks like I became luckier. Is this payback for doing a good deed? Klein took out a coin in preparation to place his bet. Since Hannes didn't intentionally reveal the incantation to Selena, there's no need for me to urgently report this to Captain. He continued his cautious playstyle in the following rounds, only betting when he had a good hand. He didn't take any chances to bluff and didn't win much. When the game ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. I won 2 soldi and 8 pence. Benson fiddled with the notes and coins in his hand. I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker, Klein praised, laughing. No, I don't play often, but I know that this is the same as negotiation. You have to hide your cards and figure out the hidden cards that people have before using various means to scare or entice them. Benson hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Melissa and the rest coming down from the 2nd floor. It's time to go home, said Klein as he glanced at his sister and her friends while rubbing his temples. The throbbing pain in his head remained. After that, Klein went to the bathroom once more and took the opportunity to walk past Elizabeth and obtained the complete incantation. Returning to his siblings, he smiled and said, "Oh right, I suddenly remembered something. I need to head back to the company for a while. Shall we go to Zudaland Street first? It'll be quick." Chapter 88. Report. What is it? Benson asked casually. Melissa looked at her brother with a serious expression because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was strange as well. In fact, it only looked slightly more normal than Elizabeth's behavior and, later, Selena's. Klein chuckled as he had long thought of an excuse and said, "There was a mistake in one of the document descriptions, and I already informed my colleagues that I would hand it over to them when I arrive early at the company tomorrow morning. So, I can either amend it now since it's on the way or wake up at least half an hour earlier tomorrow morning." No doubt, I've chosen to do the former. Ah, no wonder. I had a nagging feeling that your mind wasn't in the game, so you were actually thinking about work. Benson smiled, suddenly enlightened. No, I apologize. I should say, the card game helped you think. All right, we shall wait for you. Melissa looked away and smoothed out the ruffles of her engagements. As it was past the operation time for both track and trackless public carriages, the 3 siblings bid their hosts farewell before hiring a carriage nearby. It cost 2 soldi for 45 minutes. I've heard that every carriage driver that rents out their own carriage adds ridiculous fees, Benson complained in a low voice. He had used most of the money that he won earlier to pay the driver. Klein smiled and replied, "I think it's very acceptable. After all, it is almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. I thought that we could actually share the carriage with other guests. 45 minutes can take us to many places." Benson looked out of the window at the other people who were hiring carriages one after another. "I know, ride sharing." Klein rubbed the top of his silver inlaid cane and said, "We don't have a problem with that, but the other customers might." Benson, did you notice that they care a lot about their image and it looking respectable? I think that might be common among the middle class. Benson nodded seriously and said, "The Wood family was much more extravagant than I imagined. However, Wood's weekly salary is only £4 per week. Hey, looking respectable might be the biggest difference between the middle-class people and curly-haired baboons. Do you have something against curly-haired baboons?" Klein almost burst out laughing. Melissa didn't join in on their discussion. She took a seat and sized up Klein from time to time. Her gaze was sending chills down his spine. The 2-wheeled horse carriage was traveling quickly in the dark, quiet street. They arrived at Zudaland Street in only 12 minutes. "Wait for me here." 5 minutes, it won't be more than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his top hat, grabbed his cane, and got off the carriage. As the carriage driver was charging based on time instead of distance, the driver didn't mind waiting. Going up the stairs, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. Within 10 seconds, the door was opened wide. Leonard Mitchell appeared before him in a vest and shirt. "You're not on duty tonight," Leonard pointed out, looking surprised to see him. Klein was only on guard duty once a week for the Chinese Gate. They maintained a regular work schedule for the rest of the time. As for emergencies that happened at night, they would be dealt with by the sleepless who enjoyed the night. However, only getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day can cause baldness and memory loss. Whenever he thought about this, Klein couldn't help but ridicule Captain Dunn Smith in his mind. I have something to report, he answered simply. There's a mission, Leonard asked casually, moving aside. When Klein entered the reception hall, he saw Dunn coming out in his black windbreaker. His gray eyes were dark as usual. Captain, I came across an incident involving the supernatural. Give me the details, Dunn asked directly. Klein recounted the whole story from earlier and reported the steps that he took to deal with it. So, I think there's a need to investigate Hannes Vincent. Back then he believed that since the evil entity that was invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a disaster, and there was no indication that he was in extreme danger. That meant that the entity probably still needed more time. It didn't want to awaken or possess Selena ahead of time, therefore, as long as its goals were not exposed, the evil entity chose to observe the situation. Under such circumstances, it wasn't hard for Elizabeth to trick Selena to head to the entrance of the bedroom. You've done well, you seized the opportunity before the evil spirit fully materialized to possess her body completely. Dunn lifted his head lightly and said, let us take care of the follow-up investigations. You can return home to rest. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chortled. I thought you would make this my initiation mission and make me complete it alone. From the incantation that Elizabeth provided him, Hannes Vincent was certainly dangerous. That's because there's already an initiation mission for you. The desultory Leonard chuckled by the side. What? Klein was shocked. Dunn smirked and explained with his soothing voice, at around 7 tonight, the police station referred us to a case. From our initial assessments, there doesn't seem to be any danger or urgency, so it was decided that you would complete it on your own tomorrow. All right, don't ask about the case. Rest well tonight and move your day off to Tuesday or Wednesday. Captain, doing that only affects my sleep, plus, Monday afternoon is when the tarot gathering takes place. Do I need to send a postponement notification to Justice and the Hanged Man? Klein shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then bade farewell and left. Exiting the stairway, he suddenly sensed something. He lifted his head to look towards the carriage that they had hired. He only saw Melissa looking at him silently through the window. When they made eye contact, Melissa suddenly looked away and sat properly. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he got into the carriage, pretending nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the carriage moved quickly down one street after the other. When they returned home, Klein yielded the bathroom to Benson for his shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom and knocked twice. Melissa, who was planning to use the other bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother suspiciously. Melissa, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask? I know you do, Klein asked straightforwardly. Don't just observe me in silence. Melissa's lips trembled and creased her eyebrows as she spoke. Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? She seemed a bit off. And, later on, Selena started acting very strange too. Klein had prepared his reply. Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts? Yeah, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything that can't be explained in this world, Melissa answered seriously after being momentarily taken aback. Anything that seems unexplainable is due to the fact that the knowledge we have grasped is insufficient. Yeah, I think so too, Klein echoed her sentiments guiltily. I once thought so too, until I successfully courted death. He coughed lightly and continued, mysticism involves Hermes, the language used specifically for ancient worship ceremonies and prayers. Elizabeth knew that I am good at it. Hey, it is within a historian's domain after all. So, she asked me about the pronunciation of corresponding words and their actual meanings. Melissa nodded lightly, signifying her acceptance of her brother's explanation. It went according to her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selena became weird later on, I have no idea about the actual reasons. Klein removed himself from the picture first, then he said, but, I can make a guess. You managed to guess it. Melissa blurted out in shock. Klein lifted his hand and patted his lips. I could guess from the contents of what Elizabeth asked. The few Hermes words were related to divination, as well as the worshipping of evil entities. Yes, when Selena did the magic mirror divination, did she recite in Hermes? He proactively brought that up in order to remind his sister to keep her guard up against similar situations. It would be even better if she could cut off contact with Selena and Elizabeth. Yes, Melissa replied after a delay. I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selena were acting strange. Then, Klein asked deliberately, as Selena's magic mirror divination involved a wicked, a legal belief. Perhaps Elizabeth found an opportunity to criticize and correct Selina's mistake after she clarified with me the actual meaning of the Hermes that Selina had used. I think so. Melissa didn't doubt this conclusion because she had made the same deduction herself. Klein let out a breath of relief upon seeing that he had successfully directed the flow of the conversation. In the future, it's best if you advised Selina to put her beliefs in the orthodox. Then, he tapped 4 spots on his chest just like a priest. Yes, I will, Melissa replied, sounding determined. And, don't tell Elizabeth and Selina about our deduction or about the things that I've said. I actually promised Elizabeth not to tell you, Klein emphasized. Okay, Melissa nodded lightly. On Monday morning at 8, in the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein took off his hat and greeted Roseanne and Brett. After exchanging a few words, he entered Captain Dunn Smith's office. He pushed the door open and looked around. He suddenly had a shock, because Dunn's face was pretty pale and his gray eyes looked clouded, without their usual darkness. What happened, Hannes Vincent? Klein asked in concern and shock. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and replied with a bitter smile, Hannes Vincent is dead. Who killed him ahead of time? Klein sat before Dunn with his cane in hand. Dunn didn't answer immediately but sighed and said, Leonard and I went to look for Hannes Vincent last night. As his usual behavior didn't show any unusual signs and there was nothing odd about his house, I decided to enter his dreams to look for clues. In his dream. His eyes showed fear as Dunn repeated himself twice. That was when he said, in his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross, one that blotted out the sky. On the huge cross there was a naked man nailed to it with black nails. His arms and legs were pinned with his arms extended outwards. He was hung upside down, his head hung low like a chandelier. There was strips of blood stains on his body. Upon seeing such a scene, I lost consciousness. I left Hannes Vincent's dream, and when I woke up, Leonard told me that Hannes had died in his sleep. Huge cross, hung upside down, the man covered in blood stains. It's similar to some of the stories of the true creator that some of the hidden organizations believe in, but there are considerable differences too. Klein made a deduction in suspicion. The few hidden organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the last 2 or 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order. However, similar such depictions had never disappeared over the past 1,000+ years. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. We'll follow up on this. As for you, go ahead and complete your initiation mission first. Chapter 89. A simple mission. Klein nodded and said, all right, but I still don't know what my mission is. Nothing dangerous. I haven't seen any signs of danger at the very least, Dunn emphasized. This is a case which was referred to us by Golden Indus's police department. The famous philanthropist Sir Deweyville has been experiencing unusual harassment over the past month. Be it his bodyguards, the security guards he has employed, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tall, who is in charge of this case, suspects that it involves Beyonder powers and, thus, handed the case over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville at the library the other day and noticed that he was feeling down and lethargic. So it was a result of being harassed. Klein knitted his brows and asked, what kind of harassment is it? There hasn't been any physical harm inflicted yet, thus, the harassment wouldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears moans and cries every night, no matter where he is, be it Tingen or not. This has affected his sleep quality negatively. Dunn flipped the notes in his hands. He has seen a psychiatrist and has asked his butlers and servants to confirm that it was not an illusion. Having confirmed that it isn't a hallucination, thus, it is suspected that someone is harassing him. Closing the file, Dunn looked up at Klein. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room, then meet Inspector Tall who is in charge of this case at the shooting club. He'll provide you with more details. Probationary inspector uniform, Klein asked instinctively. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary comes from the police department, and the title of probationary inspector doesn't merely belong in the records. When you met Leonard and I for the first time, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk held by fully official members. Yes, the perks, as Emperor Russell would call it. Unfortunately, I can't wear it as a casual outfit. Otherwise, I'd be able to have another spare outfit when my clothes are being washed. Klein picked up his cane and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He headed toward the break room and saw a black and white checkered uniform, complete with leather boots, placed on the table. The uniform's peaked cap was embroidered with the logo of the police department, 2 crossed swords and a crown. Located on the shoulder was a black and white epaulette with a shimmering silver star. This is a probationary inspector uniform. Klein glanced at the uniform and noticed a string of numbers under the silver stars, 06254. He had some understanding of the police rank structure in the Loan Kingdom. He knew that those at the top were the minister and the chief secretary of the police force. Under them were the respective commissioners, deputy commissioners, assistant commissioners of the various police departments. Those in the middle were superintendents and inspectors, while those at the very bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his suit and hat before changing into the uniform. He hung his suit up and left the room. He made his way into the clerk's office and looked at himself using the full-body mirror that Roseanne brought to him. The young man in the mirror had black hair with gentle brown eyes. The uniform on his body accentuated him with a heroic spirit. Not bad, Klein praised himself narcissistically. He left his cane in the office and left the Blackthorn Security Company. Inside his pockets were a full set of equipment, ranging from weapons to his police badge. At the hall of the shooting club, Klein met Inspector Tall immediately since he was the only one in a police uniform. Of course, there's me too, Klein thought. There were 2 silver stars on the epaulettes of Inspector Tall's uniform. His clothes were propped up by his stomach and he had a thick blonde mustache. His frame was tall but not imposing. Perhaps, it was imposing in the past. Moretti, Klein Moretti. Inspector Tall noticed Klein and welcomed him with a smile. Hello, Inspector Tall, I believe that you have the right person, Klein replied amicably. Then following his memories, he raised his right arm, kept his fingers straight and tight before saluting. Tall chuckled. I can tell that you'll be a young man who's easy to get along with. That's good. Shall we head to Sir Duivel's place now? Even though he was a higher rank than Klein, the tone in his query was obviously friendly. No problem, Klein thought for a moment before he said, you can fill me in on the details of the case on the carriage. Sure. Tall stroked his thick blonde beard and guided Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage which was stopped on the other side of the road. There was the 2 crossed swords and a crown, police emblem on the carriage, and it came with a personal carriage driver. Sir Duivel is a believer of the goddess, so we referred the case to you, Tall said quickly as he sat down. I know, the fine knight is a common figure on the covers of newspapers and magazines. Klein flashed a friendly smile. Tall picked up the document docket beside him and removed the seal before taking out the materials inside. As he flipped through them, he explained, regardless, even if you are aware of it, I need to provide you with the detailed briefing. Sir Duivel is one of the richest tycoons of Tingen City. He built his career beginning with a lead and porcelain factory. It has now expanded to steel, coal, shipping, banking, and bonds. He is also a great philanthropist that has been praised by the king, having set up the Duivel Charity Foundation, the Duivel Trust, and the Duivel Library. He was also knighted 5 years ago. If he were willing to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tingen City could contest with him. But Backland is his goal. He wants to become a member of parliament. We once suspected that the harassment might be related to this, but we have no clues to this date. Klein nodded slightly and said, we can't rule out that possibility, but there's nothing to confirm that suspicion as of now. Tall didn't dwell on this point. He continued, from the 6th of last month, Sir Duivel has heard painful skin-numbing moans every night when he sleeps, akin to a patient's fight for his life. He has checked the surrounding rooms multiple times, but he hasn't found anything unusual. His butler and servants have also confirmed that they heard such sounds, but it is simply softer for them. In the beginning, Sir Duivel believed that this matter would pass quickly and didn't pay too much attention to it. But the moans became more and more frequent, to the point of occasionally happening during the day. There was even the addition of heart-wrenching cries. This has made Sir Duivel lose sleep. Time and time again he had no choice but to leave Tingen to his villa in the villages. But it was to no avail. The moans and cries persisted. Similarly, the phenomenon persisted even in Backland, just that it wasn't as serious. He employed security guards to check his surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations also came up with nothing. Sir Duivel, who has been tortured for more than a month, is on the brink of collapse. He visited psychiatrists time and time again but was unable to have his problems resolved. He told us that if this problem was not solved within a month, he would leave Tingen and head to Backland. He believes that there would be people who can help him there. After listening to Tall's explanation, Klein quickly analyzed and came up with a few possibilities. he offended a Beander and is suffering from a curse. No, if he was suffering from a curse, the butlers and servants in his house wouldn't hear the same things. There's a Beander with unknown motives hidden among his servants and bodyguards. But the problem stems from the point that there has been no requests made of Sir Dewevil over the past month. Perhaps Sir Dewevil accidentally came into contact with some vengeful evil spirit. That possibility cannot be ruled out. The carriage entered the Golden Indus Burrow while Klein was still deep in thought. It stopped at the door of Sir Deweville's house. A steel fence surrounded a lush garden. There were 2 statues by the side of the hollowed metal gates, a magnificent fountain that showered a marble sculpture with water, an expansive 2-story building, as well as a path wide enough to fit 3 carriages. Even the knight's house is only 2 stories high. The newspaper reported that Backlund is experimenting with building 10-story apartments. Klein got off the carriage and saw a sergeant with 3 chevron stripes walking over briskly. He looked at Klein and saluted. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Klein nodded with a smile. Tall smiled. "This is Sergeant Gate. You can tell him if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychological expert from the police department." Tall introduced Klein to Gate. "I don't deserve such a title." Klein felt a little embarrassed. After the greetings, Gate pointed to the 2-story building behind the fountain and said, "Sir Dewevil is waiting for us." "All right." Klein caressed the revolver at his waist. That was his best bet against an enemy. Since he was in police uniform, he could put his revolver in a holster at his hip, making it easier to draw it. As they spoke, the trio made their way down the path, around the fountain, and arrived outside the door. By then, the door was already opened by a servant who was waiting politely at the side. As Klein pretended to adjust his hat, he tapped twice on his glabella to activate his spirit vision before entering the house. The square-faced Sir Dewevil was massaging his forehead in the hall. He was clearly in low spirits. His blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dull, as though he had aged considerably by at least 5 years. "Good morning, Sir Dewevil." Klein, Tall, and Gate bowed at the same time. Sir Dewevil stood up and forced out a smile. "Good morning, officers. I hope that you can resolve what has been causing me distress." At that moment, Klein squinted and slightly knitted his brows. Other than his low spirits, Klein couldn't find any other problems with Sir Dewevil. "That's odd," he thought for a moment before he said, "Sir, in which room did you first hear the moans?" "My bedroom." Sir Dewevil shook his head. "Can we take a look?" inquired Klein. "Haven't you checked it many times?" The middle-aged butler interrupted from the side. It was clear that he didn't notice that Klein was the partner of the kind-hearted soul that had not pocketed the money that he picked up. "Those were my colleagues, not me." "Sir, this is an expert sent by the police agency," Tall said, taking the opportunity to introduce him. Dewevil looked at the young expert and said, "All right, Cullen, take him to my room." "Sir, I hope that you will come with us," Klein said seriously. Dewevil hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "If that can solve the problem." He grabbed his cane as he spoke. He made his way feebly toward the staircase with the butler Cullen and several guards beside him, ready to support him if needed. Klein surveyed the surroundings as he followed behind them silently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they arrived at the 2nd story and entered the master bedroom. Klein didn't have the time to survey the surroundings when the hair on his body stood on their ends. This was feedback from his spiritual perception. Chapter 90. Findings by sight. Sir Deweville's bedroom was larger than the living room and dining room of Klein's house combined. It was partitioned into a place for a bed, a living space, a changing room, a bathroom, and a study desk and bookshelves. The furnishings were exquisite, and the details were extravagant, but to Klein, the light seemed dimmer and the temperature was several degrees colder than the outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear the sound of sobbing and moaning, as though one was putting up a last-ditch struggle. Klein was in a trance, and everything suddenly returned to normal. The sunlight shone brightly through the window and poured over the entire bedroom. The temperature was reasonable, neither too high nor low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were quiet. No one spoke. He looked sideways at the classic yet luxurious bed. He felt there were pairs of blurry eyes lingering in the shadow, like the moths that fearlessly stayed around gas lamps. Taking a few steps closer, Klein lost the earlier images from his spirit vision. Not a standard wraith or an evil spirit, what is it exactly? Klein frowned and recalled the mysticism knowledge that he had been learning all this time. From what he had seen, the mission would have been easy if it was passed to a corpse collector, gravedigger, or spirit medium. It was obviously not within his domain of expertise. Holding back his urge to use divination as an investigative approach, Klein looked around slowly to look for other traces to confirm the few guesses on his mind. Inspector. Sir Deweyville hesitated and asked, "Did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I believe my colleagues wouldn't have waited until now," Klein replied, glancing at the philanthropist subconsciously. Just as he planned to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw that there was a faint white human figure reflected behind Sir Deweyville in the mirror behind him. No, there were many figures overlapping each other, resulting in a white distorted figure. The figure flashed by and Klein seemed to hear faint sobbing. Phew, he let out a breath to ease his nerves, having almost drawn his gun out of fright. Heightened spiritual perception with spirit vision will one day scare me senseless. Klein tried relaxing his tense nerves by joking around before redirecting his focus back onto Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw something different. Now that he was in the bedroom, Sir Deweyville had a faint and twisted figure shimmering around him. It even dimmed the lighting of that area. Every flash was accompanied by an illusionary cry and moan that could hardly be detected by an ordinary person, hardly audible for an ordinary person under ordinary circumstances. Is it because it's daytime? Klein nodded as he thought. He had an initial judgment for this case. It was resentment that was haunting Sir Deweyville. It was the remnant spirituality that resulted from unresolved emotions before a human's death. If such feelings of resentment stayed in this world over a period of time, they would become a terrifying wrathful spirit after becoming stronger. However, Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even Benson, who was a picky person, was in awe of him. Why would he be bogged down with the resentment of the dead? Is he actually two-faced? Could it be the means of a Beander with nefarious intentions? Klein guessed the possibilities suspiciously. After some thought, he looked towards Deweyville and asked, "Honorable sir, I have a few questions." "Please ask." Deweyville sat down wearily. Klein organized his thoughts and asked, "When you leave here to go to a new place, such as the village or backland, do you temporarily get at least half a night's worth of peace before the situation resumes and gradually worsens? Even when you sleep during the daytime, are you able to hear moaning and sobbing sounds?" Deweyville's half-closed eyes suddenly widened as his deep blue eyes were suddenly beaming with hope. "Yes." "Did you find the root of the problem?" Only then did he realize that due to his extended period of insomnia and his poor mental state, he had completely forgotten to inform the police about such an important clue. Seeing that Klein's question had uncovered something useful, Inspector Tall relaxed. He knew that the Nighthawk had found a clue. Sergeant Gate was surprised and curious too. He couldn't help but look closely at the psychological expert, Klein. It coincided with the traits of gradual entanglement and the feature of accumulation. Having received the feedback, Klein had basically confirmed the cause. Then, he had two ways of helping Sir Deweyville to shake off the burden. One was to set up an altar directly around the man and remove the resentment of the dead entirely using ritualistic magic. The second option was to use other mysticism measures to find the root of the problem and solve it from there. Taking into consideration the rule of preventing commoners from learning of Beander powers to the best of his abilities, Klein planned on first attempting the second method. Only if it failed would he pray to the goddess. "Sir, yours is a psychological illness, a mental problem." He spoke nonsense with absolute seriousness while looking at Deweyville. Sir Deweyville knitted his brows and asked in reply, "Are you telling me that I'm a mental patient, that I need to enter an asylum?" "No, nothing that serious. Actually, most people have psychological problems to one degree or another," Klein casually comforted him. "Please allow me to introduce myself again. I am a psychological expert from the Awakens County Police." Psychological expert? Deweyville and his butler looked at Inspector Tall, who they were familiar with. Tall nodded seriously and confirmed that it was true. "All right, what do you need of me for my treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, my bodyguards, and my servants will hear the sobbing and moaning as well." Deweyville held his walking stick with both hands, looking confused. Klein replied professionally, "I will explain it to you after it's resolved. Please tell your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tall, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment to begin the initial treatment." "A treatment? With magic?" Inspector Tall added in his heart and nodded at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor." "Yes, sir." Butler Cullen didn't retort since the request was made by a police officer, a probationary inspector, and a psychological expert. After watching them leave the room one after another and closing the door behind them, Klein looked at Deweyville, who had dark blonde hair and blue eyes, and said, "Sir, please lie down on your bed." Relax and try to sleep. Alright. Doevil hung his coat and hat on the clothes rack before walking slowly to the side of the bed and then laid down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off his pendant and quickly used spirit pendulum to determine any dangers. Then, he sat on the rocking chair near the end of the bed, traced a spherical light in his mind, and entered cogitation. He allowed the world of spirituality to extend before his eyes. Then, he leaned against the back of the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing for his astral projection to make contact with the external world. He was using the technique of dream divination, to let himself be in the spiritual environment like he was dreaming, so as to communicate with each and every resentment that plagued Sir Doevil. Only communication would be able to give him an answer and solve the problem. A sad sob reverberated in Klein's ear, and he saw that the white translucent figures were floating around him. A painful groan echoed as Klein, who barely regained his mental processes, extended his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures swarmed at him like moths darting toward a fire. The image before Klein's eyes suddenly turned blurry and his brain seemed to be cleaved into two. Half of his mind was calmly observing while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror, there was a young girl dressed in worker garbs. She looked strong and fit as she walked in a dust-covered factory while her head throbbed in pain. Her eyesight occasionally turned blurry and her body became skinnier by the day. She seemed to hear someone calling her Charlotte, and the voice said that she had a hysterical illness. Hysterical illness. She looked towards the mirror and saw that she had a faint blue line on her gum. The mirror's view switched and Klein saw another girl called Mary. She too walked into the lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, half of her face started twitching, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You have epilepsy," she heard someone say while her whole body was convulsing. As she twitched and fell, the intensity increased before she finally lost consciousness. There was another girl, and she was depressed. She was walking around the street in a daze, to the point of having a speech impediment. She had a very bad headache, and she had a blue line on her gums. She would also convulse from time to time. She met a doctor, and the doctor said, "Lafayette, this is a result of lead poisoning." The doctor looked at her with pity and saw her convulse again. She twitched continuously, and the doctor saw that her eyes had lost all their light. Many images appeared before Klein, and he remained immersed within them and calmly observed. Suddenly, he understood the plight of the girls. The female workers had been in extended contact with white lead. They had all died of lead poisoning as a result of long-term exposure to the dust and powder. Sir Doevil had a lead factory under his name and also 2 porcelain factories. All of them hired comparatively cheaper female workers. Klein saw all of that in silence, and felt that there was something that still had not been clarified. Such death resentment was insignificant. They could not affect reality or have any effect on Doevil even when accumulated. Unless there was a more powerful and stubborn resentment that had united them all. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old, but she was glazing the porcelain in the factory. "Haley, how are you doing lately? Do you still have a headache? If it gets too serious, remember to inform me. Sir Doevil has enforced a rule that people with severe headaches cannot continue being in contact with lead and must leave the factory," an elder lady asked with concern. Haley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "Just a little, I'm okay." "Tell me tomorrow if it gets any worse," the elderly lady exhorted. Haley agreed. When she returned home, she massaged her forehead from time to time. She saw that her parents and brothers had returned, but their faces looked hopeless. "Your father and brothers lost their jobs," her mother said as she wiped her tears. Her father and brother hung their heads low and muttered, "We will try to get some work at the harbor. But we don't even have bread money for the day after tomorrow, maybe we will need to move to Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with reddened eyes. "When are you getting your pay?" "It's 10 solely, right?" Haley massaged her forehead again. "Yeah, Saturday." She didn't say anything else and remained as quiet as usual. She returned to the factory the next day and told her supervisor that her headache recovered and she felt fine. She smiled and walked 5 kilometers back and fro to work daily. She massaged her head more and more frequently. "You haven't found another job?" Haley couldn't help but ask her father and brother while looking at the soup which was boiling with black bread. Her father said in frustration, "The economy is in a recession. Many places are retrenching. Even the harbor jobs are sporadic. I could only get 3 solely and 7 pence a week." Haley sighed and fell into her usual silence. However, she hid her left hand that was twitching suddenly. On the second day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the street grew busier and busier with pedestrians. Suddenly, she started convulsing all over. She fell to the side of the road, foam spewing out of her mouth. She looked up into the sky and her gaze turned into a blur. She saw people walking past and others getting close. She saw a carriage pass by with the Duevil family emblem with a white dove with its spread wings as if ready to take off. She tried hard to open her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. So, she didn't say a thing, quiet as ever. But the difference this time was that she was dead. Chapter 91. Solution. The scenery started to distort, turning illusory and began to fade away. After Klein left his dreamlike state, his vision adapted to the darkness in the room. He knew that with £1.10 solely, which was 30 solely a week, Benson didn't have an easy time supporting the family according to the standards of an average family. He had thought that the majority of workers earned 20 solely a week. He had once heard Melissa remark that Lower Street of Iron Cross Street had 5, 7, or even 10 families squeezing into the same room. He also learned from Benson that as a result of the situation in the southern continent, the kingdom's economy was in a recession for the past few months. He knew that a maid, with board and lodging provided, could earn between 3 solely and 6 to 6 solely a week. Klein extended his hand and pinched his glabella. He was silent for a long time, until Sir Duevil asked, "Officer, aren't you going to say anything?" The psychiatrists I went to would always speak to me and ask questions in such a situation. However, I must say that I feel at peace. I almost fell asleep. I haven't heard any moans or cries yet. How did you do it? Klein leaned back in the rocking chair. Instead of providing an answer, he asked with a gentle tone, "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Duevil fell silent for a few seconds. "I did not know about it in the past, but I do now." "Are you telling me that my psychological illness stems from my guilt toward the female lead and porcelain factory workers?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, he continued just like he always had, in his position of power during a negotiation. "Yes, I did feel guilty about this in the past, but I did compensate them. At my lead and porcelain factories, the workers do not earn less than other workers in the same industry. In Backland, lead and porcelain workers are paid no more than 8 solely a week, but I pay them 10, sometimes even more. Hey, many people criticize me for breaking ranks since it makes it hard for them to recruit workers. If not for the Grain Act that made many farmers bankrupt, sending them to the cities, they would have had to raise their wages just like I did. Furthermore, I've also informed the supervisor of the factories to make sure that those with repeated headaches and blurry vision are to leave the areas where they are exposed to lead. If their illness is really severe, then they can even ask for help at my charity foundation. I think I have done enough." Klein spoke without a ripple of emotion in his voice. "Sir, at times, you cannot imagine how important a salary is to a poor person. Simply losing work for a week or two can result in an irreversible loss to their family, a loss that would cause tremendous grief." He paused before saying, "I am curious, why wouldn't a kind person like you install equipment that can protect against dust and lead poisoning in your factories?" Duevil looked at the ceiling and laughed ruefully. "That would make my costs too high for me to bear. I would no longer be able to compete with other lead and porcelain companies. I no longer pay too much attention to my profits in these areas of my business. In fact, I am even willing to fork out some money. But what's the point of keeping the business if I have to keep doing that? That can only help a number of workers and not become a standard in the industry or affect change on other factories. That would merely result in me forking out money to support the workers. I heard that some factories even secretly hire slaves to minimize costs." Klein crossed his hands and said after a moment of silence, "Sir, the root of your psychological illness comes from the buildup of guilt, despite you believing that the guilt has faded and disappeared over time. It wouldn't have any visible effects under normal circumstances, but there was something that triggered you and set off all the problems at once." "Something that triggered me? I'm not aware of such a thing," Duevil said puzzled, but with conviction. Klein allowed the chair to rock gently as he explained with a gentle tone, "You did fall asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something." "Hypnosis." Duevil made a guess as he usually did. Klein did not give a direct reply and instead said, "You once saw a girl dying on her way to work while you were on your carriage. She had died because of lead poisoning. She was one of your workers who glazed porcelain while she was still alive." Duevil rubbed his temples, speechless before saying somewhat doubtful, "I think that happened once, but I can't remember it clearly." His prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could only faintly recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment, but gave up taxing his brain. Instead, he asked, what was that worker's name? Well, what I meant was, what should I do to cure my psychological illness? Klein replied immediately, 2 things. First, the worker that died by the side of the road was called Haley Walker. That was what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you have to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, spread information about the dangers of lead in the newspapers and magazines. Allow your charity foundation to help more workers who suffered from the damage. If you succeed in becoming a member of parliament, push for enacting laws in this domain. Deweyville sat up slowly and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. I will do all of the rest, but to enact a law, hey, I think it's impossible since there is still competition from nations beyond our country. Setting up such a law would just slip the entire industry in the country into a crisis. Factories would become bankrupt one by one, and many workers would lose their jobs. Organizations that help the poor cannot save that many people. He slowly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He then looked at Klein and said, Haley Walker, right. I'll immediately get Cullen to retrieve information about her from the porcelain company and find her parents. Officer, please wait with me and continuously evaluate my mental state. All right. Klein stood up slowly and smoothed his black and white checkered police uniform. At 11 in the morning in the living room of Deweyville, Klein sat on the sofa in silence as he looked at the man and woman being guided into the house by butler Cullen. The 2 guests had blemished skin, wrinkles already woven into their faces. The man had a slight hunch while the woman had a mole under her eyelid. They looked nearly identical to what Klein had seen through Haley, just older and more haggard. They were so skinny that they were almost all bone. Their clothes were old and ragged. Klein even learned that they couldn't continue living on Lower Street of Iron Cross Streets any further. Sob. Klein sensed an icy wind start to spiral through his spiritual perception. He pinched his glabella and shot a glance toward Sir Deweyville. It was unknown when a faint white, translucent, contorted figure had appeared behind him. Good morning, Honorable Sir. Haley's parents were unusually polite. Deweyville rubbed his forehead and asked, are the both of you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she also have a brother and a 2-year-old sister? Haley's mother answered in fear, her brother broke his leg at the harbor sometime back. We got him to take care of his sister at home. Deweyville remained silent for a few seconds before he sighed. My deepest condolences for what happened to Haley. Upon hearing that, the eyes of Haley's parents immediately turned red. They opened their mouths and said over each other, Thank you for your goodwill. The police told us, that Haley died from lead poisoning. That's the term, right? Oh, my poor child, she was only 17. She was always so quiet, so determined. You had sent someone to visit her before and sponsored her burial. She is buried at the Raphael Cemetery. Deweyville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a serious tone, that was actually an oversight of ours. I have to apologize. I have considered that I need to compensate you, to compensate Haley. Her weekly salary was 10 solely, was it not? 1 year would be 520 solely, or £26. Let's assume that she could have worked for another 10 years. Cullen, give Haley's parents £300. £300. Haley's parents were dumbfounded. They never had more than £1 of savings, even at their richest. It wasn't only them who were dazed. Even the expressions of the bodyguards and maids in the room were also all that of shock and envy. Even Sergeant Gate couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. His weekly salary was only £2 and among his subordinates, only one chevron constable earned £1 a week. Amidst the silence, Butler Cullen walked out of the study and held a bulging sack. He opened the sack and revealed stacks of cash, some £1, some £5, but mostly made up of 1 or 5 solely. It was clear that Deweyville had made his subordinates receive change from the bank earlier. It's an expression of Sir Deweyville's goodwill. Cullen handed the sack over to Haley's parents after receiving confirmation from his master. Haley's parents took the sack and rubbed their eyes, looking at it in disbelief. No, this is too generous, we cannot accept this, they said as they held the sack tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, this is what Haley deserves. Why, you truly are a noble, charitable knight. Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in agitation. They had smiles on their faces, smiles that they couldn't repress. They praised the knight repeatedly, repeating the same few adjectives they knew. They kept insisting that Haley would be grateful towards him in heaven. Cullen, send them home. Oh, take them to the bank first. Doolittle heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the sack tightly and walked toward the door quickly without stopping. Klein saw the faint translucent figure behind Sir Doolittle attempt to extend its hands towards them, hoping to leave with them, but the parents' smiles were abnormally radiant. They didn't turn back. That figure turned fainter and, soon, vanished completely. Klein also sensed that the icy feeling in the guest hall had instantly returned to normal. From beginning to end, all he did was sit there. Silently, not expressing his opinion. Officer, I feel much better. Now can you tell me why my butler, servants, and bodyguards could also hear the cries and moans? This shouldn't just be solely a psychological illness of mine, right? Doolittle looked at him curiously. Inspector Tall, who knew the underlying truth, instantly became nervous. Klein replied without much expression, in psychology, we call this phenomenon, mass hysteria. Chapter 92, Psychological Expert. Mass hysteria. Sir Doolittle, who had met many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had said. Despite their curiosity, his butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a single sound since they had not been given permission by him. As for Sergeant Gate, he looked towards Klein doubtfully as if he had never heard of that concept. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the armrest with his fingertips and calmly explained, humans can be fooled easily by their sensory organs. Mass hysteria is a kind of psychogenic illness that is a result of tense nerves and other factors amongst a group of individuals as they influence each other. The jargon he spewed out confused Sir Doolittle, Sergeant Gate, and the rest, causing them to subconsciously opt to believe him. Let me give a simple example of this. This was one of the cases that I previously dealt with. One man held a dinner banquet and invited 35 guests. Midway, he suddenly felt disgusted and puked. After that, he even had severe diarrhea. After a couple times, he began to believe that he had gotten food poisoning. He shared his speculation with the other guests on the way to the hospital. In the next 2 hours, there were more than 30 guests that had diarrhea amongst the 35 guests, with 26 of them experiencing nausea. They flooded the entire emergency room of the hospital. The doctors went through a detailed examination and performed cross-checks, and they concluded that the very first man didn't have food poisoning at all. Instead, it was a result of stomach inflammation caused by the change of weather and cold liquor. The most surprising fact was that none of the guests who went to the hospital had food poisoning. In fact, not a single one of them was sick. That is mass hysteria. Doolittle nodded slightly and marveled, I understand now. Humans do lie to themselves easily. It's no wonder that Emperor Russell once said that a lie would become reality once it was repeated 100 times. Officer, how may I address you? You are the most professional psychiatrist I have ever met. Inspector Moretti. Klein pointed at his epaulette and said, Sir, your troubles have been resolved temporarily for now. You can try to sleep now while I determine if there are any other problems. If you are able to sleep well, please allow us to bid farewell ahead of time instead of waiting for you to wake up. All right. Doolittle massaged his forehead, took his cane, and walked upstairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, a police carriage left the fountain at the door of Doolittle's residence. When Sergeant Gate got off on the way and returned to his police station, Inspector Tall looked towards Klein. He complimented in jest, even I believed that you were a real psychological expert. Before he finished his sentence, he saw the young man in a black and white checkered uniform looking expressionless. His eyes were deep and serene as he forced a smirk on his face and said, I only had some experience with it in the past. Inspector Tall fell silent until the carriage arrived outside 36 Zudaland Street. Thank you for your assistance, allowing Sir Doolittle to be finally free from his problems and be able to find sleep again. He extended his hand and shook Klein's hand. Thank done on my behalf. Klein nodded slightly and said, all right. He went up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked and entered the captain's office. Dunn was waiting for his lunch. Dunn. Klein massaged his forehead, and kept his reply short and simple. The root of the problem stemmed from the lead and porcelain factory under Sir Doolittle. From the moment they were established to this day, too many deaths have been caused by lead poisoning. And every accident left Sir Doolittle with some resentful spirituality. Generally speaking, that wouldn't bring too big of a problem. That might cause nightmares, at the most. Dunn had experienced similar cases with his plethora of experience. Klein nodded slightly and said, yes, that's usually the case. But, unfortunately, Sir Doolittle encountered a female worker who died of lead poisoning on the streets. She collapsed by the side of the street and happened to catch a glimpse of the Duevil's family emblem. She also harbored intense indignation, worry, and desires. It was only when Sir Duevil gave her parents, brother, and sister a compensation of £300 did her emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. It isn't rare in the age of steam and machinery. Dunn took out his smoking pipe, smelled the tobacco, and sighed. Workers that make linen work in damp environments, and are generally diagnosed with bronchitis and joint-related ailments. As for factories with serious powder and dust issues, even if the dust isn't poisonous, it can still accumulate into lung problems. Sigh, we don't have to talk about this. As the kingdom develops, I believe these problems will be resolved. Klein, let's find a restaurant tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member, all right? Klein thought for a moment before saying, how about tomorrow, Captain? I have used spirit vision for an extended period of time today and also used dream divination to directly interact with those resentments. I'm feeling especially drained. I want to return home in the afternoon to get some rest. Would that be okay? Oh, then I'll head over to the divination club at about 4 or 5 in the afternoon to see how the club members are reacting to news of Hannes Vincent's sudden death. No problem, that's only necessary. Dunn chuckled. Tomorrow night it is. Let's do it at Old Will's restaurant next door. I'll get Roseanne to make a reservation. Klein took off his police peak cap and stood up to salute him. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn lifted his hand and said, hold on, did you mention that Sir Duevil gave the female workers' parents a compensation of £300? Yes. Klein nodded and immediately understood the reason why the captain had mentioned it. You are worried that they will get into trouble because of their wealth. Dunn sighed. I've seen many similar situations in the past. Pass me their address, I'll ask Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen for another city, to start life anew. All right, Klein replied in a deep voice. With all of that done, he left Dunn's office and entered the break room diagonally opposite. He changed into his original suit and left the police uniform in his locker. Klein took the public carriage back to Daffodil Street in silence. He took off his coat and top hat. He then heated up the leftovers from last night and ate them with the last piece of wheat bread to fill his stomach. Then, he went to the second floor, hung his clothes, and slumped into bed. When he woke up, the pocket watch showed that it was already 2:10 in the afternoon. The sun was hanging high up in the sky and the sunlight shone through the clouds. Underneath the golden splendor, Klein stood next to his desk and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old ragged clothing as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew, he let out a breath slowly, finally overcoming his low spirits. Every journey had to be taken one step at a time. Likewise, his sequence needed to be advanced one level at a time. Everything worked like that. He shook his head and sat down. He started concluding and reorganizing his encounter over the last week, so as to reinforce the important points in his mind to prevent himself from forgetting them. 5 minutes before 3 in the afternoon. Above a blurry, boundless, grayish-white, silent gray fog stood a lofty palace. An ancient mottled bronze table sat there quietly. On the seat of honor at the long table sat a man already engulfed by the thick gray fog. Klein leaned against the back of the chair and contemplated. He suddenly extended his hand and tapped on the crimson stars that represented justice and the hanged man. Audrey lifted her dress as she quickly walked towards her bedroom. Suddenly, she felt something and looked sideways at the shadow sitting on the balcony. As expected, she saw her golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting there in silence, observing her as always. Audrey sighed and drew a crimson moon on her chest. She then got closer and looked down at her golden retriever from a commanding position. Susie, that's not right. This is peeping. A spectator has to observe in an open manner. The golden retriever lifted its head to look at its owner and shook its tail. After nagging her dog, Audrey didn't delay any further and continued walking towards her bedroom again. In the few seconds of opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a weird idea. I wonder if Mr. Fool would allow Susie to enter that mysterious space. Then, there would be 4 members in the tarot gathering. And all of them would be Beyonders. No way, Susie can't talk. If they were to let her express her opinion and share her thoughts, what would she do? Woof woof woof, howl howl, ew, why am I mimicking a dog's bark here? Just imagining such a scene feels really strange. A mysterious and solemn gathering with the sudden barking of a dog. Mr. Fool would definitely kick us out of the tarot gathering directly. Audrey locked the door and sat by the side of her bed. She took out a piece of old yellowish-brown paper from underneath her pillow. She read it repeatedly and entered her spectator state. In a particular area of the Sonia Sea, an old sailboat which was in pursuit of the listener had already left the Rorstad archipelago. Seafarer Alger Wilson was worried that the wall clock's machinery would malfunction, so he entered the captain's cabin about half an hour earlier in case he had misjudged the time, which would cause his subordinates to see him getting pulled into the tarot gathering. In front of him was a glass of nearly transparent liquor. The rich aroma swirled strand after strand into his nostrils. Alger trembled once again when he thought of the impending gathering, the boundless fog that presented itself in front of him in the hotel's corridor, and the mysterious fool who sat in the middle of the gray fog. He lifted his glass and took a gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the emotions that had stirred within him. Very soon, he restored his calm. He was as calm and stoic as he always was. Chapter 93, New Diary Page. Above the gray fog, gigantic stone columns held up a majestic divine hall. Two dark red blobs extended out into faint human figures by the side of the ancient mottled bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Augmented with a blurry effect, Audrey greeted him with a bow and smiled. "It is unfortunate that there is no wine here, otherwise, we could have a toast to your successful trial." She was referring to the ritualistic magic. "You are more powerful than we imagined," Alger Wilson praised as well. Klein was surrounded by the thick fog as usual. He pressed down with his right arm and spoke with his normal tone, replying as though it was natural. "Great, this means that we are on the path of excellence. If you have any matters to tend to that leave you unable to attend the gathering on Mondays, conduct the ritual and inform me. All you have to do is change the line in the incantation, 'I pray for a good dream,' with the reason." "All right," Audrey quickly agreed. "Mr. Fool, I obtained another page of Emperor Rassel's diary. I believe I still owe you one page. I was away from land this week and haven't found any new pages." Alger placed his right hand near his chest and bowed in apology. "No matter. I expected my request to take a long time." Klein leaned back into his chair and tapped the armrest with his index finger. He looked at Miss Justice and said, "You can express the contents of the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly and said, "As you wish." A pen suddenly appeared before her. She recalled the symbols that she had memorized and tried her best to transcribe them. In seconds, she saw that the goatskin was already filled with content. The strange symbols neatly covered the entire page. After checking the contents, she put down the fountain pen and said, "It's done." Klein raised his hand and the goatskin parchment appeared in his palm. Shifting his gaze down, he started reading without emotion. July 9th. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also called the blessings of the divinities, or pathways of the divinities, then why would the stone slate that records the completed 22 sequence pathways be called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what an interesting term. Just who is the one blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? How could that person hold all of the sequence pathways? Just what other information was on the stone? I really want to see it. July 12th. I've realized another fact today. The sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's overall strength, even though some of the sealed items are very, very dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the god of craftsmanship wields the least number of sealed artifacts, which are also relatively less dangerous. Did I join an organization without a future? No, I should think of it this way: only a blank piece of paper can produce a good painting. A weak organization is the best place for me to display my abilities. July 14th. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zaratul again. I never expected him to be the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Klein's pupils constricted when he read this. He nearly revealed an unnatural expression. The Zaratul family only had a certain connection with the Secret Order in the notes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. But now, he learned from Emperor Rassel that the mysterious Mr. Zaratul was further determined to be the leader of the Secret Order. From the looks of it, it is an unquestionable fact that the Secret Order holds the seer sequence pathway. While Klein was reading the diary, Audrey looked over and began observing him out of habit. However, her field of vision was completely obscured by the thick fog. Momentarily taken aback, Audrey snapped back to her senses and turned her head frantically to look at the other illusory dark red star. I was too reckless, too insolent, too foolish in trying to observe Mr. Fool. I was lucky that he isn't angry. Audrey stuck out her tongue secretly and pretended to admire the scenery. She was just short of humming a lively tune. Alger sat silently, his gaze never leaving the long bronze table. He knew his place, as if he was in the presence of a true god. Klein collected. himself and scanned the last portion of the diary. After learning that I had become a savant, Mr. Zaratul mentioned that I had chosen a difficult, yet relatively safe path. I asked him why that was the case, but all he did was smile before telling me that the sequence pathway contains secrets beyond my imagination. I couldn't help but ask him which sequence pathway he selected. He told me that his sequence 9 was seer. I intentionally mocked him and asked if every seer only disclosed half-truths, never explaining things more clearly. Furthermore, he was clearly a powerful high-sequence Beyander. There was no need for him to continue acting as a seer. Mr. Zaratul told me that it was a habit he adopted from back when he was a seer, and that this was a method that could pique my curiosity and make me cooperate with him. He hoped that I could help him steal a dangerous sealed item from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the Antigonus family. Clearly, this must wait until I become a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. I asked Mr. Zaratul how long it would take to digest the potion if I used the acting method, and what standards I should use to determine if I had digested it completely. He told me that for the lower sequences, it would only take half a year to digest the potion as long as one strictly used the acting method. In fact, in the fastest case, it might only take a month. And standard measure for progress was simple: every Beyander would sense it immediately once the potion was completely digested. It is what it is. I asked him for more details, but he merely smiled at me. To hell with his smiles, I'll beat up every seer I see when I become a high-sequence Beyander. Rest in peace, Emperor. Klein read the diary several times before looking at Justice and the Hanged Man again. Sorry for the wait, it is our honor. Audrey was still shocked, forgetting that she was a spectator. She looked at the Hanged Man and organized her words. Where can I find the psychology alchemists? Psychology alchemists. Klein suddenly recalled the man buying supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion at the Tingen Underground Market. Perhaps he was a member of the psychology alchemists. Just as Klein was considering how to get closer to that man, the Hanged Man, Alger Wilson shook his head and said, Miss Justice, firstly, I don't have a clue. Secondly, I don't think there's any rush in seeking out the psychology alchemists. What you should focus on now is completely digesting the spectator potion. Audrey glanced at the fool and noticed that he didn't have any intention of adding to the conversation. She nodded in disappointment and said, All I want is to have plenty of time to prepare so that I can approach them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and stop acting? Is there a standard that indicates when I can? I'm almost at the point where I no longer feel frustrated, nor do I hear the constant murmuring anymore. Alger looked at the fool in the fog but saw that he didn't have any intention of speaking. He then deliberated before saying, If you don't use the acting method, the typical rule of thumb is to wait 3 years and confirm that you no longer feel restless or receive any auditory or visual illusions. There is one simple test to determine when you can. That method is to exhaust your body to its limit. If you still don't hear any maniacal murmurings or see any strange things at that point, that would mean that you're ready to advance. With regards to the acting method, I have also just come into contact with it. It feels good, so I don't think it'll take 3 years. That wasn't useful at all. 3 years, that's too long, Audrey criticized inwardly. She had just thought about this when she heard an armrest being tapped. Audrey froze, then turned her head in joy. She saw the fool tapping on the edge of the long table. Alger sat straighter, waiting for the fool to speak. Klein said in his normal tone, For low-sequence Beyonders, as long as you strictly stick to acting, you should be able to digest the medicine in half a year. It's even possible to do it in a month. He looked at Justice and added, As for the signs of digestion, you'll know it when it comes. It doesn't need to be taught. 1 month. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fool, Audrey exclaimed while brimming with joy. Miss Justice, don't think that you are the chosen one. The key point is half a year. Klein lifted his right hand and placed it beside his lips. Half a year, Alger repeated softly. Audrey sensed joy, relief, and intense doubt in his tone. What is he suspicious about? Audrey thought as she asked, Mr. Fool, have you considered adding more members? Klein leaned back casually. He had long prepared an answer. This started as a trial, so I didn't spend much time thinking about extending our meetings. But now, as a regular gathering, we must choose our members carefully. Secrecy is our motto. Audrey nodded gently and said, That is to say that we have to follow a process of observation, recommendation, and testing process. Yes, a process. You can interpret it that way. Klein affirmed. In his mind he was thinking about how he could inquire about the secret order and the clown potion. How can I ask questions in a way that befits my status? Klein was placed in a difficult spot. At that moment, realizing that Justice temporarily had nothing else to say, Alger took the initiative to speak. I've heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true creator, which is the holy residence they advocate. True creator? Audrey asked, puzzled. It is an ancient entity worshipped by numerous secret organizations and cults. They believe that the creator hasn't completely perished. The core he left behind is the true creator. Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the fifth epoch, the true creator has appeared in many forms, such as the hanged giant or the eye behind the shadow curtains. Heh. Many people believe that Emperor Russell referenced the imagery of the true creator when he was creating the tarot cards, hence, there exists the card of the hanged man. At this point, he looked at Klein and said, Mr. Fool, there's nothing with what I said, right? Is he trying to probe for my views on the true creator? Klein thought about the bloody man on the cross that the captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dream and immediately had an idea. Doesn't both the hanging and the shadows imply evil connotations? Therefore, he chuckled and said, I am more inclined to call him, the fallen creator. Chapter 94, Hidden Sage. The fallen creator, fallen. Alger ruminated over the fool's words and fell deep in thought. However, what struck Alger the most was the fool's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. He acted as if they were equal. If he hadn't experienced their previous ritual, Alger might have thought the fool was merely bluffing, and building himself up to intimidate him in justice. But now, he was of the opinion that even if the fool was inferior to the true creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous. It's also an opportunity, Alger muttered softly. He then spoke with a smile, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, Beyonders who believed in the true creator, no, the fallen creator, have a higher probability of losing control. The rest of them are mostly psychopaths. That's something that the Nighthawks, intelligence mentioned as well, and the so-called psychopaths didn't lose their sanity, instead, their ideologies become twisted. Klein maintained his seated posture but didn't continue with the conversation. He was still considering how to inquire about the secret order and clown potion, but he couldn't figure out a way of asking the questions in a way that fit with his persona. It's such a pity that the gathering is still so different from an internet forum. Otherwise, I could create another Smurf account to join the gathering, and that account would be in charge of asking questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. Perhaps, one day, I'll learn mirror-related magic and give it a try. For example, I can make half the members hear my Smurf accounts. There are 22 chairs here, and there are 22 cards in the tarot deck. That matches up perfectly, but when I created this divine hall, I didn't even name myself, the Fool, or have any intention of forming a tarot club. Do these symbolize the 22 different sequence pathways? I wanted a divine hall, so a divine hall appeared. If I wanted a Smurf account, would I get a Smurf account? Upon seeing the Fool remain silently engulfed in the thick gray fog, Audrey asked both wistfully and curiously, that sounds scary. Mr. Hanged Man, could you share, in detail, information about each and every mysterious organization? And also the matters regarding each secret cult. It's hard for me to come into contact with them during my daily life. I can only understand them through the both of you. I'm willing to pay for it. May I know what you'd like in return? That's a great question, Miss Justice. You're playing the role of my Smurf account to a certain extent. This way, the Hanged Man will definitely bring up the secret order. You're the best. Klein's mind stirred when he heard that, but he didn't let his emotions show through his expression or movements. Alger thought for a moment before saying, I need money, £1,000. It'd be best if they weren't bills marked by a serial number. Or maybe gemstones that have just been unearthed. Price them according to the Backland Jewelry Exchange's monthly average price. £1,000. That's a huge sum of money. It could be used to buy a house in a high-class street in Tingen City. Not everyone would have that available immediately. Captain might have an annual salary like that, I guess. Haley's death compensation was only £300. Although Miss Justice is a noble, she obviously hasn't inherited her family's wealth yet, and she'll only be receiving some sort of annual allowance. It's no wonder that the Hanged Man stated that it could be paid via gemstones. Klein was very sensitive towards monetary figures. Luckily, he was blanketed in thick fog. For a single lady or madam, £2,000 could let her live a decent life. If £2,000 were invested, the investment could reliably produce an annual return of about £100. £1,000, Audrey said, sounding shocked. She then replied happily, "No problem, do I send it to the previous address?" Judging by Miss Justice's tone, she finds it very cheap. Klein didn't look over. Alger was quiet for a good 20 seconds before he said, "Yes, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants." "All right." Audrey leaned back and posed in a spectator-like manner. "Mr. Hanged Man, you can start now." Alger looked at the fool, deliberated for a moment before saying slowly, "Let's start from the Moses Ascetic Order. It is the earliest hidden organization. Of course, many think that the earliest hidden organizations are the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be from the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." Audrey refuted sulkily, "The Church of the Goddess is the earliest hidden organization." That was the first time Klein had heard of such a claim. What exactly happened in the fourth epoch or the third epoch? Alger smiled and said, "The truth is buried in ancient history. Only one thing is certain. No one has ever said that the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once hidden organizations." All right, let's save some time and return to main topic. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans that had read the blasphemy slate. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic god, called the Hidden Sage. The description is that of a god, but it is more of an ideology, a natural law. For example, all objects are numeric. The Hidden Sage is an embodiment of spirit numerology, or that knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Hence, the original Moses Ascetic Order was a very respectable organization, and it maintained a good relationship with the other major churches. The members of the organization led ascetic lives to resist losing control and to resolve the effects of the remnant potion. They strictly kept their order's secrets, and they upheld moral and religious precepts. They believed that humans continuously reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 that they grasp is called Mystery Prior. The word, warlock, was also spread from that organization. Audrey listened to the Hanged Man's description carefully and asked sharply, "You said that the Moses Ascetic Order used to be a respectable organization. Are they not one anymore?" Alger nodded his head indiscernibly. "Yes, they have fallen into corruption and are now an evil organization." "Why, I find their beliefs very good and very normal." Audrey expressed her confusion. That was Klein's confusion too. The information that he could get at his security clearance didn't provide the reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's fall from grace. Alger looked at the unfathomable fool and tersely agreed. "I am not sure of the real reason. It might be because it has been buried by history. However, I have heard one terrifying explanation. In that story, the main reason why the Moses Ascetic Order fell into corruption was because the god that they believed in, the Hidden Sage, had come to life. He became the personification of an evil god. Came to life. This, how?" Audrey found it unimaginable as she replied with an incredulous tone. Without realizing it, she had exited from her spectator state. "It's like a horror story, but the ghost is even a god." Klein's heart stirred with a surge of emotions as well. "I'm sorry, no one knows the answer." Alger had originally wanted to casually say, "Maybe Mr. Fool would know," but he held back the urge. He had already teetered on the borders of danger once. In the Book of Storms 5:7, there was a saying that Alger remembered clearly, which was, "Do not test God." Audrey calmed herself down and didn't press for more answers. She gestured for him to continue. Klein maintained his seated posture and his silence, validating the Hanged Man's descriptions with his own understanding. Finally, he realized that there were 4 points that he needed to take note of. First, the Demoness sect was also known as the Demoness family in the fourth epoch. Back then, they had very few members, and their beliefs were passed down through their bloodlines. Plus, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Hence, all the members were female. Of course, that was all from Alger's description, and there was no way to verify it at the moment. Second, the numinous episcopate that believed in death and the Rose school of thought that liked bloody sacrificial worship ceremonies both originated in the southern continent. After the colonial era came, they almost vanished under attacks by the 7 churches. But as such, they began spreading to the northern continent. Third, the current psychology alchemists was similar to the earlier Moses Ascetic Order. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic existence and believed that the human spirit could change everything. Fourth, the secret order had the lowest activity level among all the other hidden organizations. Thus, they were the most unknown. Every time they appeared, they seemed to be after something or looking for something. What are they after or looking for? Klein suddenly recalled the diary which he had read earlier. The leader of the secret order, Zaratul, cooperated with the Russell. His goal was to get something left behind by the Antigonus family. Their appearance that time was to look for the lost notebook, the Antigonus family notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly and felt that he had apparently found the key reason for the secret order's actions. They are after the things that the Antigonus family left behind. Klein suppressed his urge to tap the edge of the table as his thoughts appeared one after another. Oh, they were looking for remnant traces the Antigonus family left behind. Then must I direct my focus onto these areas to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order. After a further exchange of information, Klein announced the end of the gathering. Cutting off the connections, he saw both their figures shatter and disappear. Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted conjuring a Smurf account with his mind. As he thought, a figure appeared at the furthest end of the long bronze table. That figure was wearing a black tuxedo, a silk top hat, and a dull expression. His actions were clumsy and inarticulate. Even though he was engulfed in gray fog, it was obvious that something was wrong with him. That won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and dismissing the idea of creating a Smurf account. He attempted other things too. He continued to sit above the gray fog in the seat of honor at the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said, and he cast his gaze curiously at the illusory crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein started to pray as a form of feedback instead of establishing contact with those stars. Amidst the tranquility and silence, he didn't receive any feedback from the 10+ crimson stars nearby. In order to receive feedback, I need to pull someone above the gray fog before I can reply. Klein nodded as he thought, feeling somewhat disappointed. He didn't want to violate someone else's will and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein was just getting ready to leave, but he habitually touched a nearby illusory crimson star. Just then, he suddenly felt that there was a faint and insignificant prayer deep inside the crimson star. Chapter 95, The Supplicant. A prayer. Klein's mind stirred as he used the same method he used back when he spied on the hanged man. He allowed his spirituality to spread outward and touch the crimson blob. A hazy and contorted image appeared within his sight. He could faintly see a blonde teen kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. That teenager was dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, with a style very different from the contemporary styles of the Loan Kingdom. It was more congruent with the traditional clothing of the Faesak Empire and the Intis Republic that Klein had seen from reading magazines. The area surrounding the teenager was dark and had old furniture. From time to time, the room would be illuminated, but Klein couldn't hear the roaring thunder or the pattering of rain. In the image, the teenager had his hands on his forehead, fingers crossed. He bowed forward, continually praying for something. His thick accent buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively but discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It was a language that he had never come across in his life. To think that I cannot understand a foreign language even though I am the mysterious ruler of this world above the gray fog, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He indignantly tried listening in once again in a manner more attentive than when he had to do English listening comprehension tests back on Earth. As he was listening to the prayers, he gradually discovered something. Even though he had never learned the language the young man was speaking, he found that it had similarities to ancient Faesak. Father, mother, those are likely the meanings of those two terms, right? It is quite similar to ancient Faesak, but not without its differences. Klein creased his brows and slipped into deep thought. Ancient Faesak was a common language in the Fourth Epoch. It is also the root language of all the contemporary languages of this era. Furthermore, it is still evolving. I cannot confirm it right now. He listened to it over and over again, eliminating the possibility of the language being a modern language like Loan, Faesak, or Intis. Could it be a dialect of ancient Faesak? Like the language used in the Antigonus family's diary. Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There was another possibility. Ancient Faesak didn't spring into existence out of nothing. It was an evolution of Jotun, the language of the giants. The Faesak Empire in the north has always claimed that its people possesses the bloodline of the giants. Perhaps, this is ancient Jotun. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only stop. He retracted his spirituality, without looking or listening into that scene. he had no intention of pulling the praying teen up above the fog immediately. He wanted to know what the young man was talking about first. Of course, before that, he had to observe him frequently and conduct basic tests. Phew. Klein exhaled as he leaned back in his chair. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling. After revising Russell's diary, Klein changed into his formal wear and left for the divination club. He took the public transport despite his pay rise, but he did splurge to support Mrs. Wendy's business. He spent 1.5 pence on sweet iced tea to combat the afternoon heat. When he arrived at Howe Street, Klein tossed the empty cup into the trash can and walked up to the second floor. Before entering the building, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. Klein had just entered the hall when he felt a faint, lingering grief. The pretty receptionist Angelica was sitting there, her slightly red eyes looked unfocused. "The grief will pass in time," Klein said with a gentle and firm tone as he walked toward Angelica. Angelica looked up abruptly and muttered, clearly confused, "Mr. Moretti." She quickly came to her senses and asked, perturbed, "Why, you already know about Mr. Vincent." "Oh right, I forgot that you're an exceptional fortune teller." Klein sighed appropriately. "I only managed to divine a very rough outline of what transpired, just what exactly happened to Mr. Vincent. The boss told us that Mr. Vincent had a heart attack in his sleep and left this world peacefully." Angelica cried as she said, "He was so friendly, so polite, a true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of so many of our members. He was still so young. I am sorry for bringing up this sad topic." Klein didn't console her any further. He walked toward the meeting room slowly. Angelica took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. She then looked at Klein's back and asked loudly, "Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink?" "Black tea." Klein preferred black tea to coffee, even though he found the black tea average. In comparison, he preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea. But as a gentleman, it was not right for him to act like a child in a formal setting. As it was a Monday, there were only 5 or 6 members in the meeting room. Using his spirit vision, Klein saw that they each had different colors of emotion. Some were grieving, some more dull, some relatively unaffected. They're all rather normal reactions. Klein nodded slightly. He picked up his cane and found a spot in the room. He was about to deactivate his spirit vision when he saw Angelica walk in and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, a customer is looking for you." "Well, it's the person from last time," the beautiful lady said with a hushed tone. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. I wonder if he bought the magical medicine as I instructed. I wonder if he still needs surgery." Angelica covered her mouth and said, "He was the only person who was willing to wait an entire afternoon in the club for a divination." Klein grabbed his cane and stood up. He walked outside without saying anything. In the reception area, he found the person who had sought his services the other day. He also noticed that the aura near his liver had regained its normal color. His overall health had also improved. "Congratulations, the feeling of being healthy is wonderful indeed." Klein smiled as he extended a hand. Bogda was first taken aback before he immediately extended both hands. He grabbed Klein's right palm tightly. "Mr. Moretti, you truly can see my condition." "Yes, I have fully recovered. The doctors asked me questions over and over again, ran repeated tests on me, but they cannot believe that I recovered just like that." Upon hearing Bogda's ecstatic description, Klein calmly confirmed one thing: the apothecary at Lawson's folk herb store was definitely a Beander. He had seen how severe the man's liver disease had been. Fully healing him in the span of a few days was beyond the capability of herbs and medical ability. The only possible explanation was that of a Beander. Coupled with the incident with Glasses, there could only be one answer. "I have to repent to God. To think that I would suspect that miraculous doctor." Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand. He continued on about his shame and gratitude. "Those 10 pounds were truly money well spent. It bought my life back." "What, 10 pounds? You spent 10 pounds on the miraculous medicine? And you only gave me 8 pence for my divination? Just 8 pence? 8 pence? Klein was dazed just hearing about it. At this moment, Bogda released his hands as he took a step back while beaming. He bowed reverently and said, "I am here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You showed me the way and saved my life. This was the outcome of you paying to have something divined. You need not thank anybody." Klein lifted his head slightly and looked at the divide between the wall and the ceiling. His answer fully expressed the vibes of a charlatan. You are a true seer, Bogda praised. Next, I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended. Haven't you already recovered? Klein expertly hid the shock in his voice. Bogda looked around, and laughed when he confirmed that the receptionist was not paying attention to them. He chuckled softly and said, The doctor mentioned a concoction of herbs that includes mummy powder. It is a prescription that would satisfy both men and women. I didn't believe the doctor back then, but I have no more doubts now. There's a prescription like that. Klein suddenly felt that the apothecary was a cheat, and suspected if he had pushed the person in front of him into a fiery pit of doom. He observed Bogda and confirmed that there was no problem with his aura. Mummy powder? Klein cautiously asked. Yes, mummy powder. I have asked a friend, he said that even the nobles of Backland are maniacally looking for such an item. It's a powder made by grinding mummies which gives men peak performance in bed. Even though it's disgusting and sounds dirty, it truly is a material used by the aristocrats. Bogda gave a detailed description. He had an eager desire in his eyes. Mummies. Mummies made from corpses, then grinding them to powder. Klein was dumbfounded. He nearly retched in front of Bogda. Those nobles sure are hardcore. Just as he was about to advise Bogda against doing so, Glasses, who had suffered from a lung disease previously, stepped into the door and heard Bogda's description. Yes, it's very effective. I would recommend that you head to Lawson's folk herb store at Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret recipe is very effective. Glasses took off his spectacles and leaned over with interest. He recommended with a hushed tone, My experience was very, very, very perfect. You know of it too. I was just about to head to Mr. Lawson's folk herb store. Bogda's worries vanished completely. After a short conversation, he left the divination club in a hurry. Up until then, Klein was still a little dumbfounded. He waited till 5:20 in the afternoon before putting on his hat and picking up his black cane. He took a carriage down to Vlad Street, intending to observe the apothecary named Lawson Darkweed before deciding if he should notify the captain or not. 18 Vlad Street. Klein stood outside the herb store and saw the closed door, as well as a subletting notice. Quite a wary man, he muttered silently. Since this had happened, he no longer had to be troubled or perform any observations. Chapter 96, Daly's Guess. By the afternoon of the next day, Klein had fully recovered from any signs of exhaustion. He walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady footsteps. Good morning, Klein. The weather is so cool and beautiful today, I'm looking forward to tonight's feast. Roseanne, who was wearing a light green dress, greeted him with a smile from behind the reception desk. Klein deliberately touched his stomach and said, Miss Roseanne, you shouldn't be talking about that so early in the morning. I'm already sick of today's mission that has yet to arrive. I only hope for the evening to arrive sooner. Me too, Roseanne chuckled. She looked to the left and right, then she beckoned for Klein to come closer. She lowered her voice and said, I met Madame Daly earlier. Spirit medium Madame Daly? Klein asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium from Awa County had been living at Enmat Harbor all this time, and it wasn't a short distance from Tingen. Yes, Roseanne gave a firm nod and said, but she has already left. Ah, she is my ideal Beander. If I were to become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingen and travel all around the world by myself. To Intis, to Fasak, to Fainapotter, to the southern continent, to the vast prairies, primitive forests, and snow-covered plains. Lady, be aware of the Nighthawks rules. Klein shook his head in amusement. Even Madame Daly has to apply and obtain permission to leave Enmat Harbor. I know that, but you can't just remind me about it now and shatter my dreams. Roseanne said, peeved. The truth is, I would never become a Beander. It's too dangerous. I know when I'll die from sudden gunfire. From what I've seen, Beyonders are basically people who turn themselves into monsters to fight against monsters. Archbishop Chaney said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness, Klein replied, sighing. The quote had left a deep impression on him. To fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. The two of them fell silent in unison. Roseanne was the first to break the silence as she pursed her lips towards the partition and said, Captain wanted you to meet him when you arrived. All right. With his hat and cane in hand, Klein passed through the partition and entered Dunn's office after knocking on the door. A middle-aged gentleman with deep and serene gray eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup and said with a smile. Daly was here. Can't say that I'm surprised. Roseanne had just informed me, Klein replied with a smile. Dunn didn't mind his humor but sighed. Daly was just transferred to the Backland Diocese, which is the world's busiest and most crowded city. They have the highest population of Beyonders and the most opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon than me. Why? Klein asked curiously as he took a seat. Dunn thought for nearly 20 seconds before answering. She has a unique talent in mastering and exploiting sequence potions. I've mentioned the internal rule of the Nighthawks before. If you want to consume the next potion in the sequence, you'll have to wait 3 years and go through a strict examination to prevent any loss of control. But typically, 3 years is far from sufficient. I spent 3 years going from a sleepless to a midnight poet. It took me 9 years to go from a midnight poet to nightmare, a full 9 years. And to go from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I need. When our bodies age and our energy starts to decline, even if we overcome the latent dangers, we shouldn't attempt advancing anymore. This is because the risk of losing control at that point is so high that no one is willing to risk it. As for Daly and I, we are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she handed in a special application after only a year. She hoped to consume the follow-up potion immediately. What surprised everyone was that she actually passed through the stricter examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. It only took her 1 more year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. Hey, this year will be her 5th year as a Beyonder. She is only 24 this year, young enough to have many opportunities ahead of her. On the surface, she's the most famous Spirit Medium in Awa County, but she truly is an actual Spirit Medium, isn't that acting? Old Neil had apparently mentioned that Madame Daly had similar tendencies. Klein felt that he had grasped the key reason for Madame Daly's quick ascension through the ranks. Captain, you're young enough as well. You're only in your 30s, Klein comforted Dunn, but added in his heart, it's just that your memory isn't that great. Dunn drank a sip of his coffee. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why didn't you ask Madame Daly about her method of mastering and exploiting sequence potions? Klein purposely asked. Dunn put down his coffee cup and massaged his temples as he spoke. She told me to become a true nightmare. I don't know what that means. Play the role of a nightmare. Man, a nightmare sounds sinister. Klein creased his eyebrows and temporarily fell silent. Then, Dunn took out his smoking pipe and sniffed at it. Daly and I discussed the possibility of Seer's follow-up. Potion being clown. Assuming that the member of the Seers didn't lie to you, she brought up an interesting hypothesis. What hypothesis? Klein asked hurriedly, his eyes turning bright. He had once used a divination method to determine if clown was the follow-up potion of Seer. The answer he received had been vague, but it seemed close to being a confirmation. Dunn's deep and serene gray eyes swept his gaze at him while he said in thought, a normal sequence pathway proceeds in a stepped manner. They advance according to a particular similarity. For instance, Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare are all obviously related to the darkness of the night, as well as the peaceful sleep and tranquility that is generated from sleep. It can be imagined that every subsequent sequence would have identical traits, only with more power and a wider scope. They might be linked to secrets, disaster, horror, the crimson moon, etc. Certain sequence pathways appear unrelated, but when we analyze them in detail, we can still find similarities, such as assassin and instigator. Their implied similarity is to bring people calamities, pain, sorrow, and despair. Hence, the follow-up sequences should abide by this pattern. Klein paid close attention and asked proactively, but Seer and Clown doesn't have such a connection. Yeah, Dunn nodded and said, Daly believes that there might be sequence pathways that share another kind of relationship. After all, there's a lot we do not know. He paused for a moment before saying, Daly said that, in this sort of pathway, the low to mid-sequence potions would respectively provide the Beyonder an ability that seems brand new and unrelated to the others. When the Beyonder reaches a point of qualitative change, these abilities will mix into an abnormally powerful job that includes them all. In other words, the pathway doesn't advance step by step, but instead it's a relationship of dissection and combination. Klein listened intently, but he felt lost. Dunn lifted his right hand and said, a normal sequence pathway advances a bit at a time, just like a child growing up. A growing child becomes taller, stronger, heavier, and more mature from a young age. While special sequence pathways are more like. Having said this, Dunn lifted up his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then, he lifted up his index finger. This is sequence 8. Then, he gradually lifted up the rest of his fingers. Each and every finger is independent, and doesn't seem to be related to the others. But in the end, when he said the word, end, Dunn clenched his fingers into a tight fist. I understand now. Klein was suddenly enlightened. He agreed with Lady Daly's guess and the captain's metaphor. Maybe that's how it is. He nodded in deep thought. Sequence 8 Clown and Sequence 9 Seer are completely different and have brand new abilities. And according to the description from the Nighthawks, intelligence, the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 Clown don't share any similarities either. Klein fell silent for a while before curiously pressing on, at which stage would the different abilities combine to form a qualitative change? Dunn took another sip of coffee and chuckled. Daly and I guessed Sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted out. Because according to the way the churches categorize sequences, Sequence 4 is the beginning point of the higher sequences. It is said that merely achieving such a level brings about qualitative changes in vitality and energy. In ancient times, Sequence 4 Beyonders were qualified to be called demigods in the fourth epoch. It's a pity that such Beyonders are very rare in this era, Dunn said wistfully. If Sequence 4 to Sequence 1 are high sequence Beyonders, then who are the low sequence Beyonders? Klein asked with interest. Sequences 9 through 7 were considered as low sequences 1,000 years ago. But, in recent centuries, Beyonders are few in number and each church has listed Sequence 7 as a mid-sequence. Dunn laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 are low sequences. Then, Sequences 7 through 5 are mid-sequences. Finally, those Sequence 4 and above are high sequences, Klein repeated in his head and inevitably felt a yearning for that. Emperor Russell was a high sequence Beyonder. However, the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control, Klein thought to himself in fear. He asked as though in a seemingly casual manner, what is the Sequence 4 potion for the Church of the Goddess called? In actual fact, I'm not sure. My security clearance isn't high enough for me to be privy to that information. I'll be able to read them when I become a diocese bishop or Nighthawks deacon. Dunn shook his head and smiled. In fact, at least half of the church's 13 archbishops and 9 senior deacons at the top of the church's hierarchy are below Sequence 4. That's just me being optimistic. The archbishop in Zangwill, who became wanted, lost control when he tried to advance to Sequence 4. The one who stole sealed artifact, 008. His potion was apparently called Gatekeeper, Klein thought and probed, as Sleepless Sequence 5 Gatekeeper. No, that's in Spirit Medium's pathway. You'll be allowed to access that information when you reach Sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Nighthawks team. Gatekeeper is Sequence 5 of the Spirit Medium pathway. Does it mean that it's keeping watch over the gates to hell? Or keeping watch over the gates to the spirit world? Klein guessed. All right, go to Old Neil and continue with your studies. Dunn smiled and said, don't forget about dinner tonight, at Old Will's restaurant. Reservations have been made. I'll introduce you to the rest of the Nighthawks officially. All right, I've already prepared the money. Klein forced a smile. No, there's no need. Have you forgotten that we have additional bonuses? The part about you completing an assigned mission. Dunn waved. Klein was momentarily taken aback before replying with a beaming smile, all right, Captain. He turned around and walked towards the door, while counting inwardly, 3, 2, 1, why didn't Captain call me back? Klein dragged out, 1, for a very long time, only to be surprised that Captain Dunn Smith hadn't forgotten add anything, a miracle. In the armory, Old Neil stole a glance at Klein, who was in a good mood. Don't be obsessed with tonight's dinner. You still have a lot of things to learn, such as more ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, Dragonish, Elvish, and many more. Yeah, every afternoon besides your day off, you have to have at least 2 hours of combat training with an instructor. Combat training? Captain didn't mention it. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded and didn't hesitate to answer, he forgot. Chapter 97. Combat Teacher. At 2 in the afternoon, outside of a simple 2-storied building that was in disrepair at the outskirts of the North Borough, Klein, who was in his probationary inspector uniform, looked at the weed-filled garden and the vines that had crept up the walls. He turned his head in surprise. My combat instructor lives here. Shouldn't a combat artist who was selected by the Nighthawks be exceptional? Leonard Mitchell, who had guided Klein there, snickered and said, don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his residence's surroundings. Although he was never conferred an aristocratic title, he was a true knight back in the day. Having said that, the poetic Nighthawk, who was dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots suddenly felt melancholic. He was active during the waning era of the knights. The warriors donning their armors would storm through enemy ranks despite the gunfire and cannon fire, destroying their enemies and redefining the battle lines. But alas, they were quickly met with the invention of the high-pressure steam guns and six-barrel machine guns. From then on, the knights had to gradually step down. Mr. Gawain met the same fate. More than 20 years ago, the Awa Knights Order of Chivalry faced the most advanced weaponry of the Intis Republic Army. Sigh, every time I recall this, it seems like I'm touching the dust heaps of history. The poet in me stirs when thinking of this irreversible and fated destiny, but alas, I do not know how to compose the poem. Then what's the point in saying so much? Klein acted oblivious to Leonard's self-deprecation and gave a serious suggestion. My university schoolmate once told me that the composing of poems requires a certain degree of talent. It's best you start by reading the classical poems anthology of the Lowen Kingdom. Leonard's mood changed on a whim. He replied with a light-hearted tone, I purchased that book a long time ago, as well as other titles, such as the selected poems of Emperor Russell. I will work hard to become a true midnight poet, Mr. Seer. Is he hinting at the acting method? Klein replied, as though he couldn't understand him, you would still need books on grammar. All right, let's enter. Leonard extended his hand and pushed open the half-closed metallic gates. The two of them then followed the path towards the house. They were still a distance away from the house when Klein saw a tall man walking out from behind the main door. He had short blonde hair, his brows already laced with white hairs. His facial features looked like they had been ravaged through age, his wrinkles were etched deep across his face. What are you doing here? The aged man asked in a deep voice. Mr. Gawain, as per your contract with the police department, this probationary inspector will be learning the art of combat under your guidance, Leonard explained with a smile. Combat? There's no need to study combat in this era. Gawain looked at Klein with turbid eyes and said in a dead voice, you should learn how to draw your gun and shoot. You should master the most advanced weaponry. Was this the psychological trauma caused by the six-barrel machine guns and high-pressure steam guns? Klein didn't give a reckless reply. Instead, he smiled and looked at Leonard. The art of combat is still a skill a policeman has to master. Most of the criminals we face are not those who must be executed on the spot. Some might not even have weapons. In that case, we have to rely on combat techniques, Leonard said, obviously prepared for the situation. With a dark expression, Gawain fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, throw a punch. He was speaking to Klein. Klein, who was not holding his cane, remembered the boxing matches he had seen in his previous life. He raised his arm and threw it forward. Gawain's lips twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, kick. Tilting to the side slightly and twisting his hips, Klein tightened his thigh muscles and kicked forward with his right foot. Cough, Gawain covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked at Leonard and said, I will honor my contract. But based on his foundation, he needs to come here 4 times a week, 3 hours each time, for the first month. You're the combat expert, it's up to you. Leonard nodded without hesitation. He smiled and said to Klein, see you at dinner. After Leonard walked out the metallic gates, Klein asked out of curiosity, instructor, how should I begin practicing? Punching, or footwork? As a qualified keyboard warrior, he understood the importance of footwork in combat. Gawain stood akimbo as he shook his head lethargically. What you need now is strength training. See those? Those are 2 dumbbells made of steel. They shall be your partners for today. Other than that, you also have to practice deep squats, running, and rope skipping. Let us take those one set at a time. While Klein was still in a daze, Gawain suddenly raised his voice and said sternly, understood. Understood. At this moment, Klein felt as though he had returned to military training and was facing an inhumane instructor. Change out of your clothes. There's a set of knight's training clothes on the sofa. Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned around and walked toward the black steel dumbbells. 6 in the evening, at a corner table of the Old Wool restaurant. Other than Fry, who was guarding Channy's gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was draped over the long table. Waiters carried over plates of food, portioned them before serving them to each individual guest. Klein saw steaks drenched in black pepper sauce. He saw bacon, sausages paired with mashed potatoes, egg puddings, asparagus, and specialty cheeses. He even saw rose-colored champagne. However, he had no appetite. The training in the afternoon had nearly made him vomit. Noticing the pale, newly inducted Nighthawk with turbid eyes, Dunn raised a glass of red wine in front of him and laughed. "Let us welcome our newest official member, Klein Moretti, cheers." The cold and introverted black-haired lady, Royale Riding, the sleepless Kenley White, the sloppy Leonard Mitchell, as well as the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet Sika Tron all raised their cups and looked at the new member of their team. Klein fought back the discomfort of the training and raised his glass of amber champagne. He stood and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with every Nighthawk, tilted his head back, and finished a small amount of champagne. "Is our Miss Author not going to say something on this occasion?" Dunn smiled as he looked at Sika Tron. Sika Tron was a lady in her 30s. She had average looks, but had an exceptional demeanor, one that was quiet and serene. Coupled with her few strands of graying hair, it added a unique charm to her. Klein had heard old Neil mention that this midnight poet had taken on a side job as an author and had attempted to submit her works to newspapers and magazines. Unfortunately, only a few smaller newspapers had accepted them. Sika smiled and looked at Dunn. "In order to make the term, Miss Author, into a reality, Captain, I think you should give me some funds to self-publish my work." Dunn laughed. "You should learn from old Neil and give me a more suitable reason. I'm most impressed with Mr. Neil in this department," Roseanne echoed in between her mouthfuls of roast mutton. Amidst the chatter and laughter, Leonard looked at Klein and said with a chuckle, "Are you so tired that you have no appetite to eat?" "Yeah," Klein sighed. "If you haven't touched your food yet, I can be of assistance." Leonard acted as though he didn't want to waste any food. Klein didn't mind. He nodded and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." And with that, a good portion of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and the rest. Nearing the end of the dinner, the waiters served plates of beef pudding and ice cream. Klein tasted ice cream and found it cold and sweet. It was particularly appetizing. Before he realized it, he had finished the ice cream drizzled with a blueberry sauce, and as a result of this, he started to feel the hunger pangs. It was a hunger which demanded recharging food that came after intense exertion. Swallowing his saliva, Klein looked to the front, only to see that all the plates were empty. There were no leftovers. "Let's end the dinner here, and give Klein a final toast," Dunn suggested. Before finishing his sentence, Klein asked, "Captain, may I order another plate of food?" The group fell silent after hearing such a request, only to break out into chuckles moments later. "Haha, you finally recovered. No problem, order 2 plates if you want to." Dunn shook his head and laughed. While patiently waiting an unbearable amount of time, Klein heard his stomach growling. Finally, a freshly prepared black pepper steak was served before him. His fork and knife danced as Klein finished the medium-done steak in 90 seconds, tears nearly falling from his eyes. The meat juices and the fragrance of the sauce lingered in his mouth. Sometime later, Klein let out a satisfied sigh as he looked at his empty plate. He put down his knife and fork and took a sip of his champagne. "Waiter, the bill please." Dunn turned around and called for the waiter. The waiter went to the counter, then returned with the check. He gave a thorough breakdown. "You opened 5 bottles of Daisy champagne, each bottle being 12 soldi and 3 pence, a small glass of Southville red wine for 10 pence, each black pepper beef steak was 1 soldi 2 pence, each serving of beef pudding was 6 pence, the servings of ice cream was 1 soldi each, the total would be £5, 9 soldi, and 6 pence. £5, 9 soldi, and 6 pence. That's nearly my weekly salary. A restaurant is indeed much more expensive than eating at home." Klein clicked his tongue upon hearing that. He felt lucky that the captain had said that he didn't need to pay out of his own pocket. They had some petty cash from bonus earnings. He calculated the cost carefully and noticed that the most expensive portion of the meal was the alcohol. 5 bottles of champagne had cost more than £3. This is no different from Earth. Klein secretly rubbed his stomach and forced down the last of his champagne. The next morning, Klein felt bloated. He tried to get off the bed in his sleepy stupor. Just as he exerted strength, he was instantly awakened by his aching muscles. He felt as though his body wasn't under his control. What a familiar feeling, it's the same as that day after we got punished with frog jumps. Today is a rest day, but I still have to pay a visit to my mentor and see if I can borrow the monograph on the Hornassus main peak from the library at the university. Klein's lips twitched as he made his way outside with some effort. He wanted to draw a gasp with every step. "Klein, what happened to you?" Melissa, who had just come out of the bathroom, sized up her brother suspiciously for his odd posture and slow movement. Chapter 98, Mr. Azek. Faced with his sister's question, all Klein could do was reply with a regretful smile, sore muscles. He originally believed that by consuming the sequence potion, his constitution would be enhanced as a Beander, but the harsh reality told him that a seer's stats points were all allocated to his spirituality, mind, intuition, and interpretation. It didn't aid him in adjusting to combat training quickly. As for the original Klein, he had focused on his studies early on and had suffered from malnutrition. That led him to possess a below-average physical condition. The fact that he was having after effects from working out was to be expected. Sore muscles. I remember you returning after dinner last night and you didn't do anything else. Does alcohol cause sore muscles? Melissa inquired with an inquisitive look. Does alcohol cause sore muscles, sis? That question can't help but make me have inappropriate thoughts. Klein laughed dryly and said, No, this has nothing to do with alcohol. It was from yesterday afternoon. I joined the company's combat training. Combat? Melissa was even more astonished. Klein organized his thoughts and said, Well, this is what happened. I considered it and believed that as a historical and relic consultant of a security company, it's impossible for me to stay in the office or port warehouse forever. Perhaps there will come a day when I have to accompany them to the villages or an ancient castle, to the site of some relic. That might require me to hike, to cross rivers, and to walk a lot. I'll have to endure all sorts of tests posed by nature, so I have to possess a sufficiently healthy body. So you joined combat training to enhance your stamina. Melissa seemed to understand her brother's intention. Melissa said with a frown, But that isn't gentlemanly. Don't you always keep yourself to the standards of a professor? A professor only requires the ability to read historical documents, ponder over difficult questions, and maintain a polite and gentlemanly demeanor. Of course, I'm not saying that those aren't all good things. I prefer men who can solve problems on their own, regardless of whether that solution requires brawn or brain. Melissa smiled. Klein smiled and said, No, Melissa. Your definition of a professor contains a misconception. A true professor can communicate with people gently and politely, but he can also educate the other person using the principles of physics by raising a cane to convince someone when there is an obstacle in communication. Principles of physics. Melissa was momentarily at a loss, but she quickly understood what her brother was saying. She was suddenly unable to retort him. Klein didn't say anything more but widened his pace with great difficulty as he headed for the bathroom. Melissa stood there and looked for a few seconds. She suddenly shook her head and caught up to Klein. Do you need my help? She posed as if she was supporting someone. No, there's no need to. I was hamming it up a bit earlier. Klein felt humiliated. He suddenly stood straight and walked normally. Watching her brother walk steadily to the washroom and close the door, Melissa pursed her lips and muttered, Klein is getting more and more pretentious. I even believed that his muscle soreness was really that serious. In the bathroom, Klein stood behind the tightly shut door, his face suddenly contorting in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath, tensed his body, and stood there for a good 7 or 8 seconds. When he finally went downstairs with great effort, had breakfast, and saw Benson and Melissa off, his soreness finally began to ease. After resting for a little while, Klein took his cane, donned his top hat, and left the house, strolling towards the public carriage stop. During the summer, Koya University had trees with shade-providing foliage, flourishing with birds and luxuriant flowers. It was peaceful and calm. Walking along the river, Klein took a turn towards the history department. Then, he found the 3-story building which showed its age and located his mentor's, Cohen Quentin's, office. He knocked and entered the room, but he was shocked to see that the man sitting at his mentor's seat was the academic, Azek. Good morning, Mr. Azek, where's my mentor? We made an appointment by letter to meet here at 10, Klein asked, puzzled. Azek, who was Cohen Quentin's best friend and often debated with his mentor regarding academic topics, smiled and said, Cohen had a last-minute meeting and went to Tingen University. He asked me to wait for you here. He had bronze skin, an average height and build, black hair, brown eyes, and gentle facial features. Being in his presence brought on an indescribable feeling, as though you could see in the man's eyes that he had been through the vicissitudes of life. Under his right ear was a tiny mole that one wouldn't notice unless closely examined. Having said the reason, Azek suddenly frowned as he carefully observed Klein. Feeling confused by the sudden scrutiny, Klein looked at his attire. Have I committed some breach of etiquette? Tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark-colored trousers, leather boots with no buttons, everything seems normal. Isaac's brows eased and he chuckled softly. Don't mind me. I suddenly noticed that you are way more energetic than before. You look even more like a gentleman now. Thank you for your compliment. Klein accepted it calmly and asked, Mr. Isaac, did my mentor manage to find the book, Research of the Hornassus Main Peaks Relics, in the school library? He found it with my assistance, Isaac said, smiling gently. He then pulled open the drawer and took out a gray-covered book. You are no longer a Koya University student anymore. You can read it here, but you cannot take it home. All right. Klein delightfully took the academic monograph, and with a hint of fear. The book's design was fully in line with the current trends. It used hard paper as a hardcover and it was printed with an image like an abstract version of the main peak of Hornassus mountain range. Klein took a glance and found a seat. He flipped open the book and started reading carefully, line by line. As he became engrossed in the book, he suddenly realized that there was a cup of rich and fragrant coffee by his side. Help yourself to the sugar and milk. Isaac put down the silver saucer and pointed at the milk jar and sugar container. Thank you. Klein nodded with gratitude. He added 3 cubes of sugar and a teaspoon of milk before continuing to read his book. The book, Research of the Hornassus Main Peaks Relics, was not a very thick book. Klein finished reading it when it was almost noon. He took note of a few noteworthy points. First, the settlement on the main peak of Hornassus Mountain and its surrounding area was obviously an advanced civilization, which existed as part of an ancient nation. Second, from their wall murals, their perspective on life appears similar to that of humans. I can assume for now that they were human. Third, they revered yet feared the darkness of the night. Hence, they called their god the ruler of the Evernight, mother of the sky. Fourth, the weirdest part is that researchers haven't found any graves in the entire area, which initially seems to indicate that the people didn't need to be buried, because they didn't die. However, that would be contradictory to the contents of the wall murals. In the wall murals, the people in the nation believed that death is not the end. They believed that their deceased family would protect them in the night. Hence, they would keep their deceased family members at home, on the bed, by their side, for a full 3 days. There is nothing beyond that for the wall murals as it doesn't involve burials. Klein took another sip of coffee and continued to write down his afterthoughts in his notebook. Mother of the Sky, Sky Mother is such a grand title, while the ruler of the Evernight obviously overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this a contradiction at its roots? In the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range and its surrounding area, every arrangement and decoration was well preserved. Even the wall murals didn't have any signs of damage. Before it was discovered, there seemed to be no disturbance at all. The table was arranged with cutlery, and there were dried stains of rot on the dining plates. In some rooms, there were half-filled bottles of alcohol that had almost turned into plain water. What happened to the nation's people? They seemed to have left their homes in a hurry, without taking anything with them, and they never returned. Considering how there are no burial grounds, this only makes it weirder. The author, Mr. Joseph, also mentioned that when he first discovered the remains, he even had the belief that the people residing there had just vanished all of a sudden. Klein stopped writing and cast his gaze at an illustration. On John Joseph's third visit to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, he had used a new camera model to shoot a monochrome photograph. In the photo, the lofty palace had a collapsed wall and was overgrown with weeds. It followed a grandeur style for its design. When he flipped to the photograph, Klein's first thought was that of the palace he had seen in his dream. The two styles were identical. The only difference was that the one he had dreamed of was on a peak and it was way more magnificent. It also had a huge chair, a seat of honor, that looked like it didn't seat a human. Countless translucent maggots clustered together and squirmed slowly beneath the chair. I can confirm that my dream is related to the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. That should be the nation of the Evernight which was referenced in the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein nodded slightly and closed the book. At that moment, Isaac, who was sitting opposite him, touched the inconspicuous mole under his right ear and said, "How was it?" "Found anything?" "Quite a bit. Take a look, I've written so many pages of notes." Klein pointed at the table and smiled. "I don't understand why you're suddenly so interested in this matter." Isaac sighed and said, "Klein, when I was studying at the Backland University, I had dabbled with some divination and did quite a bit of research on that. Well, I discovered that there is disharmony in your fate." "What? Divination? Are you talking to me about divination?" As a seer, Klein looked at Isaac the academic in amusement. "How is it disharmonious?" Isaac thought for a moment. "Have you encountered many strange coincidences in the past 2 months?" Coincidences, as he was indebted to Mr. Isaac. Klein didn't dispute his question as he subconsciously began thinking. If we are talking about coincidences, the most obvious matter was when we were after kidnappers. We actually managed to find clues of the Antigonus family's notebook that was lost for days in the room opposite the kidnappers. Also, Ray Bieber didn't flee from Tingen in a hurry. Instead, he found a place to digest the power bestowed by the notebook, allowing for sealed artifact 2049 to track him down easily. That seemed to be against common sense. Although Iyer Harson gave a reasonable explanation, I always had a nagging feeling that it was somewhat coincidental. Oh, Selena had stolen a glance at Hannes Vincent's secret incantations, but she held back till her birthday dinner banquet to try it out, and I happened to discover it, which is quite a coincidence too. Otherwise, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have been the only one to die so suddenly. Klein thought about it seriously for a few minutes and said, "There are 3. Neither too many, nor too frequent. Furthermore, there was nothing that indicated someone's involvement and guidance." Isaac nodded slightly. As Emperor Russell once said, a single coincidence is encountered by anyone. Twice is still normal. Thrice is when one should consider what internal factors are influencing those coincidences. Can you tell me anything else? Klein probed. Isaac laughed and shook his head. I can only tell that there's some disharmony, but nothing else. You have to understand that I'm not a real seer. Isn't that basically equal to saying nothing, Mr. Isaac is quite odd. He's playing a charlatan in front of a charlatan like me. Klein let out a breath, seizing the moment when Isaac stood up. He pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. When he looked over, Isaac's aura fully appeared before his eyes and everything seemed fairly normal. Unfortunately, I can only see the ether body and astral projection of a person above the gray fog. Klein thought carefully as he tapped his glabella again whilst standing up. Chapter 99. Red Chimney. Late in the afternoon, Klein returned home and drew the curtains, allowing his room to slip into darkness. He took out his pen and paper and thought for a long time, finally writing down a sentence: the kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. As a seer, Klein had tried to divine if those coincidences were a consequence of unnatural developments, but the results showed otherwise. This time, he was influenced by Isaac to look into these events again. He also drew lessons from the suited clown. He seriously designed an appropriate divination statement, eliminating any descriptions that might be vague or cause confusion. Yes, I should break down the 3 coincidences and divine them separately. Klein nodded in thought as he slowly removed the topaz from his wrist. He held the spirit pendulum with his left hand and allowed it to hang close over the divination statement on the paper. He collected himself and entered a state of cogitation. With his eyes closed, Klein started chanting repeatedly, the kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. As he recited the statement over and over again, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum, only to see the topaz turning counterclockwise slowly. It's still a negative, Klein muttered to himself. He designed several other divination statements, but the results persisted. There was nothing strange about that incident. He then separately divined the event of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen, and Selena's magic mirror divination incident, but the answers for both events were normal. Hey, was I, a real seer, frightened by the charlatan Mr. Isaac? Besides, Captain and the others didn't feel that anything was off. Klein laughed and shook his head. But he remained cautious. He planned on using the dream divination technique to get a final confirmation. After some thought, he changed the divination statement to fit the change in method. The true reason for Elliot's kidnapping. As he scribbled with the fountain pen, Klein paused and pondered over his words. After reading it over and over again, he tore the slip of paper and walked toward his bed. He relaxed and laid down. With the divination statement in hand, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. He found himself in a contorted, broken world. Regaining his senses, he began swimming through the blur. Gradually, he saw the few kidnappers. He saw them lose their final chip at a gambling table, saw them obtain guns from underground sources, and saw them survey the area. They even rented the apartment across Ray Bieber's apartment as their hideout. These didn't form a continuous scene, instead, they were presented in the form of flashing pictures. Klein couldn't find anything that was abnormal. Furthermore, it had also aligned with the statements given by the kidnappers. After exiting the dream, Klein separately divined the other 2 incidents but had the same result. Their developments followed logic. The coincidences were really coincidences. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Isaac is merely a divination enthusiast. Klein stabilized his pendulum and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was about to draw the curtains and allow sunlight into the room when he froze. From the original Klein's impression of Mr. Awakens, he is a dependable and trustworthy person. He had never once said anything baseless. Even if he was always quarreling with Mentor, it was limited to academic topics, and each of them had their reasons. If he was truly a mere divination enthusiast, he wouldn't have interacted with me like that, and the memories of original Klein has nothing about him liking divination. Of course, this could be due to the loss of a corresponding memories. Klein frowned and couldn't ease his worries. He needed a way to confirm this. He suspected that Mr. Awakens had unwittingly come across some insider information and was trying to remind him by using divination as an excuse. How should I confirm this? Klein paced back and forth across the dark room, trying to recall the other divination techniques he knew. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly halted as an idea came to him. Let's assume that these coincidences are dubious. I'm unable to divine a result either because my sequence isn't high enough or I'm being affected by outside interference, but I can change my environment. I can change my environment to someplace that is even more mysterious and even harder to understand. Klein felt pumped. He pulled open his drawer and took out a silver dagger. He concentrated and allowed his spirituality to flow out from the tip of the dagger, becoming one with his surroundings. With each step he took, the wall of spirituality sealed off the entire room. Klein planned on doing the divination above the gray fog, to do the divination in that mysterious world. In the magnificent ancient divine hall above the endless gray fog, Klein sat at the seat of honor on one end of the bronze table. Before him was a piece of goatskin he willed into existence. He lifted a pen and tried writing the divination statement as he had previously. The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. He held the spirit pendulum and hung it low. Klein quickly composed himself as he turned silent and ethereal. Half closing his eyes, he recited the statement 7 times, using his spirituality to interact with the spiritual world that stood above all. Feeling the tug of the silver chain, Klein opened his eyes to look at the pendulum. The sight made him freeze immediately. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. This meant that there was an extraordinary element behind Elliot's kidnapping. This was completely different from the result he had gotten in the outside world. There were no traces of any interference. Such power or means is terrifying. What's the motive of the person behind this? Is my fate intertwined with the Antigonus family's diary? Klein was immensely shocked. He lost his calm and the rotation of the pendulum slipped into chaos. He put down the topaz and rubbed his glabella. His expression was abnormally grave. After contemplating for a few seconds, he didn't attempt to divine the other 2 events. Instead, he wrote a new divination statement, the true reason for Elliot's kidnapping. He held the paper in his hand and recited the statement 7 times. Klein leaned back and fell into sleep above the fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory grayish-white fog. The fog dissipated slowly, revealing a colorful grass plain filled with flowers. The space behind the flowers and the plains was folding into itself, like a monster that had come alive. Klein tried his best to look forward, barely making out an image of a dark red chimney. At this point, the scene before him shattered, putting an end to his dream. Klein abruptly straightened his back in the majestic divine hall. His heart was beating wildly without reason. Phew, it felt like I had just spied on a terrifying thing. He took in 2 deep breaths to stabilize his chaotic emotions. Tap. Tap, tap. Klein tapped on the side of the table sometime later and slipped into deep thought. Red chimney. Garden. Grass plains. How is this related to the person behind all of this? I cannot determine his motive from the coincidences, nor can I conclude that there is any evil intent. In the midst of this thinking, Klein felt alarmed. For himself, Captain, Fry, and the others, we are like puppets dancing on a string. What's even scarier is that we thought so highly of ourselves. Sigh, I don't know how to raise this matter to Captain. Old Neil's divination produced the same results as mine in the outside world. If they asked me to confirm it in front of them, I have no way of doing that. Klein rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. After nearly 20 seconds of calm, he began divining the event of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen. Similarly, he first used spirit dowsing. This time, Klein was shocked to see his topaz hang motionless. It was neither a confirmation or rejection of the statement. Strange, he muttered. He started to guess the reasons for this phenomenon. The person behind this has sensed my divinations and engaged in countermeasures. Following this, he tried the dream divination technique, but all he saw were fragmented pieces of fog. He no longer made any new discoveries. The results of Selena's magic mirror divination incident were the same. Klein could almost confirm his conjecture at this point. Since he had no way of notifying Captain Dunn Smith for the time being, he had an unprecedented motivation to improve his abilities. I must head to the divination club later and quickly succeed in my acting to digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm whether the clown potion is indeed the subsequent sequence of seer, as well as gather clues about it. In addition, I have to interact more with Mr. Azek and see if I can dig up whatever inside information he holds. Klein held his forehead with his right palm and quickly drew up a plan, and determined his focal point. After some thought, a goatskin appeared in front of him again. He picked up his pen and wrote. The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer is clown. From his prior experience, the present Klein was completely convinced that his divination abilities were augmented and enhanced above the gray fog. Just like how raids are usually successful, is this the result of having good luck? He muttered and picked up his spirit pendulum. Sometime later, Klein received a definitive answer. The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer was clown. He then wrote on the paper once again. The corresponding sequences 8, 7, 6, and 5 of seer would grant at least one brand new, unrelated power. Klein exhaled as he tried spirit dowsing again. However, he saw the topaz hang motionlessly without any rotations. There isn't enough information to complete the divination and receive a revelation. He muttered to himself while seemingly deep in thought. Then, he set down the silver chain and began considering the required statement for a dream divination. Nearly 20 seconds later, he picked up his fountain pen and wrote seriously, Clues to the Clown Potion. Chapter 100. Interpreting Symbols. Clues to the Clown Potion. On the seat of honor at the ancient bronze table, Klein repeated the divination statement a few times before leaning back and entering a deep sleep. His surroundings quickly became peaceful and quiet. He saw a hazy view, with countless distorted and blurry scenes flashing past, just like drops of morning dew on tender flower petals. Gradually, Klein grasped his spirituality and came to his senses. He saw a fireplace before him with a rocking chair in front of it. Sitting on it was an old woman dressed in black and white. Although he couldn't see her face since she was hanging her head low, Klein's gut feeling told him that she was an old lady. And he was pretty certain about it. The old lady was facing a desk directly. There were newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver on the desk. Klein found the scene before his eyes very familiar, and he quickly recognized what he saw. This was where Ray Bieber and his mother stayed. This was where he saw a bloated cadaver for the first time. There are clues that point to the clown potion here. Just as Klein's thoughts flashed past, the scene around him transformed. It was a grayish-white warehouse, hidden among identical buildings. There were white bones scattered all around, and a few balls of flesh that looked like they had been squashed by a boulder. In the middle of the warehouse was a grayish-white object that was the size of a fist. Its surface was filled with ditches and it looked soft but ductile. It looked like a brain that had been extracted out of a living being. Just as Klein recognized the scene and recalled something, the scene before him distorted like rippling water before transforming into another new blurry scene. A naked body was laid on a long table covered with a white cloth. There were some bluish, discolored patches on the corpse's skin. Klein suddenly knitted his eyebrows and muttered, it was first the images of Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains, and now, it's related to the brand on the suited clown's wrist. Just as he attempted to speculate what the scenes meant, the scene suddenly changed again. A marble coffee table, a set of 2 leather couches, and a chandelier that hung high on the ceiling. There were 3 people, Klein Moretti, who had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly temperament, a wealthy man with a chubby body and pale skin, and a beautiful young lady with fishnet gloves. Following that, it was another 3 people and an object, a middle-aged man in a black robe who had thick spiky brown hair, a wealthy man with a chubby body and pale skin, a half-century-old elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes, and a black notebook on the round table in between all of them, a notebook that exuded an ancient and distant air. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein suddenly sat up straight and the dream vanished. Looking outside the divine hall where there was boundless gray fog and crimson stars, he thought in both shock and confusion. I was divining for clues to the clown potion, why would the Antigonus family's notebook show up? Let me think, that chubby guy was Welch. Yes, Welch, an unfortunate fella who bought the Antigonus family's notebook and triggered a sequence of incidents. The beautiful young lady wearing fishnet gloves was Naya. I remember, the marble coffee table and leather couch combination is a hallmark of Welch's place. I saw spirit medium daily there. In other words, what I saw was Welch's living room. It was a scene where the original Klein and his two classmates were discussing the notebook. Klein calmed himself down and tapped on the edge of the long bronze table rhythmically. Then, what does the last scene represent? The notebook appeared, Welch appeared. Could it be the scene where he bought the ancient item? There were another two people, and one of them looked very familiar. I feel like I've seen the middle-aged man in the classic black robe somewhere before, that spiky brown hair, severe dark eye circles. Yes, I know who is he now. Hannes Vincent from the Divination Club, the Hannes Vincent who died peacefully, after Captain snuck into his dream, having learned that Selena secretly obtained the secret incantation from him. No way, he was the one that sold the notebook to Welch. Everything appears to be coming full circle. The world sure is small. No, Tingen is really small. On careful thought, it really is a possibility that Hannes Vincent wasn't an ordinary fortune teller. He was obviously deep into mysticism and obtained the attention of an ancient evil god. He had the channels, ability, and opportunity to acquire the notebook that was accidentally released by the secret order. It's no wonder Captain and company never figured out where Welch bought the notebook. Their investigative approach was entirely wrong. They had attempted to investigate via the antique market, but when the actual whereabouts of the notebook was found, they gave up on that lead. What a pity, Hannes Vincent just passed away not too long ago. Otherwise, we definitely could have found out something regarding the notebook. Since he was involved in mysticism, he should have researched the notebook. His death was way too coincidental. However, there was another person at the scene, a man in his 50s. He might know quite a bit of what happened. Klein stopped tapping his fingers on the edge of the table and looked through every scene of his dream divination once more. Ray Bieber's house, Ray Bieber's hideout spot, the remains of Ray Bieber, the brand on the suited clown's wrist, Welch's house, Welch, Naya, and original Klein's exchange, Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family notebooks, group photo. Hee, besides the brand on the suited clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But I had divined for clues to the clown potion. This isn't scientific, nor does it make mystical sense. After becoming a seer, Klein once tried to divine where Welch had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, but he never considered using the unique qualities that the area above the gray fog possessed. As such, he had failed to receive any revelations, but now, he had chanced upon the truth by divining something separate. After spending nearly 20 seconds to calm down, Klein summarized the context provided by Russell's diary and attempted to interpret his dream divination. The first possibility, Zeratul, or should I say, the secret order, was searching and pursuing the relics of the Antigonus family. So, the symbolic meaning of the dream is to use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the secret order into appearing, so as to obtain the clown potion's formula. The second possibility, the clown potion's formula is directly recorded in the Antigonus family's notebook. The fact that the Zeratul family is seeking the relics of the Antigonus family implies that they share very deep connections. They could have been allies or enemies. Hence, it seems fairly natural that the Antigonus family possessed parts of their sequence. Things would be obvious if they were allies, but enemies are the ones who would know each other the best. But the second explanation wouldn't be able to link it to the brand on the suited clown. Sigh, I do wish that the second explanation were true though. When the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to interpret the notebook, I would be able to obtain the clown potion without any risk. It seems that the first explanation is the most plausible. My gut feeling as a seer tells me that there might be a deeper symbolic meaning. Having thought of this, Klein massaged his forehead and suddenly realized the limitations of a seer. Unless it was a very simple and straightforward sign, a seer had to be extremely careful when making interpretations. It was just like walking on the edge of the abyss or walking on a thin layer of ice over a lake's surface. The suited clown's outcome was an actual and bloody example of what a single mistake in interpretation or failure to grasp a key point could result in. In that instant, Klein had an illusion of himself mastering the true essence of a seer. He seemed to be just one step away from digesting the potion completely. "Thank you for enlightening me with your life, praise the lady," he muttered and drew a crimson moon before his chest. Then he divined whether Azek had good intentions or if he was an amazing Beander. He received confirmations for both of them. Eventually, the continuous divinations exhausted Klein. He had no choice but to stop churning through his thoughts and decide on the crucial matters that he needed to attend to. I have to find the man that appeared in the same scene with Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can begin my search with the Divination Club. I can't just confront Mr. Azek. Yes, he might be a mid-sequence meander of the life school of thought, but there's a lack of information, making it impossible for me to divine. Phew. Klein let out a breath and conjured the portrait of the half-century-old elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes on the goatskin that appeared before him. This was the third person present when the Antigonus family's notebook was traded between Welch and Hannes Vincent. Looking at the portrait, Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. I can't draw. During art class in primary school, I was always the one receiving the greatest criticism from the teachers. Should I use ritualistic magic like old Neil? This was done by praying to the goddess. If I were to use the uniqueness of the area above the gray fog, I would be in trouble if the divinities noticed something amiss. Hold on a second, perhaps I can pray to myself. Transmitting images and transmitting voices are similar, although I'm temporarily unable to access the mysterious power above the gray fog, accomplishing such a minor matter shouldn't be a problem. Having thought of this, Klein immediately emanated his spirituality to envelop himself to stimulate the feeling of falling. Back in his bedroom, he lit the gas lamp and prayed. I pray for your revelation and pray that you allow me to draw what I've seen. After reciting the incantation, Klein didn't splash essential oils or burn any herbs to gain the help of their powers. It was just that informal when praying to oneself. There were suddenly murmurs in his ears as he saw the 4 black dots that formed a square surface on the back of his hand. He walked 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before penetrating the maniacal chaos to return to the area above the gray fog. This time he didn't see any of the crimson stars shrinking or expanding. But behind the seat of honor at the long bronze table, the strange symbol formed by a partial pupil-less eye and partial contorted lines shimmered weakly as it produced illusory prayers. Klein held his ear to it and listened. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he conjured the portrait of the third person, and cast it towards the flowing light in accordance to the prayer's format. After everything was done, he immediately left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. Just as he found his footing, a portrait surfaced immediately in front of Klein's eyes. Furthermore, he sensed a weak and illusory power augmenting him. He picked up a fountain pen and found a piece of white paper and expressed his intent. Klein was surprised to find his right hand moving uncontrollably as it quickly drew lines. Before long, he saw a lifelike portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair and eye colors, as well as other unique characteristics, Klein heaved a sigh of relief despite the spasms of his right hand. The illusion before his eyes rapidly dissipated. Chapter 101, Unexpected Clue. House Street, Divination Club. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and walked along the stairway towards the main door. He wasn't dressed in his usual formal wear. Today, he was wearing a white shirt and a light-colored vest, paired with a thin black windbreaker, making him look more spirited than he had before. This set of clothing was more suitable for combat and had only cost him £1, including the fee for the small pocket that he had sewn into the vest. Compared to the suit he had purchased, it was so cheap that it brought tears to his eyes. He stroked the revolver in his holster, as well as the metal bottles in his tiny inner pocket. Klein then took out the portrait and entered the Divination Club. Without any surprise, he met the beautiful attendant, Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I thought you would come only a few days later. Angelica was taken aback at first before she immediately revealed a brilliant smile. Klein took off his hat and sighed. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. I had a dream at noon. I dreamed about Mr. Hannes Vincent and matters regarding him. You know that, as a fortune teller, I absolutely cannot overlook any dream. It could be a revelation from the divine. Confused by his charlatan-like words, Angelica nodded in thought and asked out of curiosity, what did you dream of? I saw Hannes Vincent arguing with someone. Klein passed her the folded piece of paper in his hand. As Angelica unfolded the portrait, he pinched his glabella and observed the color of her emotions. This person, Angelica looked at the realistic portrait and slipped into deep thought. Klein saw her emotions turn into a thinking blue, a normal reaction. This person, Angelica muttered once again. She slowly looked up and said, I've met him before. Klein's mind whirled as he immediately asked, when was it? I can't remember the exact date. Maybe a month ago. I saw him send Mr. Vincent to the door and they were softly discussing something. I have a deep impression of him because of his thick and messy eyebrows, as well as Mr. Vincent's rare smile, Angelica described as she recalled. Yes, he had a pair of grayish-blue eyes and, like most men his age, had little hair on his head. Did you meet him again before or after that? Asked Klein gently. Angelica shook her head. No, I am certain of that. I don't even know his name. To be honest, if it wasn't you, I would have suspected that any person showing me a portrait like this is a policeman investigating Mr. Vincent's death. Hey, I don't find it odd no matter what revelation you receive, for you are a true seer. My apologies, I am a policeman, Klein retorted silently as he sighed and said, a true seer would understand how minuscule he truly is compared to the vastness of fate. We can only see a hazy corner, forever receiving revelations, but never answers. We must reflect upon them constantly and keep up our respect and fear. We must decipher these hints with caution and not see ourselves as the intelligent ones who have taken control of fate. By summarizing what he had figured out over the past few weeks, Klein suddenly realized that his spirit vision turned clearer. He could even faintly make out the details within Angelica's aura. At that instant, he felt like a short-sighted man who was wearing glasses that suited him. Has my seer potion begun to produce clear signs of digestion? Klein was stunned in disbelief. I never imagined that a seer like you can still maintain such fear and respect towards fate. It's truly admirable, said Angelica earnestly. She had seen too many people in the divination club who claimed to see through the truth and change fate after learning a few divination methods. Klein retracted his gaze and chuckled. The more you know, the better you can understand how small we truly are. As he was saying this, he checked his body's condition and reflected on his past experiences. He could basically narrow the essence of the acting technique to actions corresponding to the name of the potion, understanding the hidden laws governing the role, as well as strictly abiding by these laws. Only by doing so could he change the state of his body, heart, and soul, making them closer to the remnant psyche in the potion, so as to gradually digest it. The acknowledgement of a seer's identity was only a factor on the surface. The reason why it made one's spirituality feel light had to do with how the feedback strengthened one's affirmation of particular divination actions. And these actions collectively formed the rules for digesting the seer potion, to help others interpret revelations and guide them in a better direction, yet constantly maintain one's fear and respect towards fate. One cannot be too egoistical, too proud, or blindly believe one's interpretations. These are the laws I can think of for the time being, as well as the essence of the acting technique that will guide me towards the future. If it continues to be this successful, I won't need half a year. Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, or even 2 to 3 weeks' time, I'll be ready to completely digest the potion. That sign was extremely obvious. It's no wonder the mysterious Mr. Zaratul said that the Beander will clearly sense it when the potion is fully digested. There's no need for anyone to teach them. It is what it is, just like now, although my spirit vision has been enhanced a little, I know very well that this is only a pit stop in the digestion process and not the final destination. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but thank the suited clown for teaching him with his life. If it wasn't for him, he would probably spend months at the divination club, summarizing the rules of a seer through numerous attempts, for better or for worse, before he began acting strictly. Mr. Moretti, I sometimes even think of you as a philosopher, Angelica said with a sigh upon hearing Klein's reply. In my circle of friends, the term philosopher is used to scold somebody. Klein was in a good mood. With that said, he bowed, wore his hat, and left after bidding farewell. Although Angelica was unaware of the gentleman's name or identity, Klein was in no way depressed. What he learned was sufficient enough for him to engage in the next phase of his plan. 36 Zudaland Street. Inside Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn looked at the portrait in his hands with his deep gray eyes. You wish to carry out a search for this person? Yes. Klein had long prepared a reason for this. Captain, didn't I mention that I would head to the divination club to observe the reactions of its members on Hannes Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but I accidentally found out today that the person in the portrait had appeared with Hannes Vincent once and was secretly discussing something with him. I flipped through our team's investigation report just now, but I didn't discover any person resembling him in the report. There were no loopholes in his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to take this portrait to the divination club, he would get the same answer from Angelica. Dunn cast his gaze away from the portrait and laughed. From the looks of it, the compensation funds weren't a waste. Captain, isn't your memory bad? Why would you mention the compensation at this point in time? Klein maintained a smile and didn't say a word. Was this drawn by you? Dunn asked in passing. Yes, I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein replied, completely honest. Of course, speaking the truth and revealing the whole truth were two different matters. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Get old Neil to make a few more sets. I'll get Kenley and Royale to investigate and seek the cooperation of the police department. If this clue is of any use, you would have contributed greatly once again. May Goddess bless us." Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest as he appeared abnormally devout. For him, all he needed from Dunn and Company was to figure out the name and identity of the man in the portrait. He could divine his location above the gray fog. Despite it being his day off, Klein didn't immediately return home after leaving the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he took the public carriage to the harbor and arrived in front of the Evil Dragon Bar's entrance. In his considerations, although a seer lacked the means to directly engage in combat with an enemy or the means to cast spells quickly, combat could be classified in many ways. Not all battles were chance encounters. As long as he had sufficient time to prepare, a seer could similarly deal with an enemy using ritualistic magic. It was exactly how he resolved the magic mirror divination incident at Selena's house, and this also meant that it was best if a seer brought along the essential oils, herbs, and tiny candles to avoid being in a situation where they were unavailable when they were needed most, thus, resulting in a helpless death. After all, not everyone was like Selena, who had an entire assortment of mysticism items which could be used. As for the ones he applied for, as Klein had practiced frequently, he had used up most of them. He kept what was left in his tiny inner pocket. He patted the cash note in his pocket and pushed open Evil Dragon Bar's door and strode in. It was noon and there weren't many customers in the bar. Nor were there any rat baiting or boxing matches. It was quiet and not lively enough. Klein observed the guests drinking beer and playing cards as he walked toward the billiard room that led to the underground market. At that moment, he saw a muscular old man walk out with a torn admiral's jacket draped over his shoulders. "Were you the friend old Neil brought last time?" Reeking with the smell of alcohol, the blue-eyed, messy brown-haired elder sized up Klein and laughed. Klein guessed at his identity and took off his hat and bowed. "Yes, how might I address you? Old Neil often mentions you. I'm the boss here, Swain." The blue-eyed elder's arms were thick and brawny. He had firm muscles and had the bearing of a military officer. Former Tingen-mandated Punisher captain, rumor has it that he was once part of the Royal Navy. Klein replied politely, "Yes. If you're in need of money, feel free to approach me." Swain laughed as he mentioned before, walking towards the bar counter. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred as he immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, Mr. Swain. I have something I would like to ask of you." Swain halted in his steps, turned halfway around, and said with a chuckle, "You look, well, very similar." "No, I'm not having memory issues." The corner of Klein's lips twitched as he pointed at the portrait he drew and asked, "Have you met this gentleman before?" He suddenly realized that Selena had likely been brought by Hannes Vincent to the underground market. This resulted in Elizabeth's knowledge of the Evil Dragon Bar as well. Then, could the man in the portrait who had some relationship with Hannes Vincent have come here before? Swain took a careful look and replied affirmatively, "I remember him. He had asked me if I had documents or items related to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range." Documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Klein was taken aback as he suddenly connected that to another matter. Back when he was borrowing the journal issue related to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range at Deweyville Library, the librarian had casually mentioned that someone had just returned it. Therefore, he still remembered very cleverly and didn't need to flip through his name cards to determine if the man existed. Could the gentleman who borrowed the journal issue before me be the one in the portrait? The gentleman that had witnessed the exchange of the Antigonus family's notebook. Chapter 102, Cloth Merchant. The more Klein thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, who would have borrowed those random journal issues for no reason? Yes, research regarding the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range is quite an unpopular field. Other than the corresponding lecturers and associate professors, the common hobbyist would have never heard of it. Even the original Klein, who was a history graduate, only knew about it from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Tingen is a city of universities, there wouldn't be that many people who would interested in the topic. And even if there is anyone interested, most of them would remain within the university's compounds. There would be no need to borrow the book from the Deweyville Library. The most important point is that the book happened to be borrowed only recently. By analyzing it this way, there really is a problem. I wasn't sharp enough and failed to realize it. Sigh, it looks like I have no talent at being a detective or acting like Sherlock Holmes. While these thoughts raced through his mind, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain asked in puzzlement, "Is there a problem?" Since there were customers and bartenders around, he could only ask indirectly. "Nothing at all. I'm just wondering how I can investigate this gentleman. As you know, Hannes Vincent died at his home." Klein had long prepared his excuse. He didn't want to make the mandated punishers become interested in the ancient relics from the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Vincent was one of the rather famous fortune tellers in Tingen City. He often came here. Swain had indeed given a perfunctory answer, but as he recalled, he said, "Now that I think about it, the gentleman in the portrait did come together with Vincent at the very beginning." "That is exactly what I wanted to know. Do you remember his name?" Klein pressed immediately. Swain shook his head and chuckled. "I won't ask for my customers' names or identities unless I knew them to begin with, like old Neil." "All right then." Klein deliberately revealed a saddened look. To him, it didn't matter if Swain knew, because he could check the Deweyville library. To borrow books from a privately funded library, he had to leave personal information, and his identification must have had sufficient credibility. After all, Klein had relied on an introduction letter from a senior associate professor before he obtained a library card. Even if the gentleman had forged his information, it is very likely that he left some clues which can be helpful to my divination. Klein watched Swain as he returned to the bar counter before entering the billiard room in deep thought. He wasn't in a hurry to head to the Deweyville library for his investigations. He planned on completing his purchases first. After all, it was unknown if he would encounter danger and be required to use ritualistic magic for subsequent developments. After passing through a few rooms, Klein arrived at the underground market. There were a few stalls and customers, a clear indication that it wasn't peak hour yet. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw the monster, a Demossol, who could smell the scent of death, standing in a corner. The young man was pale, and his eyes gave off a hint of terror and madness. He had also noticed Klein as he looked over. As they made eye contact, a Demossol suddenly extended his hands to cover his face. He moved toward the corner of the wall in a panicked state. Soon, he moved to a side door beside him and staggered as he ran. "Out. Is that necessary? I just nearly blinded you the last time, but I didn't do anything. Seriously, it's as if I'm the devil." Klein's facial expression was somewhat stiff. He shook his head and smiled. He stopped thinking about the monster and came to a stall. He started shopping with a goal in mind. After about half an hour, Klein spent a few pounds, which was most of his secret stash of money. He counted the 3 pounds and 17 soli he had left, and he felt his heart ache. However, he touched the small metal bottle in the inner pocket of his black windbreaker. "This is the floral essence, Amantha, which Madame Daly used previously. This is powder mixed with drago tree bark and leaves. Essential oil which is extracted from slumber flowers. Dried chamomile petals. This is holy night powder which I previously produced myself." Klein recalled the items stored in every tiny pocket of his and repeated them. He did it to prevent himself from failing to find the ingredient that he would need at a crucial moment. Relying on his unique traits in mysticism, he quickly finished memorizing them and walked toward the door. Suddenly, he saw a somewhat familiar figure in the corner of his eyes. It was a young lady in a casual green dress. Her smooth black hair was soft and glistening. She had a round face with long eyes. They gave her a sweet look and a refined bearing. "It's the girl who was shivering strangely on the public carriage. She does seem fine. I never expected her to be a mysticism enthusiast." Klein slowed down and thought for a few seconds before finally recalling who she was. He had to admit that, other than Justice, who he had never seen clearly, the young lady was the most beautiful girl he had seen ever since he transmigrated into this world. The sweet and refined girl stood before a stall that sold mysticism books and, in a breach of etiquette, kneeled to rub her fingers against an ancient book. The ancient book was bound with a black hardcover. The book cover had the words, "Book of Witches," in Hermes. It records the black magic of witches. Although I haven't dared to try them, someone I know did, and it really worked. The vendor seized the opportunity to promote the book. The beautiful lady thought and asked, "In your mind, what does a witch look like?" "A witch, a wicked person who brings calamities, disease, and pain," the vendor answered after some thought. Klein didn't hear their conversation because he had already quickly walked out the front entrance. He was rushing to the Deweyville library in a hurry to settle everything before returning home to cook dinner for his brother and sister. Tomato oxtail soup was on the menu. Backland. Crown Turf Club. Audrey Hall wore a long white dress with engagements and ruffled edges, as well as lace around her chest. She stood in a VIP room and watched the horses gallop. She wore a veiled hat decorated with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and a pair of light-colored fishnet gloves. Her cold and distant gaze seemed out of place in the bustling venue. Just as the racehorse breasted the tape, her friend Viscount Glaint came closer and said with a suppressed voice, "Audrey, every time I see you, you look beautiful from a different angle. How can I help you?" In the past, Audrey might have basked in the young man's compliment, but now she could see Glaint's ulterior motives through his speech and attitude. Due to the early passing of Glaint's father, he had inherited his title of nobility at the age of 20. He was a slightly skinny young man. He looked to the left and right, then chuckled softly as he said, "Audrey, I know a real Beander, a Beander that doesn't belong to the royal family." "You've disappointed me every time you said that." Audrey looked forward and replied elegantly, "Really? I swear on my father's name. I have seen his Beander powers," Glaint replied with whisper. Audrey was no longer the same as before, in which should be excited over the news. She was now a Beander, but to prevent Glaint from turning suspicious, she widened her eyes and faked a surprised smile. She asked with her voice trembling, "When can I see him?" "Yes, it'd be great to meet other Beyonders. I can't just solve every triviality through the Tarot Club, besides, I must gather my own resources to exchange them with Mr. Fool and Mr. Hanged Man. Not everything can be solved with money. Sigh, now that I've sent out the £1,000, I'll have to be more frugal." Glaint was very satisfied with Audrey's response. He looked towards the racecourse and said, "Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a literature and music salon at my place." Inside Deweyville Library, Klein took out his identity card and badge from his pocket and showed them to the few librarians. "I am a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awakens County Police. I need your cooperation in an investigation," he said in a deep voice, recalling the police films that he used to watch. The librarians looked at the identity card and badge before exchanging looks and nodding at each other. "Go ahead and ask, officer." Klein recited the names of the journals like New Archaeology, and upon finishing, he said, "I want the borrowing records of the journal for the last 2 months." He realized that one of the librarians had attended to him before, but it was obvious that the man didn't recognize him. "All right, hold on a second." The librarians started searching and quickly found the recent borrowing records. Klein flipped through the records seriously, looking for the man who had borrowed the same journal as he did. There weren't many names since there was only one. He had borrowed the journal several times, including the issue that Klein knew of. The earliest entry was at the end of May, and the most recent one was last Saturday, a day before Hannes Vincent's death. Klein ran his finger over the borrower's information and memorized it. Sirius Arapis, cloth merchant, residing at 19 Howe Street. Chapter 103. Doing as the heart willed. He resides at 19 Howe Street. Whilst memorizing the information, Klein keenly noticed a piece of information. Yes, Welch stayed on Howe Street. The Divination Club is on Howe Street. This cloth merchant named Sirius Arapis also lives on Howe Street. From the looks of it, it's nothing strange for Welch to know Hannes Vincent either. They might have even gotten to know each through Sirius Arapis. Suddenly, Klein felt that he had linked the clues together as his thoughts turned clear. He was originally confused as to how Welch would be acquainted with Hannes Vincent, since this son of a banker wasn't particularly interested in mysticism. To him, money was more important than divinations. But now, Klein felt that he had an inkling as to how they became acquainted. According to the descriptions of several magazines, middle-class and wealthy residents would gladly pay a visit to their neighbors from the same social class in order to form a social circle which is beneficial to them. Similarly, Welch and the cloth merchant, Sirius, absolutely have the motivation and opportunity to become friends since they both lived in the Howe Street vicinity. It isn't hard to understand how Sirius knew Hannes Vincent, who regularly went to the Divination Club on Howe Street. Perhaps it was a coincidental meeting, or perhaps Hannes had helped him out before. Regardless, this made it possible for the two of them, who frequently ran into each other within the same area, to become closer to one another. Hannes Vincent wanted to sell his ancient books, and thus, Sirius introduced him to Welch, who was an undergraduate of the history department. In Hannes's dream, there was the figure of the suspected evil god, the true creator. He also knew of the proper incantation format. This proves that he was very deep into the realm of mysticism. The possibility that he might have even been a member of some secret organization cannot be dismissed. I cannot rule out the possibility of him joining some secret organization under Sirius's influence. With ideas coming to him so easily, Klein could tell that the information the man had left behind had a certain level of credibility without even using divination methods. Even if he isn't called Sirius Arapis, nor work as a cloth merchant, and doesn't live at 19 Howe Street, he definitely resides at Howe Street or, at the very least, somewhere nearby. While these ideas ran through his mind, Klein viewed the borrowing records once again with this new train of thought. The last time he came to Deweyville Library was last Saturday, a day before Selina's birthday party, which was also a day before Hannes Vincent died. Several days have already passed since then, but he hasn't returned the issues that he borrowed. According to past records, if he only borrowed 2 issues, he would usually return them the next day. Could this mean that he knows of Hannes's death and was scared to the point that he no longer dares to come to the Deweyville Library again? Yes, he started by borrowing several unrelated history books and journals until he narrowed down what he needed, which is very similar to what I had read. This means that there was no one teaching him. There was no senior associate professor from the history department of a university. He did this completely through trial and error. What would a shock target do? 2 choices. 1. If he had all the necessary information, he would head straight to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. 2. If he still lacks information, he would lay low and observe the situation. He would only show himself again if he's certain that Hannes's death wouldn't implicate him. Having made this conclusion, Klein closed the borrowing records and returned them to the librarians. He then took out the portrait and asked if anyone had seen the man. Unfortunately, many people came to borrow books every day, and the librarians didn't have any impression of the average person. All right, thank you for your time. Klein put away his identification documents and his badge. He had no intention of continuing the investigation alone. This wasn't only dangerous, but also troublesome. He planned to head to Zudaland Street once again and hand the case over to Captain and his teammates. He then planned to go home and prepare his tomato oxtail soup for his siblings before heading to the world above the gray fog to divine the target's whereabouts and condition. "Officer, is there anything else?" a librarian asked sincerely as he heaved a sigh of relief. Klein nodded slightly and asked, "No, I will come back if there are new clues." He held his black cane with his left hand and made his way to the door. At this moment, he saw a man enter the library with his head hung low. He was dressed in a double-breasted coat, its collars standing tall. When they walked past each other, Klein caught a glance of his thick, messy brows, and his pair of grayish-blue eyes. These were things the tall collar couldn't hide. Sirius Arapis, a coincidence. Klein froze. He didn't expect to meet his target here. What kind of luck was this? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He evaluated his physical condition and felt his aching sore muscles. Thus, he acted as though nothing had happened and continued walking towards the door. Well, we have to follow what our heart tells us. Safety matters. It doesn't matter if I miss this opportunity as long as Sirius is still in Tingen. At this moment, the man in the double-breasted coat arrived before the counter and was handing the journals to one of the librarians. "It's a return," he said with a soft, muffled tone. The librarian received the journals causally, and when he saw it, he suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked up indifferently as his body couldn't help but tremble. "Is there a problem?" the man asked in a deep voice. His question seemed like a spark that ignited a fuse, causing the librarian to instantly lose his self-control. He sprinted to the side and shouted, "Officer, the criminal is here." At this moment, Klein, who hadn't left the building, cursed madly in his heart. He instinctively reached for his holster with his right hand and drew his revolver. That man froze for a moment before turning and breaking into a sprint, but he didn't head for the door. Instead, he escaped in the direction of the oriel window to the side, as if he wanted to smash through the glass and jump out onto the street. Klein, who was flustered, turned his head to see the scene when he felt a sudden calm. He realized that even though he was afraid of the target, his target was more afraid of him. The man must be unable to determine my abilities in such an abrupt meeting. He isn't clear on what I am adept in, and so, he will instinctively avoid a direct confrontation and look for other ways to escape. Confident of his analysis, Klein lifted his revolver and pulled the trigger. At that moment, the man in the double-breasted coat abruptly rolled onto the ground in an attempt to avoid the bullet. Following up on that, he pressed down on the ground with his right hand and propelled himself into the air towards the oriel window. Click. Klein's first shot was empty, but this was something he had expected. He took advantage of Sirius's inability to dodge while in midair to aim at his torso and pulled the trigger. The silver demon hunting bullets tore through the air and penetrated straight through Sirius's back. Crash. The glass shattered and Sirius flew out the window, leaving drops of crimson blood on the crystalline glass fragments and windowsill. Klein was no longer afraid now that the target was injured. He ran over and jumped out the window with the help of a chair. This was the area lining the back of Deweyville Library's ground floor. A row of trees isolated a lush green field. The injured Sirius was running to the side, in an attempt to enter a small alley between two buildings. Having not practiced shooting at moving targets, Klein didn't dare to fire blindly. He could only carry his cane in one hand and his gun in the other as he pursued the man in a black coat. He followed the trail of blood on the floor and tried to close the distance. With a corner coming up, the injured Sirius's speed became slower and slower. Klein, who had been waiting for an opportunity to capture him, suddenly felt a little afraid. He felt as though the man in front of him wasn't human, but a wolf or a tiger, one that harbored terrifying dangers. This was an instinct he had as a seer, and also a warning given to him by his spirituality. Klein immediately slowed down, his eyes scanning the blood on the ground. Compared to the blood he had seen earlier, Sirius's blood was now black. At this moment, a violent wind overwhelmed him. Sirius's face was reflected in Klein's eyes. Thick, messy brows. Grayish-blue eyes. Multiple protruding warts. An open mouth with 2 rows of white teeth. Sirius was launching a counterattack at this moment. This made the face reflected in Klein's eyes more visible. He could even smell a particularly putrid stench. Sirius pounced a distance of 7 or 8 meters, far more than any normal human being could jump. But as Klein had stopped chasing him just in time, there was still a distance of nearly 10 meters between them. When the distance was shortened to 2 meters, the sticky saliva caused by drool and the disgusting dense warts formed a harrowing scene that made Klein's nerves tense up. Without thinking, he seized the opportunity of the temporary immobility caused by Sirius's pounce to raise his right hand. He fired without stopping, allowing the bullets to rain down on the target's head. Shooting from such a close distance allowed the silver demon hunting bullets to drill through Sirius's head. Blood splattered everywhere as his face became more and more mangled, until he staggered backwards. Klein had emptied the bullets in his revolver in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to take a few steps back in order to confirm the results of this battle. But at this moment, Sirius gave Klein the shock of his life by trying his hardest to stand up straight. Klein abruptly lifted the cane in his left hand. Smack. The sturdy silver inlaid black cane struck Sirius's neck, leaving a dark red mark. Smack. 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 Klein acted on instinct, raining blows on his opponent until Sirius collapsed stumbling onto the ground. Huff. Puff. Huff. Klein supported himself with his cane and took deep breaths. His eyes were trained intently on his target, afraid that Sirius would suddenly jump back to life. At that moment, Sirius' head had basically been smashed into a pulp, and the warts gradually receded. His body stopped moving after a few convulsions. Klein was in no hurry to examine the corpse. Instead, he tossed his cane to the side and took out the demon-hunting bullets he had on him and reloaded his revolver. After doing this, he collected himself and fought back his disgust, kneeling down to search the pockets of Sirius's double-breasted coat. Chapter 104, Mr. Z. 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets. Klein soon found a blood-stained wallet, a Deweyville Library card, 2 pairs of brass keys, an unstuffed smoking pipe, a sheathed dagger, and a few letters that were folded neatly. Laying everything onto the ground except for the letters, he stood up straight and looked at the wallet. He confirmed that there were only 10 plus soldi and some copper pennies. The craftsmanship of the wallet is quite exquisite. It's such a pity, Klein sighed, feeling a little distracted. If I didn't spend so much of my private stash of money, buying a wallet would have been on my schedule today. After shaking his head, Klein opened the letters and quickly scanned through them. Dear Mr. Z, please allow me to defend myself. When Hannes and I sold off the Antigonus family's notebook, it wasn't stupidity or betrayal. It didn't appear special in any way when it was in our hands. I suspect that it's alive and that it's a wicked item armed with a certain life and wisdom. It was something dangerous that needed to be sealed. At different stages and before different people, it shows different contents. This is a proven fact that I've learned from the lamb in the police station. Although the notebook shows content that is sufficiently true each time with plenty of evidence, I believe that it would only reveal the completed content in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family. When Hannes and I received it, we could only see some trivial matters of the Antigonus family, the general situation of the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, and also the 3 sequence potion formulas we handed in to you previously. As you know, The secret order has the seer pathway in its grasp and possesses powerful tracking abilities, so Hannes and I believed that it would be a risky move to continue keeping the notebook. The value it had presented to us wasn't sufficient for us to take the risk. Since we couldn't wait for your reply, we agreed amongst ourselves to sell the notebook to Welch, who was living on the same street. He enjoyed collecting relics and ancient books, and he could afford to pay a high price for it. As for the subsequent developments, you are already aware of it. This is the first thing that I'd like to explain. As I am writing these words, Hannes is dead. He died due to a heart attack during his sleep. That must be a blessing from God, to prevent him from suffering the outcome of falling into the hands of heretics. I had no choice but to move to somewhere safer, more hidden. I didn't even dare to leave the house. Luckily, the lamb told me that the reason Hannes was being eyed by the heretics wasn't because of the Antigonus family's notebook, nor was his identity exposed. It was just that he had taken in a silly female disciple in the hopes of slowly developing her into one of us. His female disciple had stolen a glance at his secret incantation and tried the magic divination while a Nighthawk heretic was watching. I believe you can pretty much guess the rest of the story, so there is no need for me to describe it. It's a pity that the position of the lamb isn't high enough, so the actual details cannot be determined. From various feedback, it seems the heretics have yet to suspect me. Their investigations came to a halt due to Hannes's sudden death. Therefore, I will return to the streets and plan to borrow a few more journal issues from the Duevil library to seek out more clues. As a faction that also had the seer pathway in its grasp, the Antigonus family must have had some divinations regarding its decimation. They must have left behind secret treasures that would allow for the revival of the family. There's sufficient reason to believe that the treasure is hidden on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, which is in one of the relics in the nation of the Evernight. Having read that, Klein's pupils constricted rapidly. He nearly dropped the letter. The pathway that the Antigonus family had in its grasp was the seer pathway. What a coincidence. Thunder seemed to boom in Klein's head again and again that left him in a daze. He felt as though it was destiny. The notebook that led to the original Klein's death and indirectly helped me transmigrate, originated from the Antigonus family that has the seer pathway in its grasp. The one that eventually made me choose the seer potion was the Emperor Rassel's diary, while Emperor Rassel was biased towards the seer sequence because of the mysterious Mr. Zeratul, who was the leader of the secret order, which also has the seer pathway in its grasp. This is like a suffocating net sewn by fate. What exactly is lurking behind all of this? Klein held the letter and paced back and forth. He needed to verify the contents with other sources. Yes, the secret order that the Zeratul family controls is pursuing and searching for the belongings left behind by the Antigonus family. If both parties shared the same Beander sequence, there would be a sufficient reason and motive. Perhaps, it is to bridge any missing sequences, obtain rare ingredients for a higher sequence advancement, or covet the other party's accumulated experiences in avoiding the loss of control. Going by this line of thought, it is rather reasonable that the Antigonus family has at least part of the seer sequence chain. Yes, when I was divining for clues pertaining to the clown potion, the images that emerged were mostly related to the Antigonus family. The only exception was the suited clown from the secret order. Therefore, the true meaning behind the symbolism is that each scene carries the possibility of obtaining the clown potion and a clue. However, I didn't understand the crux of the issue and regrettably missed it. With the two corroborating evidence, Klein nearly believed the matters that Sirius had brought up in the letter. He also understood why he constantly heard the word Hornassus in the murmurs he shouldn't be hearing. The earliest occurrence of this happening was when I first consumed the seer potion. He wore a serious expression as he thought to himself. Meanwhile, he guessed that, being a survivor of those that made contact with a relic of the Antigonus family, and becoming a Beander of the seer pathway, were two necessary conditions to hear the murmurs saying, Hornassus. Is there really a secret treasure buried within the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range by the Antigonus family? No, I can't think about this. Just the notebook alone has killed so many people. Any complete treasure would be even more terrifying. Klein shook his head subconsciously and cast his gaze onto the third piece of paper, which was the last of the letters. Honorable Mr. Z, I hope I can gain your assistance. I believe that you should be sufficiently interested in the treasure too. Until then, I will make myself look like a normal person, a normal lover of history. When the end of days arrives, I will offer all of Tingen's lambs as a sacrifice to God. Humbly, Sirius Arapus. When he finished reading Sirius's letter, Klein had the urge to laugh. Hey, why do I feel like I saved Tingen? What was this guy trying to do? Heretics are truly unbelievable. Who is this Mr. Z? He seems like someone in a high position. At the very least, he should be at the same sequence as Captain. Where was Sirius sending the letter to? He didn't write down the address. It seems like that's the cautiousness of a heretic. They wouldn't put the address on until the moment before they sent it out. Right, if the Antigonus family had the potion of the seer pathway in its grasp, then would the clown potion be among the 3 formulas inside the Antigonus family's notebook that Sirius sent? Highly likely. In that instant, Klein seemed to have found clues to the clown potion. Although Sirius didn't bring the formula along with him, it was possible that he had left some form of record at his hideout. He must have also had it in his head, in his memories. Klein looked at the corpse before him and considered the problem of making a dead person speak. It required almost zero consideration, as an idea immediately popped into his head. Mediumship. Spirit mediums could directly communicate with spirits that had yet to disperse. Seers, mystery priors, and others could roughly accomplish the same thing using ritualistic magic. Previously, when he was dealing with the corpse of the suited clown, there were 3 things that had kept Klein from using mediumship. Firstly, he was in a hurry to save the rest. Secondly, he didn't have the ingredients with him, and lastly, he lacked confidence. Thus, he didn't consider the option of mediumship and missed his best chance. When they returned to Blackthorn Security Company, the spirit was mostly gone. Even a spirit medium could only get superficial information. But now, Klein happened to have all the ingredients and tools, and he happened to have the experience of communicating with lingering resentment through the help of dream divination. My only concern about contacting the spirit of a heretic would be being placed in the same situation as Captain's entry into Hannes's dream where he saw a horrifying existence. However, Captain only remained frail for 2 days, and he wasn't considered severely injured. Yes, I could give it a try. He hesitated for less than 20 seconds before making a decision. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. He raised his head, turned around, and cast his gaze toward the spot where the window had shattered. There was a crowd gathered there watching. He took out his identification card and badge before returning to the broken window. He then told the onlookers through the shattered oriel window, "I am a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awa County Police. I have shot the criminal to death. Please take this badge to the nearest police station and tell them to send backup to deal with the follow-up. The rest are to help me cordon off this area. Do not allow anyone to come close for they might contaminate the scene." "Yes, officer." The librarian that caused Klein the trouble quickly took the badge. When the entire scene was cordoned off and no one could enter the grass patch, Klein returned to the corner and stood by the side of the corpse. He was glad that the innocent crowd couldn't see the dead body, which looked more like a monster than a human. He put down his cane and revolver, then reached into the inner pocket of his windbreaker to take out a metal bottle. He was going to use the techniques of a mediumship ritual with dream divination to make the dead man speak. Chapter 105. Spirit Channeling. Klein twisted open the golden bottle's cap and brought it to his nose. He took a whiff of the stimulating scent that energized him. This was holy night powder made using slumber flowers, dragon blood grass, deep red sandalwood, mint, and other herbs. Since it was simple to concoct, Klein had made a batch the moment he got the ingredients from the underground market. It was going to be of use now. He poured a little of the holy night powder on his palm and collected himself. His irises turned dark. Next, Klein put away the metal bottle and scattered the powder onto the ground after infusing his spirituality into it. He scattered the powder as he walked, forming a circle around Sirius's corpse. A formless barrier rose, separating them from the outside world. Klein flicked away the remaining holy night powder on his hand and took out the other metal bottles. He sprinkled the amantha pure dew and other liquids in the surrounding area. The ritual he set up was different from the one old Neil used at Ray Bieber's house since the aim of the ritual was different. For example, old Neil poured the liquids before using the holy night powder. That could create a serene and holy state second only to an actual altar. Klein had used the holy night powder first before pouring the liquids to prevent Sirius's remnant spirituality from being disturbed by the surrounding objects while still barely managing to have an environment that satisfied the requirements of the ritual. If he had used old Neil's method, the rest of Sirius's spirituality would have been purged, making it impossible to establish a connection. After finishing his preparations, Klein put away the materials and entered a state of cogitation. He recited the Hermes incantation softly, "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess, loving grace. I pray that you'll allow me to communicate with the heretic spirituality inside this altar. As the incantations reverberated throughout the sealed space, Klein suddenly felt a massive, terrifying, and mysterious energy descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Klein recited a divination statement in his heart, the formula to the clown potion. The formula to the clown potion. As he was reciting the statement, he used cogitation to temporarily enter a dreamlike state. It was a hazy gray world without a sky or ground. Klein was unusually alert as he observed a transparent, ethereal figure. He extended his right hand and touched the remnants of Sirius's spirit. The scene in front of him changed with a rumble. It was a study table painted with dark red paint. There were 3 candles on a silver candle stand, as well as a blank piece of paper. Sirius had a pen in his hand. He wrote in Loan language, "This is the second formula, its name in the notebook is, clown. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of tornapple juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock. These are the supplementary ingredients. The main supernatural ingredients are 1 crystal of the single horn of a matured Hornassus gray mountain goat and a complete stalk of a human-faced rose." Sirius seemed to have the clown potion's formula memorized as he quickly finished writing it. He paused for a moment and took a sip of coffee, then he unwound the silver pendulum around his wrist. He held the pendulum and closed his eyes, muttering terms to himself such as, the end of days, peace of mind, hope for the Lord's blessings, and, confess. After Sirius finished his prayer, Klein finally saw the pendulum clearly. Under the wound silver chain was a thumb-sized human figurine. The figurine had a single eye, a trait unique to giants. It was facing down, its legs bound by chains that connected upwards. At that moment, the single eye of the giant suddenly had a faint red glow. The scene Klein witnessed shattered as his legs buckled, almost causing him to kneel to the ground. Klein felt pain in his head as though he had been struck ruthlessly in the head with a bat. His vision turned blood red as his hands involuntarily reached out to protect his knees. He recovered several seconds later and stood back up. He felt that his spirituality was unusually weak, as if he had heard the murmurings that penetrated his mind once again. But due to his progress in digesting the magic medicine, the adverse reaction calmed down quickly. The hanged giant, the true creator, Sirius and Hannes were both members of the Aurora Order. But the captain saw a huge cross in Hannes's dream. The terrifying being crucified on the cross wasn't the Aurora Order's hanged giant. Klein took 2 deep breaths and waited for his spirituality to slowly recover. The Aurora Order was a secret organization that sprang into existence about 200 to 300 years ago. They worshipped the true creator and symbolized him with the hanged giant. They believed that every human being had divine qualities, and as long as they persevered and made it through the countless trials, they would be able to accumulate enough divine qualities to become angels. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the sequence 9 of the Aurora Order was secret suppliant. These Beyonders could sense the existence of mysterious and horrifying beings and were armed with a decent amount of knowledge regarding sacrifices and some knowledge on ritualistic magic. There was enough evidence to claim that senior secret suppliants experienced distortions of their worldview and lost control easily. Little was known about the Sequence 7 which the Aurora Order had grasped. Sequence 8 was Listener. This was considered quite a terrifying job for a Beyander. Every listener could listen directly to the whispers of the secret entities, thus, they frequently came into contact with powerful, distorted, unique abilities. But consequently, if they were unable to advance, it was difficult for them to survive the next 5 years after becoming a listener. Furthermore, the comments the Nighthawks had in the reports were that every listener was a lunatic. Even if they looked normal on the surface, they were always crazy on the inside. The details of the report regarding the Aurora Order flashed through Klein's mind. His initial theory was that Sirius was a secret suppliant. From the description, secret suppliant are as hopeless as seers in battle. That does fit Sirius's actions just now. What happened later was a loss of control brought about by the injury. Yes, Fry once said that every Beyander would more or less undergo some weird changes after they die, Klein thought as he tapped 4 points on his chest to praise the goddess. After his spirituality recovered slightly, he concluded the ritual with the appropriate procedure and dismantled the wall of spirituality. With a whoosh, a gust of wind blew as Klein forced himself to look at Sirius's corpse. He noticed that there was still an obvious wart on Sirius's mangled face. It was a dark purple wart, almost black. There seemed to be liquid and a light gleaming within. What kind of transformation was that? Klein rubbed his temples, not daring to touch it. He bent over and retrieved his cane, allowing it to bear his weight. After what had just happened, he knew that Sirius's spirituality had been completely destroyed. Even the spirit medium daily would be unable to communicate with him. After a while, Klein saw Captain Dunn and his partners, Leonard and Kenley. It seems like your fate is tied to beyonders and evil forces. In just a few weeks, you have come across more supernatural incidents than what we usually see in months, Leonard joked, looking at the corpse on the ground. It might not be a coincidence, Klein added, as he suddenly thought about the red chimney he had seen in his dream divination, as well as the majestic palace on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range and the formless focus on him. He took the opportunity to mention it in passing. Dunn surveyed the surroundings and, with his gray eyes trained on Klein, asked, "You tried channeling his spirit?" There were still traces of holy night powder and the scent of the essential oils. "Yes," Klein replied truthfully. "I was worried that you would arrive late and that the remains of his spirituality would scatter." "You don't look well. Are you all right?" the short Kenley asked in concern. Klein passed Sirius's undelivered letter to the captain and began from the beginning. "When I went to the underground market to purchase materials for the rituals, I suddenly remembered that Selena had also once gone to the Evil Dragon Bar and that it was Hannes Vincent that brought her there. This meant that Hannes was a regular there. Thus, I suspected that the person in the portrait, someone who's definitely connected to Hannes, might have gone to the underground market too. I asked the boss Swain about the portrait, and he gave me confirmation. He told me that the man had once tried to buy documents and items related to the Hornassus Mountains. That reminded me of the library. I recalled that the librarian had mentioned that someone had just returned the journal issue I wanted to borrow." Leonard stood to the side, listening with a smile. He suddenly interrupted, "And so you brought your identification documents and badge here to flip through the borrowing records? Actually, I am very curious, why would you come into conflict with this man here? Even if it was a direct encounter, with your style of doing things, you would have pretended that you didn't know him and would just leave the library. Then you would come to Zudaland Street to ask for our help. Yes, there was no need for you to take the risk. As long as you confirm the target and that he hasn't left Tingen, there would always be a way to find him," Dunn added as he reviewed the letter. Klein immediately said in embarrassment. The librarian recognized him and shouted for the police to help. "There's no way I could have pretended not to hear that." Leonard and Kenley looked at each other. One tried to cover his amusement, while the other turned his head to the side. Dunn nodded, his gaze leaving the letters. "Did you get anything from channeling his spirit?" "I saw a pendulum that took the shape of a hanged giant. I saw a blood-red glow flash in the giant's only eye before I was forced out of the ritual," Klein described honestly. He didn't want to talk about the clown potion for the time being as he had two considerations. First, if Dunn and the rest were able to find Sirius's hideout and the corresponding records, then it would make no difference if he told them or not, as there would be no additional contributions attributed to him. Second, if Dunn and the rest were unable to find it, he could report it in the future. This way, he would be awarded with another contribution, allowing him to acquire the ingredients needed to concoct a potion. This was a way to obtain double the rewards for a single task, a technique that stemmed from old Neil's recent teachings. "Aurora Order," Dunn muttered to himself before he asked some relevant questions. After Klein answered all his questions, he saw the fatigue in Klein's eyes and waved his cane. "Not bad, you foiled a scheme that was targeting Tingen. You can go back and rest. Kenley, bring old Neil over." After giving out instructions, Dunn smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before Sequence 6, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway lack many supplemental abilities. We can only conduct the simplest of ritualistic magic. Captain, you mean that from Sequence 6 onwards, a Sleepless Pathway Beyonder would gain improvements in the corresponding aspects? Klein asked out of curiosity. Yes, Dunn confirmed. After leaving the Daffodil Street Library, Klein nearly fell asleep in the carriage on multiple occasions on his way back to Daffodil Street. He lumbered into the house, he then removed his hat and jacket before falling asleep on the sofa. Sometime later, he woke up abruptly, took out his pocket watch, and snapped it open. "Melissa will be back in half an hour. Benson in 45 minutes. If I don't get up, I'll have to make them wait an hour before we can have dinner." Klein rubbed his forehead as he entered the kitchen. He washed his face with cold water, then took out the oxtail, tomatoes, carrots, and onions he had bought that afternoon. After he prepared the ingredients, he suddenly froze. He had the feeling that his actions just now formed a strange juxtaposition with the incident that afternoon. I am a man who just saved Tingen, Klein mumbled in amusement. He put on a white apron and got to making dinner. Chapter 106, Artist Klein. After 8 in the evening, in the Moretti family's dining room, as he looked at the shallow soup left in the bowl, Benson raised his hand to cover his mouth to give a satisfied burp. Although that was our third time eating it, I still find it delicious. The sourness and sweetness of the tomato and the chewy texture of the oxtail blends into a perfect and unique flavor. Klein, I'm sorry that the Blackthorn Security Company caused Tingen City to lose such an outstanding chef. Melissa leaned backwards in her chair and nodded in agreement silently. This is because you have yet to try real cooking. Klein smiled humbly. If we have a chance in the future, let's head to Bonaparte Restaurant on Howe Street for some authentic Indus cuisine, and also to Coastline Restaurant in the Golden Indus Borough for some southern delicacies. These were restaurants that were always covered in the newspapers, where the average cost per person was around £1.50. I like your cooking more, Melissa answered without hesitation. Benson chuckled and changed the topic. But I ultimately feel that there's something lacking from the tomato oxtail soup. Perhaps it shouldn't be eaten with bread. It's best complemented with rice. Rice, Melissa muttered with an expression of yearning. Tingen, which was located north, wasn't considered a big city. Besides a few particular restaurants, it was difficult to have any chance of eating rice. To Benson and Melissa, this kind of food only existed in the descriptions of newspapers and textbooks. Looking at his sister's expression, Klein laughed. Wait till we save another 6 months' salary, and we will find a chance to go on vacation in Daisy Bay and try the delicacies there. Daisy Bay was located in the far south of the Loan Kingdom, and a third of it belonged to Fainapotter Kingdom. It had plenty of sunlight and beautiful scenery, and the paella there was very famous. Before Melissa could share her opinion on saving money, Klein said, in another 3 months, I should get another raise. By then, we could totally fulfill our desire to travel as well as save money for necessities. Why? Benson and Melissa's attention was redirected as expected. Klein coughed lightly and smiled while explaining, due to my professionalism, the police department which always collaborates with our company intends to hire me as their part-time history consultant. They would pay me extra, at least £2 a week. If you see me in a police uniform in the future and showing the corresponding police documentation, please don't be shocked. Of course, as you know, the work efficiency in governmental departments is as slow as a 90-year-old lady's footsteps. They still have to go through a lengthy procedure, and they're required to do a thorough inspection of me. Hence, on my off days for the next 2 months, I'll be heading to Koya University quite often to see my mentor and the teaching staff I know to learn more. Seeing the shocked look in his brother and sister's eyes, he paused and said with a strange expression, just like Emperor Russell said, one is never too old to learn. Benson maintained a few seconds of silence before saying in a half self-deprecating and half emotional manner, is it too late for me to sign up for university? Knowledge really is wealth, and also power, Klein added silently. Benson, you need Klein's grammar books and his classic literature textbooks, Melissa said out of the blue, stealing the words from Klein's mouth. Benson's expression seemed to change. He gritted his teeth and said, Klein, pass me those books tonight. Even if all they do is put me to sleep, I am determined to read them for an hour, no, an hour and a half a day. I swear in the name of the goddess. If I can't do it, I will be a curly-haired baboon. A smile immediately plastered across Klein's face. No problem. The next morning, Klein hung his coat and hat on the clothes rack in the break room. Then he followed Roseanne's instructions and walked to the basement to the duty room outside Channy's gate. Captain Dunn and members Fry, Sika, Royale, Leonard, and Kenley were all there. As his gray eyes glanced past the newly promoted Nighthawk, Dunn smiled and said, we have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize past missions and discuss various challenges. I am a man who has endured the test of many regular meetings as well, Klein lampooned. He found a seat and joked, do I need to introduce myself? Dunn smiled and turned to look at Kenley. Briefly tell us about the investigation of Sirius Arapus. Kenley was also a Nighthawk who had been promoted from a member of the civilian staff. He wasn't very tall, his brown hair was quite thick, his body size was average, his muscles were very toned, and he looked like someone who was smart and capable. He thought and said, with old Neil's help, we found Sirius's secret hideout. There were many books and items at the scene. From them, we can be certain that Sirius was one of the underground members of the secret organization, the Aurora Order. He was also a secret suppliant. There's sufficient evidence to show that he and Hannes Vincent sold the Antigonus family notebook to Welch. Those who don't remember Welch can ask Klein about him. We found valuable items, including 3 sequence potion formulas, which are sequence 9 seer, sequence 8 apprentice, and sequence 8 clown. The subsequent task is to use Sirius's social circle and the letters we found to locate other outer circle members of the Aurora Order. The focus of our search will be directed at the heretic who has infiltrated the police department. Also, people who were in contact with Hannes need to be reinvestigated. Dunn nodded lightly and looked towards Klein. As you heard just now, we've obtained the clown potion formula, but are unable to determine if it's real. We have to wait for the Holy Cathedral to give us feedback. In the mission relating to the Aurora Order, you have made a crucial contribution. Plus, given that you shot a member of the secret order, it won't be long until you accrue enough contributions to be promoted. But, I have to remind you that not everyone is like Daly. You have to suppress your desire and wait for 3 years. In order to avoid losing control, you can't allow your mindset to be affected by our discovery of the clown potion formula. Captain, you don't understand how magical it is to act. I have already confirmed the authenticity of the clown potion formula using divination above the gray fog last night. Klein nodded obediently. I will keep my emotions in check. Then Sikatron, the quiet midnight poet with white hair and black eyes, said, we still haven't found any clues regarding instigator Triss. I suspect that he has already fled from Tingen. After they were done exchanging their new information, Klein left the duty room and found old Neil to continue his mysticism lessons. In the afternoon, he went over to his combat teacher, Gawain, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. With the sun still up and bright at 5, Klein took off his training costume, took a quick shower, and changed into his original clothing. He then took the public carriage to Bessick Street. He hadn't forgotten about the red chimney that he had seen in his dream divination, nor did he forget about the man that he suspected to be a member of the psychology alchemists who had bought supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion in the underground market. These things would be inconvenient to investigate in his role as a Nighthawk. Number 27, Henry's Private Detective Company. Yup, it's here. Klein found a private detective company according to the newspaper's descriptions. It was said to be trustworthy. He put on a mask, lowered his top hat, and flipped up his collar. He walked up the stairs and came to the company on the 2nd floor. Knock. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door that was half closed. Please come in, said a voice that seemed to be affected by phlegm. Klein lifted his cane and pushed the door to enter. He saw the detective company using an almost open layout. There were 4 employees sitting at their respective seats partitioned into small cubicles. Hi, I'm Detective Henry. How may I help you? A man in a white shirt and black vest greeted him. He held a smoking pipe in his hand, and he had a prominent jawline, blade-like eyebrows, and dark blue eyes that sized up his client. Klein used the collar of his windbreaker to block half of his face as he spoke. I have 2 matters to entrust to you. How are your rates? That depends on the difficulty of the task. Detective Henry retracted, his gaze and pointed towards the sofa in the guest area. Let's talk over there. Klein followed him to the semi-partitioned area and sat on the single-seat sofa. He didn't take off his coat, nor did he take off his hat and mask. He purposely made his voice hoarse and said, First, I need you to help me find a house with a chimney that looks like this, as well as information on who the owner and current tenant are. As he spoke, he took out a neatly folded paper. When he opened it, there was a chimney with its color noted down and its surrounding scenery. This was the drawing that Klein completed by using the uniqueness of the area above the gray fog and the method of praying to himself. What a great drawing, Detective Henry complimented subconsciously. He then knitted his eyebrows and said, This is not complicated but very tedious. It would require a long time and a large amount of manpower. I understand. Klein nodded lightly. Detective Henry pondered for a moment and said, £7. The price for this job would be £7. In addition, you have to give me at least 2 weeks. All right. Second, help me find this gentleman and find out his identity. The only thing I know is that he occasionally appears at the Evil Dragon Bar near the harbor borough. And he must not detect any men you send. He is very sensitive and he has terrifying observational skills. Klein took out the second portrait. He intended to get in touch with a member of the psychology alchemists to see if he could find any valuable information and materials. For example, perhaps a formula that could be exchanged with justice. £3, Such a mission would cost about £3 or £4. Your outstanding drawing skills will help my assistant and I save time, Detective Henry replied skillfully. £10 in total. Klein found the price upsetting. Detective Henry took a puff on his pipe and said, yes, and you need to put a deposit of £2. When there's progress, you'll need to pay another £3 to £5. The rest of the payment can be made when the mission is completed. Then I shall come next week to check on your progress. Klein didn't haggle over the price to prevent the observant detective from remembering any of his characteristics. After they signed a standard contract, he took out two £1 notes and passed them to the detective. He only had £1.17 solely left from his savings. As Detective Henry watched the man wearing a gauze mask and a black windbreaker with its collar raised leave in a hurry, he had a suspicious look in his eyes as he smoked his pipe. Why is he looking for a house that has that kind of chimney? He must be an artist, or at least a professional sketch artist of some sort. In the afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's luxurious mansion, Audrey, with her maidservant in tow, followed etiquette and passed her hand to the host. She looked at him, giving her hand a quick peck. Your beauty accentuates my salon. Glaint first gave a compliment as usual. Then, he lowered his voice and said, that lady is already here. She's a Beander and also an author. Chapter 107, Furs, Novel. Author, Audrey asked casually as she observed Glaint's reaction. Subsequently, she didn't have to mind the presence of her maidservant, Annie, since they chatted about ordinary topics. Glaint straightened his body and chuckled. Yes, I believe that you have read her works in the past. She wrote the book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which was highly acclaimed for the past 2 months. I enjoyed that book, especially The Calm Lady Sissy, Audrey replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, she was rolling her eyes at her own hypocrisy inwardly. That was because her latest hobby had nothing to do with novels. She had stopped reading Stormwind Mountain Villa a month ago. Her progress stopped at the 1/3 mark. Ever since she joined the Tarot Club and acquainted herself with the powerful Fool, and became a real Beander, she had been immersing herself in mysticism knowledge. She had been systematically learning about psychology and had lost interest in other activities. Smiling, Glaint guided Audrey to a sofa in the hall. I am sure that Miss Furs Wall will leave a good impression on you, for she is just like Stormwind Mountain Villa's Lady Sissy, calm, intellectual, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, are you going to play the piano for us later? That is the greatest compliment for a novel in literature. Audrey looked at the side profile of Glaint's face. His expression, tone, and body language all conveyed his intention to flaunt himself. He wants to use me to show off, Audrey thought to herself, as if she had just met this good friend of hers for the first time. She maintained her elegant smile and said, my music teacher, Mr. Vicanel the pianist, said that my standards have deteriorated recently and needs more practice. All right. Glaint was just about wondering what to say when he suddenly saw a lady taking desserts from the long table. Audrey, this is Miss Furs Wall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa. Audrey looked over. Miss Furs Wall was about 23 years old and 1.65 meters in height. She was wearing a pale yellow dress with frills. Her brown hair was slightly curly. She looked over with her pale blue eyes as Glaint introduced her while wearing a smile that appeared ruminative. Audrey had noticed several small details in the less than 3 seconds of observation. There are faint traces of yellow on Miss Furs's fingers. She likes cigarettes. There are obvious calluses on her fingers at spots used to hold a pen, fitting her identity as an author. Her arm movements show that she has decent strength. This is not a quality expected of an author, unless she is passionate about exercising. Perhaps she was born like this, or she might have engaged in some other occupation in the past. She displayed her calm, rational, and precise style in Stormwind Mountain Villa. This must be linked to her previous occupation. Her eyes and emotions are relaxed, giving me the feeling that she is looking down on me and Glaint. Is this the psychological superiority a Beander has over an ordinary human? If it was a coincidence that Glaint discovered her identity as a Beander, then she should feel some anxiety and uneasiness. After all, she is unable to guess his reaction and what he would do next, since the unknown always brings about fear. This indicates that she was the one who voluntarily approached Glaint, having learned about our hobbies. She must be quite confident about what is going to happen next. Why would a Beander approach Glaint? Does she need monetary support, or the Beander ingredients stored in the treasury? Or perhaps she needs help with something. At this moment, Glaint was introducing Audrey to Furs. Madam, this is the Miss Audrey that I mentioned previously. the most sparkling gem in all of Backland. Her father is Count Hall, a trusted aide of His Majesty and respected member of the cabinet. Good afternoon, Madam Furs. Stormwind Mountain Villa is still seated by my bed to this very day. Audrey adhered to the rules of the aristocracy and curtsied, but she added silently, that's because I haven't finished reading it even after a month. They merely exchanged praises as they were in public. After watching Furs continue towards the dining table as she targeted a cream cake, Audrey retracted her gaze and headed to the living room with Glaint. She recalled the details she had seen just now and tried to figure the motives of the woman. She wanted to gain some advantage in future conversations. As she took a step forward, Audrey, who was as calm as an objective spectator, stepped on her dress and nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maidservant, Annie, caught her, allowing her to maintain her grace. Miss, the unique design of this dress means that you cannot walk too quickly, Annie pulled close to Audrey's ear and reminded her softly. I know. Audrey nodded in reply, her face flushed red. I was too absorbed in observing others that I forgot to look at where I was placing my foot, she silently complained in resentment. Audrey met with many other esteemed authors, critics, and musicians for the rest of the salon, always maintaining her sweet, elegant smile. Finally, after her facial muscles began turning sore, she saw Viscount Glaint's signal. She waited for a few minutes and gave the excuse of needing to use the washroom. She lifted her dress and stood up slowly to leave the salon. After confirming that there was no one tailing her, she made her way to the study on the first level and told her maidservant Annie, I have something to discuss with Glaint. Guard the door for me. Do not let anyone enter. All right. Annie didn't feel that the request was strange, for she knew that Audrey and Viscount Glaint shared similar hobbies and would often discuss mysticism in a private setting. Audrey entered the study and locked the door. She saw Glaint seated behind the desk while playing with a pen. Furs Wall was standing in front of the bookshelf, nonchalantly flipping through a book. I'll introduce you both again. Madam Furs, a true Beander. Glaint put down his pen and walked over. Is that so? Audrey intentionally exaggerated her feelings of doubt. Furs returned the book to its original position and turned around with a smile. It looks like I have to prove myself. She walked over to the door and extended her right palm, grabbing the handle of the door. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. It was as if she witnessed Madame Furs turn incorporeal as she passed through the door. She was shocked. Concentrating, she realized that Furs was no longer standing in her original position. A few seconds later, the door handle turned. The locked door was opened just like that. Furs Wall smiled as she walked in from the outside. Audrey's maid, Annie, who was not far away, didn't seem to be aware of what had happened. What a magical ability, Glaint exclaimed. Audrey took in a deep breath and said, I have no more doubts. At the same time, the ability Furs had displayed allowed Audrey to confirm what her true motives were, since acquiring money or materials would be no trouble for a Beander like that. Glaint doesn't have any Beander guards, Furs wants to use the statuses and resources available to Glaint and I to achieve something. Audrey tried her hardest to act as a spectator. Furs chortled and said, let us interact with honesty. We do not have much time left. I was once a doctor at a clinic and was given an opportunity to become a Beander. That was more than 2 years ago. I hope that you can do something for me, and the reward I will give you is allow you to join the ranks of true Beanders. I will sell you the formula of a particular sequence potion and its corresponding materials. Upon hearing such a promise, Glaint could not help but ask, what do you want us to do? I have a partner who's in jail now, awaiting the final verdict. I hope that you can save her, regardless of the methods used, Furs said simply. Audrey frowned. Madam Furs, the abilities you have demonstrated should be better suited for the task. Furs laughed and shook her head. No, that is not the case. She cannot pass through the places that I can. I can only go in regularly and chat with her. Also, I think that risking my life to save her is not a good idea. Life is short, but there is much for us to do. Audrey observed Furs's face and body language. She considered her words before asking, I understand. What crime is your partner being locked up for? Furs's expression immediately turned a little awkward. My partner is a very respected person who can make others comply from the bottom of their hearts. She is of good character and kind. Well, it was that the means she used to convince a thug was a little over the top. After handing out the mission, Klein followed his original schedule of mysticism lessons in the morning and combat lessons in the afternoon. The regularity of his life almost made him forget that he was a member of the Nighthawks. The curse of often encountering supernatural incidents seemed to disappear as well. It was Saturday, his turn to guard Channy's gate. "You can enjoy the coffee I left here or the black tea in the clerk's office." Dunn surveyed the room with his deep gray eyes. Klein, who had already given an excuse to his siblings, nodded in joy. "All right, Captain, you sure are a generous gentleman. Those will help you relax. Being tense all the time is not good for your health." He took his hat and cane and walked toward the door. As he was exiting the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "I forgot to remind you, do not open Channy's gate no matter what you hear, unless it is opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens." "Captain, that's a little scary." Klein tensed up instantly. He felt the darkness of the basement triumph over the light of the gas lamp. Chapter 108, Deep into the night. Despite not being dawn yet, the well-ventilated but quiet and dark underground was illuminated by gas lamps. The dim yellow light emitted from the gas lamps were protected by glass, allowing them to steadily shine throughout the empty and quiet tunnel. Klein sat in the duty room and casually flipped through the newspapers, magazines, and books piled before him. He directed some of his attention outside, to prevent anyone from charging inside the Channy's gate. His windbreaker and top hat were hung on the clothes rack near the entrance while his cane was leaning against the wall where it could be easily retrieved. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, and Klein couldn't help but take a whiff. He massaged his temples to fight against the heavy head feeling he was experiencing in the weariness of his body. As a college student back on Earth, he often slept at 5 in the morning and woke up at noon, while staying up all night during the past 2 to 3 years of working life, to the point of being able to attend work energetically the next day. However, it was all thanks to the games that were too exhilarating, novels that were too interesting, television shows and movies that were too entertaining. This world obviously didn't possess any of the necessities needed for staying up all night. Seriously, Emperor Russell, if you want to posture, do it properly. Pour your limited life into an unlimited enterprise. Lead the people of this world into the information age. Klein muttered silently. He could only console himself that there were at least newspapers, magazines, and increasingly interesting novels. At first, he wanted to focus on his studies to restrain his sleepiness. However, practically speaking, it conflicted with his duty. Once he entered that state, he would easily overlook any movements outside and any changes to the situation at the Channy's gate. Phew. Klein picked up his coffee cup and carefully blew at it. He took a sip and let the fragrant taste swish around his mouth before letting the liquid slowly flow down his throat. Pharma coffee from the Paws Valley, very bitter but very refreshing, Klein gave a compliment and put down his coffee cup. The Paws Valley was located in the southern continent, a region that produced high-quality coffee beans. It was currently being fought over by the Intis Republic and the Loan Kingdom. They both built colonist settlements on the left and right banks of the Paws Valley, and had destroyed the original Paws Kingdom. In the eerie silence, Klein casually picked up a magazine and realized that it was Ladies' Aesthetic, which talked about fashion and dating. "This must be from Roseanne," he murmured in amusement as he flipped through it with his interest piqued. Maybe it was due to the sudden advancement of camera technology in the past decade or so. Not only did the magazine use a lot of illustrations, it even used monochrome pictures as their content, just like the newspapers. They fashionably invited the famous play and musical actors to model the charms and the magical pairing of the clothing. In a short span of 7 years, the new regional Backland magazine became a mainstream magazine that spread across the nation. "The dress looks nice, she's pretty too." Klein flipped through it casually and didn't hide his aesthetic inclinations. He was a man that had matured normally both in body and mind. He had always appreciated beautiful ladies, but he had long set his goal, to find a way home. Hence, he tried his best to keep his distance from the opposite sex, so that he didn't waste the other person's time or leave behind any emotional baggage. As for streetwalkers, he was quite a germaphobe in that aspect. Benson and Melissa were already shackles that couldn't be removed. He could only find the means to make it up to them in the future. Klein suddenly felt his heart heavy and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The further he strayed away from home, the more he felt melancholic during quiet late nights. He suddenly lost his interest in looking at beautiful women and put down the magazine in his hands. He picked up a novel instead. Stormwind Mountain Villa, author, Furs Wall. Klein read the content on the cover. The tranquil night, dim yellow light, and the leather-bound book reminded him of his younger days when he rented books. Hence, he continued to read simply because of nostalgia. Stormwind Mountain Villa was a novel about Lady Sissy, who was 1.65 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds. It was a story of her embarking as a home tutor in the Fruys mountain villa. 1 pound is about half a kilogram. Is this Jane Eyre of an alternate world? Klein caressed his fingers against the smooth paper as he began making guesses of the subsequent content. However, just as he thought it was a romance novel, an evil spirit emerged in the story. When he believed that it was a ghost story, Lady Sissy revealed herself as a detective and made a marvelous deduction. Just as Klein felt that it was definitely a detective novel, the main male character took a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. Then, it became a heart-rending drama. In the end, it's still a romance book. Klein closed the book and drank a mouthful of coffee. A ferocious knocking was suddenly heard as it reverberated in the dim and quiet empty corridor. Klein jumped in shock as he immediately turned tense. He instinctively drew his revolver from his armpit holster, adjusted the cylinder and hammer. Then, he slowly walked to the door and looked for the source of the sound. The thumping became more and more intense. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black outward swinging gates that were engraved with 7 sacred emblems. Sounds from beyond the Chinese gate. He squinted his eyes and his heart was beating like a drum. Klein saw Chinese gate shake gently, and he sensed the massive impact it was withstanding. It can't be, right, I'm encountering something on my first day on duty. Did I get an unlucky constitution after I transmigrated? Klein's right hand broke into cold sweat as it held the revolver. Very soon, he recalled the captain's instruction. Do not open Chinese gate no matter what you hear, unless it is opened from the inside. Could this be a normal phenomenon? Klein suddenly calmed down. Bang, 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 thump, thump, thump. The commotion beyond the Chinese gate grew in intensity, but the heavy black metal gates only shook. Otherwise, it didn't show any unusual signs. This is normal. I nearly died from the shock, Klein muttered, before he prepared to return to the duty room. Just then, he heard a sharp grinding noise. He looked at the heavy Chinese gate bulging outwards as a crack appeared in its surface. Zing! In the jarring noise, Klein's almost fixed eyes saw a figure. Its height was about the length of a man's arm, and it was wearing a classic, black, miniaturized regal gown. There was an obvious stain on the gown. It had a not-so-exquisite face, black eyes, and tightly sealed lips. It was a cloth puppet, a toy cloth puppet. At that moment, when Klein was about to subconsciously raise his gun to take aim, the cloth puppet leaned heavily into the crack in Chinese gate and unfurled the paper it was holding. There were many mysterious symbols on the paper, some that Klein knew and some that he had yet to learn. Together, they formed a vertical eye. Klein had yet to understand the situation when the regal gown puppet was suddenly dragged back by a shapeless force to the back of Chinese gate. Chinese gate closed once again, with no more knocking or pounding sounds. The basement regained its tranquility and silence as though nothing had happened. I have to inform Captain that Chinese gate was opened from the inside, but it closed itself. At that moment, Klein's mental faculties returned to him as he felt alarm, fear, and doubt. A few seconds later, he recalled what the cloth puppet was. Since he was an official member of the Nighthawks, he was given the clearance to know about the Grade 3 sealed artifact sealed behind Chinese gate. Number 0625. Name Misfortune Cloth Puppet. Danger Grade 3. Considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification. Official Nighthawk member or above. Sealing method. Only needs to be separated from humans. Description. The cloth puppet is wearing a regal gown which was popular in around the year 1300. The gown has a stain that is almost impossible to remove. It is uncertain if the stain was present from the very beginning. In a few tragic cases of individual family financial crises recorded in Tingen, the police noticed the existence of the puppet. It was always placed in the children's bedroom, on the side table next to the bed. A few Nighthawks accepted the request and started an investigation on the puppet. The initial evaluation determined that it brought misfortune, causing people around it to be unlucky and find themselves in danger. Finally, they would die one after another. It only took 2 weeks for the tester to reach the brink of bankruptcy. The puppet isn't equipped with the capability to live. It doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal. Through extended periods of experimentation, we discovered that as long as one does not come within 10 meters of it for more than half an hour a day, one wouldn't be tainted with misfortune. If misfortune has befallen someone, the person will immediately have his situation turn for the better as long as the misfortune is transferred to another person. Appendix. The puppet first appeared in the house of an old lady, Tess, who lived in the lower street of Iron Cross Street. She was a toymaker. Due to old age and her husband's severe illness, with both her children passing on early, she had no choice but to move to the Iron Cross Street's lower street. This was the last toy she sold. She exchanged the puppet for some poison hemlock and ended her and her husband's lives, having starved for more than 3 days. As Klein recalled the information of sealed artifact 30625, he felt even more doubtful and horrified. Didn't it say the puppet isn't equipped with the capability to live? Didn't it say that it doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal? What did I see just now? What dragged it back in the end? The symbol that was drawn on the paper that it unfurled, what does it mean? That scene earlier was like how a psychotic murderer deals with his victim as the victim slams on the gates heavily and cries for help desperately, only to be dragged back. While these thoughts flooded him, Klein decided not to make any decision on his own. He returned to the duty room and pulled a rope. The rope tightened, the gear spun, and there was suddenly a hurried ringtone that rang on the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard Mitchell and the other sleepless who were playing cards in the entertainment room immediately put down their poker cards and ran to the basement. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.